Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 1 to Chapter 54. Pain, so painful, my head hurts, the grotesque dream full of whispers quickly shattered. Zhou Mingrui, who was sleeping soundly, felt an abnormal throbbing pain in his head, as if someone had hit him with a stick. No, it was more like a sharp object had pierced his sun acupoint and stirred it. Hiss. In a daze, Zhou Mingrui wanted to turn over, cover his head, and sit up, but he couldn't move his limbs at all. He seemed to have lost control of his body. It seems that I haven't really woken up yet. I'm still in a dream. Maybe there will be a situation where I think I'm awake, but in fact, I'm still asleep. Zhou Mingrui, who was no stranger to such encounters, tried his best to focus his mind to completely get rid of the shackles of darkness and illusion. However, when he was half asleep, his mind was always fleeting like smoke, difficult to control and difficult to restrain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander and distracting thoughts appear. Everything was fine. Why did he suddenly have a headache in the middle of the night, and it was so painful? Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage or something? F***ck. Am I going to die young like this? Hurry up and wake up. Hurry up and wake up. It doesn't seem to hurt as much as before. But his brain still felt like it was being slowly cut by a blunt knife. Looks like I can't continue sleeping. How am I going to work tomorrow? How am I going to work? If I have a real headache, of course I'll take a day off. I don't have to be afraid of the manager's nagging. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem bad. I'll be able to steal half a day of leisure. The waves of pain allowed Zhou Mingrui to accumulate illusory power bit by bit. Finally, he straightened his back and opened his eyes, completely getting rid of the half-asleep state. Zhou Mingrui's vision was blurry at first, and then it was covered with a faint crimson. Zhou Mingrui saw a wooden desk in front of him, and in the middle of it was an open notebook. The paper was rough and yellowed, and there was a sentence written in strange letters at the top of the notebook. The ink was dark and eye-catching. On the left side of the notebook, there was a neat stack of books, about 7 or 8 of them. On the right side of the wall, there was a grayish-white pipe and a wall lamp connected to the pipe. This lamp was very classical, about half the size of an adult's head. The inner layer was transparent glass, and the outside was a grid of black metal. Diagonally below the extinguished wall lamp, a black ink bottle shrouded in a pale red brilliance, the bumps on its surface forming a vague angel pattern. In front of the ink bottle, on the right side of the notebook, a dark fountain pen with a round belly was sitting quietly. The tip of the pen was glimmering, and the cap of the pen was placed next to a brass revolver. Handgun? A revolver? Zhou Mingrui was stunned. Everything in front of him was so strange. It was completely different from his own room. While he was stunned and at a loss, he found that the desk, notebook, ink bottle, and revolver were all covered with a layer of crimson veil. It was the light shining through the window. Subconsciously, he raised his head and shifted his gaze upwards. In midair, above the black velvet curtain, a scarlet full moon hung high and shone peacefully. This? Zhou Mingrui was inexplicably terrified. He suddenly stood up, but before he could straighten his legs, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, which made him temporarily lose his strength. His center of gravity involuntarily dropped, and his butt hit the hardwood chair. The pain didn't affect him. Zhou Mingrui pressed his hand on the table and stood up again. He turned around in a panic and sized up his surroundings. It wasn't a big room. There was a brown door on the left and right, and against the opposite wall was a wooden bunk bed. Between it and the left door was a cupboard. The top was open, and below it were 5 drawers. At the edge of the cupboard, at the height of a person, there was also a grayish-white pipe embedded in the wall, but it was connected to a strange mechanical device. There were a few exposed gears and bearings. In the right corner of the wall near the desk was something that looked like a coal stove, as well as a soup pot, iron pot, and other kitchen utensils. Past the right door was a dressing mirror with 2 cracks. The patterns on the wooden base were simple and plain. Sweeping his gaze, Zhou Mingrui vaguely saw himself in the mirror. His present self. Black hair, brown eyes, linen shirt, thin body, ordinary facial features, and a rather deep outline. This. Zhou Mingrui immediately drew a cold breath as many helpless and messy guesses surged in his mind. The revolver, the classical European and American style, and the crimson moon that was completely different from Earth's. All of these pointed to a certain matter. I can't have transmigrated, right? Zhou Mingrui's mouth opened bit by bit. He grew up reading online novels and often had fantasies about such things, but when he really encountered it, he found it hard to accept. This is probably what they mean by Lord Yi likes dragons? After a few seconds, Zhou Mingrui lampooned himself, trying to find joy in his misery. If not for the pain in his head, which made his thoughts tense and clear, he would definitely have suspected that he was dreaming. Calm, calm, calm. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Mingrui tried his best not to panic. At that moment, as his body and mind calmed down, memory fragments suddenly jumped out and slowly appeared in his mind. Klein Moretti, from Tianjin City, Alwa County, Kingdom of Ruan in the northern continent. He was a recent graduate of Koei University's history department. His father was a sergeant in the Royal Army. He had sacrificed himself in the colonial conflict in the southern continent. The pension he received in exchange for it gave Klein the opportunity to attend a private grammar school, which laid the foundation for him to enter university. His mother was a believer of the Evernight goddess. She passed away the year Klein passed the entrance exam to Koei University. He also had an older brother and younger sister. They lived together in a 2-bedroom apartment. His family wasn't wealthy, and it could even be said that they weren't doing well. They were currently relying on his brother, who worked as a clerk in an import and export company. As a history graduate, Klein had mastered ancient Fasak, which was said to be the source of all languages in the northern continent, as well as Hermes, which often appeared in ancient mausoleums and was related to sacrifices and prayers. Hermes. Zhou Mingrui's heart stirred as he reached out to press on his throbbing son acupoint. He cast his gaze at the notebook on the desk and felt that the line of text on the yellowed paper had turned from strange to unfamiliar, from unfamiliar to familiar, and from familiar to decipherable. These were words written in Hermes. The deep, dark ink said, "Everyone will die, including me." Gasp. Zhou Mingrui was inexplicably horrified as he instinctively leaned back in an attempt to distance himself from the notebook and the line of text. He was very weak and nearly fell. He hurriedly reached out to hold on to the edge of the table and felt the air around him turn restless. There were faint murmurs echoing in his ears, giving him the feeling of listening to an elder tell a horror story when he was young. Shaking his head, everything was just an illusion. Zhou Mingrui regained his footing and moved his gaze away from the notebook as he panted heavily. At this moment, his gaze landed on the shimmering brass revolver, and a question suddenly arose in his mind. With Klein's family circumstances, how could he have the money and channels to buy a revolver? Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but frown. While in deep thought, he suddenly realized that there was a red handprint on the edge of the desk. The color was darker than the moonlight and thicker than the veil. It was a bloody handprint. Bloody handprint? Zhou Mingrui subconsciously flipped over his right hand that had been pressing down on the edge of the table. He looked down and saw that his palm and fingers were covered in blood. At the same time, the throbbing pain in his head continued. It was slightly weaker, but it was continuous. I can't have broken my head, right? Zhou Mingrui guessed as he turned around and walked towards the cracked mirror. After a few steps, a figure with a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and an obvious scholarly aura clearly entered his field of vision. This is the current me, Klein Moretti? Zhou Mingrui was taken aback. As there wasn't enough light in the middle of the night, he couldn't see clearly. Hence, he continued walking forward until he was just one step away from hitting the mirror. Under the crimson moonlight that resembled a veil, he turned his head and checked the condition of his forehead. Thud thud thud, Zhou Mingrui took a few steps back in shock. It was as if he wasn't looking at himself in the mirror, but a dried corpse. How could someone with such a serious wound still be alive? He turned his head in disbelief and checked the other side. Even though he was further away and the light was blurry, he could still see the wound and the dark red bloodstains. Zhou Mingrui took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He pressed his left hand to his chest and felt his heart beating rapidly and vigorously. Then, he touched his exposed skin. It was slightly cold, but there was a warm flow of blood flowing on it. He squatted down and confirmed that his knees could still bend. Zhou Mingrui stood up again, no longer panicking. What's going on? He muttered with a frown, intending to check the wound on his head again. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. The blood moon outside the window was relatively dim and not enough for a serious check. A memory fragment surfaced. Zhou Mingrui turned to look at the grayish-white pipe and the wall lamp surrounded by metal grids on the wall next to the desk. This was the current mainstream gas lamp. The flame was stable and the lighting effect was excellent. With Klein Moretti's family situation, he shouldn't even dream of using a kerosene lamp, much less a gas lamp. Using candles was the only way to express his identity and status. However, 4 years ago, when he stayed up late to study for the entrance exam to Koei University, his brother Banson felt that it was an important matter for the family's future. He wanted to create good conditions for him even if he had to borrow money. Of course, Banson, who was literate and had worked for several years, was definitely not a rash, incompetent, or reckless person. He used the excuse that installing a gas pipe would improve the apartment's quality and facilitate future rentals to trick the landlord into paying for the basic renovations. He then used the convenience of working for an import and export company to obtain the new gas lamp at a near-cost price. He only used his savings and didn't borrow money from anyone. The fragments flickered past. Zhou Mingrui returned to the desk, opened the pipe valve, and twisted the gas lamp switch. Click, click, click. The sound of friction could be heard, but the light didn't come as Zhou Mingrui expected. Click, click, click. He twisted a few more times, but the gas lamp remained dim. Zhou Mingrui retracted his hand and pressed on his left sun point. He extracted the memory fragments to find the cause. After a few seconds, he turned around and walked to the side of the door. He came to a mechanical device that was also embedded in the wall and connected by the same grayish-white pipe. This was the gas meter. Looking at the exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrui took out a coin from his pocket. It was dark yellow in color and shone with a coppery luster. The front was engraved with the head of a man wearing a crown, and the number 1 surrounded by wheat ears. Zhou Mingrui knew that this was the most basic currency in the Lone Kingdom. It was called a copper penny. The actual purchasing power of a penny was equivalent to 3 or 4 yuan before his transmigration. There were also 5 pence, half pence, and a quarter pence for this coin, but they were still not refined enough. In daily life, he would still need to gather them to purchase items from time to time. Zhou Mingrui flipped the copper penny that was only issued when King George III ascended the throne a few times. He then pinched it and stuffed it into the slender mouth of the gas meter. Ding, 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 as the penny fell to the bottom of the meter, the sound of gears turning rang out, playing a short but beautiful mechanical melody. Zhou Mingrui stared at it for a few seconds before returning to the wooden desk. He reached out and twisted the gas lamp switch. Click, 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 a flame ignited and quickly grew. The bright light first occupied the inside of the wall lamp, then passed through the transparent glass and covered the room in a warm color. The darkness suddenly shrank, and crimson retreated out of the window. Zhou Mingrui felt inexplicably relieved and quickly walked to the dressing mirror. This time, he carefully examined the position of the sun point, not missing a single detail. After a few comparisons, he found that other than the initial bloodstains, there was no more liquid flowing out of the hideous wound, as if it had received the best hemostasis and bandage. The slowly wriggling grayish-white brain and the flesh of the wound that was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye indicated that it was about to heal. Perhaps in 30 to 40 minutes, or perhaps 2 to 3 hours, there would only be shallow marks left. The healing effect of transmigration? Zhou Mingrui curled the right corner of his mouth and whispered silently. Then, he let out a long breath. No matter what the reason was, at least he was still alive. Calming himself down, he pulled open the drawer, took out a small bar of soap, and took one of the tattered towels hanging next to the cupboard. Then, he opened the door and walked to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. I have to clean up the bloodstains on my head, lest I always look like a crime scene. It doesn't matter if I scare myself, but if I scare my sister, Melissa, who has to get up early tomorrow, then things won't end well. The corridor outside the door was dark, and only the crimson moonlight that spilled in from the window at the end barely outlined the protruding objects, making them look like pairs of monster eyes silently watching the living in the deep night. Zhou Mingrui lightened his footsteps and walked to the washroom in a rather fearful manner. Inside, the moonlight was even brighter, and everything became clear. Zhou Mingrui stood in front of the sink and turned on the tap. The sound of water entered his ears, and he suddenly thought of the landlord, Mr. Frankie. As the water fee was included in the rent, this short and thin gentleman, who wore a top hat, vest, and a black suit, would always come and patrol the bathrooms to eavesdrop on the sound of running water. If the sound of water splashing was loud, Mr. Frankie would not be gentlemanly. He would swing his cane fiercely and hit the bathroom door, shouting, "Darn thief, waste is a shameful thing, I'll remember you, if I see you one more time, take your filthy luggage and get out. Trust me, this is the best apartment in all of Tianjin. You won't be able to find a more generous landlord than me." Reining in his thoughts, Zhou Mingrui wet a towel and washed the bloodstains on his face over and over again. After he looked at the tattered mirror in the bathroom and confirmed that there were only hideous wounds and a pale face, Zhou Mingrui felt a lot more relaxed. He then took off his linen shirt and used the soap to wash away the bloodstains. At that moment, he frowned, thinking that there might be other problems. The wounds were exaggerated, and there were many bloodstains. Other than his own body, there should be other traces in the room. After a few minutes, Zhou Mingrui cleaned up his linen shirt and quickly returned home with a wet towel. He first wiped the bloody handprints on the study table, then used the light from the gas lamp to search for other traces. As he searched, he immediately discovered that there were many splatters of blood on the floor and the bottom of the study table. There was also a yellowish bullet on the wall to his left. Pressed the revolver against the sun acupoint and fired? With the clues connected, Zhou Mingrui roughly understood the cause of Klein's death. He wasn't in a hurry to verify it. Instead, he carefully wiped away the bloodstains and cleaned up the scene. Then, he took the bullet and returned to the study table. He opened the revolver cylinder to the left and poured out the bullets. Pa. 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 There were a total of 5 bullets and 1 cartridge, all of them flowing with a brass luster. As expected. Zhou Mingrui looked at the empty cartridge and nodded slightly as he stuffed the bullets back into the revolver. He shifted his gaze to the left and saw the words "Everyone will die, including me" written on the open notebook. Following that, more questions arose in his mind. Where did the gun come from? Was it a suicide, or was it disguised as a suicide? What kind of trouble could a commoner graduate from the history department get into? How could such a method of suicide leave such a small amount of bloodstains? Is it because I transmigrated in time and received healing benefits? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mingrui changed into another linen shirt and sat on a chair. He began thinking about more important matters. Klein's encounter wasn't his main concern at the moment. The real problem was figuring out why he transmigrated and whether he could transmigrate back. Parents, relatives, best friends, the rich and colorful world of the internet, all sorts of delicacies. All of these were reasons for his urgent desire to return. Pa. 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 Zhou Mingrui's right hand subconsciously swung the revolver cylinder before retracting it again and again. This period of time isn't much different from the past. It's just that I'm a little unlucky. How did I transmigrate for no reason? Unlucky. Right, I did a luck enhancement ritual before dinner tonight. A bolt of lightning streaked across Zhou Mingrui's mind, illuminating his fog-covered memories. As a qualified keyboard politician, keyboard historian, keyboard economist, keyboard biologist, and keyboard folklorist, he had always claimed to know a little of everything. Of course, his best friends often mocked him for knowing a little of everything. And astrology was one of them. Last year, when he returned to his hometown, he had found a thread-bound vertical edition of the Qin and Han dynasties' secret astrology records at an old bookstall. It looked rather interesting, and he felt that it would help him posture online. Therefore, he bought it. Unfortunately, his interest came and went quickly. The vertical edition made it difficult to read. He had only flipped through the beginning before throwing the book into a corner. Over the past month, he had been unlucky. He had lost his cell phone, clients had run away, and he had made mistakes at work. Only then did he recall that there was a luck enhancement ritual at the beginning of the astrology records. Furthermore, the requirements were extremely simple. It did not require any foundation. All he needed to do was get 4 portions of the staple food from the area and place them in the 4 corners of the room. It could be on a table or on a cabinet. Then, he would stand in the middle of the room and take 4 steps in a counterclockwise direction to form a square. The first step was to sincerely recite the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The second step was to recite the celestial Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The third step was to recite the Emperor of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The fourth step was to recite the celestial Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. After he was done, he had to close his eyes and wait for 5 minutes. The ritual would be considered a success. With the mentality that it didn't cost him any money, he took out the book and did it before dinner. However, nothing happened at that time. Who knew that he would transmigrate in the middle of the night? He had transmigrated. It's definitely because of the luck enhancement ritual. Yes, I'll try it here tomorrow. If it's really because of it, then I have a chance of transmigrating back. Zhou Mingrui stopped shaking the revolver and suddenly sat up straight. Regardless, he had to give it a try, even if it was a dead horse, he had to try it. After confirming the plan, Zhou Mingrui immediately found his backbone. His fear, hesitation, and insecurity were all curled up in a corner. Only then did he have the mood to carefully examine Klein's remaining memory fragments. Zhou Mingrui habitually stood up and closed the pipe valve. He watched the wall lights slowly dim until they were extinguished. He sat down again, subconsciously stroking the brass revolver's revolver while pressing his hand to the side of his head. In the crimson darkness, he quietly reminisced like the most attentive audience member in a movie theater. Perhaps due to the impact of the bullet, Klein's memory was like shattered glass. Not only did it lose its coherence, but there were also many areas that were clearly missing content. For example, where did the intricately made revolver come from? Was it a suicide or murder? What did the phrase "everyone will die, including me" in the notebook mean? Did he participate in anything strange 2 days before the incident? Not only were these specific memories fragmented and incomplete, even the knowledge he grasped was the same. In his current state, Zhou Mingrui believed that if Klein returned to university, he would probably not be able to graduate, even if he had only left campus for a few days and had not relaxed at all. In 2 days, I have to attend an interview for Tianjin University's history department. The universities in the Ruan Kingdom have a tradition of not directly retaining their graduates. My tutor gave me a recommendation letter from Tianjin University and Bakeland University. As Zhou Mingrui silently watched, the crimson moon set in the west and gradually sank until a faint light appeared in the east. The horizon was dyed gold. At this moment, there was movement in the room. Soon, footsteps approached the isolation door. Melissa is awake. She's as punctual as ever. Zhou Mingrui smiled. Influenced by Klein's memories, he felt that Melissa was like looking at his biological sister. However, I don't have a biological sister. He then lampooned. Melissa was different from Banson and Klein. Her early education was not completed in the Sunday school of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. When she reached the age of schooling, the Ruan Kingdom enacted the Elementary Education Act and established the Elementary and Secondary Education Committee. They also provided special funding and increased investment. In just 3 years, under the premise of incorporating many churches' schools, many public elementary schools were established. They strictly maintained the principle of religious neutrality and did not involve themselves in the disputes between the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery. Compared to the Sunday school, which only cost 1 copper penny a week, the public elementary school's tuition fee of 3 pence a week was quite expensive. However, the former only studied 1 day a week on Sundays, while the latter had to attend classes 6 days a week. Overall, the price was so low that it was almost free. Melissa was different from most girls. She liked gears, springs, bearings, and other things since she was young. She was determined to become a steam engine mechanic. Her eldest brother, Banson, who had suffered a cultural disadvantage, understood the importance of education. Just like how he supported Klein's university studies, he supported his sister's dream. After all, Tianjin Technical School was only considered a secondary education. There was no need for her to go to grammar school or public school to gain experience. Last July, the 15-year-old Melissa passed the entrance exam and became a member of the Tianjin Technical School's School of Steam and Machinery. Her weekly tuition fee was also raised to 9 pence. At the same time, the import and export company that Banson worked for was affected by the situation in the southern continent. Be it profits or business volume, they had shrunk greatly. they had no choice but to lay off more than a third of their staff. In order to keep his job and maintain his lifestyle, Banson could only accept more arduous tasks. He had to work overtime frequently or go on business trips to places with harsh environments, just like what he had been doing for the past few days. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to help his brother bear the burden, but as a commoner who had been admitted into an ordinary grammar school, he felt strongly that he was lacking the moment he entered university. For example, the ancient Fasak language, which was the origin language of all the countries in the northern continent, was something that children of nobility and the wealthy had to learn from a young age. However, he had only come into contact with it in university. There were many similar aspects. Klein had used all his strength, often staying up late and waking up early, to barely catch up to others and successfully graduate with average grades. Memories of his brother and sister flashed through Zhou Mingrui's mind. Only when the doorknob turned and the door creaked open did he jolt awake. He recalled that he was holding a revolver in his hand. This is a semi-controlled item, it will scare the kids. Also, there's also the wound on my head. Seeing that Melissa was about to come out, Zhou Mingrui pressed down on his sun acupoint and hurriedly pulled open the desk drawer. He threw the revolver inside and smashed it with a bang. What happened? Melissa heard the commotion and looked over in puzzlement. She was in the prime of her youth. Even though she didn't have much to eat and her face was thin and slightly pale, her skin was still glowing and exuded the aura of a young girl. Seeing his sister's brown eyes looking at him, Zhou Mingrui forced himself to calm down. He picked up the item near his hand and calmly closed the drawer to hide the existence of the revolver. The touch of his other hand on his sun acupoint confirmed that the wound had already healed. He took out a silver-white vine leaf pattern pocket watch from the drawer. He pressed the top lightly, and the cover popped open. It was the most valuable item left behind by the father of the three siblings, the Royal Army Sergeant. But second-hand goods were second-hand goods after all. In recent years, there had been problems from time to time. Even after finding a watchmaker to repair it, it was still the same. This embarrassed Banson, who liked to bring it along to raise his status, so he simply left it at home. It had to be said that Melissa might really have a talent for machinery. After mastering the theoretical knowledge, she began to use the tools from the technical school to tinker with the pocket watch. Recently, she even claimed that she had repaired it. Zhou Mingrui watched the cover pop open and saw that the second hand had stopped moving. He subconsciously turned the top, intending to wind the pocket watch. However, after turning it a few times, there was still no sound of the spring being wound. The second hand remained motionless. It seems to be broken again. He looked at his sister, looking for something to say. Melissa glanced at him expressionlessly. She quickly walked over and took the pocket watch. She stood where she was and pulled out the button at the top of the pocket watch. After turning it a few times, there was the sound of the second hand ticking. Normally, shouldn't pulling it out be to adjust the time? Zhou Mingrui's expression suddenly became dull. At this moment, the distant bell of the cathedral rang 6 times in a row, distant and ethereal. Melissa listened attentively and pulled the button at the top of the pocket watch higher. Then, she turned it continuously and adjusted the time. "It's done," she said briefly and emotionlessly. Then, she pressed the top back and returned the pocket watch to Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui awkwardly but politely returned a smile. Melissa gave her brother a deep look, then turned to the cupboard. She took a toothbrush, a towel, and other things, then opened the door and went to the public bathroom. Why did her expression just now have a hint of disgust and helplessness? The look of concern for her retarded brother? Zhou Mingrui shook his head and chuckled. With a click, he closed the pocket watch and opened it again. As he repeated this action, he thought of a problem. Without a silencer, Klein had committed suicide. Well, for the time being, it could be considered suicide. His suicide definitely caused quite a commotion, but Melissa, who was just a wall away, didn't notice it at all. Was she sleeping too soundly? Or was Klein's suicide itself full of mysteries? Click, open, click, close. When Melissa returned from washing up, she saw her brother's subconscious action of opening and closing the pocket watch. Her gaze was once again mixed with helplessness, and she said in a sweet voice, "Klein, take out the rest of the bread. Remember to buy new ones today. Also, meat and peas." you're going for your interview soon. I'll make you stewed lamb with peas. As she spoke, she moved the stove out from the corner and used the remaining charcoal to start a fire and boil a pot of hot water. Before the water boiled, she opened the bottom drawer of the cupboard and took out a can of inferior tea leaves like it was a treasure. She sprinkled about 10 pieces into the pot, pretending that it was real tea. After pouring 2 cups each, Melissa and Zhou Mingrui shared 2 pieces of rye bread with the tea. There were no sawdust or too much gluten, but it still didn't taste good. Zhou Mingrui was currently weak and hungry. He relied on the tea and forced himself to swallow the bread while cursing. After a few minutes, Melissa finished eating. She combed her black hair, which hung down to her back, and looked at Zhou Mingrui. Remember to buy new bread. Only 8 pounds. The weather is hot, and too much will spoil easily. Also, lamb and peas. Remember. As expected of a caring brother, she has to emphasize it again. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded. Okay. With regards to a pound in the Ruan Kingdom, Zhou Mingrui compared it with Klein's memory and believed that it was closer to the pound he was used to, which was half a kilogram. Melissa didn't say anything else. She got up and packed the last piece of bread for lunch. She put on the tattered gauze hat her mother had left behind, picked up the bag she had sewn to carry her books and stationery, and prepared to leave. It wasn't Sunday, and she had to attend classes for the entire day. It took about 50 minutes to walk from the apartment to Tianjin Technical School. There were public carriages that cost 1 penny per kilometer. The maximum fare in the city was 4 pence, and it was 6 pence in the suburbs. To save money, Melissa had to leave early and walk there herself. Just as she opened the door, she stopped in her tracks and turned around. Klein, don't buy too much lamb and peas. Banson might only be back on Sunday. Yes, remember that the bread is only 8 pounds. Okay, Zhou Mingrui replied helplessly. At the same time, he repeated the word Sunday a few times in his mind. In the northern continent, a year was also split into 12 months. A year had 365 to 366 days, and a week also had 7 days. The former was a result of astronomy, which made Zhou Mingrui suspect that this was a parallel world. The latter was a result of religion, as there were 7 orthodox deities in the northern continent: the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Evernight goddess, Earth Mother, the god of war, and the god of steam and machinery. After watching his sister close the door and leave, Zhou Mingrui suddenly sighed and quickly shifted his thoughts to the luck enhancement ritual. Sorry, I really want to go home. He sat back in his chair until the cathedral's bell rang 7 times in a row. Only then did Zhou Mingrui slowly stand up, walk to the cupboard, and take out his clothes. He was wearing a black vest, a suit of the same color, trousers that were slightly tied around the ankles, and a half-top hat. When Zhou Mingrui looked at himself in the mirror, he felt like he was watching an English drama about the Victorian era. I'm not going for an interview. I'm just buying some groceries and preparing the ingredients for the luck enhancement ritual. He suddenly mumbled softly as he shook his head and laughed. Klein was so concerned about the upcoming interview that it turned into an instinct. When he wasn't focused enough, he would habitually wear the only decent set of clothes he had. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui took off his suit and vest, changing into an old brownish-yellow coat. He also changed into a felt hat of the same color with round edges. After tidying himself up, he walked to the side of the bunk bed, lifted up the cushion, and reached his hand into an inconspicuous hole at the bottom. After searching for a while, he found the interlayer. When he retracted his right hand, there was a roll of notes in his palm. There were about 8 of them, and they were dark green with a hint of white. This was all of Banson's savings, including his living expenses for the next 3 days. There were only 2 5-soldi notes, and the rest were 1-soldi notes. In the Ruan Kingdom's currency system, the soldi was the second tier. It originated from ancient silver coins. 1 soldi was equivalent to 12 copper pennies, and there were 2 denominations, 1 and 5. At the top of the currency was the gold pound. It was also a type of paper currency, but it was backed by gold and was directly pegged. 1 gold pound was equivalent to 20 soldi, and there were 3 denominations, 1, 5, and 10. Zhou Mingrui unfolded the notes and caught a very faint scent of special ink. It was the smell of money. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Klein's memory fragments, or perhaps it was because of his unchanging desire for money, but at that instant, Zhou Mingrui felt that he had fallen in love with these little guys. Look, their designs are so exquisite, making the stern and old-fashioned George III with his mustache look so adorable. Look, the watermark that can be seen through the sunlight is so alluring. The meticulously designed anti-counterfeiting label makes it completely different from the coquettish imitations. After admiring it for dozens of seconds, Zhou Mingrui pulled out 2 1-solì notes, rolled the rest up, and stuffed it back into the inner compartment of the mat. Zhou Mingrui smoothed the cloth around the hole and folded the 2 notes neatly. He put them in the left pocket of his brownish-yellow jacket and separated them from the few pennies in his trouser pocket. After doing all this, he put the key into his right pocket, took the dark brown paper bag, and quickly walked to the door. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps slowed down and finally stopped. Zhou Mingrui stood by the door, his brows furrowed. There were many mysteries surrounding Klein's suicide. Would he encounter an accident if he went out like this? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingrui returned to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out the revolver that shone with a brass luster. This was the only defensive weapon he could think of, and it was also a powerful weapon. Although he had never practiced shooting before, he was sure that he would be able to intimidate people with this pistol. Rubbing the cold metal cylinder, Zhou Mingrui stuffed the pistol into the pocket where the notes were. He gripped the notes tightly in his palm and pressed his fingers on the gun's handle, perfectly concealing it. A sense of security welled up in him, and he, who knew a little about everything, suddenly had a worry. Could it have fired by mistake? As thoughts flooded his mind, Zhou Mingrui quickly found an idea. He pulled out the pistol, swung the cylinder to the left, and moved the empty cartridge that had been emptied due to the suicide to the firing position. Then, he snapped it shut. This way, even if it went off, it would only be an empty bullet. After stuffing the pistol back in, Zhou Mingrui's left hand remained in his pocket and didn't take it out again. He pressed down on his hat with his right hand, pulled open the door, and left with a bang. The corridor was still dark during the day, and the sunlight that seeped through the window at the end was rather limited. Zhou Mingrui quickly walked down the stairs and left the apartment before feeling the radiance and warmth. Although it was close to July and midsummer, Tianjin was located to the north of the Kingdom of Ruan. It had a unique climate, and the highest temperature of the year was less than 30 degrees Celsius on Earth. It was even cooler in the morning, and the streets were filled with dirty water and littered with trash. In Klein's memory, it was not rare to see such a scene in a low-income area, even if there were sewers. This was because of the large number of people and the quality of life. Come, come, come. Delicious pan-fried fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. Drink a bowl in the morning and you'll be invigorated for the whole day. Fresh fish from the port, only 5 pence each. Muffins, eel soup with ginger beer. Conchas, conchas, conchas. Vegetables freshly harvested from the farms outside the city, cheap and fresh. Mobile street vendors selling vegetables, fruits, and cooked food shouted loudly as they called out to the passers-by who were in a hurry. Some of them would stop and carefully compare their purchases, while others would impatiently wave their hands because they had not found a job for the day. Zhou Mingrui sniffed the air, which was filled with a mixture of stench and fragrance. His left hand gripped the gun handle tightly, and his right hand pressed down on his round-brimmed felt hat. He bent his back slightly, lowered his head, and walked through the bustling street. There were thieves wherever there were people, especially in this street where there were many unemployed people working temporary jobs and starving children. As he walked forward, the density of the crowd returned to normal. Zhou Mingrui straightened his back again, raised his head, and looked at the street. There was a wandering accordion musician playing, and the melody was sometimes melodious and sometimes passionate. Beside him, there were many children dressed in rags, their faces sallow from malnutrition. They listened to the music and followed the beat, twisting their bodies according to their instincts, dancing a self-created dance. Their faces were filled with joy, as if they were little princes or angels. A woman with a numb expression passed by. Her skirt was dirty, and her skin was dull. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. Only when she looked at the group of children would there be a glimmer in them, as if she was seeing herself from 30 years ago. Zhou Mingrui overtook her, turned into another street, and stopped in front of Slyn Bakery. The owner of the bakery was a granny in her 70s. Her name was Wendy Slyn. Her hair was completely gray, and her face was always brimming with a warm smile. For as long as Klein could remember, she had been selling bread and pastries here. Yes, the Tianjin biscuits and lemon cakes that she baked herself are very delicious. Zhou Mingrui gulped and smiled. Mrs. Slyn, 8 pounds of rye bread. Oh, little Klein, where's Banson? Isn't he back yet? Wendy asked with a smile. In a few more days, Zhou Mingrui answered vaguely. As Wendy picked up the rye bread, she sighed and said, he's really a hard-working lad. He's really a hard-working young man. He'll have a good wife. At this point, the corners of her mouth curled up as she smiled mischievously. It's great now. You've already graduated. Arkoe University's history graduate. Yes, you'll be able to earn money very soon. You shouldn't be living in an apartment like this. At the very least, you should have your own bathroom. Mrs. Slyn, you really look like a young and lively lady today. Zhou Mingrui could only reply with a dry laugh. If Klein could successfully pass the interview and become a lecturer at Tianjin University, his entire family would indeed be heading straight for a well-to-do life. In his fragmented memories, he had even fantasized renting a detached house in the suburbs. There were 5 to 6 rooms upstairs, 2 bathrooms, and a huge balcony. There were 2 rooms downstairs, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and an underground storage room. This wasn't an extravagant hope. Even an intern lecturer at Tianjin University had a weekly salary of 2 gold pounds. After becoming a full-time lecturer, it would be 3 gold pounds and 10 soldi. After all, Klein's brother, Banson, only had a weekly salary of 1 pound and 10 soldi after working for many years. Ordinary factory workers didn't even earn a pound or a little more. And the rent for such a detached house ranged from 19 soldi to 1 pound and 18 soldi. This is the difference between a monthly salary of 3 to 4,000 and a monthly salary of 14 to 15,000. Zhou Mingrui mumbled to himself. However, all of this was on the premise that he could pass the interview at Tianjin University or Bakeland University. As for other paths, people without a background couldn't be recommended to become a public official. As for those who studied history, the range of employment was even narrower. There wasn't much demand for the private consultants of nobles, bankers, or industrial tycoons. Considering that the knowledge that Klein possessed had become fragmented and incomplete, Zhou Mingrui's expectations of Mrs. Slyn were filled with awkwardness and guilt. No, I've always been this young, Wendy replied humorously. As she spoke, she placed the weighed 16 loaves of rye bread into the dark brown paper bag that Zhou Mingrui had brought with him. She spread out her right hand and said, 9 pence. Each loaf of rye bread weighed about 0.5 pounds, and deviations were inevitable. 9 pence? Wasn't it 11 pence 2 days ago? Zhou Mingrui asked subconsciously. Last month, it was 15 pence. You have to thank the repeal of the Grain Act and the people who marched, Wendy said with a smile as she spread her hands. Zhou Mingrui nodded, not fully understanding. Klein's memories of the matter were a little incomplete. He only remembered that the core of the Grain Act was to protect the price of the country's agricultural products. Before the price rose to a certain level, they wouldn't import grain from the southern countries of Feinepotter, Mason, and Lemberg. Why would people march against it? Without further ado, Zhou Mingrui was afraid that he would bring out his revolver. All he could do was carefully take out some notes, take out one, and hand it to Mrs. Slyn. After retrieving 3 copper pennies and stuffing them into his trouser pocket, he carried the paper bag of bread and headed for the lettuce and meat market a street away. He was working hard for the lamb stew with tender peas that his sister had exhorted him to make. At the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street was a municipal square. At that moment, there were many tents set up, and clowns dressed in strange and funny costumes were distributing flyers. Tomorrow night, circus performance? Zhou Mingrui glanced at the flyers in someone's hand and softly read the general content. Melissa will definitely like it. I wonder how much the entrance fee is? As this thought flashed through his mind, Zhou Mingrui approached. Just as he was about to ask a red and yellow clown, a hoarse female voice sounded beside him. Do you want a divination? Subconsciously turning his head, Zhou Mingrui saw a woman wearing a pointed hat and a black dress standing in front of a low tent. Her face was smeared with red and yellow paint, and her eyes were a deep grayish blue. No. Zhou Mingrui shook his head in reply. He didn't have the spare money to do a divination. The woman smiled and said, "That's right. My tarot divination is very accurate." Tarot. Zhou Mingrui was immediately taken aback. The pronunciation was very similar to the tarot cards on Earth, and the tarot cards on Earth were a type of fortune-telling poker. However, there were more graphic cards with various symbols. Wait a minute. He suddenly recalled the origin of this world's tarot divination. It didn't originate from the 7 orthodox deities, nor was it an ancient relic. Instead, it was invented more than 170 years ago by the then consul of the Republic of Intis, Rosel Gustav. This Mr. Rosel invented the steam engine, improved sailboats, and overthrew the rule of the Kingdom of Intis. He received the recognition of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship and became the first consul of the new republic. Later, he fought in the north and south, bringing Lemberg and other countries under his protection. He made the Kingdom of Rouen, Feinapotter, Faisac Empire, and other powerful countries of the northern continent bow their heads. Following that, he changed the republic to an empire, calling himself Emperor Caesar. It was during Rosel's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmanship received the first public revelation since the Fifth Epoch. It changed the title of the God of Craftsmanship to the God of Steam and Machinery. Rosel also invented tarot divination and established the composition and gameplay of today's cards. There were a few types that Zhou Mingrui was familiar with, such as Upgrade, Fight the Landlord, Texas, Quint. In addition, he sent a fleet to find a sea route to the southern continent amidst storms and turbulence, beginning the colonial era. Unfortunately, he was betrayed in his old age. In 1198 of the Fifth Epoch, he was assassinated by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the former Intis royal family, the Sauron family, and other nobles. He perished in the White Maple Palace. Upon recalling this common knowledge, Zhou Mingrui suddenly felt a toothache. Don't tell me this is a transmigrator, senior? With this in mind, Zhou Mingrui had the intention to see what the tarot cards here looked like. Hence, he nodded at the woman with the pointed hat and painted face. If it's not, reasonable, I'll give it a try. The woman immediately smiled. Sir, you're the first person here today for divination. It's free. Free? Free things are the most expensive. Zhou Mingrui muttered silently. He planned on firmly rejecting any additional services. If you have the ability, divine that I'm a transmigrator. With this in mind, Zhou Mingrui followed behind the woman with red butter-colored face and entered the low tent with his back bent. It was extremely dark inside the tent. Only a little light seeped in, faintly illuminating a table filled with cards. The woman in the pointed hat wasn't affected at all. Her black dress fluttered on water as she circled around the table and sat opposite him. She lit a candle. The dim yellow light flickered, making the tent seem both bright and dark. Instantly, there was a sense of mystery. Zhou Mingrui sat down without batting an eyelid. He swept his gaze across the tarot cards on the table and discovered familiar cards like Magicians, the Emperor, the Hanging Man, and Temperance. Could Comrade Rosel really be a senior? I wonder if he's from my hometown in the Fudi Empire. The corners of Zhou Mingrui's mouth twitched as he fell into a trance. Before he could finish looking at the cards on the table, the woman who claimed to be very good at divination had already gathered all the tarot cards into a pile and pushed it in front of him. Shuffle and cut the cards, the fortune teller from the circus said in a hoarse voice. Me? Zhou Mingrui subconsciously asked. The red butter-colored face of the fortune teller squirmed as she revealed a faint smile. Of course, everyone's fate can only be divined by themselves. I'm only a reader. Zhou Mingrui immediately asked warily, there's no extra charge for the interpretation, right? As a keyboard folklorist, I've seen many such tricks. The fortune teller was visibly stunned. After a while, he said in a muffled tone, it's free. Zhou Mingrui relaxed and stuffed the revolver into his pocket. Then, he calmly extended his palms and skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Done. He placed the tarot cards in the middle of the table. The fortune teller clasped her hands and looked at the cards seriously. Without hesitation, she said, sorry, I forgot to ask. What do you want to divine? Back when he was chasing after his first love, Zhou Mingrui had also studied tarot cards. He said without hesitation, he said, past, present, and future. This was a form of tarot card divination. The 3 cards were arranged in order, symbolizing the past, present, and future respectively. The fortune teller nodded, then his lips curled up into a smile. Then please shuffle the cards again. Only when you understand what you want to ask will you be able to shuffle the cards that are truly symbolic. You were playing with me just now. Do you have to be so stingy? Didn't I keep emphasizing that it was free? The muscles on Zhou Mingrui's face twitched. He took a deep breath, took back the tarot card, and shuffled and cut the cards again. No problem this time, right? He put the cut cards on the table. No more. The soothsayer reached out and picked up a card from the top. He placed it on Zhou Mingrui's left and said in a husky voice, "This card represents the past. This represents the present." The clairvoyant placed the second card in front of Zhou Mingrui. She picked up the third card and placed it on Zhou Mingrui's right. This one symbolizes the future. Alright, which card do you want to see first? The fortune teller raised his head and looked at Zhou Mingrui with his grayish-blue eyes. Let's look at the present, Zhou Mingrui said after some thought. The fortune teller nodded slowly and flipped over the card in front of him. The card depicted a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. He carried a cane on his shoulder with a piece of luggage hanging from the end of the cane. Behind him was a puppy. The serial number was 0. The Fool. The fortune teller read out the card softly, his grayish-blue eyes fixed on Zhou Mingrui. The Fool? Tarot number 0? The beginning? A beginning that encompasses all possibilities? Zhou Mingrui wasn't even a beginner tarot enthusiast. He could only make a superficial interpretation based on his impressions. Just as the fortune teller was about to speak, the tent flap was suddenly lifted. Strong sunlight shone in, causing Zhou Mingrui to instinctively narrow his eyes. Why are you pretending to be me again? It's my job to divine for others, a female voice bellowed angrily. Go back. Remember, you're just a beast tamer. Beast tamer? Zhou Mingrui adjusted to the light and saw a woman wearing the same pointy hat, black dress, and red butter paint at the door. However, she was taller and thinner. The woman sitting in front of him quickly stood up and said unhappily, "Don't mind me. I just like this. I have to say, sometimes, my divination and interpretation are quite accurate." Really? As she spoke, she lifted the hem of her dress, walked around the table, and quickly left the tent. The real fortune teller looked at Zhou Mingrui and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you need me to interpret it for you?" Zhou Mingrui's lips twitched as he asked sincerely, "Is it free?" "No," the real fortune teller replied. "Then forget it." Zhou Mingrui put his hand back into his pocket, pressed down on his revolver and notes, and bent over to walk out of the tent. Seriously, he actually found a beast tamer to do tarot divination. Isn't a beast tamer who doesn't want to be a seer a good clown? Zhou Mingrui quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind. At the lettuce and meat market, he spent 7 pence to buy a pound of lamb that wasn't that good. He also bought tender peas, cabbage, onions, potatoes, and other items. Together with the bread from before, he spent a total of 25 copper pence, which was 2 solely a penny. He really can't stop spending money. Poor Benson. Not only did Zhou Mingrui lose the 2 notes he had brought out, but he also lost the penny he had in his pocket. He casually sighed, stopped thinking about it, and hurriedly returned home. With the staple food, he could carry out the luck enhancement ritual. After the tenants on the 2nd floor left, Zhou Mingrui wasn't in a hurry to carry out the ritual. Instead, he first translated the words "blessings stem from the immortal of heaven and earth" into ancient Fasak and Ruan. He planned on trying again in the local language the next day if the original incantation didn't work. After all, he had to consider the fact that the 2 worlds were different. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. As for translating it into Hermes, which was used for ancient prayers and sacrifices, Zhou Mingrui found it difficult to complete it due to his lack of vocabulary. After doing all of this, he took out 4 loaves of rye bread from the paper bag. He placed one in the corner where the coal stove used to be, one at the bottom of the mirror, one at the top of the cupboard where the 2 walls intersected, and one at the junk pile to the right of the desk. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui came to the middle of the room and calmed himself for a few minutes. Then, he solemnly took a step forward and walked counterclockwise in a square. With the first step, he chanted softly, "Blessings stem from the immortal of heaven and earth." The second step, he sincerely chanted in his heart, "Blessings stem from the heavenly Lord of heaven and earth." The third step, Zhou Mingrui held his breath and whispered, "Blessings stem from the Emperor of heaven and earth." The fourth step, he exhaled a turbid breath and chanted in his heart, "Blessings stem from the heavenly Lord of heaven and earth." After returning to his position, Zhou Mingrui closed his eyes and waited for the results. He felt anticipation, unease, hope, and fear. Can I go back? Will there be any effects? Will there be any accidents? The darkness in front of him was dyed crimson by the light. Thoughts surged through Zhou Mingrui's mind, and he found it difficult to calm down. At that moment, he suddenly felt the air around him stop flowing, becoming thick and strange. Following that, he heard murmurs that were sometimes dense, sometimes sharp, sometimes illusory, sometimes alluring, sometimes manic, and sometimes crazy. Despite not understanding what the murmurs were saying, Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but listen and decipher them. His head hurt again, as though he had been stabbed with a steel drill. Zhou Mingrui felt like his head was about to explode, and his thoughts were dyed with hallucinatory colors. He knew that something was wrong and tried his best to open his eyes, but he couldn't complete this simple action. His entire body tensed up, as though it could snap at any moment. Zhou Mingrui inexplicably had a self-deprecating thought. You won't die if you don't court death. He couldn't take it anymore. Just as the string in his mind was about to snap, the murmurs of countless voices receded. The surroundings became very quiet, and the atmosphere was rather ethereal. It wasn't just the atmosphere. Zhou Mingrui felt that his body was similarly ethereal. He tried to open his eyes again. This time, it was very easy. The pervasive gray fog reflected in his eyes. It was hazy, blurry, and boundless. What's going on? Zhou Mingrui looked around in shock. He then lowered his head and realized that he was floating at the edge of a boundless gray fog. The gray fog flowed like water, dotted with crimson stars. Some of them were very large, while others were tiny. Some were hidden in the depths, while others floated on the surface. Looking at this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrui reached out his right hand in a half-puzzled and half-exploratory manner. He tried to touch a crimson star floating on the surface to his right in search of a way to leave. Just as his finger touched the surface of the star, water ripples suddenly surged out from his body, causing the crimson star to erupt like a dreamy firework. Zhou Mingrui jumped in fright and retracted his right hand in a panic, accidentally touching another crimson star. Thus, the star also shone brightly. Zhou Mingrui felt his head go blank and his mind go blank. In a luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Bakeland, the capital of the Ruan Kingdom, Audrey Hall sat in front of a dressing table, stroking the bronze mirror with ancient patterns and cracks on its surface. Magic mirror, wake up, in the name of the Hall family, I order you to wake up. She changed her words one after another, but the mirror didn't respond. After more than 10 minutes, she finally chose to give up. She pursed her lips and muttered softly, Dad was indeed lying to me. He always tells me that this mirror is a treasure of the ancient Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor and that it's an extraordinary item. Before she could finish her sentence, the bronze mirror on the table suddenly emitted a crimson light that enveloped her. On the Sonia Sea, a 3-masted sailboat that was clearly behind the times was sailing through a storm. Alger Wilson stood on the deck, his body bobbing up and down as he easily maintained his balance. He wore a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns and held a strange-looking glass bottle in his hand. Bubbles sometimes tumbled inside, frost sometimes gathered into snow, and sometimes there were traces of wind blowing. I'm still short of the ghost shark's blood, Alger whispered. At this moment, a crimson light erupted between the glass bottle and his palm, instantly drowning the surroundings. Above the grayish-white fog, Audrey Hall regained her vision and looked around in horror and confusion. She saw that the man with a blurry head and hazy figure diagonally opposite her was doing something similar. Following that, they almost simultaneously noticed a mysterious man shrouded in grayish-white fog standing not far away. The mysterious man, Zhou Mingrui, was also dumbfounded. Sir, where is this? What do you want to do? Audrey and Alger were stunned at first and fell into silence. Then, they spoke in unison. The same Ruan language, the same heavy and tense feeling. Where is this? What do I want to do? I want to know too. Zhou Mingrui calmed down and silently repeated the two's question. And what left the deepest impression on him wasn't the sentence formed by the words or the meaning contained in the sentence, but the panic, vigilance, fear, and awe displayed by the man and woman, pulling the two of them into this world of grey fog for no reason. Even as the perpetrator, he was abnormally astonished and shocked, not to mention the two of them who were the passive party. From their point of view, this kind of encounter was probably beyond imagination, right? In that instant, Zhou Mingrui thought of two choices. One was to pretend that he was also a victim and hide his true identity in exchange for a certain degree of trust. He would observe the situation and fish in troubled waters. The second was to maintain the mysterious image in the eyes of the man and woman, actively guiding the development of the matter and obtaining valuable information from it. Without much time to think or deliberate, Zhou Mingrui grasped the idea that flashed through his mind and quickly made a decision to try the second method. Make use of the other party's current psychological state and grasp his greatest advantage. There was a brief silence above the grey fog for a few seconds before Zhou Mingrui chuckled. His tone was calm, and his voice was low but not deep, as if he was responding to a visitor's polite greeting. An attempt. An attempt. An attempt? Audrey Hall looked at the mysterious man shrouded in grey fog. She only felt that the matter was absurd, funny, horrifying, and strange. She had just been in her bedroom, in front of the dressing table, and in the blink of an eye, she had come to this place filled with grey fog. How unthinkable was this? Audrey took a deep breath and revealed an impeccable polite smile. She asked rather nervously, "What's the matter?" She asked rather nervously, "Sir, is the attempt over? Can you let us go back now?" Alger Wilson also wanted to do a similar test, but his rich experience made him more composed. He suppressed his impulse and only watched silently from the sidelines. Zhou Mingrui looked at the questioner and could vaguely see her figure through the blur. It was a tall girl with soft blonde hair, but her exact appearance was unclear. He wasn't in a hurry to answer the girl's question. Instead, he turned to look at the man on the other side. The man's hair was dark blue and messy like seaweed. He was of medium build and couldn't be considered well-built. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui suddenly had an epiphany. When he became stronger or had a deeper understanding of the grey fog world, he might be able to see through the haze and see the appearance of the girl and the man clearly. In this case, they are guests, and I am the host. With a change of heart, Zhou Mingrui immediately noticed some details that he hadn't noticed before. The sweet-voiced girl and the calm and reserved man were rather illusory. They were dyed red, like the two crimson stars above the grey fog. This projection was based on the connection between him and Crimson. It was invisible and formless, but he could clearly grasp the connection. Once this connection is severed, the projection will dissipate, and they can return. Zhou Mingrui nodded indiscernibly, looked at the blonde girl, and chuckled. Of course, if you ask, I can let you go now. Audrey, who didn't detect any malice in his words, was relieved. She believed that since the man who could do such a miraculous thing had made a promise, he would definitely strictly abide by it. Now that she had calmed down a little, she was not in a hurry to suggest leaving. Her blue eyes turned left and right, flashing with a strange light. She was nervous, expectant, and eager to try. What a wonderful experience. Yes, I've always been looking forward to something like this. I mean, I like mysteries and miracles that transcend nature. No, my point is, Your Excellency, what should I do to become a Beyonder? The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She was so excited that she became a little incoherent. The dream that she had grown up listening to all kinds of strange stories told by her elders when she was a child seemed to finally be coming true. In just a few sentences, she had already forgotten all the fear and panic she had felt before. Good question. I want to know the answer too. Zhou Mingrui mocked himself. He began to think of an answer to maintain his inscrutable image. At the same time, he felt that it was a little low to have a conversation while standing. Shouldn't such a scene have a divine temple, a long table, and many chairs carved with ancient patterns that gave off a mysterious vibe? Shouldn't he be sitting at the head of the table, quietly watching the guests. Just as Zhou Mingrui finished his thoughts, the gray fog suddenly churned, giving Audrey and Alger a fright. In the blink of an eye, they saw towering stone pillars around them, and they saw a wide dome above them. The entire building was spectacular, grand, and lofty, like the legendary Palace of Giants. Directly below the dome, where the gray fog clustered, there was an additional long bronze table. There were 10 high-backed chairs on each side, and the same seats were placed in front and behind them. The back of the chairs shimmered with dark red light, outlining a strange constellation that didn't correspond to reality. Audrey and Alger sat opposite each other, closest to the head of the table. The girl looked left and right, and she couldn't help but mutter, "How magical, indeed magical." Zhou Mingrui reached out his right hand and gently rubbed the edge of the long bronze table, his expression unperturbed. Alger also looked around. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke, answering Audrey's question on behalf of Zhou Mingrui. "You're from Rouen, right? If you want to become a Beyonder, join the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery." Although most people don't see any Beyonders their entire lives, to the point of suspecting that the church is in the same situation, and many clergymen in the major churches have similar thoughts, I can tell you clearly that Beyonders still exist in the arbitration tribunal, the tribunal, and the execution office. They are still fighting against the dangers that grow in the darkness, but their numbers are much fewer than before the early Black Iron Age. Zhou Mingrui listened attentively, but his body movements showed that he didn't mind listening to a child's story. Relying on Klein's remnant knowledge of history, he knew that the Black Iron Age referred to the current epoch, which was the fifth epoch. It had begun 1,349 years ago. Audrey listened quietly and sighed softly. "Sir, I know everything you said, and I even know more, such as the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. However, I don't want to lose my freedom." Alger chuckled and said vaguely, "Who doesn't want to pay a price to become a Beyonder? If you don't consider joining the church and accepting the test, then you can only look for the royal family, the few nobles with more than 1,000 years of history, or rely on luck to find those evil organizations that are hiding." Audrey subconsciously puffed up her cheeks and looked left and right in a panic. After confirming that Mr. Mysterious and the person opposite her hadn't noticed her tiny actions, she pressed, "Is there no other way?" Alger fell silent. After a dozen breaths, he turned to look at Mr. Mysterious Zhou Mingrui, who was watching silently from the side. Seeing that the other party was non-committal, he looked back at Audrey and deliberated before saying, "I actually have 2 Sequence 9 potion formulas." "Sequence 9? Zhou Mingrui mumbled to himself. "Really? Which 2? Audrey clearly knew what a Sequence 9 potion formula represented. Alger leaned back slightly and answered unhurriedly, "As you know, humans can only rely on potions to become true Beyonders. As you know, humans can only rely on potions to become true Beyonders. And the name of the potion comes from the blasphemy slate. After being translated in Jotun, Elvish, Ancient Hermes, Ancient Fasak, and Contemporary Hermes, it has long undergone changes that match the characteristics of the times. The name isn't the main point. The main point is whether it represents the core symbol of this potion. One of the Sequence 9 formulas in my hands is called Sailor. It will give you excellent balance. Even on a ship shrouded in a storm, you will be able to walk freely. You will also obtain excellent strength, as well as illusory scales hidden under your skin. This will make you as difficult to catch as a fish, and you will be as agile as a member of the sea tribe in the water. Even without any equipment, you can easily dive for at least 10 minutes. Sounds great. The sea blessed of the Lord of Storms? Audrey asked, half expectant and half seeking confirmation. In ancient times, it was indeed called the sea blessed. Alger didn't pause and continued, "The second Sequence 9 formula is called Spectator. As for what it was called in ancient times, I have no idea. This potion will give you an outstanding spirit and keen observation skills. I believe that you have seen operas and plays and can understand the meaning of audience. Like a bystander, you can examine the actors in the secular world and see their true thoughts from their expressions, their behavior, their idiosyncrasies, and their unknown actions." At this point, Alger emphasized, "Don't worry. You must remember, whether it is an extravagant banquet or a lively street, the audience will always be an audience. Audrey's eyes lit up. After a long time, she said, "Why?" "Alright, this is a follow-up question. I think I like this feeling." Spectator. How do I obtain the spectator formula? What will I trade with you? Alger seemed to be prepared as he replied in a deep voice, "Ghost shark blood, at least 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood." Audrey nodded excitedly at first before asking worriedly, "If I can get it, and I'm saying if, how can I give it to you? And how can I guarantee that you will give me the potion formula after you obtain the ghost shark blood, as well as the authenticity of the formula?" Alger said in a normal tone, "I will give you an address." "I'll give you an address. When I receive the ghost shark blood, I'll send you the formula or tell you directly here. As for the guarantee, I believe that with this mysterious sir as a witness, both of us will be at ease." As he said this, he turned his gaze to Zhou Mingrui, who was sitting at the seat of honor. "Your Excellency, for you to be able to pull us here means that you possess unimaginable power. With you as a witness, be it me or her, none of us would dare violate it." "Yes." Audrey's eyes lit up as she agreed excitedly. From her point of view, Mr. Mysterious, who had unimaginable means, was indeed a sufficiently authoritative witness. How could she and the fellow opposite her have the guts to deceive him? Audrey turned her body halfway and looked sincerely at Zhou Mingrui. "Your Excellency, please be a witness to our transaction." At this moment, she realized that she had forgotten a certain question. It was impolite of her. She quickly asked, following that, she asked solemnly, "Your Excellency, how should we address you?" Alger nodded slightly before asking solemnly, "Your Excellency, how should we address you?" "Your Excellency, how should we address you?" Zhou Mingrui was taken aback when he heard that. His fingers on the long bronze table began tapping gently as the contents of the divination flashed across his mind. He leaned back and retracted his right hand. He interlaced his fingers under his chin and smiled at the two of them. "You can address me as," at this point, he paused and said in a mild and calm tone, "You can call me the fool." The short answer quickly disappeared into the majestic temple and the fog, but in the hearts of Audrey and Alger, the voice reverberated for a long time, stirring up ripples after ripples. They never expected that it would be such a title that perfectly reflected the image of mystery, power, and strangeness. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, bent her knees, and bowed to Zhou Mingrui. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please allow me to make a bold request. Can you be a witness to our transaction? It's a small matter." Zhou Mingrui's thoughts raced as he answered in a manner befitting of his status. "It would be our honor, Mr. Fool." Alger also stood up, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed. Zhou Mingrui pressed his right hand down and smiled. "Continue." Alger nodded, sat down again, and looked at Audrey. "If you can get the ghost shark's blood, get someone to send it to the Warrior and the Sea Bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose Borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that this is what the captain wants. After I confirm it, do you want to give me the address to send the potion formula over, or do you want me to tell you directly here?" Audrey thought for a moment before revealing a smile. "I'll choose a more confidential method. It'll be right here, although it's a test of my memory." Since Mr. Fool had agreed to witness the transaction, it meant that there would be a next such gathering. Thinking of this, she suddenly tilted her head and looked at Zhou Mingrui with sparkling eyes. She suggested with great interest. She hurriedly echoed, "Mr. Fool, would you mind trying a few more times like this?" Alger listened calmly as he felt his heart stir. He hurriedly echoed, "Mr. Fool, don't you find this kind of gathering interesting? Although your power is beyond our imagination, there will always be areas in the world that you don't understand and are not good at. The lady opposite us is obviously of noble birth, and I also have my own experience, knowledge, channels, and resources. She and I may be able to help you complete trivial tasks that are inconvenient for you at some point in the future." From his point of view, since he had been pulled here without any means of resistance, it meant that the mysterious Mr. Fool held the initiative. It wasn't a matter of rejecting and not participating in the gathering. Therefore, he might as well dig deeper into the benefits of this encounter and use the gains to make up for his passive and disadvantageous position. The three parties at the table had different backgrounds, different resources, different channels of information, and different understanding of mysterious fields. If they could communicate with each other and work together, it would produce a wonderful effect that could not be estimated and measured, for example, the resource exchange just now. If he wanted to kill someone, he could totally ask for the help of a gathering member who had nothing to do with him on the surface and in reality. This would perfectly mislead things in a different direction. Miss of noble birth. My performance, is my accent so obvious? Audrey's mouth gaped as she was taken aback. However, she quickly snapped out of her daze and nodded without hesitation. Mr. Fool, I think this is a very good suggestion. As long as the gathering becomes a regular schedule, you can leave certain matters to us if it's inconvenient for you to appear. Of course, it has to be within our capabilities. From the beginning, Zhou Mingrui had been weighing the pros and cons. More gatherings could indeed allow him to obtain more Beyonder mysteries and mysticism knowledge. It would be beneficial for his future transmigration. For example, the spectator potion formula would likely appear at the next gathering. Similarly, it could also help him obtain information in real life and help him to a certain extent. However, the more gatherings there were, the easier it was for him to expose himself. Indeed, no matter which world it is, there's nothing that only benefits exist. Zhou Mingrui extended his right hand again and tapped the edge of the table with his finger. Considering that the convening and dispersing of the gathering was within his control, even if any problems were to be exposed, it would be within his control. The pros clearly outweighed the cons, so Zhou Mingrui quickly made a decision. He stopped tapping and smiled at the four pairs of expectant and nervous eyes. I'm a person who likes an equivalent exchange. I won't let you help me unconditionally. Every Monday, at 3 in the afternoon, try to be alone. After I try a few more times and figure out some things, you might be able to apply for leave in advance. You won't have to worry about being in inappropriate situations. This was equivalent to agreeing to Alger and Audrey's suggestion. Audrey had just turned 17 and had always been pampered. She was a mature girl, so when she heard Mr. Fool's answer, she couldn't help but clench her fists and shake them gently in front of her chest. Then shouldn't we give ourselves a title? After all, we can't use our real names to communicate, she said excitedly with sparkling eyes before Alger could speak. Although I might not be able to hide my true situation from Mr. Fool, the fellow opposite me is a little dangerous. I can't let him know who I am. Good idea, Zhou Mingrui answered simply and easily. Audrey immediately racked her brains and said, You are Mr. Fool from the tarot cards. You are Mr. Fool from the tarot cards. Then, as a regular, long-term, and secret gathering, we should try our best to be consistent. I'll also choose from the tarot cards. Her tone slowly turned cheerful. I've decided. My title is Justice. This was one of the 22 main cards of the tarot cards. What about you, sir? Audrey looked at her companion opposite her with a smile. Alger frowned slightly before relaxing his brows. The Hanging Man, this was another main card. Alright, then we're considered founding members of the tarot. Audrey blurted out happily before looking timidly at Zhou Mingrui, who was shrouded in the grayish-white fog. Is that alright, Mr. Fool? Zhou Mingrui shook his head in amusement. You can make your own decisions on such trivial matters. Thank you. Audrey was clearly excited. Following that, she looked at Alger. Mr. the Hanging Man, can you repeat the address again? I'm afraid my memory isn't strong enough. No problem. Alger was quite satisfied with Audrey's seriousness and repeated the address. After reciting it 3 times, Audrey excitedly said, Don't worry. I heard that tarot cards are just a game invented by Roselle the Great, and they don't actually have the function of divination? No, most of the time, divination comes from oneself. Everyone has spirituality and can sense the spirit world. They can sense information on a higher level that is related to themselves. However, ordinary people are unable to detect this, much less interpret the hints they receive. When they use divination tools, this information will appear through the tools. The simplest example is dreams and dream interpretation. Alger glanced at Zhou Mingrui. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he refuted Audrey's statement. Tarot cards are actually such a tool. They use more symbols and more reasonable elements to help us interpret hints more conveniently and accurately. Zhou Mingrui seemed to be absent-minded, but in fact, he was listening very seriously. However, the emptiness of his mind was becoming more serious, and his head was throbbing with pain. Got it. Audrey nodded in agreement before emphasizing, that's not what I meant. I'm not doubting the tarot cards, but I heard that Roselle the Great had actually created another deck of cards, one that was hidden and symbolized some unknown power. There were a total of 22 cards, and after he completed it, he used it as a reference to invent the 22 main cards of tarot cards as a game tool. Is that accurate? She looked at Zhou Mingrui, as though she wanted to get an answer from the mysterious Mr. Fool. Zhou Mingrui only smiled without saying a word. He cast his gaze at the hanging man as though he was testing him. Alger subconsciously straightened his back and said in a deep voice, yes. Rumor has it that Roselle the Great saw the blasphemy slate. That deck of cards hides the mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine. 22 paths of the divine. Audrey repeated with a yearning tone. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui's headache intensified. He felt the invisible connection between him, the crimson star, and the grayish-white fog begin to waver. All right, let's end today's gathering here, he immediately decided and said in a deep voice. By your will. Alger bowed his head. By your will. Audrey mimicked the hanging man. She still had many questions and thoughts, and she couldn't bear to end it. As Zhou Mingrui severed the connection, he smiled and said, let's look forward to the next gathering. The star lit up again, and the crimson light retracted like water. Just as Audrey and Alger heard Mr. Fool's words, their figures became even more blurry and illusory. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and the world above the gray fog returned to silence. Zhou Mingrui felt himself rapidly become heavier as his surroundings turned ethereal. His vision first darkened, and then there was bright sunlight. He was still in the apartment, standing right in the middle. It's like a dream. What the hell is that world of the gray fog? And who, or what kind of power, created that change? Zhou Mingrui sighed softly, filled with puzzlement. His legs felt like they were filled with lead as he walked to the desk. He picked up the pocket watch he had placed outside to confirm how much time had passed. A 1-to-1 time flow, Zhou Mingrui made a rough judgment. Putting down the pocket watch, he couldn't hold on any longer due to the splitting pain in his head. He sat on the chair, lowered his head, and used his left thumb and middle finger to massage the sun acupoints on both sides. After a long while, he suddenly sighed and said in Mandarin, "It looks like I won't be able to return anytime soon, only the ignorant were fearless." After witnessing such a miraculous thing and understanding the beyonder domain and the mysterious world, Zhou Mingrui didn't dare to rashly attempt the luck enhancement ritual in ancient Faisac and Rouen, who knew if there would be other situations that might be even stranger and more terrifying. It might even make one wish they were dead. At the very least, I have to have a deep understanding of mysticism before attempting it, Zhou Mingrui thought helplessly. Thankfully, the so-called gathering could provide him with some help. After another period of silence, he muttered to himself with feelings of depression, disappointment, pain, and melancholy. From now on, I'm Klein. Klein tried his best to turn his thoughts back to the solution and planned to dispel the negative emotions in his heart. I might be able to listen to the formula of the spectator potion next week. The gathering just now was truly miraculous. People from different parts of the world were able to communicate face-to-face and exchange what they needed. This sounds a little familiar. Klein was taken aback for a few seconds before he suddenly burst into laughter. As he massaged his sun acupoint, he muttered in a self-deprecating manner, "Whoosh," the wind howled and the rain poured down. The three-masted sailboat bobbed up and down among the mountains of waves, like a toy that was thrown and caught by a giant. The deep red in Alger Wilson's eyes faded, and he found himself still standing on the deck, no different from before. Then, he saw the oddly shaped glass bottle in his palm shatter with a crack. The frost melted into water and melted into the raindrops. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the ancient wonder had completely lost all traces of its existence. A hexagonal snowflake appeared in Alger's palm, then quickly faded until it disappeared, as though it had shrunk into his flesh. Alger nodded indiscernibly as though he was thinking about something. He remained silent for a full 5 minutes. He turned around and walked to the cabin entrance. Just as he was about to enter, he met a man wearing a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. The man with soft blonde hair stopped in his tracks and looked at Alger. He extended his right hand and clenched his fist on his chest. "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." Alger's rough and deep face was devoid of any excess emotion. He similarly clenched his right fist and punched his left chest. After bowing to each other, Alger entered the cabin and walked along the aisle to the captain's cabin in the distance. Along the way, he didn't encounter any sailors or crew members. It was as quiet as the inside of a tomb. The door to the captain's cabin opened, and a soft and thick dark brown carpet appeared in front of him. On both sides were bookshelves and wine cabinets. Books with yellowish covers and bottles of dark red wine shimmered with a strange luster under the candlelight. On the desk where the candles were placed were a bottle of ink, a quill, a black metal telescope, and a sextant made of brass. Behind the desk, a pale-faced middle-aged man wearing a skull captain's hat watched Alger approach. He gritted his teeth angrily and said angrily, "I won't give in. I believe you can do it." Alger said calmly, as though he was saying that the weather wasn't good today. "You." The middle-aged man was stunned, as though he didn't expect such an answer. At that moment, Alger arched his body slightly and suddenly charged forward, instantly closing the distance between them to only the desk. His shoulders tightened, and his right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's throat. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, illusory fish scales appeared on the back of his hand as he exerted strength in his fingers. Crack, with a crisp sound, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as his entire body was lifted up. His legs twitched violently, but he quickly regained his composure. His vision was blank, and his pupils began to dilate. His crotch area gradually became wet, and a foul smell came from it. Alger lifted the middle-aged man, lowered his back, and moved his feet to the wall beside him. Bang! He used the middle-aged man as a shield and slammed forward, his arms as thick as a monster's. The wooden walls shattered, and the violent wind and rain swept in with the fishy smell of seawater. Alger twisted his waist and threw the middle-aged man out of the cabin into the towering waves that resembled mountains. The sky was dark, and the wind and rain were howling. The mighty power of nature had buried everything. Alger took out a white handkerchief, wiped his right palm carefully, and then threw it into the sea. Taking a few steps back, he waited patiently for his companion to enter. "What's wrong?" In less than 10 seconds, the man with soft yellow hair rushed in. "The captain escaped," Alger panted and answered in frustration. "He still has some extraordinary power left." "Damn it." The yellow-haired man cursed in a low voice. He came to the breach and stared into the distance, but he could see nothing except the wind, rain, and waves. "Forget it. He's just incidental." The yellow-haired man waved his arm. "We'll only get credit for finding this Spectre ship from the Tudor era." Even though he was the blessed of the sea, he didn't dare to rashly dive into the water in such weather. "And if the storm continues, the captain won't be able to hold on for long." Alger nodded and found that the breach on the wooden wall was beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took a deep look and subconsciously turned his head to look at the rudder and sails. Even through the heavy wooden planks, he could clearly see the situation there. There was no first mate, no second mate, no crew, no sailors, not even a living person. There was nothing there. The rudder and sails were strangely adjusting themselves. The image of the fool shrouded in grayish-white fog appeared in his mind again. Alger suddenly sighed. He turned his head to look at the strong wind and waves outside and said in a dreamy tone that was filled with anticipation and fear, "A new era has begun, in Empress Borough, Bakeland, the capital of the Rouen Kingdom." Audrey Hall pinched her cheeks, unable to believe what had just happened. On the dressing table in front of her, the ancient bronze mirror had shattered into pieces. Looking down, Audrey saw a crimson flowing on the back of her hand, like a tattoo of a star. The crimson gradually dimmed and finally disappeared into her skin. It was only then that Audrey was sure that she wasn't dreaming. Her eyes shimmered as the corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit. She couldn't help but stand up and bend over to lift the hem of her dress. Bowing to the air, Audrey's footsteps were light. She turned her body and danced the most popular ancient elven dance in the palace. Her figure was graceful, and her body was full of a bright smile. Knock. 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 Someone suddenly knocked on the bedroom door. Who is it? Audrey stopped and put on an elegant posture. Miss, may I come in? You should get ready, her personal maid said from outside the door. Audrey turned her head to look at the mirror on the dressing table and quickly wiped away her smile, leaving only a faint trace. She looked left and right, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with her image, she said gently, "Come in." With a twist of her hand, her personal maid, Annie, pushed the door open and entered. Oh, it's broken. Annie immediately saw the fate of the ancient bronze mirror. Audrey blinked and said slowly, yes, Susie came in before. Yes. Well, Susie came in before. You know, she likes to destroy things. Susie was a large golden retriever with an impure bloodline. She was a gift from her father, Earl of Hall, when he bought a foxhound, but she was very popular with Audrey. You have to teach her a good lesson. Annie skillfully cleaned up the bronze mirror shards, afraid that they would hurt her mistress. After doing all this, she looked at Audrey and asked with a smile, "Which dress do you want to wear?" Audrey thought for a moment and said, "I like the one that Mrs. Ginnia designed for me for my 17th birthday. No, others will say that the Hall family is facing a financial crisis. How can you wear the same dress for the second time in a formal occasion?" Annie shook her head and rejected it. "But I really like it," Audrey emphasized in a gentle tone. "You can wear it at home or at less formal occasions." Annie put on a non-negotiable attitude. "Then I'll take the one that Mr. Sawdust sent the day before yesterday. The one with the ruffled cuffs." Audrey secretly took a breath and maintained her elegant and sweet smile. "You always have such good taste." Annie smiled and took a step back. She shouted to the door, "Number 6 cloakroom." "Forget it, I'll get it myself." The maids began to get busy. One was in charge of the dress, one was in charge of jewelry, one was in charge of shoes, one was in charge of gauze hats. One was in charge of Miss Audrey's makeup, and one was in charge of hairstyle. When the preparations were nearing completion, Earl of Hall appeared at the door in a dark brown waistcoat. He was wearing a top hat of the same color as his clothes, and he had a beautiful mustache. His blue eyes were full of smiles, but his loose muscles, bulging belly, and the wrinkles that were starting to become obvious mercilessly destroyed his youthful handsomeness. "Bakelin's most dazzling jewel, it's time for us to go." Earl of Hall stood at the entrance and knocked twice on the open door. "Father, don't call me that." Audrey stood up with the help of the maids and pretended to be distressed. "Then, my beautiful little princess, it's time to go." Earl of Hall bent his left arm and gestured for Audrey to hold it. Audrey shook her head with a faint smile. "This is Mrs. Hall, the Countess, my dear mother's seat." "Then this way." Earl of Hall bent his right arm again with a smile. "This is my pride as a father. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, Royal Navy Base." When Audrey took her father's arm and got off the carriage, she was suddenly shocked by the huge object in front of her. In the military port not far away, there was a majestic giant ship whose entire body flickered with a metallic luster. It had no sails, only an observation deck, 2 towering chimneys, and 2 open-air turrets in the front and back. It was so majestic and huge that the nearby sailing battleships looked like newborn dwarfs clustered around a giant spirit. "Lord of Storms, oh, my lord. Iron-armored warship." Exclamations intertwined. Audrey felt the same shock. It was a miracle created by humans, an unprecedented miracle of the sea. After an unknown period of time, the nobles, ministers, and MPs of the House of Commons recovered. At this moment, a black dot in the air grew larger and larger, gradually occupying 1/3 of the sky and everyone's sight. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. It was a huge object floating in the air. It had extremely smooth and beautiful lines, and its entire body was painted dark blue. Its strong and light alloy skeleton supported the cotton cloth containing the hydrogen gas bladder. Below it hung a carriage with machine gun muzzles, projectile muzzles, and flat-firing muzzles. The exaggerated humming of the high-combustion steam engine and the crazy rotation of the tail blades formed a thrilling symphony. The airship of the king and his family arrived, with a majesty that overlooked everything from above. The badge of the Sword of Judgment, with a ruby crown on the hilt, reflected the sunlight on both sides of the carriage. This was the symbol of the Augustus family's long heritage that could be traced back to the previous era. Audrey was not yet 18 years old and had yet to participate in the introduction ceremony. Under the Queen's guidance, she officially entered the social scene of Baekeland to announce her adulthood. She could only watch quietly from the sidelines and could not approach. However, she did not care too much. In fact, she felt relaxed because she did not have to face the princes. The miracle of mankind's conquest of the sky landed steadily. The first to come down from the escalator were handsome young guards. They wore red military uniforms, white trousers, and belts. They held rifles in their hands and lined up in 2 rows, quietly waiting for King George III, the Queen, the Prince, and the Princess to appear. It was not that Audrey had not seen important people before, but she had no interest in them. Instead, her eyes wandered to the 2 black-armored knights beside the king who looked like statues. In this era of steel, steam, and guns, there were still people who insisted on wearing full-body armor. The cold metallic luster and the deep black helmet gave off a heavy, dignified feeling that they had to be obeyed. Could it be a higher sequence disciplinary knight? Audrey's mind flashed through the words of the elders in her family when they were chatting. She wanted to see it, but she did not dare to approach. With the arrival of the king's family, the ceremony finally began. The current prime minister, Lord Aguisid Negan, walked to the front of the crowd. He was a member of the Conservative Party, the only non-noble to become the prime minister. Due to his outstanding contributions, he was conferred the title of Lord. Of course, Audrey knew more. Aguisid's brother, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, was called Palace Negan, the current Duke of Negan. Aguisid was in his 50s. He was tall and thin, with sparse hair and sharp eyes. After looking around, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have seen it. This is an ironclad warship, one that can topple the times. It is 101 meters long and 21 meters wide, with a high hull design. The main armor belt is 457 millimeters thick, and it has a displacement of 10,060 tons. It has 4 305mm main cannons at the front and rear. In addition, there are 6 rapid-fire cannons, 12 6-pound cannons, 18 6-barreled machine guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. It will be the true overlord, it will conquer the sea." The nobles, ministers, and members of parliament were in an uproar. Just the prime minister's description was enough for them to imagine the terror of the ironclad warship, not to mention that the real thing was right in front of them. Aguisid revealed a slight smile and gave a few more speeches. Then, he bowed to King George III. "Your Majesty, please give it a name. From Pritz Harbor onwards, let's call it Pritz." George III looked rather happy. "Pritz. Pritz." The name spread from the Lord of the Admirals to the Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Navy. Finally, it reached the ironclad warship, where the officers and soldiers cheered in unison. "Pritz." Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, the salute sounded, and George III gave the order to set sail for a test launch. Whoosh, the steam whistle sounded, and thick plumes of smoke spewed out from the chimney. The sound of machinery could be heard faintly. The behemoth set sail. When it sailed out of the harbor and used the 2 main cannons on its bow to bombard the uninhabited island in front of it, everyone was shocked. Boom! 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 The earth seemed to shake, and dust flew into the air. Hurricanes swept outwards, stirring up waves. Prime Minister Aguisid turned his head in satisfaction and said to the nobles, ministers, and parliamentarians, "From now on, the 7 pirates who call themselves generals and the 4 pirates who claim to be kings can only tremble and wait for their doom. Their era is over. Even if they have beyonder powers, ghosts, or cursed ships, they can only roam the seas with ironclad warships." At that moment, Aguisid's chief secretary deliberately asked, "Can't they build their own ironclad warships?" Some nobles and parliamentarians nodded to themselves, believing that it was a possibility. Aguisid immediately smiled and shook his head slowly. "Impossible. It's impossible. To build such an ironclad warship requires 3 large coal and steel complexes, 20 or more steel factories, 60 scientists, and even more senior engineers from the Baekeland Artillery Research Institute and the Pritz Shipbuilding Research Institute. 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 affiliated spare parts factories, a navy, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a resolute king with outstanding vision, and a great nation with an annual output of 12 million tons of steel. The pirates will never be able to do it. At this point, he paused for a moment, then raised his arms and shouted passionately. After resting for half an hour, Zhou Mingrui, who thought of himself as Klein, finally recovered. In the meantime, he noticed that there were 4 black dots on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. The 4 black dots faded and soon disappeared, but Klein knew that they were still hidden in his body, waiting to be awakened. 4 dots, a square. Could it be that the 4 corners correspond to the 4 portions of staple food? I don't need to prepare staple food in the future, and I can just follow the steps and chant the incantation? Klein had a vague guess. It didn't seem like a bad idea, but it was always frightening to have something that had a mysterious origin and that he lacked understanding of. Then, he thought of how the baffling magic on Earth could produce effects here. Then, he thought of the strange transmigration in his dreams. Then, he thought of the mysterious, hallucinatory, and unknown world of gray fog. Then, he thought of the whispers that lingered around him during the ritual that drove him crazy. Klein couldn't help but shiver in the hot weather at the end of June. He had once heard of a saying, the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. Now, he had a deep understanding of the fear of the unknown. Unprecedented and irresistible, he had a strong urge to come into contact with the mysterious domain, to understand more, and to overcome the unknown. He also had the thought of burying his head and pretending that nothing had happened to escape. The sunlight outside the window was strong, covering the study table with a layer of golden dust. Klein stared at it, feeling as if he had touched a trace of warmth and hope. He relaxed a little, and immediately felt a surge of exhaustion wash over him. The lack of sleep last night and the exhaustion just now made his eyelids as heavy as lead, and he couldn't stop them from drooping. Shaking his head, Klein reached out to support himself on the edge of the table. He couldn't be bothered to clean up the rye bread placed at the 4 corners, and he staggered to the bunk bed. The moment he laid down, his head hit the pillow, and he fell asleep. Gulp. Gulp, hunger roused Klein. He opened his eyes and felt refreshed. My head still hurts a little. He rubbed his temples and sat up. He felt like he could eat an entire cow right now. As he smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, he returned to the study table and picked up the silver vine-patterned pocket watch. The lid popped open, and the second hand ticked away. It's 12:30. I've slept for more than 3 hours. Klein gulped and put the pocket watch into his linen shirt pocket. In the northern continent, a day was also divided into 24 hours. Each hour was 60 minutes, and each minute was 60 seconds. As for the length of each second, Klein didn't know. At that moment, he couldn't even think of mysticism, rituals, or gray world. The most important thing right now was food. He could only think of a solution after he was full. Only then could he do things. Without any hesitation, Klein took the rye bread from the 4 corners and flicked away the dust that had landed on it. He planned on using one of the loaves as his lunch staple. His hometown had the custom of sharing the offerings after the sacrifice, and the 4 loaves of rye bread did not seem to have changed at all. With only 5 pence left in his pocket, he felt that it was better to be thrifty. Of course, this also had the subtle influence of the original owner's memory fragments and habits. Because gas was too expensive, it was painful to use it for lighting. He took out the stove and added some coal. Klein paced back and forth, waiting for the water to boil. You'll choke if you eat that kind of rye bread dry. Sigh, do I have to eat black bread in the morning, black bread in the afternoon, and then eat meat in the evening? No, if it weren't for Melissa's consideration for my upcoming interview, I would only be able to eat meat twice a week. Klein, who had nothing to do and was too hungry to think about serious issues, looked around. At the thought of the pound of lamb, his eyes seemed to grow green as he looked at the cupboard. No, I have to wait for Melissa to eat it together. Klein shook his head violently and denied the idea of eating it now after cutting it in half. As a single dog drifting in the big city, although he mainly ate outside food, he had honed his basic cooking skills. It wasn't delicious, but it was enough. Turning around, Klein decided to ignore it. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that in addition to buying meat in the morning, he also bought tender peas and potatoes. Potatoes. Klein suddenly had an idea. He turned back like a whirlwind, rushed to the cupboard, and took out 2 potatoes from the small amount. He first went to the public bathroom to wash the skin of the potatoes, then put them directly into the pot and boiled them with water. After a while, he took out the condiment box from the cupboard, opened the lid, and sprinkled a little yellow and coarse salt into the water. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, Klein picked up the kettle and poured the soup, which was not considered soup, into a few cups and big bowls. Finally, he forked out the 2 potatoes and placed them on the table. Whoosh, he peeled a little and blew on his hand. The aroma of cooked potatoes filled the air, and it was appetizing. Salivating crazily, Klein didn't care that he was only half peeled and that the potatoes were still a little hot. He took a big bite. Powder. Fragrant. Sweet aftertaste. Klein's heart was instantly filled with emotions. He wolfed down the 2 potatoes and even ate some of the skin. Only then did he pick up the big bowl and drink a mouthful of the soup. The faint taste of salt washed away the dryness in his mouth. I loved to eat this way when I was young. Klein, who filled his stomach, sighed silently. He broke a piece of rye bread and soaked it in the soup until it softened. Perhaps the ritual from before had consumed too much of his energy, but he ate 2 loaves, a whole pound. After drinking the soup and cleaning up, Klein felt like he had completely come back to life. He experienced the joy of being human again, and he enjoyed the splendor of the sun. He sat back at the desk and began to think about what he should do next. I can't escape. I have to think of a way to come into contact with mysticism and become a beyonder as mentioned by Justice and the Hanging Man. I have to overcome the fear of the unknown. The only way now is to wait for the next gathering and see if I can listen to the formula of the spectator potion or other mystical knowledge. There are still 4 days until Monday. Before that, I have to face the problem of the original Klein. Why did he commit suicide? What happened to him? Unable to transmigrate back, Klein picked up the open notebook and flipped through it to see if there were any clues to see if he could fill in the missing memory fragments. Clearly, the original Klein had the habit of taking notes, and he also had the hobby of using them as a diary. Klein knew very well that the cabinet that served as the right leg of the desk was filled with completed notebooks. This notebook had been used since May 10th. The first few pages were mostly about school, teachers, and knowledge. May 12, Mr. Aztec mentioned that the common language of the Balam Empire in the southern continent also originated from ancient Fasak, which is a branch of Jotun. Why is that so? Could it be that all creatures with spirituality once used the same language? No, this must be wrong. Even in the records of the Revelation of Evernight and the Book of Storms, in an era even older than ancient times, giants weren't the only rulers of the continent. There were also elves, mutants, and dragons. Alright, these are all legends, just myths. May 16, Senior Associate Professor Cohen and Mr. Aztec discussed the inevitability of the Age of Steam. Mr. Aztec felt that it was a coincidence. If not for the sudden appearance of Roselle the Great, perhaps the northern continent would still be, like the southern continent, still in the age of cold weapons. My teacher felt that he placed too much emphasis on the role of individuals. He believed that with the development of time, even if there was no Roselle the Great, there would still be Robert the Great. In short, the Age of Steam might be late, but it would definitely arrive. I feel that their arguments are meaningless. I prefer to discover new things and restore history that is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps I shouldn't be studying history, but archaeology. May 29, Welch came to me, saying that he had obtained a notebook from the 4th epoch. My goddess, a notebook from the 4th epoch. He didn't want to seek help from his archaeology classmates, but wanted Naya and me to help him decipher the contents. How could I reject such a request? Of course, it had to be arranged after my graduation thesis defense. I couldn't be distracted at this time. Reading up to this point, Klein's spirit was lifted. Compared to the previous historical notes and conceptual debates, the newly discovered 4th epoch notebook was more likely to lead to the original Klein's suicide. The 4th epoch was the era before the current Iron Epoch. Its history was shrouded in mystery, with many missing parts. Even the unearthed mausoleums, ancient cities, and documents were few and far between. Historians and archaeologists could only rely on the ambiguous theological classics of the 7 major churches that focused on faith education to barely piece together a bit of their original appearance. They knew of the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Tuluan-Sastal Empire. Klein, who was determined to break through the fog and restore history, had no interest in the first 3 epics that were more mythical and legendary. He only cared about the 4th epic, which was also known as the Age of the Gods. One could imagine how excited he was. It seems that the original Klein cared so much about interviews and was worried about his future employment. Actually, there was no need for that. Klein couldn't help but sigh. At present, there were still very few universities. Most of the students were children of nobles or rich families. As long as commoners were to enroll, even if they were discriminated against due to their status and were excluded from the social circles of others, as long as they weren't extreme, they could still obtain a certain amount of social resources through group discussions and group activities. It was a rather precious social resource. For example, Welch McGovern was the son of a banker from Constant City in Mid-Seashire County of the Kingdom of Rouen. He was a forthright and lavish person. As he was often in the same group as Klein and Xianxia, he was used to asking for their help. Without letting his thoughts wander, Klein continued reading the notebook. June 18. I graduated. Farewell, my Koei University. June 19. I saw that notebook. After comparing its structure and word roots, I discovered that it was a variant of ancient Faesac. To be more precise, over the past 1,000 years of history, ancient Faesac has been constantly evolving. June 20. We have deciphered the contents of the first page. The author is a member of a family known as Antigonus. June 21. He mentioned the Dark Emperor. This completely contradicts the era deduced from the previous contents. Could it be that Mentor's view was wrong? Is the Dark Emperor actually the common title of every emperor in the Solomon Empire? 22 ND June. This family known as Antigonus seems to have a prominent position in the Solomon Empire. The notebook's owner mentioned that he was conducting a secret transaction with a person known as Tudor. Tudor? The Tudor dynasty? June 23. I forced myself not to think about the notebook. I didn't go to Welch's place. I had to prepare for the interview. This is a very important matter. June 24. Xianxia told me that they had a new discovery. I thought I should go take a look. June 25. From the newly deciphered contents, the notebook's owner accepted a mission to head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to visit the nation of the Evernight. My goddess, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range exceeds 6,000 meters. How can there be a country? What do they rely on to survive? June 26. Are these strange things real? At this point, the notebook ended. Zhou Mingrui had transmigrated in the early hours of the June 28th. That is to say, the notebook on the June 27th actually has that line. Everyone will die, including me. Klein flipped to the first page he saw and made a judgment while feeling his hair stand on end. He felt that to solve the mystery of the original Klein's suicide, he should visit Welch's place and read the contents of the ancient notebook. However, with his rich experience in novels, movies, and television dramas, he felt that if he were to go, and if the matter was indeed related, he would most likely encounter unknown danger. Those who courted death despite knowing that there were ghosts in the ancient castle were the warning. However, he had no choice. Running away would never solve the problem. It would only make things worse until the dam burst and drown him completely. Call the police? I can't say that I committed suicide, right? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a series of rapid and forceful knocks on the door. Klein sat up straight and listened attentively. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Klein was thinking about the mysterious suicide of the original owner and the unknown danger he might encounter. After hearing a sudden knock on the door, he subconsciously opened the drawer, took out the revolver, and asked warily. There was 2 seconds of silence outside the door, and a slightly shrill voice shouted in an Awa accent, "It's me, Mountbatten, Beaky Mountbatten." The voice paused for a moment, then added, "That's right. Police. Beaky Mountbatten." As the name entered his ears, Klein immediately thought of its corresponding owner. He was one of the police officers in charge of the block where the apartment was located. he was a rough and barbaric man who loved to fight. However, perhaps only such a person could intimidate those drunkards, thieves, part-time thieves, villains, and hooligans. And his unique voice was one of his labels. "Okay, I'll be right there," Klein responded loudly. He had planned to throw the revolver back into the drawer, but he thought that the police outside would come for some unknown reason. They might search the house, so he carefully ran to the stove where the fire had long been extinguished and put the revolver inside. Then, he picked up the small basket of coal, shook a few pieces into the stove, and covered the revolver. Finally, he placed the kettle on top to cover everything. After doing all this, he tidied up his clothes and quickly approached the door. As he opened it, he said vaguely, "Sorry, I was just taking a nap." Outside the door stood 4 police officers in black and white checkered uniforms and badges. Beaky Mountbatten, with a brown beard, coughed and said to Klein, "These 3 officers have something to ask you." "Officers?" Klein reflexively looked at the epaulets of the other 3 and found that 2 of them had 3 silver 6-pointed stars, and 1 had 2. They all looked more senior than Beaky Mountbatten, who only had 3 V-shaped tags. As a history student, Klein didn't know much about the ranks of police epaulets. He only knew that Beaky Mountbatten often boasted that he was a senior sergeant. "So, those 3 are inspectors?" Influenced by his brother Banson, Welch, and other classmates, Klein still had some common sense. He moved aside and pointed into the room. "Please come in." "What is it?" The leader of the 3 police officers was a middle-aged man with eyes so sharp that they seemed to be able to see through one's soul. He could not help but be afraid. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were obvious, and the edge of his hat revealed his light brown hair. "Do you know Welch McGovern? What's wrong with him?" Klein's heart trembled as he blurted out a question. "I'm the one asking you." The dignified middle-aged police officer's eyes were cold. The officer beside him, who also wore a 3-star epaulet, looked at Klein and smiled warmly. "Don't be nervous. This is just a routine inquiry." The police officer was in his 30s. He had a high-nose bridge, and his gray eyes gave off an indescribable feeling of depth, like a lake in an ancient forest that no one cared about. Klein secretly took a deep breath and organized his words. "If you're referring to the graduate of Coe University, Welch McGovern from Constant, then I'm sure I know him. We were classmates and followed the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. In the Kingdom of Rouen, professor wasn't just a professional title, but also a position. It was just like the combination of professor and department head on Earth. In other words, a university could only have 1 professor in a department. If an associate professor wanted to become a full professor, they could only wait for their immediate superior to retire or use their strength to squeeze them out. In view of the need to retain talents, the Kingdom's Higher Education Commission had added senior associate professors to the 3-tier system of lecturers, associate professors, and professors after years of experimentation. It was given to those with high academic standards or sufficient seniority, but were unable to become professors. At this point, Klein looked into the eyes of the middle-aged officer and thought for a second before saying, "To be honest, our relationship is pretty good. To be honest, we're not too bad friends. Recently, Naya, and I met a lot to interpret and discuss the documents of the 4th era and a notebook that he obtained." "Officer, what happened to him?" The middle-aged officer didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head to look at his gray-eyed companion. The gray-eyed officer with ordinary facial features wearing a badge and a bonnet replied gently, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Welch has passed away." "How?" Although he had a hunch, Klein couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Welch died like the original owner of his body. That's a little terrifying." "What about Naya?" Klein hurriedly asked. "Madame Naya has also passed away," the gray-eyed officer said rather calmly. "The 2 of them died in Mr. Welch's residence." "Were they murdered?" Klein had a vague guess. "Perhaps it was suicide," the gray-eyed officer shook his head. "No, from the traces at the scene, they committed suicide. Mr. Welch hit his head against the wall so many times that the wall was covered in blood. Madame Naya drowned herself in a basin. Yes, the kind used to wash her face." "That's impossible." Klein's hair stood on end as he listened. He could almost imagine the strange scene. The girl was kneeling on the chair, her face buried in the basin filled with water. Her soft brown hair fell down and swayed in the wind, but she was motionless. Welch was on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. His forehead was completely shattered and covered in blood. The wall was covered in marks of impact, dripping with blood. The gray-eyed officer's mouth twitched. "We think so too, but the autopsy results and the scene have ruled out drugs and external factors. Mr. Welch and Madame Naya, showed no signs of resistance." Without waiting for Klein to speak again, he walked into the room and pretended to ask casually, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Madame Naya?" As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes to his companion with 2 silver stars. It was a young officer who looked about the same age as Klein. He had black hair and green eyes. He was good-looking and had the romantic temperament of a poet. Upon hearing the question, Klein's mind raced as he thought about his answer. It should be June 26th. We interpreted the contents of a new notebook together. After that, I returned home to prepare for the interview on the 30th. Well, the interview with Tianjin University's history department. Tianjin was known as the city of universities. It had 2 universities, Tianjin and Koei, a technical school, a law school, and a business school. It was second only to the capital, Bakeland. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the young officer walk to the desk from the corner of his eye and pick up the notebook that looked more like a diary. "Oh no. I forgot to hide it." Klein shouted, "You." The young officer returned him with a smile, but he didn't stop flipping through the notebook. The gray-eyed officer explained, "This is a necessary procedure." At this moment, Biggie Mountbatten and the dignified middle-aged officer only watched from the side. They did not interrupt or assist in the search. "Where's your search warrant?" Klein had intended to question him, but on careful thought, the judicial system of the Kingdom of Ruan did not seem to have evolved into something like a search warrant. At the very least, he did not know if there was one. After all, even the police force had only been established 15 or 16 years ago. When the original Klein was young, he was still called a sheriff. Klein could not stop him. He could only watch as the young officer quickly flipped through his notebook. The gray-eyed officer did not ask any further questions. "What strange thing?" The young officer flipped to the end and suddenly said, "Also, what does this sentence mean? Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common sense that everyone will die, apart from deities?" Klein was about to quibble, but he suddenly remembered that he had intended to connect with the police to prevent any possible danger. However, he had no reason or excuse. In less than a second, he made a decision. He covered his forehead with his hand and answered with a pained tone, "I don't know. I really don't know. After I woke up this morning, I felt that something was wrong with me. It was as if I had forgotten something, especially the parts that happened in the past few days. I don't even know why I wrote such a sentence." Sometimes, being honest was the best way to solve a problem. Of course, being honest required skills. What could be said and what could not be said was one thing, and what should be said first and how to say it was another. As a keyboard expert, Klein had also studied a little bit of verbal skills. "Ridiculous. Do you take us for fools?" Biggie Mountbatten interjected angrily. He could not hold it in any longer. This lie was too clumsy. It was an insult to their intelligence. Pretending to be mentally ill was better than pretending to have amnesia. "It's true." Klein calmly responded to Mountbatten and the middle-aged officer's gaze. This matter could not be any more true. Maybe it's really possible. At this moment, the gray-eyed officer spoke slowly. "What? He believed it just like that?" Klein was surprised himself. The gray-eyed officer smiled at him and said, "An expert will come in 2 days. An expert will come in 2 days. Trust me, she should be able to help you recall your lost memories." "Expert? Help recall? In the field of psychology?" Klein furrowed his brows. What if my memories of Earth are exposed?" He suddenly felt a toothache. The young officer put down his notes and searched the desk and the room. Fortunately, he focused on the books and did not lift the kettle to take a look. "All right, Mr. Klein, thank you for your cooperation. It's best that you don't leave Tianjin for the next few days. If necessary, please inform Officer Mountbatten. Otherwise, you will become a fugitive, the gray-eyed officer exhorted. That's it? That's it for today? No more questions and more investigations? Or bring me back to the police station to be tortured? Klein was at a loss. However, he also wanted to resolve the strange incident brought about by Welch, so he nodded and said, "No problem." The officers left the room one by one. And the young man at the back suddenly patted Klein on the shoulder. "That's great. You're very lucky." "What?" Klein looked confused. The green-eyed officer, who had the temperament of a poet, smiled. "Generally speaking, it's normal for all parties involved to die in such an incident. We're very happy and fortunate to see that you're still alive." With that, he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him in a very polite manner. "It's normal for all parties to die? Happy that I'm still alive? Very fortunate that I'm still alive? Is it normal for all of them to die? Happy that I'm still alive? Very lucky that I'm still alive." Klein shuddered violently and hurriedly took 2 steps towards the door in an attempt to chase after the policeman for protection. But just as he touched the handle, he suddenly stopped. The police officer made it sound so scary, so why didn't they protect me, an important witness or key clue? Isn't this too careless? Is it a test, or a bait? All kinds of thoughts battled in Klein's mind, making him suspect that the police were still watching him in the dark to observe his reaction. Thinking of this, he calmed down a lot and was no longer as panicked. He slowly opened the door and deliberately shouted at the staircase with a trembling voice, "You'll protect me, right?" "Pa, pa, pa." The police officers didn't respond. The rhythm of the leather shoes touching the wooden stairs didn't change. "I know. You'll do this." Klein shouted again in a feigned tone of conviction, trying to act like a normal person in danger. The footsteps gradually weakened and disappeared at the bottom of the apartment. Klein snorted and sneered in his heart. Isn't this reaction too fake? His acting isn't up to standard. He didn't chase after them. He turned back to the room and closed the door. In the next few hours, Klein fully showed his restlessness, anxiety, and incomprehension. He didn't relax just because there was no one around. This is called self-cultivation as an actor. He mocked himself in his heart. When the sun set in the west and the clouds in the sky burned, the residents of the apartment went home one after another. Only then did Klein shift his focus to other things. Melissa should be out of school soon. He looked at the stove, picked up the kettle, peeled off the coal, and took out his revolver. Without any pause or delay, he reached his hand to the back of the wooden plank at the bottom of the bunk bed, where there were about a dozen wooden planks crisscrossing. After clamping the revolver between a wooden plank and a wooden plank, Klein straightened his body and waited anxiously, afraid that the police would suddenly break open the door and rush into the room with guns. If it was the normal world of steam, he was sure that no one would see what he did just now. However, there was extraordinary power here, extraordinary power that he had verified himself. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no movement at the door. Only the sound of 2 tenants talking about going to the Wild Heart Bar on Iron Cross Street could be heard from afar, and then from near to far. Phew. Klein exhaled and his heart settled back into his chest. He just had to wait for Melissa to come back and make lamb stew with tender peas. As soon as this thought appeared, Klein's mouth seemed to be filled with the aroma of meat juices. He also remembered how Melissa made lamb stew with tender peas. First, she boiled the water and boiled the meat. Then, she added onions, salt, a little pepper, and water to stew it. When the time was right, she added peas and potatoes and stewed it for 40 to 50 minutes. It's really simple and crude. It's supported by the meat itself. Klein couldn't help but shake his head. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Commoners didn't have many kinds of seasonings or cooking techniques. They could only pursue simplicity, practicality, and frugality. In any case, as long as the meat wasn't burnt or spoiled, it was fine for people who only ate it twice or even once a week. Klein couldn't be considered a good cook. He mainly ate out, but he cooked 3 or 4 times a week. After weeks of accumulation, he still had a passable standard. He felt that he couldn't let that pound of lamb down. "I'll wait for Melissa to come back before I cook." It'll be after 7:30 p.m. by then. She'll starve. It's time to show her real culinary skills. Klein found an excuse for himself. He first reignited the fire and went to the public bathroom to get some water to wash the lamb. Then, he took out a chopping board and a kitchen knife, and chopped it into small pieces. As for how to explain his sudden culinary skills, he decided to blame it on the dead Welch McGovern. Not only did this classmate hire a chef who was good at mid-seashore specialties, but he also often cooked up his own delicacies and invited others to taste them. Yes, the dead won't refute me, however, this is the world who has a beyonder. The dead might not be unable to speak. With this thought in mind, Klein felt a little guilty. He put the messy thoughts aside and placed the meat into the soup bowl. Then, he took out the seasoning box and shook a spoonful of half-yellowed coarse salt into it. In addition, he took out some black pepper from a special bottle and mixed it with the lamb and salt to marinate it. He placed the saucepan on the stove and waited for it to heat up. While he was waiting for it to heat up, Klein found the remaining carrots from yesterday and cut them into many pieces along with the onions he bought today. After finishing his preparations, he took out a small jar from the cupboard. After opening it, there was a little lard left inside. Klein got a spoonful of it and put it into the pan. After it melted, he added the carrots and onions and stir-fried them for a while. The fragrance began to spread. Klein poured all the lamb into the pan and carefully fried it for a while. During this process, he should have added some cooking wine. At the very least, he should have replaced it with wine. However, the Moretti family didn't have such luxuries. Vanson could only drink a glass of beer a week, so Klein could only make do with it. He poured some boiling water and stirred it casually. After simmering for about 20 minutes, he opened the lid and put in the tender peas and sliced potatoes. He then added a cup of hot water and 2 spoonfuls of salt. Closing the lid and lowering the fire, Klein exhaled in satisfaction as he waited for his sister to return home. As time passed, the fragrance in the room grew stronger. There was the temptation of the meat, the richness of the potatoes, and the freshness of the onions. As the scents gradually mixed, Klein swallowed his saliva from time to time. He pressed the pocket watch's lid and looked at the minute hand. 40 minutes later, footsteps that weren't exactly brisk but were rhythmic approached. The key was inserted, the handle turned, and the door opened. "It smells so good," Melissa murmured doubtfully before she entered. She took her handbag and walked in. Her gaze swept across the stove. "You made this?" Melissa paused in the middle of taking off her veil. She looked at Klein with fear in her eyes. She sniffed and inhaled more of the fragrance. Her gaze quickly softened as though she had found some confidence. "You made this?" she asked again, puzzled. "You're afraid that I'll waste the lamb?" Klein asked with a smile. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Don't worry. I specifically asked Welch how to make this dish. You know that he has a good chef." "Your first time making it?" Melissa frowned unconsciously, but the fragrance soothed her brows. "Looks like I'm very talented." Klein chuckled. "It's almost done. Put down your book and hat. Go wash your hands in the bathroom and wait to taste it." "I'm very confident." Listening to her brother's orderly arrangements and looking at his gentle and calm smile, Melissa was stunned at the door and didn't respond. "Do you like it to be cooked?" Klein urged with a smile. Okay. Melissa snapped back to reality. She carried her handbag in one hand and her hat in the other and rushed into the inner room. Klein opened the lid of the stew pot. Steam immediately appeared in front of his eyes. 2 loaves of rye bread had long been placed beside the lamb and tender peas, allowing them to absorb the fragrance and heat to soften. When Melissa finished packing and washed her hands and face, there was a plate of lamb stew with tender peas with potatoes, carrots, and onions on the desk. 2 loaves of rye bread with gravy were on their respective plates. "Here, try it." Klein pointed at the wooden fork and spoon next to the plate. Melissa was still a little confused, but she didn't refuse. She picked up the fork and forked a piece of potato. She brought it to her mouth and took a bite. The glutinous potato and the rich fragrance of gravy filled the air at the same time, making her salivate crazily. She finished the potato in 2 or 3 bites and swallowed it. "Try the meat." Klein pointed at the plate with his chin. He had already tasted it and felt that it was only a passing standard. But for a little girl who had never seen the market and could only eat meat occasionally, it was enough. Melissa's eyes were filled with anticipation. She carefully forked a piece of lamb. It was stewed until it was quite soft. It felt like it was about to melt as soon as it entered her mouth. The real meat fragrance burst out, and the wonderful juice flowed and filled her mouth. It was a wonderful feeling that she had never experienced before. Melissa couldn't stop at all. When she came back to her senses, she had already eaten several pieces of lamb. Aye, Klein, this was prepared for you. Melissa's face turned red, and she stuttered. I've already eaten secretly. This is the privilege of being a chef. Klein comforted his sister with a smile. At the same time, he picked up the fork and spoon, sometimes eating a piece of meat, sometimes stuffing his mouth with peas, and sometimes putting down the cutlery to break a piece of black bread and dip it in the gravy. Melissa relaxed. She was affected by Klein's normal behavior and was immersed in the delicious taste again. It's so delicious. I can't tell that this is your first time cooking. Melissa looked at the empty plate that didn't even have any gravy left, and praised sincerely. Compared to Welch's chef, it's still a long way off. When I have money, I'll take you and Banson to a restaurant outside to eat better food. Klein started to look forward to it. You'll have an interview, burp. Before Melissa could finish, she suddenly couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, looking embarrassed. It's all because the lamb stew with peas was too delicious. Klein chuckled inwardly and decided not to mock his sister. He pointed at the plate and said, this is your mission. All right. Melissa couldn't wait to stand up, grab the plate, and rush out the door. After she finished washing, she opened the cupboard and habitually checked the condiment box and other items. You used it just now? Melissa blurted out in surprise. She turned to look at Klein, holding a black pepper bottle and a can of lard in her hands. Klein spread his hands and smiled. A little. That's the price of deliciousness. Melissa's eyes flickered, her expression changed a few times before she pursed her lips and said, I'll cook in the future. Sis, can we not rub it in? Klein complained to himself. He felt his head throbbing in pain again. The original owner didn't forget a lot of knowledge, but it definitely wasn't little either. The interview was the day after tomorrow. There was no time to make up for it. Furthermore, he was involved in a strange and terrifying incident. How could he have the mood to revise? After giving his sister a perfunctory reply, Klein began to pretend to study. Melissa moved a chair and sat beside him. She used the light from the gas lamp to do her homework. The atmosphere was peaceful. When it was almost 11, the siblings said goodnight to each other and went to bed. Knock, knock, there was a knock on the door. Klein woke up from his dream. He looked at the morning sun outside the window and sat up in a daze. Who is it? What time is it? Why didn't Melissa wake me up? It's me, Dunn Smith, a deep male voice answered outside the door. Dunn Smith? I don't know him. Klein shook his head and got off the bed. He walked to the door. He opened the door and saw the gray-eyed officer from yesterday. Did something happen? Klein asked warily. The gray-eyed officer answered with a serious expression, We found a coachman. We found a coachman. He confirmed that you went to Mr. Welch's house on the 27th, the day Mr. Welch and Ms. Nia died, and it was Mr. Welch who paid for you. Klein was stunned. He didn't feel any fear or guilt from having his lie exposed. He wasn't lying at all. Instead, he felt that the evidence provided by the gray-eyed officer, Dunn Smith, was within his expectations. On the 27th of June, the original owner of the body went to Welch's house and committed suicide the night he returned. It was exactly the same as Welch and Nia. Klein opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. This isn't strong enough evidence to directly prove that I'm related to Welch and Nia's deaths. To be honest, I really want to know what happened to my two poor friends, but I really can't remember. I've almost completely forgotten what I did on the 27th. You might not believe this, but I only managed to guess that I went to Welch's house on the 27th based on my own notes. Good mental fortitude. The gray-eyed officer, Dunn Smith, nodded without a hint of anger or a smile. You should be able to hear my sincerity. Klein stared into her eyes. What I said was the truth. Of course, it was only a part of the truth. Dunn Smith did not reply immediately. His gaze swept across the room before he said slowly, Mr. Welch lost a revolver. I think I should be able to find it here, right, Mr. Klein? Sure enough. Klein finally figured out the origin of the revolver. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and he instantly made a decision. He raised his hands and stepped back to make way. Then, he pointed at the bunk bed with his chin. It's on the back of the bed. He did not specifically mention the lower bed, because normal people would not hide things on the back of the upper bed. It would be obvious to visitors. The gray-eyed officer, Dunn, did not move forward. He pursed his lips and said, Is there anything else you want to add? Klein answered without hesitation. Yes. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I found myself sprawled on the desk. Beside me was the revolver, and there were bullets at the foot of the wall. It looked like I had experienced a suicide. But perhaps I was inexperienced and had never used a gun before, or I was scared at the last moment. Anyway, the bullets did not achieve the desired effect. My head is still intact, and I've lived until now. And from then on, I lost some of my memories, including what I did and saw at Welch's house on the 27th. I'm not lying. I really don't remember. In order to clear his name and resolve the strange incidents that had entangled him, Klein told them almost everything, except for the transmigration and the gathering. In addition, he modified his wording so that every sentence could stand up to scrutiny. For example, he did not say that the bullets did not hit his head, but only mentioned that it did not achieve the desired effect, and that his head was still intact after the incident. In the ears of others, the two conveyed almost the same meaning, but in fact, they were completely different. The gray-eyed officer, Dunn, listened quietly and slowly said, This is in line with the development of my speculations. It is also in line with the hidden logic of previous similar incidents. Of course, I don't know how you survived. It's good that you believe me. I don't know how I survived either. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. But Dunn threw out a twist. It's useless for me to believe you. You are now a high suspect. You have to be confirmed by an expert to confirm that you have really forgotten what happened, or that you really did not directly cause the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Nia. He coughed, and his expression turned serious. Mr. Klein, please cooperate with the investigation and come back to the police station with us. It will take about 2 to 3 days, if you are really fine. The expert is here? Klein asked in a daze. Didn't she say in 2 days? She's earlier than we expected. Dunn turned his body and gestured for Klein to go out. I'll leave a note, Klein requested. Banson was still on a business trip, and Melissa had gone to school. He could only leave a note to tell them that he was involved with Welch, so that they would not worry. Dunn nodded nonchalantly. Sure. Klein returned to his desk. As he found a piece of paper to write on, he began to think about what to do next. To be honest, he really did not want to meet the expert. After all, he was hiding a bigger secret. In a place where there were 7 major churches, and under the premise that Roselle the Great, who was suspected to be his predecessor, had been assassinated, transmigration would most likely require him to go to the tribunal, and the tribunal, however, without weapons, combat skills, and supernatural powers, he was no match for a professional police officer. Moreover, there were a few of Dunn's subordinates standing in the darkness outside the door. If they pulled out their guns and shot at him, he would be done for. Phew, let's just take it one step at a time. Klein left the note, took the key, and followed Dunn out of the room. In the dim corridor, 4 police officers in black and white uniforms stood on both sides, very alert. Pa, Klein followed Dunn down the wooden stairs, step by step. Creaking sounds could be heard from time to time. A 4-wheeled horse carriage was parked outside the apartment. The side of the carriage was engraved with the police logo of 2 crossed swords, crowns. The surroundings were as lively and crowded as every other morning. Let's go up. Dunn gestured for Klein to go first. Just as Klein was about to take a step, an oyster vendor suddenly grabbed a customer and accused him of being a thief. The two sides began to scuffle, startling the horses and causing chaos in the surroundings. An opportunity, with no time to think, Klein suddenly bent down and rushed into the crowd. Pushing and dodging, he frantically ran to the other end of the street. In the current situation, in order not to meet the expert, he could only go to the dock outside the city, take a boat down the Tussock River, and escape to the capital, Bakeland, where there was a large population and it was easy to hide. Of course, he could also take a steam locomotive to the east to the nearest Enmat harbor, take the sea route to Pritz, and then go to Bakeland. Soon, Klein ran to the end of the street and turned into Iron Cross Street, where a few carriages were parked. To the dock outside the city. Klein jumped onto one of the carriages. He had thought it through very clearly. He would first deliberately mislead the pursuing police, and when the carriage was a certain distance away, he would jump off. All right. The carriage driver pulled the reins. Ta, ta, ta. The carriage left Iron Cross Street. Just as Klein was about to jump off, he suddenly realized that the carriage had turned into another road. It wasn't the road that led outside the city. Where are you going? Klein was stunned for a moment before he blurted out. To Welch's residence. The carriage driver replied in a flat tone. What? In Klein's shock, the carriage driver turned around and revealed a pair of deep, cold gray eyes. It was Officer Dunn Smith. You. Klein was inexplicably terrified. He suddenly felt the world spin and sat up. Sit up? Puzzled, Klein looked around and saw that the crimson moon was shining brightly outside the window, and the room was covered in light muslin. He reached out to touch his forehead. It was moist and cold, covered in cold sweat. It was the same feeling on his back. I had a nightmare. Klein slowly exhaled. It's okay, it's okay. He felt that he was quite awake in the dream and could still think calmly. It was rather strange. After calming down a little, Klein picked up his pocket watch and glanced at it. He realized that it was only 2 a.m, so he quietly got out of bed. He planned to wash his face in the public bathroom and relieve his bloated abdomen. He opened the door and came to the dark corridor. Under the dim moonlight, he approached the public bathroom with light footsteps. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing in front of the window at the end of the corridor. The figure was wearing a black trench coat that was shorter than a robe and longer than a formal suit. The figure blended into the darkness and bathed in the cold crimson moonlight. The figure slowly turned around. His eyes were deep, dark, and cold. Tap, Klein couldn't help but take a step back. For a moment, he didn't know if he was awake or if he was still dreaming. The figure took off his black top hat, bowed slightly, and said with a deep smile, let me reintroduce myself. Nighthawk, Dunn Smith. Nighthawk? The code name of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses beyond her teen that Justice and the Hanging Man mentioned? Klein came to a realization as he thought back to what had happened. He immediately blurted out, he made the connection and blurted out, you control dreams? You made me have a dream like that? The Nighthawk, Dunn Smith, wore his black top hat again, concealing his slightly protruding hairline. His deep gray eyes contained a hint of a smile. As he said, no, I only entered your dream and provided the necessary guidance. His voice was mellow and gentle. It didn't alarm anyone as it reverberated in the dark corridor like a sweet dream. In a dream, although there will be the magnification of emotions and all kinds of dark thoughts, making everything appear chaotic, absurd, and crazy, the truth still exists and is still hidden within. To an experienced person like me, everything is obvious and easy to see. Compared to the sober you, I trust the you in the dream more. How can a normal person control their dreams? If I dream of something from Earth, wouldn't I be discovered by Dunn Smith? Klein was shocked, and he was filled with lingering fear for his encounter in the dream. But he quickly sensed something strange, because he remembered that he was very clear-headed and rational in the dream. He knew what to say and what not to say. To put it simply, it didn't seem like a dream at all, so, Dunn Smith only saw what I wanted him to see. Klein's thoughts raced as he vaguely came to a realization. Is this a benefit that comes with transmigration, such as the uniqueness of one's own spirit, or is it an additional effect of the luck enhancement ritual? So, Mr. Smith, are you sure that I've really lost my memories? Klein asked after organizing his words. Dunsmith didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave him a deep look. You're actually not surprised by such a thing? The people I met previously didn't believe in beyonder powers even if they had just had a dream. They would rather believe that they hadn't really woken up. Klein grunted in acknowledgement. Maybe it's because I'm praying for such a power to help me. What an interesting way of thinking. Perhaps you didn't survive just because you were lucky. Dunn nodded without a smile. I can now confirm that you have lost part of your memory because of this incident, especially those related to the incident itself. Then can I go back? Klein let out a long sigh of relief and asked tentatively. With one hand in his pocket, Dunn slowly walked over. The dark night around him became quiet and gentle. No, you still have to come with me to see the expert. The corners of his mouth curled up politely. Why? Klein blurted out, and then quickly added, you don't believe in your own guidance of the dream? What kind of joke was this? If that expert was skilled in hypnosis or mind reading, then wouldn't my greatest secret be exposed? The result would be unimaginable. I've always been humble, but when it comes to dreams, I still have some confidence. Dunn calmly replied, however, it's not a bad idea to confirm the key and important things again. Besides, she's very different from me in what she's good at. Perhaps she can help you recover some of your memories. Without waiting for Klein to speak, his voice turned deep. After all, you're related to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. What? Klein was stunned. Dunn stopped in front of him and stared into his eyes with his gray eyes. There's no notebook left behind from the fourth epoch at the scene. There's nothing in the entire house. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. You're the only clue. All right. Klein fell silent for a moment before exhaling. The notebook was gone. This was really strange. I didn't even think about the whereabouts of the fourth epoch's notebook. Dunn nodded indiscernibly. As he walked past Klein, he said, lock the door and come with me to Welch's residence. Lock the door and come with me to Welch's place now. The expert is waiting for us there. Taking a silent breath, Klein's heart was pounding, and he felt uneasy. He had the intention to refuse and even wanted to escape, but he believed that with the precedent of the dream, Dunsmith would definitely be more vigilant. And with the difference in strength between a normal person and a beyonder, there wasn't much chance of success if he forced it. He must still have a pistol on him. He must have practiced shooting many times. All sorts of thoughts clashed violently in his mind. In the end, Klein chose to accept reality. All right. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. Perhaps the uniqueness in my dream will take effect again, then let's go. Dunn's tone was unperturbed. Klein turned around and took 2 steps before suddenly stopping. Mr. Smith, I want to go to the bathroom first. I came out to go to the bathroom. Dunn didn't stop him. Instead, he gave him a deep look. No problem, Klein. Trust me, in the dark of night, I am far more powerful than you can imagine. In the dark. Klein silently repeated these words. He didn't try it rashly. Instead, he took care of the swelling in his lower abdomen and washed his face with cold water to calm himself down completely. After changing his clothes and closing the door, Klein gently followed Dunn down the stairs to the entrance of the apartment. In this piece, Dunsmith suddenly opened his mouth. At the end of the dream, why did you want to escape? What are you afraid of? Klein's mind raced as he thought and replied, that's right. I don't remember what I did at Welch's house, and I don't remember if I directly caused his and Naya's deaths. I'm afraid that if it turns out to be me in the end, I won't dare to gamble on that. I might as well run away and start a new life in the southern continent. If it were me, I'd do the same. Dunn pushed open the door to the apartment, allowing the cool night breeze to blow away the stuffy heat inside. He wasn't afraid that Klein would escape, so he got into the carriage first. It was the one Klein had seen in his dream. It had 4 wheels, a single horse, and a coachman. The side of the carriage was engraved with the police logo of 2 crossed swords, crowned. Klein followed him in and found a thick carpet inside. It was filled with a soothing aroma. He sat down casually and tried to find out more about the situation. Mr. Smith, If, and I'm saying if, the expert proves that I've really forgotten that part of my memory, and there's no other evidence to prove that I'm the perpetrator and not the victim, then the matter will be over? In theory, yes. We'll find the notebook through other means. As long as it still exists, we'll find it. Of course, before that, we'll have to make sure that you're not cursed, that you don't have the lingering smell of evil spirits, that you don't have any psychological problems, and that you'll be able to live a safe and healthy life in the future. Dunsmith revealed a slightly strange smile. Klein keenly caught it. He didn't have time to relax. He quickly asked, in theory? Yes, it's only in theory. In this field, it's always full of twisted, illogical, and unbelievable things. Dunn looked into Klein's eyes and said, sometimes, we can't predict or control their continuation or end. For example? Klein was a little afraid. The carriage sped along the almost deserted street. Dunn took out his pipe and sniffed it. Just when we think it's over and everything has returned to normal, it will descend again in a terrifying and horrifying way. A few years ago, we dealt with a case of a cult. They organized believers to commit suicide as a living sacrifice to please the evil god. After one of the believers was chosen, his survival instincts triumphed over his stupidity, disbelief, and hallucinogens. He secretly ran to the police station to report the case. The matter was handed over to us to handle. It was a very small mission because the cult didn't have any beyonders. The deity they sacrificed to was something their leader came up with. In order to amass wealth and enjoy themselves, they had lost all humanity. We only used 2 members, and with the cooperation of the police, we successfully took care of the cult. Not a single one of them escaped. As for the person who reported the case, we also confirmed that he didn't have the lingering smell of evil spirits, nor was he cursed. He didn't have any psychological problems, personality problems, or any other strange traces. After that, his career developed well. He married a good wife and had a son and a daughter. All the shadows seemed to have left him. The horror and bloodshed of the past seemed to have completely dissipated. At this point, Dunsmith smiled. But in March of this year, with a good financial situation, a deep relationship with his wife, and a smart and adorable child, he died. He strangled himself to death in his office. The crimson moonlight shone in from outside the carriage's window, shining on Dunsmith. At this moment, his seemingly self-deprecating smile made Klein feel indescribably horrified. He strangled himself to death. Klein drew a silent breath, as though he could see his tragic end. Even if he escaped the calamity, it would only be for a moment. What could be done to resolve it completely? How could he fight it by becoming a beyonder? The carriage returned to silence. Countless thoughts emerged in Klein's mind, but they all fell to the ground. In this indescribable silence, the carriage traveled for a long time at a very fast speed. Just as Klein made up his mind to shamelessly ask Dunsmith for a solution, the carriage stopped. Mr. Smith, we've arrived at Welch's residence. The carriage driver's voice entered their ears. Let's go down. Dunn adjusted the black trench coat that reached his knees. Let me introduce in advance. The identity of the expert to the public is the most famous spirit medium in Iowa County. Klein restrained his other thoughts and asked curiously, what's her actual identity? Dunn turned his body halfway and turned his head back. His gray eyes were deep as he said, a true spirit medium. Klein silently recited the description and didn't say another word. He followed Dunsmith out of the carriage. Welch's residence in Tingen was a detached house with a garden. Outside the hollow iron gate was a road that allowed 4 carriages to pass at the same time. There was a street lamp every 50 meters on both sides of the road. They were different from the ones Klein had seen in his previous life. They were gas lamps, and the height of the pillars was about the same as an adult man's, making it easy to light up the place. Black metal clung to the glass and formed a grid, casting a lantern-like classical artwork. Coldness and warmth danced together, while shadows and light coexisted. Stepping on the dim yellow road, Klein and Dunsmith passed through the half-closed iron gate and entered Welch's rented place. Facing the gate was a road that could accommodate 2 carriages. It was paved with cement and led straight to the 2-story house. To the left was a garden, and to the right was a lawn. The faint fragrance of flowers and a refreshing smell blended together, making one feel relaxed. The moment he stepped in, Klein's hair stood on end as he looked around. He felt that in the garden, in the shadows of the lawn, on the top of the house, behind the swing, and in the dark corners, there were pairs of eyes staring at him. It was clearly empty, but Klein felt like he was in a bustling street. This strange contrast, this strange feeling, made his body tense up, a chill creeping up from his tailbone. Something's wrong, he couldn't help but warn Dunn. Dunn's expression didn't change as he walked to the side and calmly replied. He replied calmly, "Don't worry about it." Hearing the Nighthawk say so, Klein endured the creepy feeling of being followed, spied on, and sized up without being able to find his target. He walked step by step to the front door of the detached house. "I'll get nervous if I stay like this for too long." When Dunn knocked on the door, Klein quickly looked back. The flowers were swaying in the wind, but there was no sign of anyone. "Come in, gentlemen." A slightly ethereal voice came from inside the house. Dunn twisted the doorknob, pushed the door open, and entered. He said to the woman sitting on the sofa, "Daly, are there any results?" The chandelier in the living room was not lit, and there was a leather sofa surrounded by a marble coffee table. There was a candle burning on the coffee table, but the flame was bright blue, covering the semi-open living room, dining room, and kitchen in a strange, flickering color. There was a lady sitting in the middle of the couch. She was wearing a hooded black robe and had blue eyeshadow and blush on her face. A silver chain with a white crystal pendant was wrapped around her wrist. At first glance, Klein had an inexplicable feeling. She's dressed like a real shaman. Was he playing himself? The spirit medium Daly, who had a bewitching beauty, swept her shimmering green eyes across Klein and looked at Dunn Smith. The original spirits have all disappeared, including Welch and Nyas. The little ones here don't know anything. Spirit? Spirit shamans. Were those invisible people just now spirits? There were actually so many spirits? Klein took off his hat, placed it on his chest, and bowed slightly. "Good evening, ma'am." Dunn Smith sighed. "What a thorny problem, Daly. This is Klein Moretti. Try and see if you can discover anything from him." Spirit medium Daly's gaze immediately turned to Klein. She pointed at the single-seater sofa and said, "Please have a seat." "Thank you." "Thank you." Klein nodded, took a few steps over, and sat down obediently. He couldn't help but feel his heart in his throat. Whether he lived or died, survived successfully, or if his secret was exposed, all depended on what happened next, and what made him feel the most helpless was that he lacked anything he could rely on. He could only place his hopes on being special. This really isn't a good feeling, Klein thought bitterly. As Dunn sat on the two-seater sofa opposite him, spirit medium Daly took out 2 thumb-sized glass bottles from a hidden pocket by her waist. Her green eyes smiled at Klein and said, "I need some help. I need some assistance. After all, you are not an enemy, so I can't treat you so directly and roughly. That will make you uncomfortable and feel pain, and there might even be serious sequelae. I will give you some fragrance, enough gentleness and lubrication so that you can let go of yourself bit by bit and truly immerse yourself in that feeling." Why does that sound so wrong? Klein clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with surprise. Opposite him, Dunn smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. Unlike those fellows from the Church of the Lord of Storms, here, ladies can also verbally tease men. Regarding this, you should be able to understand. Your mother is a devout believer of the goddess. You and your brother also attended the church's Sunday school. I understand. I just didn't expect it to be so. Klein gestured, unable to find a suitable adjective. He nearly blurted out experienced as a translation. The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up. "Don't worry. Daly rarely does such things. She only wants to use such a method to calm you down and relax. She likes corpses more than men." "You make me sound like a pervert," spirit medium Daly interrupted with a smile. She opened one of the tiny bottles and sprinkled a few drops into the bright blue candle flame. "Night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile distilled and extracted pure dew. I call it a mantha. It means tranquility in Hermes. It smells good." As she spoke, the candle flame flickered a few times. The few drops of dew quickly evaporated and filled the room. A serene and enchanting fragrance drilled into Klein's nose. His emotions were no longer tense, and his mind quickly calmed down. It was as though he was looking down at the darkness in the dead of night. This bottle is called the Eye of the Spirit. It's made from the bark and leaves of dragon-patterned trees and poplar trees. It's sun-dried for 7 days, boiled 3 times, and soaked in long. Of course, there are a few incantations in between. The amber-colored liquid dripped onto the bright blue candle flame as Spirit Medium Daily described it. Klein caught a whiff of the fragrance of the wine. It was ethereal and ethereal. He saw the candle flame flicker violently, and he saw Daly's blue eye shadow and blush shimmer with a strange luster. He even began to see double. It's a good helper for mediumship, and it's also a sufficiently enchanting flower spirit. As Daly spoke, Klein felt as though her voice was coming from every direction. Looking around in confusion, Klein realized that everything was shaking and turning blurry. It was as though he was shrouded in layers of thick fog. Even his body was shaking, turning blurry, floating, and weightless. The red was redder, the blue was bluer, and the black was blacker. The colors were mixed like an impressionist oil painting. It was blurry and dreamy, and there were faint murmurs around him, as though countless invisible people were discussing. This feels similar to the luck enhancement ritual I had previously, but it doesn't have the feeling of going crazy or exploding. Klein looked at all of this as he thought in puzzlement. At that moment, his gaze was attracted by a pair of eyes that resembled emeralds. The black-robed Daly was sitting on a blurry sofa. Her gaze was strangely focused on the top of Klein's head as she said with a gentle smile, "Let me formally introduce myself. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Spirit Medium Daily. This. I can still think calmly and rationally. It's just like during the luck enhancement ritual and the gathering." Klein's mind stirred as he deliberately appeared muddle-headed. "Hello, a human's mind is very broad, and it hides many secrets. Look at the sea. We can only understand the island that's exposed above the sea's surface, but in fact, there's a bigger portion of the island beneath the sea's surface. But in fact, other than the island, there's the entire sea, as well as the boundless sky that symbolizes the spirit world. You are the body's spirit. Not only do you know of the island that's exposed above the sea's surface, you also know of the portion of the island that's hidden beneath the sea. You know of the entire sea. Anything that exists will leave behind traces. The memories on the island's surface can be wiped away, but the portion beneath the sea's surface and the entire sea will definitely have its remnant projection." Daly guided him again and again as the surrounding blurry wind and shadows changed into similar shapes. It was as though the sea in Klein's mind was completely exposed, waiting for him to find and discover it. Klein calmly looked at the churning sea from time to time. Finally, he replied with an ethereal tone, "No. I can't remember. I've forgotten." He showed his pain at just the right time. Daly tried to guide him again, but the clear-headed Klein wasn't affected. "All right, that's it. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back." As the ethereal voice reverberated, Daly disappeared. The wind and shadows began to calm down, and the serene smell and faint wine fragrance became obvious again. All the colors returned to normal, and the blurry and confused feeling no longer appeared. Klein's body trembled as he regained his weight. He opened his eyes, which he had closed at some point in time, and realized that in front of him was still the bright blue candle, the comfortable sitting Dunn Smith, and the Spirit Medium Daily in a hooded black robe. "Why did you use the theories of those evil lunatics from psychological alchemy?" Dunn frowned slightly and looked at Daly. As Daly put away the 2 small bottles, she calmly replied, "I think it's quite correct. At least, it matches some of the things I've seen and come into contact with." Without waiting for Dunn to speak again, she spread her hands and said, "He's a troublesome fellow." "What a troublesome fellow. He didn't leave any traces." Upon hearing this, Klein heaved a long sigh of relief. He pretended to be ignorant. He feigned ignorance and asked, "It's over? What happened just now? I feel like I fell asleep." "That's considered a pass, right? Thankfully, there's a simulation of the luck enhancement ritual." "Let's assume so." Dunn interrupted him and looked at Spirit Medium Daily. "Have you examined Welch and Naya's corpses? Corpses can tell us more than you can imagine. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya had indeed committed suicide. All I can say is that the power that affected them was terrifying. There weren't any traces left behind. Daly stood up and extended her hand towards the candle. I'm going to rest. The bright blue light disappeared, and the room was instantly filled with a blurry crimson. Congratulations. You can go home now, but remember not to tell your family or friends about this. You have to guarantee it. Dunn led Klein to the door. Klein asked in surprise, don't I need to check for traces of curses or evil spirits? If Daly didn't mention it, then there isn't any, Dunn answered briefly. Klein felt relieved. Thinking of his previous worries, he hurriedly asked, how do I confirm that there won't be any trouble? Don't worry too much. The corners of Dunn's mouth twitched. According to statistics, 80% of the people who are still alive in such situations do not encounter any terrifying consequences. Yes, that's based on my impression. It's roughly about the same. Then there's still the 20% who are unlucky. Klein didn't dare risk his reputation. Then you can consider joining us as a civilian. That way, we'll be able to detect any signs in time. Dunn approached the carriage and said casually, or you can directly become a Beyonder. After all, we're not your nannies. We can't watch over you all night and watch what you do with a woman. Can I? Klein followed up with a question. Of course, he didn't have much hope. After all, how could it be so easy to join the Nighthawks and obtain Beyonder powers? That was Beyonder power. Dunn stopped in his tracks and looked sideways at him. It's not impossible. It depends on the situation. What? This turn of events shocked Klein. He was stunned for a moment beside the carriage. Really? Are you kidding me? I can become a Beyonder so easily? Dunn chuckled. His gray eyes were covered by the shadow of the carriage. You don't believe me? Actually, you will lose a lot when you become a Nighthawk, such as freedom. Let's not talk about this first. There are other problems. First, you're not a clergyman or a devout believer. You can't be picky or choose the safest path. Secondly, Dunn grabbed the handrail and boarded the carriage. We, the mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind, and other similar judicial bodies deal with 1/4 of the incidents every year involving Beyonders who lose control. 1/4. Beyonders who lose control. Klein was stunned. At this moment, Dunn turned his body halfway. His gray eyes were deep, and the corners of his mouth moved without a smile. Why? Upon hearing Dunn's words, Klein's heart was in turmoil as he instinctively blurted out. There are serious latent problems with Beyonders? So much so that the Church's internal judiciary and Beyonders dealing with heretical matters are prone to problems. Dunn Smith stepped into the carriage and sat in his previous seat. His expression and tone remained normal. This isn't something you need to understand, nor is it something you can understand unless you become one of us. Klein was left speechless as he sat down. He asked, half amused and half puzzled, he asked in amusement and confusion, how can I make the decision to join if I don't understand this? And if I don't join, I won't be able to understand. This is a vicious cycle. Dunn Smith took out his pipe again and put it under his nose to take a puff. You probably misunderstood. Being one of us includes clerks. That is to say, as long as I become one of your clerks, I can understand the relevant secrets, figure out the latent problems and possible dangers of being a Beyonder, and then consider whether or not to become a Beyonder? As Klein sorted out his thoughts, he used his own words to describe what Smith meant. Dunn smiled and said, that's right. Except for one thing. That is, becoming a Beyonder doesn't necessarily mean that you will become one. In this aspect, the various churches are equally strict. It would be strange if they weren't strict. Klein lampooned in his heart as he emphasized his tone with a hand gesture. What about clerks? That should be very strict, right? If it's you, then there shouldn't be a problem. Dunn's eyes were half closed as he sniffed at his pipe with a relaxed expression, but he didn't light it. Why? Klein fell into confusion once again. At the same time, he mocked himself in his heart. Could it be that my uniqueness, my transmigrator halo, is like a firefly in the night, so bright and so outstanding? Dunn opened his half-closed eyes, his gray eyes as deep as before. First, to be able to survive such an incident without our help, this means that you have strengths that are different from others. For example, luck. And lucky people are always very popular. Seeing Klein's dull expression, he smiled and said, secondly, you are a graduate of Koei University's history department. This is something we need very much. Although Lumi, a follower of the Lord of Storms, has a disgusting attitude towards women, his views on society, culture, economics, and politics are still sharp. He once said that talent is the key to maintaining competitive advantages and good development. I agree with this point. Noticing that Klein was frowning slightly, he casually explained, you should be able to imagine that we often come into contact with documents and items from the Fourth Epoch or even earlier. Many cults and heretics try to gain power from these things, and sometimes, they themselves lead to strange and terrible things. Apart from Beyonders in special domains, most of us aren't good at learning, or rather, we've already passed that age. At this point, Dunn Smith pointed at his head, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as if he was mocking himself. Those boring knowledge always make people want to sleep. Even a sleepless can't resist it. In the past, we would seek out historians and archaeologists to cooperate, but there's the risk of secrets being leaked, and it might also bring harm to the professors and associate professors. Therefore, to have a professional join us and become one of us, it's a good thing that's hard to refuse. Klein nodded gently and accepted Dunn's explanation. Then, he asked with divergent thoughts. He then asked, then why didn't you directly, recruit one? Dunn continued, this is the third and most important point. You've already come into contact with similar incidents, so there's no problem of violating the confidentiality clause by inviting you. As for recruiting someone else, if it fails, I'll bear the responsibility for the secrets being leaked. Most of our team members and clerical staff come from within the church. After listening in silence, Klein asked curiously, why are you so strict about keeping it a secret? Wouldn't it prevent the same mistakes from happening again if many things were publicized and circulated to let more people know? The greatest fear comes from the unknown. We can make the unknown known. No, the stupidity of humans is beyond your imagination. This will only lead to more imitations, greater chaos, and more serious incidents, Dunn Smith replied, shaking his head. Klein tersely acknowledged and said in enlightenment, that's right. The only lesson that humans have learned from history is that humans are unable to learn any lessons from history. They will always repeat the same tragedy. Emperor Rosel's famous saying is indeed full of philosophy. Dunn agreed. Rosel the Great said that? Senior Transmigrator really doesn't give the latecomers any chance to act cool. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to respond. Dunn turned to look outside the carriage. The dim yellow of the street lamps formed the radiance of civilization. There is a similar saying in the judicial organs of the various churches. This might be the main reason why it is strictly kept secret and forbidden from ordinary people. What is it? Klein perked up, feeling the thrill of prying into a secret. Dunn turned his head back, his facial muscles indiscernibly twitching. Belief and fear bring trouble. More belief and fear bring even greater trouble until everything is destroyed. After saying this, he sighed and said, that's right. And other than praying for the blessings and help of the deities, humans are unable to solve the true problem. Belief and fear bring trouble. More belief and fear bring even greater trouble. Klein silently repeated the sentence, unable to understand it. Then, he felt fear due to the unknown he couldn't understand. It was as though in the shadows of the street lamps outside, in the darkness without light, there were pairs of eyes filled with malice and open mouths. The horse's hooves were swift and the wheels rolled. With Iron Cross Street in sight, Dunn broke the sudden silence and formally invited him. Do you want to join us as a clerical staff member? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. He was momentarily unable to make a decision. After some thought, he said, can I consider it? This was a matter of great importance. He couldn't make a rash decision. No problem. Just give me an answer before Sunday. Dunn nodded. Of course, remember to keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone about Welch, including your brother and sister. Once you violate this, not only will it bring them trouble, it might even result in you being sent to a special court. All right, Klein answered solemnly. The carriage fell silent again. As he approached Iron Cross Street and was about to reach home, Klein suddenly thought of a question. After hesitating for a few seconds, he asked, Mr. Smith, what's the salary and benefits of your clerical staff? This is a serious question. Dunn was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, don't worry about that. Our funds are jointly guaranteed by the church and the police department. A new clerical staff's weekly salary is £2.10 solely. In addition, there's another 10 solely for confidentiality and risk compensation. That's a total of £3. It's not much worse than an official university lecturer. After that, your salary will gradually increase as you gain more experience and corresponding contributions. For clerical staff, we usually have a 5-year contract. If you're not willing to do it after 5 years, you can resign normally. However, you have to sign a lifetime confidentiality clause. You can't leave Tianjin without our approval. If you want to move to another city, you have to register with the local Nighthawks immediately. Right, there's no Sunday. You can only take shifts. There must be 3 clerical staff working at all times. If you want to go south or to Desi Bay for a vacation, you have to coordinate with your colleagues. Just as Dunn finished speaking, the carriage stopped. Klein and his family's apartment appeared to the side. I understand. Klein turned around and alighted from the carriage. He stopped by the side. Right, Mr. Smith, where should I look for you after I've made up my mind? Dunn gave a deep laugh. Go to the Hound Tavern on the 6th Street. Look for their boss, right. Tell him that you want to hire a mercenary team for a mission. Ah? Klein was confused. Our address is also confidential. Before you agree, we can't tell you directly. All right, Mr. Klein Moretti, I wish you a sweet dream tonight. Dunn smiled as a form of greeting. Klein took off his hat and bowed. He watched the carriage speed up and leave. He took out his pocket watch and opened it. It was only a little past 4 in the morning. The street was breezy, and the street lights were dim. Klein took a deep breath and took in the silence of the night. The street that was the noisiest during the day was cold and quiet in the middle of the night. It was completely different from the silent stares and psychic hallucinations in Welch's residence. Phew, I've finally passed the spirit medium stage, Klein exhaled and slowly turned around. As he enjoyed the tranquility of the night and the refreshing cool breeze, he approached the apartment door. He took out the key, inserted it, and slowly twisted it, causing the crimson darkness to expand with a creaking sound. Walking on the deserted stairs and breathing in the cold air, Klein had an inexplicable feeling that he had a few more hours in life than others. It was to the point that his footsteps became lighter. Creak. He maintained a similar state of mind as he opened the door to his room. But before he stepped in, he saw a figure sitting quietly in the darkness in front of the study table. Her black hair was bathed in red, her brown eyes were bright, and her face was delicate. It was Melissa Moretti. Klein, where did you go? Melissa's brows relaxed as she asked in puzzlement. Without waiting for Klein to answer, she added, as though she wanted to clearly explain the cause and effect of the matter, as well as the logical relationship between them. I just got up to go to the bathroom and realized that you weren't home. Klein had rich experience in deceiving his parents. With a thought, he calmly replied with a wry smile, I couldn't fall asleep after waking up once. I thought that instead of wasting time, I might as well train, so I went out for a few rounds. Look, I'm covered in sweat. He took off his jacket, turned around, and pointed at his back. Melissa stood up and glanced at him nonchalantly. After deliberating for a few seconds, she said, yes. She deliberated for a few seconds before saying, Klein, actually, you don't have to. You don't have to feel too pressured. You will definitely pass the interview at Tianjin University. Even if you can't, well, I mean if, you will still be able to find a better one. I didn't even consider the interview. Klein nodded. I understand. He didn't mention that he had already received an offer because he hadn't decided if he wanted to go. Melissa gave him a deep look before she suddenly turned around and jogged into the inner room. She took out a tortoise-shaped object that was made up of gears, rusted metal, springs, and springs. Melissa quickly tightened the spring and placed the item on the desk. Ka, 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 da, da. The turtle hopped and walked rhythmically, causing people to involuntarily turn their attention to it. When I feel troubled, watching it move like this makes me feel much better. I've been doing this a lot recently, and it's very effective. Klein, give it a try. Melissa's eyes lit up as she invited him. Klein didn't reject his sister's good intentions. He leaned in to look at the tortoise and waited for it to stop before smiling. Simplicity and regularity really do bring relaxation. Without waiting for Melissa to speak, he pointed at the tortoise and asked casually, "You made it yourself? When did you do it? Why didn't I know about this? I made it with materials the school didn't want and things I picked up on the road. I just finished it 2 days ago." Melissa's expression was the same as usual, but the corners of her mouth curled up a little. "Very impressive," Klein praised sincerely. As a boy with poor mechanical skills, he had struggled to assemble a Mini 4WD when he was young. Melissa raised her chin slightly, her eyes slightly curved as she replied calmly, "It's all right, it's all right. Excessive modesty is a bad character." Klein chuckled. "This is a tortoise, right?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned heavy. Melissa's faint voice sounded like a crimson veil. "It's a doll." "Doll," Klein smiled awkwardly and forcefully explained, "the problem is the materials. The problem with the materials is that it's too crude." Then, he changed the topic. "Why would you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? There's a toilet in there, right? Besides, aren't you good at sleeping until dawn?" Melissa was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, she opened her mouth and was about to explain. At this moment, a gurgling sound of digestion came from her abdomen. "I'll go back to sleep." Bang! She grabbed the tortoise-shaped doll and jogged into the room, closing the door. "Last night's dinner was too good. I ate too much, and my stomach isn't used to it." Klein shook his head and laughed. He slowly walked to the desk and silently sat on the chair. Under the crimson moon that emerged from behind the dark clouds, he quietly thought about Dunn Smith's invitation. The disadvantages of being a civilian member of the Nighthawks were obvious. As a transmigrator and the founder of the mysterious gathering, the Fool, he had many secrets on him. It was quite risky for him to stay under the watchful eyes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who specialized in dealing with Beyonder matters. As long as he joined Dunn Smith and Company, his goal would definitely be to become a Beyonder, so as to conceal the benefits he obtained from the gathering. And as an official member, his freedom would definitely be restricted. It was just like how a civilian had to report when leaving Tingen. He couldn't go wherever he wanted or do whatever he wanted. He would miss out on many opportunities. The Nighthawks were a strict organization. Once there was a mission, he could only wait for it to be arranged and accept orders. There was a risk of losing control as a Beyonder. After listing all the disadvantages in his mind, Klein began to consider the necessity and benefits. From the luck enhancement ritual and other encounters, he wouldn't be the 80% lucky person that Dunn mentioned. There would definitely be strange incidents that would befall him in the future. It would be filled with danger, and only by becoming a Beyonder or joining the Nighthawks would he have the ability to resist them. To become a Beyonder, it was impossible to rely on the gathering alone. The potion formula wasn't a big problem, but where to find the corresponding ingredients, how to obtain them, how to concoct them, as well as the general knowledge of a Beyonder's daily cultivation, he had serious obstacles. It was impossible for him to ask Justice and the Hanging Man for everything. Not only would it damage the Fool's image and arouse their suspicions, but he also wouldn't have the time to discuss such trivial matters. Similarly, he wouldn't be able to produce anything of interest to them. In addition, more material interactions would leave behind traces of his real identity. When the time came, online disputes would turn into offline conflicts, which would be troublesome. As for joining the Nighthawks, he would definitely come into contact with the general knowledge of the mysterious world and the relevant channels. He would accumulate enough corresponding connections and use them as a fulcrum to stir up the gathering and obtain the greatest benefits from Justice and the Hanging Man. This would then, in turn, improve his real state and obtain more resources, forming a virtuous cycle. Of course, he could also join the psychological alchemy mentioned by Dunn, an organization that was being suppressed by the various churches. However, becoming a member would also mean losing his freedom. He would even have to live in fear at all times. More importantly, he had no idea where to find them. Even if he managed to obtain the relevant information from the hanging man, his life would still be in danger if he were to make contact with them. There was still a chance of a buffer and an exit if he became a civilian. A small one hid in the wilderness, a medium one hid in the city, and a big one hid in the court. Perhaps his identity as a Nighthawk was a better cover. In the future, when he became a high-ranking member of the arbitration tribunal, who would think that he was a heretic and the mastermind behind the secret organization, the morning sun shone, and the crimson faded. Looking at the golden sky, Klein made up his mind. I'll find Dunn Smith today and become a civilian of the Nighthawks. You're not asleep? At this moment, Melissa woke up again and pushed the door open. She was surprised to see her brother stretching without any regard for his image. I'm thinking about something. Klein smiled, feeling relaxed. Melissa pondered for a moment before saying, when I'm troubled, I'll list the bad and the good ones one by one. After I'm done, I'll compare them, and I'll get a hint on what I should do. It's a good habit. I do the same, Klein replied with a smile. Melissa relaxed and didn't say anything else. She took the yellowed piece of paper and toiletries to the public bathroom. After breakfast, his sister left. Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was in a good mood to catch up on his sleep. According to what he knew, almost all the taverns weren't open in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, he smoothed the wrinkles on his top hat with a small brush and handkerchief. He removed the dirt and made it neat again. Then, he went out in a formal suit, as if he was going for an interview. Bisick Street was a little far. Afraid that he would miss the Nighthawks' working hours, Klein didn't walk there. Instead, he waited for the public carriage at the intersection of Iron Cross Street. In the Kingdom of Rouen, there were 2 types of public carriages, trackless and trackless. The former was pulled by 2 horses. Including the top of the carriage, it could seat about 20 people. There was only a general route, and there were no specific stops. It was flexible and could stop at any time unless it was full. The latter was operated by a rail carriage company. First, a rail-like device was laid on the main street. The horses would walk on the inside, and the wheels would rotate on top. It was easy and labor-saving, so it could pull a larger double-decker carriage that could seat nearly 50 passengers. The only problem was that the route was fixed, and the stops were fixed. There were many places that couldn't be reached, so it was rather rigid. After about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels hitting the tracks approached. A double-decker carriage stopped in front of the Iron Cross Street stop. Go to Bisick Street, Klein said to the carriage driver. You'll have to take a turn at Champagne Street, but once you get there, it'll only take about 10 minutes to walk to Bisick Street, the carriage driver explained the route. Then let's go to Champagne Street. Klein nodded in agreement. It's more than 4 kilometers. 4 pence, a pale-faced youth beside the carriage driver said. He was the staff member in charge of collecting money. Okay. Klein took out 4 copper pence from his pocket and handed it to him. He walked up to the carriage and found that there weren't many passengers. Even on the first floor, there were still several empty seats. I only have 3 pence on me. I'll have to walk back. Klein pressed down on his hat and sat firmly. Most of the men and women on this floor were sitting in formal attire. There were also some in work clothes and leisurely reading the newspaper, but almost no one spoke. It was rather quiet. Klein closed his eyes to recharge his energy, ignoring the passengers coming and going around him. One stop after another, he finally heard the words Champagne Street. He got off the carriage and asked along the road. He soon came to Bisick Street and saw the tavern with the brown and yellow hound logo. Klein stretched out his right hand and pushed hard. The heavy door slowly opened, and the noise and impetuous waves of heat rushed in. Although it was still afternoon, there were already many customers in the tavern. Some of them were temporary workers looking for opportunities and waiting to be hired. Some had nothing to do and were numbing themselves with alcohol. The tavern was rather dark. There were 2 large iron cages in the center, 1/3 of which was deep into the ground, leaving no gaps. People gathered around with wooden wine glasses, discussing loudly, cursing, and laughing. Klein glanced curiously and found 2 dogs inside. One was black and white, similar to a husky on Earth. The other was completely black, with shiny fur, strong and fierce. Do you want to bet? Doug has already won 8 matches in a row. A short man wearing a brown bonnet approached and pointed at the black dog as he spoke. Bet? Klein was stunned at first, but he immediately came to a realization. Dog fighting? When he was at Koei University, the noble and rich students would always ask him contemptuously and curiously if rude workers and jobless hooligans liked to participate in boxing and gambling in taverns. In addition to boxing and cards, did gambling also include cruel and bloody events such as cockfighting and dog fighting? The short man sneered. Sir, we are civilized people. We don't do such undignified things. At this point, he muttered softly, besides, there was a law last year that forbids such things. Then what are you betting on? Klein was curious. To see who's the better hunter. Just as the short man finished speaking, there was a commotion. He turned to look and waved his hand excitedly. This match has begun. You can't bet anymore. Wait for the next match. Upon hearing that, Klein tiptoed and raised his head. He looked as far as he could and saw 2 strong men each dragging a sack to the side of the iron cage. They opened the prison door and poured the contents inside. They were gray, disgusting animals. Klein carefully identified them and realized that they were rats. Dozens and hundreds of rats. As the bottom of the iron cage was deep underground, there were no gaps. The rats scurried everywhere but were unable to escape. At this moment, as the cage door closed, the chains on the 2 dogs were undone. Woof! The black dog pounced over and bit a rat to death. The black and white dog was dumbfounded at first, but then it excitedly played with the rats. The surrounding people either raised their glasses, stared intently, or shouted loudly. Bite it to death. Kill it. Doug, Doug. What the F***K is this about dogs catching rats? Klein came to a realization as the corners of his mouth twitched. The gambling here is actually betting on which dog can catch more rats. Maybe I can even bet on a specific number of rats. No wonder there are people buying live rats at Iron Cross Street. It's really unique. Klein shook his head and retreated in amusement. He bypassed the crowded patrons and came to the front of the bar counter. A new face? The bartender glanced up at him as he wiped his glass. Rye beer is 1p a glass, and Matt beer is 2p, Southville beer is 4p, or would you like a pure malt Lency? I'm looking for Mr. Wright, Klein said bluntly. The bartender whistled and shouted to the side. Old man, someone's looking for you. Oh, who is it? A muffled voice sounded as a drunken old man stood up from behind the bar counter. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Klein. Lad, you're looking for me? Mr. Wright, I want to hire a mercenary team for a mission, Klein answered according to Dunn's instructions. Mercenary team? Are you living in an adventure story? That's long gone. The bartender interrupted with a laugh. Wright was silent for a few seconds. Who told you to come here? Dunn Smith, Klein answered truthfully. Wright immediately chuckled. I understand. Actually, mercenary teams still exist, but in a different form, with a more modern name. You can find one on the 2nd floor of 36 Zutland Street. Thank you, Klein thanked him sincerely and squeezed out of the bar. As he was about to leave, the customers around him suddenly quietened down, leaving only a murmur of murmurs. Doug actually lost, Klein shook his head in amusement and left quickly. After asking for directions, he arrived at the nearby Zutland Street 30, 32, 34. Here. He counted the house numbers and walked into the staircase. Rounding the corner and going up, he saw the vertical signboard and the current name of the so-called mercenary team. Blackthorn Security Company. When he saw the signboard, Klein was stunned for a long time. It was unexpected but reasonable. Seriously. I don't know how to complain. He shook his head and laughed. He walked up the stairs, reached out his right hand, and knocked on the half-closed door. Knock. Knock. Knock, the slow and rhythmic knocking echoed. But there was no response from inside the room. There was only the faint sound of tapping. Knock. Knock. Knock, Klein repeated it again, but it was still the same result. He changed from knocking to pushing, widening the gap. He looked in and saw a set of classic sofas, soft-cushioned chairs, and a wooden coffee table. He saw a table right across from him, and a brown-haired girl with her head drooped behind the table. Although the security company signboard was just a disguise, isn't it a little too unprofessional? How long has it been since they had any business? Alright, it's not like you need any business. As Klein lampooned, he approached the table and knocked on the girl's ear twice. Knock. Knock. The brown-haired girl sat up straight and picked up the newspaper in front of her, covering her face. Tianjin City's Honest Newspaper. Good name. Klein silently recited the title of the newspaper that was facing him. The steam locomotive, SOAR, that goes straight to Constant City opens today. Seriously, when can it reach Desi Bay? I don't want to take a boat there anymore. It's too uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Who are you? The brown-haired girl pretended to recite and express her opinion. As she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes. She looked at Klein in a fawning manner before turning to look at him in shock. Hello, I'm Klein Moretti. I'm here at the invitation of Mr. Dunsmith. Klein took off his hat, placed it in front of his chest, and bowed slightly. The brown-haired girl looked to be in her early 20s. She was wearing a light green Rouen-style dress. There were beautiful lace on her sleeves, collar, and chest, making her look even prettier. Captain. Alright, wait here. I'll go ask him. The girl hurriedly got up and entered the room from the side door. She didn't even say anything about pouring a cup of water. How worrisome. Klein smiled and waited on the spot. He didn't go to the sofa or chair. After 2 or 3 minutes, the brown-haired girl pushed open the door and came out. Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is on duty at Cheney's Gate today and cannot leave. All right. Klein strode forward warmly, but he was feeling apprehensive inwardly. All right. Klein walked warmly, but he had a thought. Through the partition, the first thing he saw was a corridor that wasn't long. There were only 3 offices on the left and right. Some of these offices were locked, some were open, and the people inside could be seen typing away on heavy mechanical typewriters. At a glance, Klein found a familiar face, the young police officer who had come to search his house the other day. He had black hair, blue eyes, and had the romantic air of a poet. He wasn't wearing a formal suit, and his white shirt wasn't tucked into his pants. He looked unrestrained and unrestrained. Perhaps he really is a poet. Klein nodded in greeting, and the man smiled in return. The brown-haired girl twisted the door to the left of the office and pushed it open. She pointed inside and said with a smile, "We still have to go down a few more flights of stairs." There was nothing in the office, only a grayish-white stone staircase that led downwards. The walls on both sides of the staircase were lit with elegant gas lamps. The stable light dispelled the darkness and brought peace. The brown-haired girl walked in front, staring at her feet as she walked carefully. Although I often walk here, I'm still afraid. I'm always worried that I'll fall and roll down. You might not know this, but Leonard did something as stupid as that. On the first day he became a sleepless, the first day he had yet to fully grasp his powers, he attempted to run at the speed of a sprint. Then, he turned into a wheel. Haha, it's funny just thinking about it. Yes, it's the guy who greeted you just now. That was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I've been in the Nighthawks for 5 years. I was only 17 back then. The girl looked at the road as she spoke. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Roshan. My father was an official member of the Nighthawks. He died in an accident 5 years ago. In the future, we should be colleagues. I should use the word colleague. We can't be considered teammates. After all, we're not beyonders. I hope I can have the honor, but it all depends on what Mr. Smith says. Klein looked around the enclosed area and felt the two of them enter the underground. The cold moisture seeped out from the stone walls, dispelling the summer heat. Don't worry. The fact that you're allowed to come here means that Captain has agreed. I've always been a little afraid of Captain. Although he's very kind, caring, and gives me the feeling of a father, I don't know why, but I'm afraid. Roshan's voice sounded like she had a piece of candy in her mouth. Klein replied humorously, Isn't it normal to be afraid of a father? That makes sense. Roshan reached out to support herself against the wall at the corner. As they spoke, the two of them walked down the spiral staircase and arrived at a flat ground paved with stone slabs. It was a long passageway. The walls on both sides were embedded with gas lamps that were surrounded by metal grids. The light shone down, dragging out Klein's and Roshan's shadows. Klein acutely noticed that there was a dark sacred emblem on the wall at regular intervals. It was the symbol of the Evernight goddess, black as the base, embellished with resplendent embellishments, surrounding exactly half of the crimson moon. Klein keenly noticed that there was a dark sacred emblem on the wall at regular intervals. It was the symbol of the Evernight goddess, black as the base, embellished with resplendence, surrounding exactly half of the crimson moon. The sacred emblems didn't seem special, but walking between them, Klein's mind gradually calmed down. Roshan also shut her mouth, no longer chatting idly like before. Not long after, a crossroad appeared in front of them. The brown-haired girl gave a brief introduction. The left leads to St. Selena Cathedral. The right leads to the weapons, materials, and documents vault. Straight ahead leads to Cheney's Gate. St. Selena Cathedral? Is Zutland Street behind Red Moon Street? Klein was stunned when he heard that. St. Selena Cathedral on Red Moon Street was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Tingen City. It was a holy land that local devout believers yearned for. Together with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the suburbs and the River and Sea Cathedral of the Church of the Lord of Storms in North Tingen, they supported the religious world of Tingen City and its affiliated towns and villages. Realizing that it wasn't appropriate for him to probe further with his current status, Klein listened in silence. They passed through the crossroad and proceeded straight ahead. In less than a minute, a black iron door with 7 sacred emblems engraved on it appeared before their eyes. It stood there, giving off a heavy, cold, and condescending feeling, like a giant standing guard in the darkness. Cheney's Gate. Roshan mentioned and pointed to the room beside it. Captain is inside. You can go in by yourself. All right, sorry to trouble you, Klein replied politely. The room Roshan pointed to was slightly in front of Cheney's Gate. The window was open, and light shone in. Klein took a deep breath and calmly bent his finger. Thump. 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 Come in. Dunsmith's deep and warm voice sounded. Klein gently pushed open the unlatched door and saw a table and 4 chairs inside. Dunsmith, who had a receding hairline, wore the same black trench coat from the night before. He was leisurely reading the newspaper, and there was a golden watch chain near his chest button. Have a seat. Have you made up your mind? Are you sure you want to join us? Dunn put down the newspaper in his hand and asked with a smile. Klein took off his hat and bowed. He sat by the table and nodded slowly. Yes, I'm sure. Then take a look at this contract. Heh, people like to call it a contract these days. Dunn pulled open the drawer and took out 2 copies of the contract. There weren't many clauses on it. They were mostly what Dunsmith had mentioned before. The main point was the confidentiality clause. Violators would not go through the kingdom's courts, but would be directly tried by the arbitration tribunal of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, just like how soldiers and officers had to go to military courts. 5-year contract. £2 and 10 solely weekly salary, 10 solely confidentiality and risk allowance. Klein read through everything and answered seriously, I'm fine with it. Then sign it. Then sign it. Dunn pointed at the dark red fountain pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the fountain pen with a piece of scrap paper. Then, he secretly took a deep breath and signed his name on the corresponding spot on both contracts, Klein Moretti. As he didn't have a stamp, he could only put his fingerprint on it. Dunn kept the contract and took out a stamp from the drawer. He stamped at the end and a few important spots. After doing all this, he stood up and handed back a contract with one hand. He extended his other hand to Klein. Welcome. From now on, you're one of us. Take note, the contract has to be kept confidential. Klein stood up as well. As he took the contract, he held the other party's hand and smiled. Then should I address you as Captain? Yes. Dunn's gray eyes looked abnormally deep in the dim environment. After shaking hands, the two sat down. Klein looked at the stamp on the contract and saw that it said, Tinjin Nighthawk Squad, Awa County, Kingdom of Ruan. I really didn't expect you to use Blackthorn Security Company as a cover, he said casually with a smile. Actually, we have another signboard. Dunn took out a piece of paper from the drawer. It was stamped with the seals of the city government and the police department. There were 2 lines of text: 7th Team, Awa County Police Department Special Operations Department, Kingdom of Ruan. The first 4 teams are normal police in charge of security, such as the VIP Protection Team, Important Site Protection Team, etc. From Team 5 onwards, they deal with supernatural incidents in the various cities in the county. Our Team 7 is in charge of incidents related to the goddess's believers in Tinjin. If there are different believers, they will be divided according to the region. We are mainly in charge of places like the North, West, and Golden Industries. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Team 6, which is part of the mandated Punishers from the Church of Storms, is in charge of the Dock, East, and South districts. The University District and the suburbs are under Team 5, which is the Machinery Hive Minds team in Tinjin. Yes. Klein couldn't find anything to ask about this matter. He smiled and said, what if someone really comes to us for a mission because of the Blackthorn Security Company signboard? Of course, why not? As long as it doesn't affect our daily affairs. Dunn spoke slowly and humorously. The money we earn can be treated as an additional bonus. The team members are quite happy to do so. After all, the troublesome and trivial matters like finding cats and dogs are now taken care of by the private detectives. How many people do we have in this Nighthawk team? Klein asked, bringing up the topic. There aren't many supernatural incidents, and there aren't many Beyonders either. There are only 6 official Nighthawks in Tinjin, including me. Heh, there are 6 clerks including you, Dunn answered unhurriedly. Klein nodded and finally asked about the matter he was most concerned about. Captain, what do you mean by Beyonders losing control? Why would they lose control? Upon hearing Klein's question, Dunn looked out the window at the corridor that led to Cheney's gate. He took out his pipe and stuffed it with tobacco and mint leaves. Then, he brought it to his nose and took a deep whiff. His voice drifted as he sighed. Only at home can I enjoy the wonderful smell of tobacco and peppermint. Klein, do you know the creation myth? Of course, when I received enlightenment in the church's Sunday school, I learned words from the revelation of Evernight. The Book of Wisdom and the Saint's Letter both mentioned the creation myth. As Klein recalled the memories of the original Klein, he slowed down and said, the Creator woke up from chaos, broke the darkness, and created the first ray of light. He then completely merged with the universe and became all things. His body became the earth and the stars. One of his eyes became the sun, and the other the crimson moon. Part of his blood surged into the sea and rivers, nourishing and nurturing life. At this point, Klein unconsciously paused, partly because the relevant memories were blurred, and partly because the creation myth was somewhat similar to the Pengu creation myth of the foodies. People from different parts of the world had similar imaginations when it came to myths and legends. Seeing that Klein had encountered a difficult problem, Dunn smiled and helped him add, his lungs evolved into elves, his heart evolved into giants, his liver evolved into treants, his head evolved into dragons, his kidneys evolved into feathered serpents, his hair evolved into immortal birds, his ears evolved into demonic wolves, his mouth and teeth evolved into mutants, his remaining body fluids evolved into sea monsters, the essence of which was Naga, his stomach, his small intestines, and the evil parts of his body evolved into demons, evil spirits, and various unknown evil existences. His spirit evolved into the eternal sun, the Lord of storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. His wisdom gave birth to human beings. That was the first era, the era of chaos. Klein said the last sentence, feeling amused and ridiculous. As a keyboard folklorist, this was the first time he had come across such a detailed creation myth. It was so detailed that every ranked race was derived from which part of the creator was detailed. It was as if they were eating fruits in a row. Furthermore, it wasn't only the Evernight goddess's canon that said so. The churches of the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery also had similar descriptions. They didn't elevate themselves and belittle the other deities. This either meant that the creation myth was true, or it vaguely revealed that the major churches had finally reached an agreement after a long period of struggle and compromise before the Fifth Era. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly had another question. He frowned and said, I think there's something wrong with this. Why was the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom born directly from the Creator Spirit, but not the goddess? In the prehistoric records of the revelation of Evernight, the Evernight goddess only awoke at the end of the second epoch. Together with the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and other deities, they protected and helped humanity survive the cataclysm. It was also commonly known as the third epoch, the Cataclysm epoch. Earth Mother and the god of combat also appeared at the same time. The god of steam and machinery, originally known as the god of craftsmanship, was only born in the fourth epoch. In this way, the status of the gods seemed to be self-evident. It was extremely clear who was more ancient and who was more orthodox. This caused a certain amount of trouble among the believers of the Evernight goddess. Dunn Smith held his pipe in his other hand and asked a question instead of answering him. Describe the goddess's honorific name in full. Klein immediately felt like he had stabbed himself. He racked his brains and tried his best to recall. She is the Evernight goddess who is more noble than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. She is also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, and the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Thankfully, Klein's mother was a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. When she was alive, she would recite it every evening and during meals. Even if the original Klein's memories were fragmented, he wouldn't have completely lost it. What does the Lady of Crimson symbolize? Dunn asked in a guiding tone. The crimson moon. The moment Klein said that, he seemed to come to a realization. Then, which part of the Creator was the crimson moon formed from? Dunn asked with a smile. A single eye. Klein looked at him and smiled. This was in no way inferior to the Lord of Storms, which was formed from the Creator's psyche splitting into three. As for the churches of Earth Mother and the God of Combat, they likely had similar theories. Only the God of Steam and Machinery was born too late to find a reason. Their church had always been weak for the past 1,000 years until the invention of the steam engine gave them the upper hand. Only then did they truly stand on equal footing with the others. Dunn stroked his pipe and said, humans are born from the wisdom of the Creator, so we have a smart and extraordinary brain, but we lack other magical abilities. However, from the creation myth, we can draw a simple and clear conclusion, and that is, all things are born from the same source. Originate from the same source. Klein repeated the last few words. Based on this conclusion, humans who fought against giants, devils, and mutants under the blessings of the gods gradually figured out a way to obtain beyonder powers. That is to use evil spirits, dragons, monsters, and the corresponding parts of magical trees, flowers, or crystals, together with other ingredients to concoct a potion. Then, after consuming and absorbing them, one would grasp different abilities. This is common knowledge among all mysticism schools of thought. Dunn didn't go into too much detail as he gave a brief introduction. In this process, our ancestors learned a painful lesson. If one directly consumed a high-grade and extraordinary potion, it would easily lead to a tragic outcome. There are only 3 possibilities. Which 3? Klein pressed curiously. First, the mind dies, and the body collapses. Every piece of flesh and blood turns into a terrifying monster. Second, the power contained in the potion instantly changes your personality. You become cold, sensitive, easily angered, cruel, and indifferent to everything. Third. Dunn put down his pipe, picked up the porcelain cup beside him, and took a sip. Fermo coffee from the Paws Valley. It's very bitter, but also very fragrant. The aftertaste is great. Do you want a cup? I prefer Fainapotter's Highland coffee. Of course, I've only had it at Welch's a few times, Klein declined politely. What's the third? Mental disorder, going crazy on the spot, more demonic than a demon. This is what it means to lose control. Dunn emphasized the word lose control. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he put down the coffee cup and continued. After a long period of experimentation and exploration, together with the birth of the blasphemy slate, humans finally perfected the potion system and formed a sequence chain that progressively increases. The lower the sequence number, the higher the grade of the potion. To this day, the 7 churches each have at least one complete sequence. In addition, there are also incomplete paths that were gathered over the past few centuries or millennia. Blasphemy slate? Klein acutely caught on to the term. At the gathering, the hanging man had also mentioned it. According to the hanging man, the blasphemy slate was the most crucial factor in the formation and completion of the potion system. This was different from what Dunn had said. This is something created by some evil gods. As for which era it appeared in, what's recorded on it, and what's special about it, I'm not too sure. If you discover any clues, you have to report it to me immediately. It has the highest level of response. Dunn vaguely explained, I just mentioned one type of loss of control. Now, I'll talk about the remaining 4. Okay. Klein threw the question of the blasphemy slate to the back of his mind and focused on listening. Although humans only have smart brains and no other beyonder powers, this isn't absolute. There are always some lucky ones, or should I say unlucky ones, who are born with relatively high spiritual perception. Yes, it's also the ability to sense spirits. They can hear sounds that others can't hear, see things that others can't see, and have some beyonder characteristics. As Dunn spoke, he looked at the emptiness around him, leaving Klein shuddering. In other words, they are equivalent to half a sequence 9 beyonder. They have fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 is the lowest level in the chain. In short, they can only choose the corresponding, fixed sequence pathway. If they consume other potions, there will be mild mental abnormalities, serious loss of control, and even more serious death. Got it. Klein nodded slowly. The third type of loss of control is similar to the second. Once you choose a sequence chain, you can only follow that path to the end. There's no way of regretting it. If you consume another path, with a suitable sequence potion, although there's a high chance that you will obtain blended, strange, and warped powers, it's almost certain that you will be in a half-mad state. You might be sensitive and easily angered, cruel and bloodthirsty, or silent and melancholic. And there's only one such opportunity. In the future, be it consuming the potion from the original path, or the current sequence potion, there's only one outcome, loss of control. It depends on whether you die mentally, your body collapses into a monster, or become an evil spirit. As Dunn spoke, he picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. Klein, who was trembling in fear, fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he asked, what about the 4th type of loss of control? The 4th type. That's one of the most common problems. When we consume potions, we will obtain powers that originally belonged to beyonder species. It's considered an unnatural evolution, and we will more or less be affected by remnant mental effects. Perhaps there won't be any symptoms, and outsiders won't be able to detect it, but there will definitely be some hidden in our hearts. Before we fully grasp the extraordinary powers brought about by the potion and eliminate those subtle traces, recklessly consuming the corresponding potion of a higher sequence will result in the accumulation of madness and loss of control. Dunn suddenly fell silent. After pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, we Nighthawks have an internal rule that even if a member has made great contributions, he has to consume the previous potion for 3 years and pass the corresponding examination before he can be promoted. But even so, there are many people who lose control because of this every year. How terrifying. Klein drew a breath and said, what about the last type? What about the last type? The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up, but there was no hint of a smile. The 5th type is also the most common reason for losing control. For beyonders, their spiritual perception is more or less enhanced. The smaller the sequence number, the greater the enhancement. Therefore, they can hear sounds that others can't hear, see things that others can't see, and encounter things that others can't. They are constantly under the temptation of mysteries and illusions. Once there's any other stimulation, or greed, they will slowly lose control. As he spoke, Dunn turned to look straight at him. His gray eyes reflected Klein's figure. His tone turned bleak. The founder of the modern Nighthawks, Archbishop Cheney's, once said, we are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness. We are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches that are constantly fighting against danger and madness. The corridor outside the window was sealed, and the stone walls were ice cold. The room was illuminated by a bright yellow light. Dunsmith's recount lingered in such an environment, striking Klein's heart again and again, rendering him momentarily speechless. Seeing Klein's silence, Dun shook his head and smiled. Are you disappointed? Beyonders are different from what you imagine them to be. We are always walking with danger. There's definitely a price to gain. Klein calmed down from the shock and replied in a measured tone. He really didn't expect that other than the glorious, extraordinary side of Beyonders, there would also be such hidden dangers. However, perhaps it was because he had only heard the description and hadn't truly encountered it, or perhaps it was because he had already been embroiled in this vortex, and there was no telling when a strange incident would befall him. His fear, anxiety, worry, and fear quickly reduced to a manageable level. Of course, it was inevitable that the thought of retreating arose. He was entangled and refused to leave. Not bad. Very mature and very rational. Dunn finished the remaining mouthful of coffee and added, also, Beyonders aren't as powerful as you imagine them to be. Low-sequence Beyonders, why do you use 1 to represent the highest grade and 9 to represent the lowest? This goes against intuition and logic. The low sequence we usually talk about refers to the lower grade, and the higher number is the beginning of the sequence chain. Alright, where was I? Yes, Beyonders aren't as powerful as you imagine them to be. The strength of low-sequence Beyonders can't compare to firearms, much less cannons. It's just that in certain aspects, they are more magical than firearms and harder to guard against. If you have the chance to become a Beyonder in the future, you must consider what I said today carefully. Don't make a rash decision. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. I still don't know when I'll have the chance. If there was such an opportunity, he felt that he would not miss it. Consuming the wrong potion or a potion of a higher level could be avoided to the greatest extent. The main hidden dangers were the subtle effects of the potion itself and the unknown danger he heard and saw after his spiritual perception was enhanced. The former had generations of experience as a reference. As long as he wasn't in a hurry to improve himself and steadily grasped his strength, the chances of him losing control should be relatively low. Furthermore, his main goal was to resolve the potential danger at hand, understand the essence of mysticism, and find a way to transmigrate back. That was why he had taken this step. He wasn't aiming for the position of a high-sequence Beyonder. If it was really easy to lose control, he could just not advance and stay in his original sequence, relying on his knowledge to plan his return home. There was no need to even mention the latent dangers. Klein still had fresh memories of the luck enhancement ritual that drove him to the brink of insanity, to the point where his head was about to explode. This wasn't something that could be avoided just by not becoming a Beyonder. In that case, he might as well grasp some strength that could resist it. Thinking of this, Klein only felt that the pros and cons were so clear that most of the thoughts of retreating in his heart disappeared. Dunn picked up his pipe again. There was a smile in his gray eyes as he said, regarding this matter, I can't give an accurate answer. To become a Beyonder, firstly, you have to make enough contributions. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, you will be able to decipher a key ancient document, or provide us with extremely useful suggestions for the case. Secondly, it depends on whether the higher-ups have any new ideas. No one can say for sure. Alright, I believe you should have a better understanding of Beyonders now. In the future, you won't make any rash decisions. Now, I'll introduce you to the clerical work of our Nighthawks team. He stood up, walked to the door, and pointed in the opposite direction of Cheney's gate. They are all professionals, so there's no need for them to take turns. They rest on Sundays every week. The remaining 3 clerical jobs are Roshan, Bright, and Old Neil. Their jobs include receiving visitors, cleaning rooms, writing case files and item declaration lists, as well as guarding the warehouse of weapons, materials, and documents. They are strictly responsible for entry, exit, and return registration. Each of them takes a day off every week. Other than Sundays, there's also the rotation of night duty and rest. It's up to them to decide. I'm doing the same thing as Roshan and the rest? Klein stopped thinking about Beyonders and confirmed his job responsibilities. No, you don't need to. You're a professional. Dunn smiled and said, you currently have 2 things to do. First, every morning or afternoon, go out for a walk. The focus is on the various paths from Welch's residence to your house. Ah? Klein was dumbfounded. What kind of job is this? Is it very professional? Dunn stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black trench coat and said, after confirming that you've really lost your memories, Welch and Naya's case is considered closed. Similarly, the Antigonus family's diary has completely disappeared. We suspect that you took it with you and hid it on your way home. That's why we didn't find any clues at your house. This should also be the possible reason why you weren't at the scene of the crime, but committed suicide at home. Although you've been mysteriously influenced and have completely forgotten these memories, the human spirit and brain are very strange. There might still be some traces left behind. Daly couldn't obtain them using her spirit medium means, but that doesn't mean that they definitely don't exist. Perhaps you might have the feeling that you've seen or done something before in a familiar place or at a key location. That's what we want. Got it. Klein was enlightened. The Nighthawk's deduction of the diary's whereabouts was indeed reasonable. Among the people present, he was the only one who was still alive. Only he had the time and motive to take the diary away and hide it midway. If you can find the diary this way, you should be able to gain enough credit to become a Beyonder, Dunn Smith encouraged him, indirectly hinting at the importance of the diary. Let's hope so. Klein nodded. Dunn changed the topic back to the previous topic. Second, you will take a day off every week. You can temporarily decide which day it is. When you're not outside, go to the armory and read the documents and classics we preserve. This is the job of a professional historian. When you're done, you will take turns with old Neil and the rest. All right, no problem. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. It's not too difficult. At this moment, Dunn turned his body halfway and pointed at the black iron door with 7 sacred emblems engraved on it. This is the Cheney's Gate. It comes from the name of the founder of the modern Nighthawks, Archbishop Cheney's. There's one under the central cathedral of every major city. It's guarded by official Nighthawks members on a rotation basis. There are at least 2 keepers from the church inside, as well as countless traps. You must not approach it casually, or you'll be tainted by bad luck. Sounds impressive. Klein expressed his thoughts. It's divided into a few areas. They keep certain sequence potion formulas and all kinds of magical ingredients. They temporarily imprison heretics, mutants, cultists, and secret organization members. They'll eventually be sent to the Holy Cathedral, Dunn introduced casually. Holy Cathedral? The headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in the Winter County in the north of the kingdom, the Cathedral of Serenity? Klein nodded slightly as though he was in thought. In addition, there are all kinds of high-secret documents and classics inside. You might have a chance to read them when your clearance is raised. Dunn pondered for a moment and said, there are some sealed artifacts in the bottom level behind Cheney's Gate. Sealed artifacts? Klein ruminated on the term. It sounded like a proper noun. Some of the Beyonder items we collect and obtain are too important and magical. If evil were to obtain them, they would cause great damage. Therefore, they have to be kept strictly confidential and guarded. Even we ourselves can only use them under certain circumstances. Also, at this point, Dunn paused before continuing, and there's a portion of them that are very special. They have a certain living characteristic. They will lure the keepers and affect the surroundings. They will escape on their own, causing catastrophic consequences. They have to be kept under strict control. It's very magical, Klein said wistfully. The Nighthawks headquarters has divided these sealed artifacts into 4 levels. Grade 0 means that they are extremely dangerous, highly valued, and highly confidential. They cannot be inquired about, divulged, described, or spied on. They can only be sealed under the Holy Cathedral. Dunn explained in detail, Grade 1 means that they are highly dangerous. They can only be used in limited amounts. The confidentiality level is for diocesan bishops and Nighthawks deacons and above. The central cathedrals of diocesan headquarters such as Bakeland can store 1 or 2 of them. The rest have to be handed over to the Holy Cathedral. Grade 2 means that they are dangerous. They have to be used carefully and in moderation. The confidentiality level is for bishops and Nighthawk team captains and above. The central cathedrals of the major cities can store 3 to 5 of them. The rest have to be handed over to the Holy Cathedral or the parish headquarters. Grade 3 means that they are dangerous. They have to be used carefully. It can only be applied for in a 3-person operation. The confidentiality level is for official Nighthawks members. In the future, when you see the corresponding documents, you should understand what they represent through the numbers. For example, 2 to 125 is a dangerous grade sealed artifact 125. As Dunn spoke, he suddenly turned around and walked back to his room. He took out a piece of paper from the bottom of the drawer. By the way, take a look at this. 3 years ago, a new archbishop lost control. It's unknown how he broke through the layers of protection, but he mysteriously disappeared with a grade 0 sealed artifact. Remember his picture. If you discover anything, do not alarm him or disturb him. Come back and report it. Otherwise, there's a 1000% chance that you will die in the line of duty. What? Klein took the piece of paper and realized that there wasn't a header. There was only a black and white photo and a few lines of text. Xianxia, male. 40 years old. Former archbishop. Gatekeeper who failed to advance. Seduced by a devil, he degenerated into evil. He escaped with sealed artifact 0-08. The specific characteristics are: in the photo, Xianxia was wearing a double-breasted pure black clergyman robe and a bonnet. His hair was dark gold, and his pupils were so blue that they were almost black. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were tightly pursed. His facial features were like a classical sculpture without any wrinkles. The most eye-catching feature was that he was blind in one eye. The description of the degenerate is very detailed, and there's only a codename for the sealed artifact. Klein truthfully expressed his first impression. Therefore, it's of the highest level of confidentiality. The search for sealed artifact 0-08 is all verbal descriptions and not written in text. Furthermore, there's only a little information about it. Dunn sighed and said, 0-08 has the appearance of a common quill, but it doesn't need ink to write. That's all. Dunn didn't elaborate on this matter. He followed the golden chain on his black trench coat and took out a gorgeous pocket watch of the same color. He snapped it open and took a look. He pointed outside the door and said, I've said everything that needs to be said. Go to the armory and find old Neil. Get him to arrange for you to read the specific literature. He's not an ordinary civilian worker. He was once an official member, but he's old and hasn't been promoted. His physical condition isn't good, and he's no longer suitable for handling cases. Furthermore, he's unwilling to become an internal keeper or recuperate at home. He only wishes to be accompanied by literature. All right. Klein bowed slightly, took off his short top hat, and put it back on his head. He was imagining what sealed artifact 0-08 looked like. An ordinary-looking quill, doesn't need ink for writing, then what's its true use? So much so that it needs to be kept a secret and is considered very dangerous? Don't tell me it's a karmic pen that writes who dies. No, that's too heaven-defying. There's no need for Xianxia to flee. Just as Klein turned around and was about to leave, Dunn Smith suddenly shouted at him from behind. Wait, I forgot something. What? Klein turned his head, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Dunn put away his pocket watch and smiled. Remember to get the accountant, Mrs. Oriana, an advance of 4 weeks' salary, a total of £12. After that, you'll only receive half of your salary every week until the repayment is complete. That's too much. There's no need for that. It can be reduced, Klein said subconsciously. He wasn't opposed to the advance. After all, he didn't even have the fare for a public carriage back. However, receiving a huge sum of £12 at once still left him a little afraid. No, it's a must. Dunn shook his head and smiled. Think about it. Are you still willing to continue living in your current apartment? Even the bathroom has to be shared with several households. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the ladies. Besides. Seeing Klein nod in agreement, he paused for a moment and sized up Klein's clothes with a smile. He then said meaningfully, that's right. He said meaningfully, besides, you'll need a cane, and you'll have to buy a new suit. Klein was taken aback for a second before he came to a realization. His face immediately burned a little because the suit he was wearing was a cheap one. Normally, a top hat had to be made of silk and cost 5 to 6 soldi, a bow tie was 3 soldi, a silver-studded cane was 7 to 8 soldi, a shirt was 3 soldi, pants, vest, and tailcoat cost about £7, and leather boots were 9 to 10 soldi. In total, the entire set cost more than £8 and 7 soldi. Of course, a decent gentleman also needed a watch chain, pocket watch, and wallet. Back then, the original Banson and his brother, Banson, had lived frugally and saved up a sum of money. They went to a clothing store to inquire about the price, but in the end they didn't even dare to bargain and left with their tails between their legs. They made do with a cheap shop near Iron Cross Street and bought a suit for each of them. The total cost was less than £2. It was because of this that the original owner had a deep impression of the price of clothes. Okay, Klein stuttered as he replied. Just like the original owner, he was also a person who cared about his reputation. Dunn took out his pocket watch again, opened it, and glanced at it. Or will you go to Mrs. Oriana first? I don't know how long you'll be staying at Old Neil's. Mrs. Oriana will be coming home soon. Okay. Klein felt very poor and did not object. Dunn walked back to the table and pulled one of the hanging ropes. I'll ask Roshan to take you there. As the rope moved and the gears turned, Roshan, who was in the reception hall of the Blackthorn Security Company, heard the bell hanging beside her ring. She hurriedly stood up and carefully went downstairs. Not long after, she appeared in front of Klein. Dunn Smith smiled humorously. Did I disturb your rest? Well, take Moretti to Mrs. Oriana. Roshan quietly pursed her lips and happily replied, Yes, Captain. That's it? At this moment, Klein blurted out in surprise. Don't I need you to write a note or something when I go to the finance department to get my salary in advance? So? Dunn asked in puzzlement. I mean, don't I need your signature to get my salary in advance for Mrs. Oriana? Klein tried his best to use simple words. Oh, no, there's no need. Roshan can prove it, Dunn Smith replied as he pointed at the brown-haired girl. Captain, our finance department doesn't seem to have any management here. Klein resisted the urge to lampoon as he turned to leave the room with Roshan. At this moment, he heard Dunn shout once again, Wait a minute. There's something else. Can we finish it in one go? Klein turned around with a smile. Go ahead. Dunn pressed down on Sun's acupoint. When you go to Old Neil's, remember to collect 10 demon-hunting bullets. Me? Demon-hunting bullets? Klein asked in surprise. Isn't Welch's revolver with you? There's no need to hand it over. Dunn stuffed one hand into his pocket and said, With the demon-hunting bullets, you can protect yourself if you encounter any strange dangers. It will at least give you courage. There's no need to add the last sentence. Klein had been worrying about this matter, so he replied without hesitation, All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll need to write an official document for that. Wait a minute. Dunn Smith sat down and picked up a dark red fountain pen. He scribbled a note, signed it, and stamped it. Thank you, Captain. Klein received it sincerely. He slowly took a step back and turned around again. Wait. Dunn shouted again. Captain, you look like you're in your 30s. Why are you showing signs of premature aging? Klein forced a smile and turned back. Is there anything else? I forgot that you have never practiced shooting before. It's useless for you to have demon-hunting bullets. Why don't we do it this way? Collect 30 normal bullets a day and take the opportunity to go to the streets, which is the underground shooting range at 3 Zutland Street. Most of it belongs to the police department, but there's a shooting range that belongs to us Nighthawks. Ah, right, you still need to collect a badge from Old Neil, otherwise, you won't be able to enter the shooting range. Dunn smacked his forehead and took the note from Klein. He quickly added other content and stamped it. A good gunner is trained with bullets. Don't underestimate them. Dunn passed the amended note to Klein. I understand. Klein, who was afraid of danger, wished he could go today. He took 2 steps out, then suddenly turned around cautiously and spoke after some deliberation. He deliberated and said, Captain, is there anything else? That's all. Dunn nodded affirmatively. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and walked all the way to the door. Along the way, he wished he could turn around again and ask, "Is there really nothing else?" He held back the urge and finally successfully left the keeper room. Captain has always been like that. He often forgets things. Roshan walked beside him and softly disparaged him. Even my grandmother has a better memory than him. Of course, he only forgets trivial things. Yes, trivial things. Klein, I'll call you Klein from now on. Mrs. Oriana is an amiable person. She's easy to get along with. Her father is a watchmaker. He's very skilled. Listening to the brown-haired girl's rambling, Klein stepped up the stairs and returned to the upper floors. He met Mrs. Oriana in the office on the right, that was the outermost. She was a black-haired lady in a flouncy dress. She looked to be in her 30s and had fashionable curly hair. Her green eyes were clear and smiling, making her look delicate and elegant. After Oriana listened to Roshan describe Dunsmith's arrangements, she took out a note and wrote an advance receipt. Sign here. Is there a seal? If not, just leave a fingerprint. Okay. Klein skillfully completed the procedures. Oriana took out a copper key and opened the safe in the room. As she counted the gold pounds, she smiled and said, "That's right. You're so lucky to have enough cash today. By the way, Klein, were you invited by the captain because you're involved in a supernatural incident and have a specialty?" "Yes, ma'am, your intuition is very accurate." Klein was generous with his compliments. Oriana took out 4 light gray notes with dark black patterns and locked the safe again. As she turned around, she smiled. "Because I'm the same." "Is that so?" Klein expressed an appropriate amount of surprise. "Do you know of the serial killer that shook the entire Tingen city 16 years ago?" Oriana handed 4 gold pounds to Klein. "I remember. Was it the bloody butcher who killed 5 girls in a row? Some took their hearts, and some took their stomachs? When I was young, my mother often used this matter to scare my sister," Klein said after some thought. He took the notes and realized that there were 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes. They were all gray with black patterns, and there were complicated patterns and special watermarks at the 4 corners. The former was slightly larger, and in the middle was the 5th king of the Kingdom of Rouen, the direct ancestor of George III, Henry Augustus I. He wore a white wig, and his face was round. His eyes were long and narrow, and his expression was abnormally stern. However, in Klein's eyes, there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. "This is a 5-pound note. It's equivalent to 4 weeks of Banson's salary." In the middle of the 1-pound note was George III father, the former king, William Augustus VI. This powerful man had a thick beard and a determined gaze. During his reign, the Kingdom of Rouen broke free from its old shackles and once again reached the pinnacle of the various countries. These are all good kings. Klein vaguely caught a whiff of the pleasant smell of ink on the banknotes. Yes, if the Nighthawks hadn't arrived in time, I would have been the 6th victim. Mrs. Oriana's tone still had a hint of lingering fear, even though the incident had happened more than 10 years ago. "It sounds like that serial killer, no, butcher, is a beyonder?" Klein carefully folded the notes and placed them in the inner pocket of his suit. Then, he touched the surroundings a few times to confirm it. "Yes." Mrs. Oriana nodded solemnly. "He killed a lot of people in the past. The reason why he was caught was because he was preparing a demonic ritual. No wonder he wanted different organs." "Sorry, ma'am, for reminding you of bad memories," Klein said sincerely. Oriana chuckled and said, "I've long been afraid. Back then, I was studying accounting in business school. After that, I came here. Alright, I won't hold you up any longer. You still have to find old Neil. Goodbye, ma'am." Klein took off his hat, bowed, and left the office. Before he went down the stairs, he couldn't help but touch his inner pocket to confirm that the 12 pounds was still there. He turned at the crossroads and walked to the right. Not long after, he saw a half-closed metal door. Knock, knock, knock. Amid the knocks, an old voice came from inside. "Come in." Klein pushed open the metal door and realized that it was a narrow room. There was only room for a table and 2 chairs. On the other side of the room, there was a tightly locked metal door. And behind the table, a white-haired elder in a classic black robe was reading a few yellowed pages under the light of a gas lamp. He looked up and looked at the door. "You're Klein Moretti? Little Roshan came over just now and said that you were very polite. Miss Roshan is really a friendly person." "Good afternoon, Mr. Neal." Klein took off his hat in greeting. "Have a seat." Neal pointed to a silver-inlaid tin can with complicated patterns on the table. "Would you like a cup of hand-ground coffee?" The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were very deep. His dark red eyes were slightly turbid. "You don't seem to be drinking any?" Klein acutely noticed that Neal's ceramic cup was filled with water. "Haha, it's my habit. I don't drink coffee after 3 in the afternoon," Neal explained with a smile. "Why?" Klein asked casually. Neal looked into Klein's eyes with a smile. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well at night. That way, I'll hear the whispers of some mysterious existence." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words as he changed the topic. He switched to asking, "Mr. Neal, what documents and books should I read?" As he spoke, he took out the note written by Dunn Smith. "Things related to history, complicated and fragmented. To be honest, I've been trying to learn them, but I can only grasp the basics. The rest are too troublesome. Things like diaries, popular books, epitaphs, etc., 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 Neal grumbled. Neal complained. "For example, what I have here requires more detailed historical records to deduce the specific content." "Why?" Klein was a little confused. Neal pointed to a few yellowed pages in front of him. "These are the diaries that Roselle Gustave lost before his death. To keep it a secret, he used strange symbols he invented to record it." "Roselle the Great? Senior Transmigrator?" Klein was taken aback as he listened attentively. "As many people believe that he didn't really die, but instead became a hidden god, there have always been cultists who worship him who hold all sorts of rituals in an attempt to obtain power. Occasionally, we will encounter such incidents and obtain a few original or transcribed notes," Neal said, shaking his head. "To this day, no one has been able to decipher the true meaning of those special symbols. Therefore, the Holy Cathedral allows us to keep the copy for research, hoping that there will be an unexpected surprise." Having said that, Neal revealed a smug smile. "I've already deciphered a few of the symbols and confirmed that they're expressions of numbers. Look, what did I discover? This is actually a diary. Yes, I hope to use historical events from different dates, especially events around the emperor, to compare them with the records of the corresponding day in the diary. From there, I can decipher more symbols. A genius train of thought, right?" The old gentleman with white hair and deep wrinkles looked at Klein with sparkling eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. "Yes. Haha, you can take a look as well. You'll have to help me with this work tomorrow." Mr. Neal pushed the few yellowed pages to Klein. Klein turned them around, and with just a glance, he was stunned. Although the symbols were very ugly and slightly deformed, there was no way he would mistake them. This was because these were the words he was most familiar with, Chinese, and it was F***King simplified Chinese. For an instant, Klein believed that he had transmigrated back, but the elegant gas lamp surrounded by brass grids and old Neal's silver-inlaid tin can filled with hand-ground coffee made him realize reality. This transmigrator senior, Roselle the Great, is really a compatriot. He's using simplified Chinese, which doesn't exist in this world, to record a secret. With an indescribable feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Klein quickly scanned through the 3 pages of the manuscript in his hand. November 18th. What a miraculous matter. A whimsical experiment and an accidental mistake allowed me to discover a pitiful fellow who was trapped in a storm and lost in the depths of the darkness. He could only approach the real world during the full moon every month, but he was still unable to transmit his cries over. He was lucky to have met me, the protagonist of this era. After writing the above paragraph, I read it myself and suddenly felt a little wistful. Even though it's written in Chinese, it unknowingly has a strong translation accent. 40 years passed in a snap of a finger. The memories of the past are really like a dream. January 1, 1884. A grand New Year's Eve. Madame Floriner is truly a beauty. January 2nd, my gentlemen from the Foreign Affairs Council are all idiots. 3rd January, my choice back then was too rash. Now, from the looks of it, be it apprentice, seer, or marauder, they are all better. Unfortunately, there's no turning back. January 4th, why are my children so stupid? I've said it 10,000 times. Don't be fooled by those charlatans. No, those charlatans might have been fooled themselves. The key to potions isn't mastery, but digestion. It's not excavation, it's acting. And the name of a potion isn't only a symbol of its core, but also a concrete image. It's also the key to digestion. From Faisac in the north, Rouen in the east, and Fainapotter in the south, my enemies have finally come together, but I'm not afraid. I'll use facts to tell them that the generational difference in weapons and knowledge isn't something that can be made up for by numbers and low-sequence beyonders. Besides, it's not like I don't have subordinates. As for high-end beyonders, have they forgotten who I am? On the 23rd of September, I lost contact with a ship searching for the forsaken land of the gods. I should consider inventing wireless telegraphy. Hopefully, it won't be affected by the storm. The 24th of September. Miss Ithaca is more charming than Lady Florentine. Perhaps I am only nostalgic for my youth. Because it was a copy, due to the complexity of the Chinese characters, the size of each character was magnified. Therefore, there was not much content on each page. In fact, for the sake of preservation and research, the back of the book was blank. But even so, Klein was still overwhelmed with emotions, especially when he read Roselle the Great's description of the key points of the potion. It made him feel as if he had found a way to solve the problem and grasped a priceless secret. Perhaps this will be the guiding light for my future Beyonder pathway. Yes, the 3 pages of manuscripts are diary entries from different periods. I can tell that Roselle the Great has the habit of only writing the year at the beginning of the year. For the time being, I can't determine which year the November and September pages belong to. Who was the poor fellow he discovered? What do digestion and acting refer to? Where is the forsaken land of the gods? Questions boiled in Klein's mind along with the pleasant surprise. It made him wish he could immediately gather Roselle the Great's diary and read it from beginning to end. Klein? At that moment, old Neil, who was sitting opposite him, said in confusion. Klein snapped to his senses and hurriedly hid his smile. I thought I would be the most special one, so I wanted to try to decipher it. What a young man. Old Neil laughed and nodded. I also once thought that I was the most special one. Klein flipped through the 3 pages of manuscripts in his hand. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, he handed them back and pretended to ask casually, do we only have these few pages? I want to see more of Roselle the Great's diary. Did you think there would be a lot? Old Neil rubbed the manuscripts as he sneered with deep wrinkles. There aren't many incidents involving beyonders and mysteries every year. Sigh, it's mainly because those beyonder species are gradually dying out in our northern continent. Without them, there aren't any more potions. Therefore, there are fewer and fewer beyonders. Sigh, over the past few centuries, dragons, giants, and elves have become records in books. Even the sea race no longer appears in the coastal waters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly thought of a joke and immediately smiled. He immediately smiled and said, I think it's time to establish the Dragon and Giant Protection Association. Old Neil was at a loss when he heard that. It took him a long time to understand what he meant. After figuring it out, he patted the table and laughed heartily. He wasn't gentlemanly enough. Haha, Klein, you really are a humorous person. This is a tradition of our Rouen kingdom. It's never wrong for young people to be humorous. I don't think it should be too narrow. How can there only be dragons and giants? It should be called the Magical Animal Protection Association. No. How can we forget those pitiful plants? Klein shook his head. At this point, he and old Neil looked at each other and said in unison, Magical Animal Protection Association. Just as they said that, the two of them smiled in tacit agreement. The unfamiliar atmosphere from before had dissipated quite a bit. There are fewer and fewer interesting young people like you. Where was I? The wrinkles on old Neil's face suffused a smile. I remember now. There aren't many incidents involving Beyonders and mysteries every year, and the idiots who worship Emperor Roselle are the minority. It's already not bad that we were able to obtain 3 manuscripts. Yes, the other cathedrals or dioceses should have more. He muttered a few words and took the approval that Klein had long placed on the table. He glanced at it and said, "Is it a pistol bullet, a rifle bullet, or a steam pressure gun bullet?" "A revolver," Klein answered according to the actual situation. "All right, I'll take it out." "Ahem, do you have an armpit holster?" "As a gentleman, you can't let your waist and below bulge out in public." Old Neil cracked a joke that all men knew. No. "Do I need to get the captain to write it?" Klein played along and smiled. Old Neil stood up and said, "There's no need. It's fine as long as it's recorded. This is considered a set item." "Repeat after me, set item." "You were a teacher in the past?" Klein asked in amusement. "I spent some time at the church's Sunday school and free school." Old Neil waved the piece of paper, took out a key from the drawer, and opened the metal door that led to the inner room. "Beyonders and ordinary people don't feel that much different." Klein mumbled silently as he cast his gaze at the 3 diary pages on the table. Roselle the Great is indeed involved in the realm of mysticism. His diary is priceless. To others, it's just a piece of waste paper. It's unknown when they'll be able to decipher it, but to me, it's a treasure. I wonder where the rest of the diary pages are. I have to think of a way to find more. Klein's mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down until Old Neil came out from the inner room and closed the metal door. 10 demon hunting bullets, 30 pistol bullets, a cowhide armpit holster, and a badge of the Special Operations Department's 7th team. Count them, give them a try, and sign on the record book. Old Neil placed the items in his hand on the table. The pistol bullets were stored in a cardboard box, separated into 3 layers. They were neatly arranged, and just like the bullets in Klein's house, they were yellow and slightly slender. The demon hunting bullets were stored in a small metal box. They were shaped like ordinary pistol bullets, but they were silver-white in color. Upon closer inspection, there were complicated and dazzling patterns. At the bottom, there was even a small sacred emblem of a red crescent moon with stars on a black background. The cowhide holster felt sturdy to the touch, and there was a buckle on the belt. Beside it was a badge the size of half a palm. It had the words Alwa County Police Station and Special Operations Department's 7th team inlaid in silver. They formed a nearly closed circle around the twin swords surrounded by a crown. "It's a pity it's not a Nighthawk badge," Klein said, half feeling wistful and half probing. Old Neil smiled and urged Klein to try the holster under his armpit. After taking off his coat, Klein used a lot of effort to buckle the holster and stick it under his left armpit. Not bad. He didn't take it off again and put on his formal attire. Old Neil sized it up and nodded in satisfaction. "It's very suitable. My eyes are still as accurate as ever." After putting the other items into his pocket and signing on the record book, Klein chatted with Old Neil for a while longer before leaving. Halfway there, he suddenly slapped his forehead in annoyance. "I forgot to find out more about sequences and potions. It's all because of Roselle the Great's diary. Up until now, he still didn't know what the sequence of the complete pathway that the Church of the Evernight Goddess controlled was, which was sequence 9. Roshan seemed to have mentioned something about sleepless?" Just as Klein slowly walked towards the stairs, a figure came down. He was wearing tight pants that made it easy for him to move around. His white shirt wasn't tucked in, and he had a romantic air about him. He was the black-haired, green-eyed officer who had previously searched Klein's house. The 2 of them had already met upstairs, but they hadn't spoken. "Good afternoon," the poet-like young Nighthawk greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon. I don't think I need to introduce myself, right?" Klein replied humorously. "There's no need. I have a deep impression of you." The young Nighthawk stretched out his right hand and said, "I'm Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8 Midnight Poet." Sequence 8. He really is a poet. Klein shook his hand gently and asked with a smile, "You have a deep impression of me?" Leonard Mitchell's green eyes were deep as he replied with a faint smile. "You have a special temperament. Gay." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a smile and said, "I don't think so. You encountered such an incident and didn't immediately accept our protection, yet you're still alive. That in itself is special enough. Leonard pointed ahead. I have to take over as captain. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Klein turned to the side and made way. After he disappeared at the end of the staircase, Leonard Mitchell suddenly turned around and stared at the faint yellow light and the stone floor. He muttered to himself in the air, that's right, that's right. He whispered to the air, did you notice anything? After going up the stairs and returning to the reception hall, Klein was about to bid farewell to Roshan when he heard the brown-haired girl say in a brisk tone, Captain wants you to come back on Monday to deal with the chores at home first. All right. Klein didn't expect the management of the Nighthawks to be so humane, and he felt a little grateful. He had originally planned on waking up early the next morning and taking the opportunity to go to Tianjin University while he was loitering outside in the morning. He wanted to find the teacher in charge of the interview and inform them that he wouldn't be participating in the follow-up segment. After all, the original Klein had entered the interview with his mentor's recommendation letter. Regardless, it was basic courtesy to finish what he started. Even if it wasn't for his own good, he had to respect his mentor's feelings. Since there were no telephones, telegrams were charged by letter, and there was no time to send a letter, riding a public carriage was the most economical and suitable method. Now that he had the captain's special approval, Klein did not need to be so tired. He could wake up after a good night's sleep and leisurely go over. Klein was about to take off his hat to bid farewell when he suddenly recalled something. He looked around and suppressed his voice. Roshan, do you know what is the beginning of the complete sequence that the church holds? This was something he had forgotten to ask old Neil. Roshan widened her eyes and looked at Klein in surprise. You wish to become a Beyonder? Was I that obvious? Klein touched the corner of his mouth and answered awkwardly, after knowing that the world does indeed have supernatural and mysterious powers, I can't help but yearn for them. My goddess, do you know how dangerous it is? Didn't the captain tell you? The enemies of Beyonders were not only cultists and dark warlocks, but also themselves. Almost every year, there would be people losing control and sacrificing their lives. Don't you think about your family's feelings? Roshan emphasized her tone with her hand gestures, and her reaction was a little overboard. Klein, I think it's better to be a civilian. There's almost no danger, and your salary will increase every year. After a few years, you'll have some savings, and you can rent a single-family house in the North District or near the suburbs. You can start a happy family with a charming lady, and you'll have a cute, naughty little angel. Roshan, stop. Stop. Seeing that the brown-haired girl was getting further and further away from the topic, Klein hurriedly stopped her with sweat on his forehead. I just want, yes, to understand the basic common sense. All right. Roshan fell silent for a few seconds, lowered her gaze, and said in embarrassment, because of my father's matter, I'm always, well, you know, a little agitated when it comes to such matters. But, frankly speaking, I'm full of admiration for every man and woman who volunteers to become a Nighthawk. I understand. Klein quickly echoed. Roseanne blinked her light brown eyes and added, that's right. My father once said, don't think that becoming more powerful and becoming a high-sequence Beyonder will solve the latent problems and resist danger. In fact, it's the exact opposite. You will encounter more and more terrifying things. When you encounter some unknown and terrifying existence, madness and death are the only two outcomes. He sacrificed himself 2 weeks after saying that. Klein, don't look at me with pity. I'm living a good life now, really good. You should be afraid of these things. I just want to understand the basic common sense. Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he repeated his previous answer. Mr. Captain explained it more clearly than you, and even if I don't become a Beyonder, I've already encountered something extraordinary, all right. Roshan thought for a while and said, I heard from Captain and old Neil that due to the decline and extinction of Beyonder species, there are almost no high-sequence Beyonders in this era. It's already very impressive to become a Beyonder. Our Tianjin city and the suburbs have hundreds of thousands of people, probably more, but there are only about 30 Beyonders. Oh, I guessed. Oh, I didn't include those cultists and dark warlocks who live in the dark. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she seemed to regain her vitality and clenched her fists in front of her chest. And among these 30 or so beyonders, most of them are sequence 9s. I seem to have gone off topic. It's alright, this is also common sense that I want to understand. Klein wished that Roshan could be like her usual self, rambling on and revealing more information. In short, to become a beyonder is already very impressive, very impressive. Roshan repeated. The complete sequence that belongs to our church begins with sleepless, sequence 9 sleepless. As expected. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he listened to Miss Roshan's description. You should be able to guess from the name. Sleepless are people who don't need to sleep at night. They only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day. Phew, I'm so envious. No, I'm not envious at all. Sleep is a gift from the goddess. It's the most blissful thing. Where was I? Ah yes, sleepless don't need light to see through the darkness. The deeper it is at night, the more powerful they are. I mean powerful in every aspect, including their strength, their spiritual perception, and their thoughts. However, although they can discover the unknown dangers hidden in the darkness, they still have to rely on items such as demon-hunting bullets when they encounter monsters that can't be dealt with by normal means. My father was once a sleepless. Without waiting for Klein to ask, Roshan continued, after that is sequence 8, Midnight Poet. After that is sequence 8 Midnight Poet, and above that is sequence 7 Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein immediately recalled how Dunn Smith had guided him into a dream, and he asked in confirmation, Captain. You know about it? Miss Roshan's mouth nearly formed an O shape. Captain once entered my dream. Klein looked to his left and right as he lowered his voice again. Understood. Roshan was enlightened as she replied softly. She picked up the coffee cup beside her, took a sip, and sighed with emotion. She said wistfully, the church only has 2 sequence 7 beyonders in Tingen City. Captain should be one of them. Even in a large diocese like Bakeland, he would be a very powerful person. Some deacons might not even be stronger than him. So Captain is that impressive, Klein echoed with a smile. To be honest, Dunn Smith's appearance in the middle of the night had left a deep impression on him. He almost instinctively believed that he was a powerful beyonder. Of course. Roshan proudly straightened her back. Then, with her mind racing, she said with a troubled expression, Sequence 7, I don't know what's above that. Perhaps Captain is the only one in the entire Nighthawks team who knows. What about the other sequences? The incomplete ones. Klein changed the topic in satisfaction. He had to say that the sleepless Roshan described was indeed in line with his expectations and expectations of beyonders, but it wasn't the kind he wanted to be. The perfect sequence 9 in his heart should be able to learn and master a lot of mystical knowledge, so as to figure out the reason for his transmigration and build a foundation for his future transmigration. Roshan thought for a moment and sighed. I'm not too interested in this aspect. I only know more than the other churches. After all, the goddess is also the mother of concealment. Well, there should be 2 or 3 types, because some members are always cold and scary, and they smell weird. Some members, well, I mean old Neil, he knows a lot and knows a lot of interesting magic rituals. Let me think, he once mentioned his Sequence 9 title, which is also the name of the potion formula. Ah yes, it's called Mystery Prior. A lot of interesting magic rituals? Mystery Prior? That sounds very close to what I want. Klein was slightly delighted. In addition, I know the name of a Sequence 7, one with an incomplete pathway. Roshan set in a boastful tone as she thought of something else from her recollection. What is it? Klein was abnormally curious. In a situation where high-sequence beyonders were scarce or even non-existent, Sequence 7 could already be considered a core force of the church, right? Roshan revealed a sweet smile and replied with a hint of smugness. Spirit medium. Mayam daily? Klein asked subconsciously. After his initial surprise, he felt that this matter wasn't that surprising. Only a Sequence 7 beyonder could perform as well as Mayam daily. Roseanne's eyes widened again. She said in disbelief, how do you know? I've met Mayam daily. Klein didn't hide the truth. Alright. Roshan said in a yearning tone, if I can directly become a spirit medium like Mayam daily, then I'm also willing to be a beyonder. No, I'll seriously consider it for 10 minutes, yes, Ma daily fulfills all my imaginations of a beyonder, Klein echoed somewhat exaggeratedly. Having accomplished his goal, he chatted with Roshan for a few minutes. Seeing that there was no other information, he took off his hat, bowed, and left. Walking down the stairs, Klein took a few steps before he suddenly paused. He reached out and touched the notes in his inner pocket. Following that, he took out the 12 gold pound note and clenched it tightly in his left palm. Then, he stuffed his hand into his trouser pocket, refusing to loosen it or pull it out. A smile unconsciously suffused his face. According to the customs of foodies, after receiving the money, one had to go out for a meal. As he walked on Zutland Street, the hot and humid breeze blew against him. The high-spirited Klein suddenly thought of something. He only had 3 pence left in change. It would cost 4 pence to take a public carriage back to Iron Cross Street, and using a gold pound note to give change was like using $100 to buy a bottle of cheap mineral water before his transmigration. It wasn't that he had no other choice, but that he couldn't bring himself to do so. I'll use 3 pence to take a 3-kilometer carriage and walk the rest of the way back. Klein had one hand in his pocket, slowed down his pace, and thought of other methods. No way. Soon, he rejected the previous idea. It would take quite a while to walk the rest of the way back. It wasn't safe to carry a huge sum of 12 pounds, furthermore, he had been worried that the Nighthawks would confiscate the revolver, so he had deliberately not brought it with him today. If he were to encounter any danger caused by Welch's death, he would be defenseless, find a bank nearby to exchange for change. No way. A handling fee of 0.5% is too extravagant. Klein shook his head silently. Just the thought of the handling fee made his heart ache. As he eliminated all the methods, Klein's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a clothing store. That's right, isn't the most normal way to buy something at a suitable price and get change? Formal wear, shirts, waistcoats, pants, leather boots, and a cane are all within the budget. I have to buy it sooner or later. Yes, it's very troublesome to try on clothes. Besides, Banson knows better than me and is better at bargaining. I can wait for him to come back before considering, then, buy a cane, that's right. There's a saying that goes, a cane is a gentleman's best defensive weapon. It can be used as half a crowbar. A gun in one hand and a cane in the other is the way a civilized person fights. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made up his mind. He turned around and turned into the Wilker clothing store. The layout of the clothing store was very similar to the clothing store he had before his transmigration. On the left side of the wall was a row of formal wear, and in the middle were shirts, pants, waistcoats, and ties. On the right side were pairs of leather shoes and boots placed in glass cabinets. Sir, what would you like to buy? A male shop assistant wearing a white shirt and a red vest came over and asked politely. In the kingdom of Rouen, because the gentlemen with status, power, and wealth liked to wear white shirts, black waistcoats, black trousers, and black suits, the colors were rather monotonous. Therefore, the male servants, shop assistants, and waiters were required to wear colorful clothes to distinguish between master and servant, or noble and lowly. In contrast, the madams and young ladies wore dresses of different hues and gorgeous decorations, while the maids could only wear black with white, or white with black. Faced with the male shop assistant's question, Klein pondered for a moment and said, cane, heavier, harder. The kind that could blow up other people's heads. The red-vested shop assistant secretly sized up Klein and led him into the shop. He pointed at the row of canes in the corner. The one inlaid with gold is made of iron heartwood. It's very heavy and hard. 11 solely 7 pence. Would you like to try it? 11 solely 7 pence? Why don't you go rob someone? So what if it's made of gold? Klein was shocked by the price. He didn't show it on his face as he nodded slightly. All right. The red-vested shop assistant took down the Ironheart cane and carefully handed it to Klein, as though he was afraid that he would break the goods. Klein felt the weight of the cane the moment he took it. He tried to move it, but he realized that he couldn't move it smoothly. It's too heavy. Klein shook his head and heaved a sigh of relief. That's not an excuse. The red-vested shop assistant put the Ironheart cane back and pointed at the other 3. This is walnut, made by Tingen's most famous cane artisan, Mr. Hayes. 10 solely 3 pence. This is anhydrous wood, inlaid with silver. It's as hard as steel, and it's 7 solely 6 pence. This is made from the heart of a white bolly tree. It's also inlaid with silver, and it's 7 solely 10 pence. Klein took them one by one and tested them. He realized that the weight was quite suitable. Following that, he knocked on them with his fingers and roughly grasped the hardness of each cane. Finally, he chose the cheapest one. I'll take this one made of anhydrous wood. Klein pointed at the silver inlaid cane in the red-vested shop assistant's hand. All right, sir. Please follow me over there to make the payment. In the future, if this cane is damaged or stained, you can hand it over to us for free. The red-vested shop assistant led Klein to the counter. Klein took the opportunity to unfold the 4 gold pounds in his palm and took out one of the 2 smaller ones. Hello, 7 solely 6 pence. The shop assistant behind the counter bowed with a smile. Klein wanted to maintain his gentlemanly image, but when he stretched out his left hand with the 1-pound note, he couldn't help but ask, "Can it be cheaper?" "Sir, these are all handmade." "Our cost is very high," the red-vested shop assistant answered. "Besides, the owner isn't around. We don't have the right to help him reduce the price." The shop assistant behind the counter echoed. "Sir, I'm sorry." "All right." Klein handed the note over and received the silver-inlaid black cane from the red-vested shop assistant. While waiting for the change, he took a few steps back and widened the distance between them. He then tested the effects of brandishing his offhand weapon. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the wind was heavy and felt like it was tearing through the air. Klein nodded in satisfaction. He cast his gaze forward again, prepared to see the notes and coins, but he was surprised to find the red-vested shop assistant retreating far away. The one behind the counter had shrunk into a corner, sticking close to the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall. The Ruan Kingdom implemented a semi-regulated policy on firearms. To wield a gun, one needed to apply for an all-purpose weapon usage permit or a hunting permit. However, regardless of the type, one was not allowed to possess a repeating rifle, steam high-pressure gun, or 6-barreled machine gun, or other military-controlled items. An all-purpose weapon usage permit allowed one to purchase and store any civilian firearm, but obtaining it was extremely troublesome. Even merchants with a certain status might not be able to pass the examination. A hunting permit was relatively easy. Even a farmer in the suburbs could obtain one, but such a permit was only limited to the use of a hunting rifle. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of permits. Many people with some wealth would apply for one to protect themselves in times of crisis, such as now. Klein looked at the 2 wary shop assistants as the corners of his mouth twitched. He chuckled dryly and said, "Not bad. This cane is very suitable for brandishing. I'm very satisfied with it." Seeing that he had no intention of attacking, the shop assistant behind the counter relaxed as he handed over the notes and coins with both hands. Klein took a look and saw that there were 2 5 solely and 2 1 solely notes, as well as a 5 pence and a 1 pence copper coin. He couldn't help but nod inwardly. After pausing for 2 seconds, he ignored the shop assistant's gaze and unfolded the 4 notes one by one to ensure that the anti-counterfeiting patterns and watermarks were correct. After doing all of this, Klein put away the notes and coins. He held his cane, adjusted his top hat, and walked out of Wilkel clothing and hat shop like a gentleman. He extravagantly boarded a trackless public carriage, and after a transfer and a total of 6 pence, he successfully returned to his apartment. After closing the door, he counted the 11 pounds and 12 solely notes 3 times before placing them in his desk drawer. Then, he took out the copper-colored revolver with a wooden grip. Clang! 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 5 brass bullets landed on the desk one after another. Klein stuffed the silver demon hunting bullets with complicated patterns and the dark sacred emblem into the revolver one by one. Similarly, he only stuffed 5 bullets in, leaving an empty space to prevent accidental shots. The remaining bullets were stored in a small metal box along with the 5 normal bullets he had just taken out. With the revolver closed, Klein suddenly felt a lot more secure. He excitedly placed the revolver into his armpit holster and buckled it. Then, he repeatedly practiced the action of unbuckling and drawing the revolver. When his arms were sore, he rested for a moment before continuing. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that he heard the sounds of tenants walking in the corridor. Phew. Klein exhaled and placed the revolver back into his armpit holster. Only then did he change out of his suit and vest. He put on his usual brownish-yellow coat and did some arm relaxation exercises. Tap. 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 Footsteps approached, a key was inserted into the keyhole, and the sound of turning was heard. Melissa, with her silky black hair, pushed open the door and entered. Her nose twitched indiscernibly as she swept her gaze across the unlit stove. The luster in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Klein, I'll cook the leftover ingredients from last night. Banson might be back tomorrow. Melissa turned to look at her brother. Klein had both hands in his pockets as he leaned his thighs against the edge of the desk. He smiled and said, "No, let's eat out." "Eat out?" Melissa asked in surprise. "How about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street?" "I heard the taste is great," Klein suggested. But. Melissa was still confused about the situation. Klein smiled. "To celebrate my finding a job." "You found a job?" Melissa's voice involuntarily became louder. But isn't the interview at Tianjin University tomorrow?" "Another job." Klein smiled as he took out the stack of notes from the drawer. "They even gave me 4 weeks' salary in advance." Melissa looked at the gold pounds and solely and widened her eyes. "Goddess. You, what job did you find?" "This." Klein's expression froze as he deliberated over his words. "A security company whose mission is to find, collect, and protect antiques. They need a professional consultant. A 5-year contract at £3 a week. Were you worried about this last night?" Melissa asked after a moment of silence. Klein nodded and said, "Yes. It's more dignified to be a faculty member at Tianjin University, but I prefer this job. Actually, it's not bad." Melissa revealed an encouraging smile. She asked, half puzzled and half curious, "Why did they give you 4 weeks' salary in advance?" "Because we need to move. We need more rooms and a bathroom of our own." Klein smiled as he spread his hands. He felt that his smile was impeccable. He was just short of asking, "Are you surprised?" Melissa was taken aback. She suddenly spoke quickly, appearing slightly flustered. "Klein, our living quarters are actually not bad. I occasionally complain about not having a bathroom of my own, but it's just a habit. Do you remember Jenny? She used to live next door. Ever since her father got injured and lost his job, they had no choice but to move to Lower Street. The family of 5 can only live in one room. 3 of them sleep on the bunk bed, and 2 on the floor. They even want to rent out the remaining empty space on the floor. Compared to her family, we are very lucky. Don't waste your salary on this matter. Besides, I like Mrs. Smiron's bakery very much." The golden afterglow outside the window died at dark. Klein looked into Melissa's eyes and was momentarily at a loss for words. This was because he couldn't use any of the lines he had prepared. He coughed lightly as his mind raced. "Melissa, isn't this a waste of salary? In the future, when Banson and my colleagues come to visit, do we have to entertain them in such a place? In the future, when I get married to Banson and have a wife, do we still have to share a bed? Don't you guys not have a fiancé yet?" "You can wait a little longer and save up more money," Melissa said logically. "No, Melissa, this is the rule of society." Klein felt a headache coming on, so he could only reason. "Since you're getting a weekly salary of £3, you have to have the decency to match it." To be honest, he, who had once lived in a shared apartment, was no stranger to the living conditions. He was completely used to it, but it was precisely because of this experience that he understood the inconvenience of such an environment for girls. Furthermore, his goal was to become a beyonder, study mysticism, and find his way home. In the future, he would have to do some magic rituals at home. With so many people in the apartment, it was easy for problems to arise. Seeing that Melissa was about to continue, Klein hurriedly added, "Don't worry. I'm not considering a detached house. I plan on looking at townhouses. In short, I have to have my own bathroom. Also, I also like Mrs. Slyn's bread, Tianjin biscuits, and lemon cakes. We can first consider a place closer to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street." Melissa pursed her lips slightly, and after a moment of silence, she slowly nodded. Besides, I'm in no hurry to move. I have to wait for Banson to return. Klein smiled and said, otherwise, when he opens the door, he will be very surprised and ask, where's my stuff at home? Where's my siblings? Where's my home? Is this my home? Did I come to the wrong place? Goddess, quickly tell me if this is a dream. Why is it that I don't even have a home when I return after a few days? He imitated Banson's tone, which made Melissa's eyes crinkle unconsciously, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. No, Mr. French will wait at the door until Banson hands over the key. Banson won't be able to go upstairs at all. The girl mocked the stingy and greedy landlord. In the Moretti family, everyone loved to make jokes about the landlord, Mr. Frankie. This was a trend that was started by his eldest brother, Banson. Yes, he won't change the locks for the tenants behind him. Klein smiled in agreement, pointed to the door, and said humorously, Madam Melissa, shall we go to Silver Crown Restaurant to celebrate? Melissa sighed softly. Klein, do you know Selina? My classmate, my good friend. Selina? An image of a girl with long burgundy hair and dark brown eyes surfaced in Klein's mind. Her parents were believers of the Evernight goddess and had blessed her in the name of Saint Selina. She wasn't even 16 yet, half a year younger than his sister, Melissa. She was a happy, cheerful, and outgoing lady. Yeah. Klein nodded, indicating that he remembered Selina Wood. Her brother, Chris, is a solicitor. He currently earns close to £3 a week. His fiancée works part-time as a typist. Melissa first described the situation before saying, they'd been engaged for more than 4 years. In order to have a stable and decent life after marriage, they're still saving up to this day. They haven't entered the church and plan to wait for at least another year. According to Selina, people around her brother's age are all the same. They typically only get married at the age of 28. You have to prepare ahead of time and save up money. Don't waste it. It's just a meal at a restaurant. Is there a need to be so philosophical? Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought for a few seconds and said, Melissa, I'm earning £3 a week now. It will increase every year in the future, so don't worry. But we need to save up to prevent any accidents. For example, that security company might suddenly close down. I have a classmate who had to find temporary work at the docks because his father's company went bankrupt. His family's financial situation worsened instantly, so he had no choice but to drop out of school. Melissa persuaded her brother with a serious expression. Klein covered his face with his hand. That security company and the government. Yes, they have some relationship with the government. They won't close down so easily. But the government isn't stable either. After every election, if there's a change of parties, most positions will be changed. It'll be a mess, Melissa persistently retorted. Sis, you really know a lot. Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. All right, then I'll make a soup with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. Go buy a pan-fried fish, a piece of beef with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and bring me a glass of ginger beer. Anyway, let's celebrate a little. These were the food that the vendors on Iron Cross Street often sold. A pan-fried fish was 6 to 8 pence, a medium-sized piece of beef with black pepper sauce was 5 pence, a glass of ginger beer was 1 pence, and a small can of cream was about £1/4, which cost 4 pence. Buying a pound of cream directly only cost 1 solely and 3 pence. The original owner of the body would be responsible for the purchase of ingredients at home every holiday, so he was no stranger to the price. After a few seconds of mental calculation, Klein estimated that it would roughly cost 1 solely and 6 pence, so he directly drew the 2 1 solely notes. Okay. Melissa no longer objected to this. She put down her bag of stationery and took the notes. Watching his sister take out a small can of cream and a bowl of other food and walk briskly to the door, Klein thought for a moment and called out to her. Melissa, buy some fruit with the rest of the money. There were many vendors on Iron Cross Street who would purchase fruits of poor quality or that had been stored for too long from other places. However, the people here were not angry because the price was very cheap. As long as they cut off the rotten parts after returning home, they would be able to taste the delicious food. It could be considered a cheap enjoyment. After saying this, Klein quickly walked over, took out the remaining copper pennies from his trouser pocket, and placed them in his sister's palm. Huh? Melissa looked at her brother with puzzlement and confusion in her brown eyes. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. Remember to go to Mrs. Smiron's place and reward yourself with a small piece of lemon cake. Melissa opened her mouth and blinked. In the end, she only said one word. All right. She quickly turned around, pulled the door open, and ran to the stairs. A river flowed through the streets. Cypress and maple trees lined both sides, and the air was so fresh that it made one feel intoxicated. Klein, who had come to settle the interview, carried his revolver and cane as he alighted from the public carriage that he had paid for with 6 pence. He walked along the cement road and approached the 3-story brick building that was hidden in the greenery. It was Tianjin University's office building. As expected of one of the 2 most famous universities in the Kingdom of Ruan. Klein, who was here for the first time, sighed as he walked. Compared to this place, Koei University on the other side of the river was simply shabby. Heya! Heya! As the shouts drew closer, 2 rowing boats rushed over from the upper reaches of the Koei River, their wooden oars moving in an orderly manner. This was a popular rowing sport in all the universities in the Kingdom of Ruan. With Klein's family's financial situation, he had to rely on scholarships to complete his university studies. He had participated in Koei University's rowing club with Welch and the others and was good at rowing. How young? Klein stopped and looked into the distance as he sighed. In another week, such a situation would no longer exist, because the school would be on summer break. Following the tree-lined road, he walked to the gray 3-story brick building. After registering, he successfully entered and familiarly found the office that had received him the last time. Knock. 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 He knocked lightly on the half-closed door. Come in. A man's voice came from behind the door. Seeing Klein push open the door and enter, the middle-aged instructor in a white shirt and black tuxedo frowned slightly. There's still an hour before the interview. Mr. Stone, do you still remember me? I'm Senior Associate Professor Cohen's student, Klein Moretti. You've seen my recommendation letter. Klein took off his hat with a smile. Haven Stone stroked his black beard and asked in puzzlement. What's the matter? I'm not in charge of the interview. It's like this. I've already found a job, so I won't be attending the interview today. Klein told him the reason for his visit. I see. Haven Stone came to a realization. He stood up and extended his right hand. Congratulations, what a polite young man. I'll inform Mr. Professor and the senior associate professors. Klein shook hands with him and was about to leave after exchanging a few pleasantries when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Moretti, you found another job? Klein turned around and saw a silver-haired old man with deep facial features but few wrinkles. He had sunken eyes, dark blue pupils, and a black tuxedo. Good morning, tutor, Mr. Aztec. He hurriedly bowed. Why are you here? This old man was the senior associate professor of Koei University's history department. His mentor was Mr. Quentin Cohen. Next to Cohen was a middle-aged man with a medium build and bronze skin. He held a newspaper in his hand. He was beardless and wore a top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and his eyes revealed an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. Below his right ear, there was a black mole that could only be discovered upon closer inspection. Klein recognized him. It was Mr. Aztec, a history teacher at Koei University who often helped the original Klein. He liked to argue with his mentor, Associate Professor Cohen, and their viewpoints often clashed. However, the two of them were very close, otherwise, they wouldn't have liked to chat together. Cohen nodded and said in a soothing tone, I'm attending an academic conference with Aztec. What kind of job did you find? A security company that searches for, collects, and protects antiques. They need a professional consultant. £3 a week. Klein repeated what he had said to his sister yesterday and explained, you know, I like to explore history, not summarize it. Cohen nodded slightly and said, everyone has their own choices. Everyone has their own choices. I'm very satisfied that you remembered to come to Tianjin University to inform them instead of just being absent. At this moment, Aztec interrupted and asked, everyone has their own choices. Do you know what happened to Welch and Nia, Klein? I read in the newspaper that they were killed by a burglar. The case turned into a burglar? And it's in the newspaper so soon? Klein was stunned. He deliberated over his words before saying, I'm not too sure about the exact situation. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Previously, Welch obtained a notebook from the Antigonus family of the Solomon Empire from the Fourth Epoch and asked me to help him decipher it. I went for a few days at first, but then I was busy looking for a job. 2 days ago, the police even came looking for me. He deliberately revealed Solomon Empire and Antigonus family to see if the two history teachers would know anything. Fourth Epoch. Cohen frowned and muttered. The bronze-skinned Aztec was stunned at first. He then took a deep breath and rubbed his sun acupoint with his left hand that was holding the newspaper. As Aztec muttered to himself, he subconsciously glanced at Quentin Cohen, as if he was looking for hints and inspiration. Cohen, with his sunken eyes and dark blue pupils, shook his head without hesitation. I have no recollection of it. Okay, maybe it's just the same route. Aztec put down his left hand and laughed at himself. Klein was slightly disappointed with the result, but he couldn't help but add, Tutor, Mr. Aztec, you know that I'm very interested in exploring and restoring the history of the Fourth Epoch. If you remember anything or obtain other information, can you write to me? No problem. Because of today's events, the silver-haired senior associate Professor Cohen was very satisfied with Klein. Aztec nodded in agreement. Your address is still the same as before? For the time being, but we will be moving soon. I will write to you when the time comes, Klein replied respectfully. Senior Associate Professor Cohen waved his black cane. Indeed, we should move to a better environment. At this moment, Klein glanced at the newspaper in Aztec's hand and deliberated. Professor, Mr. Aztec, what did the newspaper say about Welch and Nia? I only knew a little about it from the police officer in charge of the investigation. Just as Aztec was about to answer, Cohen, who didn't have many wrinkles, suddenly took out a pocket watch from the gold chain on his tuxedo. Patter, he opened it and pointed his cane forward. The meeting is about to begin. Aztec, we cannot delay any longer. Give the papers to Moretti. All right. Aztec passed the newspaper to Klein. We have to go upstairs. Remember to write the letter. Our address is still the same. It's still the Koei University's History Department office. Haha. Laughing, he turned around and left the room with Cohen. Klein took off his hat and watched the two gentlemen leave. Then, he bade farewell to the owner of the office, Haven Stone. He walked along the corridor and slowly exited the door of the gray 3-story building. In the sunlight he lifted his cane, unfolded the paper, and read at the top, Tianjin Morning Post. There are quite a number of newspapers and magazines in Tianjin. Morning Post, Evening Post, Honest Paper, Bakelin Daily, Tussock Times, Family Magazine, Story Review. Klein casually recalled and came up with 7 or 8 names. Of course, some of them weren't local. They were distributed based on the steam locomotive. With the development of industrial papermaking and printing, the price of a newspaper had been reduced to 1 penny, and the number of people it covered was also increasing. Klein did not read the other content carefully. He quickly found the news section, which was about the burglary and murder case. According to the police department, Mr. Welch's house was in a terrible state, and all the gold, jewelry, banknotes, and anything valuable that could be easily taken away were gone. Even copper pennies were gone. We have reason to believe that this is a group of cruel and vicious criminals. They will not hesitate to kill innocent people who saw their faces, such as Mr. Welch and Ms. Nia. This is a violation of the kingdom's laws. This was a provocation to public safety. No one wishes to encounter such a thing. Of course, the good news is that the police department has already locked onto the murderer and arrested the main culprit. We will give a follow-up report as soon as possible. Reporter, John Browning. It's been handled and covered up. Klein walked along the boulevard and nodded indiscernibly. He casually flipped through the newspaper and read other news and serialized stories as he strolled. Suddenly, the hair on his back stood on end, as though there were needles pricking him. Someone is watching me? Sizing me up? Spying on me? Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he vaguely came to a realization. Back on Earth, he had once felt an invisible gaze and eventually discovered the source of the gaze. However, there had never been a time when his reaction was as clear as it was now. The conclusion was clear: the same thing happened in the original Klein's memory fragments. Did I transmigrate, or did that strange luck enhancement ritual strengthen my sixth sense? Klein resisted the urge to look for the person watching him. Learning from the novels, movies, and television dramas he had read, he slowly stopped in his tracks, put away the newspaper, and looked at the Koi River. Following that, he turned his head bit by bit as he looked at the scenery around him. Then, he turned around naturally and took in his surroundings. Apart from the trees, the lawn, and the students passing by in the distance, there was no one there. However, Klein was certain that someone was watching him. Klein's heart raced as his blood flowed with an intense thump. He unfurled the newspaper and covered half his face, afraid that someone would notice that something was wrong with his expression. At the same time, he gripped his cane tightly and prepared to draw his gun. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein walked forward slowly, just like before. The feeling of being spied on and sizing him up was still there, but there was no sudden outbreak of danger. His body stiffened as he walked down the boulevard and arrived at the waiting area for the public carriage. Fortunately, there was one coming. Iron. Zot. No, Champagne Street. Klein repeatedly denied his thoughts. He had originally planned on heading home directly, but he was afraid that he would attract the unknown spy to his apartment. Following that, he wanted to go to Zutland Street to seek help from the Nighthawks or colleagues, but he was worried that the spy would alert the enemy and expose himself. Therefore, he could only choose a random location. 6 pence, the toll collector answered with familiarity. Klein didn't bring any gold pounds with him today. He placed them in his usual hiding place and only took 2 solely notes. He had spent the same amount of money previously, so he happened to be left with 1 solely and 6 pence. Hence, he took out all the coins and gave them to the toll collector. After boarding the carriage, he found a seat and sat down. As the door closed, Klein felt that the uneasiness of being watched had finally disappeared. He slowly exhaled and felt his limbs tremble slightly. What should I do? What should I do next? Klein looked out the carriage window and tried his best to think of a solution. Without knowing the spy's motive, I'll first treat it as malicious. Ideas surfaced one after another, but they were all rejected by Klein. Having never experienced something like this before, it took him a few minutes to come up with an idea. I have to inform the Nighthawks. Only they can truly resolve the problem, but I can't just go there directly. That will expose me. Perhaps this is the spy's motive. Following this train of thought, Klein roughly formulated one plan after another, and his ideas gradually became clear. Phew, he exhaled and regained his basic calmness. He seriously looked at the scenery that was quickly passing by outside the window. Nothing happened until the carriage arrived at Champagne Street. However, when Klein pushed the door open and alighted, he immediately felt the uneasiness of being watched again. He pretended not to notice anything. He took the newspaper and cane and slowly walked in the direction of Zutland Street. However, he didn't enter that street. Instead, he circled to the back of Red Moon Street. There was a beautiful white square and a cathedral with a steepled roof. St. Selena Cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Tingen. As a believer, it wasn't strange to participate in Mass and pray on a day of rest. The cathedral had an obvious Earth-like Gothic style. It was completely black in color, and the facade was a tall, mottled bell tower. It was located in the middle of a huge buttress between the red and blue latticed windows, piercing into the clouds. Klein walked into the cathedral and walked along the aisle to the prayer hall. Along the way, the narrow high windows that were inlaid with blue and red patterns shone through. The blue was so blue that it was almost black, and the red was like the moon. It made the surroundings abnormally dark. The feeling of being watched disappeared again. Klein's expression remained the same without any joy. He walked step by step to the open prayer hall. There were no high windows here, so the deep darkness became the main character. However, behind the arched altar, on the wall facing the door, there were more than 10 fist-sized holes that led outside. They allowed the pure and brilliant rays of the sun to shine in and condense into light. It was like a traveler in the dark suddenly raising his head and seeing the starry sky. He saw the resplendent stars that were so majestic, so pure, and so sacred. Even though he had always believed that gods could be studied and understood, Klein couldn't help but lower his head. Amidst the bishop's low and gentle sermon, he quietly walked along the aisle that separated the seats on the left and right. He found a place that was empty and close to the aisle, and slowly sat down. After leaning his cane against the back of the chair in front of him, Klein took off his top hat and placed it on his thigh along with the newspaper. He then clasped his hands together and pressed them against his drooping forehead. He did the whole process slowly and orderly, as if he was really here to pray. Klein closed his eyes and quietly listened to the bishop's voice in the darkness. They were naked, without food or clothes, and had no cover in the cold. They were drenched by the rain, and because there was nowhere to hide, they hugged the rock. They were mothers whose children were taken away. They were orphans who had lost hope. They were poor people who were forced to leave the path of righteousness. The night did not abandon them. It blessed them. Note 1, as the echoes overlapped and entered his ears, Klein's vision turned black as if his soul had been cleansed. He calmly experienced this until the bishop finished his sermon and ended the Massachusetts. The bishop opened the door to the confessional. Ladies and gentlemen lined up one by one. Klein opened his eyes, put on his top hat, picked up his cane and newspaper, and got up to line up in an orderly manner. After more than 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. He stepped in and closed the door behind him. Klein's vision turned dark again. "Child, what do you want to say?" The bishop's voice came from behind the wooden partition. Klein took out the Special Operations Division 17 badge from his pocket and handed it to the bishop through the gap. "Someone is following me. I want to find Dunn Smith." As if tainted by the darkness, his tone became gentle. The bishop took the badge and said after a few seconds of silence, "Turn right at the entrance of the confessional. At the end, there's a secret door beside it. Someone will lead the way after you enter." As he spoke, he pulled a rope in the room, allowing a priest to hear the ringing of a bell. Klein took back the badge, took off his top hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. Then, he turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out. After confirming that the feeling of being watched did not appear again, he put on his black half-top hat again. Without any expression on his face, he picked up his cane and turned to the right, all the way to the side of the arched altar. On the wall facing the altar, he found the secret door, opened it silently, and flashed in. The secret door closed silently. A middle-aged man in a black priest's robe appeared in Klein's sight under the illumination of the gas lamp. "What is it?" the middle-aged priest asked curtly. Klein showed his badge and repeated what he had said to the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not ask any further. He turned around and walked forward in silence. Klein nodded, stroked his top hat, held his black cane, and quietly followed behind the man. Roshan had said that St. Selena Cathedral was on the left of the intersection to Cheney's Gate. Tap. 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 The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and narrow corridor, spreading far and wide in the silence. There was no other noise. Klein straightened his back and followed the middle-aged priest at an unhurried pace. He didn't ask any questions or engage in idle chatter. He was as calm as a windless lake. After passing through the heavily guarded passageway, the middle-aged priest used a key to open a secret door. He pointed at the stone staircase and said, "To the left of the cross-shaped road is Cheney's Gate. May the goddess bless you." Klein tapped his chest 4 times, outlining the shape of the crimson moon. The secular world used secular etiquette, while the religious used religious rituals. "Praise the goddess." The middle-aged priest returned the gesture. Klein didn't speak further. He followed the stone staircase and walked into the darkness with the help of the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls on both sides. Midway, he subconsciously turned his head and saw the middle-aged priest still standing by the door. He stood at the top of the staircase, standing in the shadows of the gas lamps like an immobile wax statue. Klein retracted his gaze and continued walking. Before long, he touched the cold stone floor and came to a crossroad. He didn't turn in the direction of Cheney's Gate because Dunn Smith, who had just been on duty, definitely wouldn't be there. Following the familiar path on the right, Klein climbed another staircase and appeared inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Seeing that the doors were either closed or ajar, he didn't rashly search for them. Instead, he entered the reception hall and saw a brown-haired girl with a sweet smile, engrossed in reading a magazine. "Hi, Roshan." Klein came to the side and deliberately knocked on the table. Creak, Roshan suddenly stood up and knocked over the chair. She said in a panic, "Hi, the weather is nice today." You, Klein, why are you here?" She held her chest and panted like a little girl afraid of being caught slacking by her father. "I have something to discuss with Captain," Klein answered briefly. "You scared me. I thought Captain had come out." Roshan glared at Klein. "You don't even know how to knock." "Humph, you should be glad that I am a generous and kind lady." I prefer the word girl." "Why are you looking for the captain?" "He is in the room opposite Madame Oriana." Even though he was rather tense, Klein was amused by Roshan. He pondered for a moment and said, "Secret." Roshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Klein bowed slightly and quickly took his leave. He re-entered the reception room and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Please come in." Dunsmith's slow and gentle voice rang out. Klein pushed the door open and closed it. He took off his hat and bowed. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning, what can I do for you?" Dunn's black windbreaker and hat were hanging on the coat rack next to him. His exposed body was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest. Even though his hairline was a little high and his gray eyes were deep, he still looked a lot more refreshed. "Someone is following me," Klein answered truthfully without any embellishments. Dunn leaned back and clasped his hands together. His deep gray eyes looked into Klein's eyes. He didn't continue the topic of stalking. Instead, he asked, "You came from the cathedral?" "Yes," Klein answered with certainty. Dunn nodded slightly and didn't comment on the matter. He returned to the topic at hand. "Perhaps Welch's father doesn't believe the cause of death. We reported and hired a private detective from the Wind City to investigate." Midseashire's Constant City was also known as the Wind City. It was an area with an extremely developed coal and steel industry. It was ranked in the top 3 among all the cities in the Kingdom of Rouen. Without waiting for Klein to express his opinion, Dunn continued, "It might also come from the source of the notebook." We are currently investigating where Welch obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility of other individuals or organizations pursuing this notebook." "What should I do?" Klein asked in a deep voice. Without a doubt, he hoped it was the first reason. Dunn did not reply immediately. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. His gray eyes did not ripple at all. His gray eyes remained calm as he said, "Follow the previous path back and do whatever you want." "Anything?" Klein returned with a question. "Anything." Dunn nodded affirmatively. "Of course, don't scare them away, and don't break the law." "All right." Klein took a deep breath, bade farewell, and left the room before returning to the basement. He turned left at the intersection and bathed in the light from the gas lamps on both sides. He quietly walked through the empty, dark, and cold passageway. The echoes overlapped, making him feel lonelier and more terrified. Soon, Klein approached the staircase and walked up step by step. He saw the middle-aged priest standing in the shadows by the door. The two met without a word. The middle-aged priest turned around in silence and made way for him. As he walked in silence, Klein returned to the prayer hall. The round holes behind the arched altar were still as pure as before. The room was still dark and quiet, and the line of gentlemen and ladies outside the confessional was still the same, except that there were fewer of them. After waiting for a while, Klein held his cane and newspaper as though nothing had happened. He slowly walked out of the prayer hall and left St. Selena Cathedral. The moment he walked out and saw the blazing sun, he immediately felt the familiar feeling of being watched. He felt like he was prey that was being watched by an eagle. Suddenly, a doubtful point appeared in his mind. Why didn't the voyeur follow me into the cathedral? Although I could have used the dark environment and the priest's help to temporarily disappear without his knowledge, would it have been difficult for him to pretend to pray and follow the surveillance? He didn't do anything bad, so what's wrong with entering openly, unless he has a dark history and is afraid of the church and the bishop, knowing that the other party might have beyond her powers. From the looks of it, the possibility of him being a private detective is very low. Phew. Klein exhaled, no longer as tense as before. He walked leisurely and circled to the back of Zutland Street. He stopped in front of an ancient-looking building with mottled walls. The house number was 3, and the name was Zutland Shooting Club. The underground shooting range of the police department was open to the public to earn extra funds. The moment Klein entered, the feeling of being watched immediately disappeared. He took the opportunity to hand his Special Operations Department badge to the attendant in charge of reception. After a brief verification, he was led underground to a small, sealed shooting range. 10-meter target. After giving the attendant a simple instruction, Klein took out his revolver from his holster and took out the box of brass bullets from his pocket. The sudden stare made his desire to protect himself overcome his procrastination. Hence, he couldn't wait to practice his marksmanship. After the attendant left, he threw out the revolver and ejected the silver demon hunting bullets one by one. Then, he picked up the normal brass bullets and stuffed them into the cartridge. This time, he didn't leave any empty spots to prevent accidental shots, nor did he take off his formal jacket or half-top hat. He wanted to practice in his most ordinary attire. After all, he couldn't possibly shout, "Please stop for a moment, let me change into something lighter," after encountering an enemy or danger. Click, Klein closed the revolver and slid it with his thumb. Suddenly, he held the gun with both hands and raised it up, aiming at the target 10 meters away. But he wasn't in a hurry to shoot. Instead, he seriously recalled the experience of missing the target during military training, as well as the three-point line and the recoil of firing a gun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amidst the sound of clothes being tugged, Klein practiced aiming and holding the gun over and over again. He was so serious that he was like a child taking his college entrance examination. After a few repetitions, he retreated to a spot against the wall and sat on a soft bench. He put the revolver aside, massaged his arm, and rested for a while. After spending a few minutes to recall what had just happened, Klein picked up the gun with the wooden grip and bronze revolver again. He went to the shooting position, made a standard posture, and pulled the trigger. Bang! His arm trembled, and his body leaned back slightly. The bullet missed the target. Bang! 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 Having learned from his previous experience, he shot again and again. He fumbled with the feeling in practice until he finished shooting all 6 bullets. It's time to hit the target. Klein retreated and sat down again, catching his breath. He threw out the revolver, letting the 6 bullet casings fall to the ground. Then, without a change in expression, he continued to insert the remaining brass bullets. After stretching and relaxing his arms, he stood up again and returned to his shooting position while summarizing. Bang! 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 The gunshot reverberated, and the target shook. Klein practiced and rested again and again, emptying the 30 normal bullets he had received and the remaining 5. Gradually, he landed on the target steadily and began his quest for a high score. Shaking his sore arm, he poured out the last 5 bullet casings, lowered his head, and inserted the silver demon hunting bullets with complicated patterns. One after another. He also left a spot for an accidental hit. After putting the revolver back into his armpit holster, Klein patted the dust off his body and walked out of the shooting range with a relaxed body. He then returned to the streets. The feeling of being observed surfaced once again, but Klein felt calmer than before. He slowly walked to Champagne Street and spent 4 pence to take a tracked public carriage back to Iron Cross Street. He then entered his apartment. The feeling of being observed disappeared without a trace. He took out his key and opened the door. He saw a short-haired man in his late 30s, dressed in a linen shirt, sitting in front of a desk. His heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. Klein greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, no, good afternoon, Banson." The man was his and Melissa's elder brother, Banson Moretti. He was only 25 years old this year, but due to his receding hairline and aged appearance, he looked to be in his late 30s. He had black hair and brown eyes, resembling Klein to some extent, but he didn't have the faint scholarly air. "Good afternoon, Klein. How was the interview?" Benson stood up and revealed a smile. His black coat and half-top hat were hanging from the protrusion of the bunk bed. Very bad, Klein replied without any expression. Seeing Benson stunned, Klein added with a chuckle, in fact, I didn't even participate in the interview. I found a job ahead of time, with a weekly salary of £3. He repeated what he had said to Melissa. Benson's expression eased as he shook his head and smiled. It feels like watching a child grow up. Yes, this job isn't bad. He sighed and said, that's right. I heard such good news right after I came back. That's great. We should celebrate tonight. Shall we buy some beef? Klein smiled. Okay, but I think Melissa will feel bad. Shall we go shopping together in the afternoon? Bring at least 3 soli? To be honest, £1 for 20 soli, 1 soli for 12 pence, and there are also halfpence and quarter pence. Such a currency system goes against my intuition and is very troublesome. I think it must be one of the stupidest currency systems in the world. After saying that, he saw Benson's expression suddenly become serious. He suddenly felt a little nervous and wondered if he had said something wrong. Could it be that, in the memory fragments of the original owner, Benson was a pure, extreme supporter of the kingdom and could not tolerate the slightest negation from others? Benson paced a few steps and retorted with a serious expression, no, not one of them. The only one. Klein was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and smiled at his brother. It was indeed the sarcastic humor that Benson was good at. The corners of Benson's mouth curled up as he added in all seriousness, how incisive. Klein laughed out loud. Using his rich experience from his previous life, he mocked him again. In fact, there is no evidence that those big shots have brains. All right. Very good. Benson laughed and gave a thumbs up. Klein, you're much more humorous than before. After taking a breath, he continued, I still have to go to the dock in the afternoon, so I can only rest tomorrow. When the time comes, well, let's go to the Tingen Housing Improvement Company and see if they have any cheap and decent townhouses for rent. Also, I have to visit Mr. Frankie first. Mr. Landlord? Klein asked, puzzled. Could it be that the current landlord has a row house with a good location? Benson glanced at his younger brother and said with a smile, you won't forget that we have a 1-year rental contract, right? It's only been 6 months. Hiss. Klein sucked in a breath of cold air. He had really forgotten about this matter. Although the rent was paid once a week, the lease period was a year long. If they moved now, it would be a breach of contract. If they were to be sued in court, they would have to pay a large sum of money. You still lack enough social experience. Benson touched his receding black hairline and said wistfully, this is the condition that I fought hard for back then. Otherwise, Mr. Frankie would only be willing to sign a contract every 3 months. To the rich, landlords will rent for a year, 2 years, or even 3 years to ensure stability. But to us and our neighbors in the past, landlords are constantly worried that someone might get into an accident and not be able to pay the rent. All they want is for a short-term contract. In this way, they can often raise the price according to the situation, Klein added, combining the memory fragments of the original Klein and his own experience of renting a house. Benson sighed. This is the reality and cruelty of today's society. All right, you don't have to worry about the contract. Frankly speaking, as long as we owe a week's rent, Mr. Frankie will immediately throw us out and confiscate our valuables. After all, his IQ is lower than a curly-haired baboon's, and he can't discern complicated matters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled Sir Humphrey's meme and shook his head seriously. No, Benson, you're wrong. Why? Benson was puzzled. Mr. Frankie's IQ is still higher than a curly-haired baboon's, Klein replied solemnly. Just as Benson revealed a knowing smile, he added, if he's in good condition. Haha. Benson couldn't control his reaction. After laughing for a while, he pointed at Klein, momentarily unable to find a good way to express himself. All he could do was return to the topic at hand. Of course, as gentlemen, we won't use such a shameless method. We'll talk to Mr. Frankie tomorrow. Trust me, he'll be easily convinced. Klein had no doubt about this. The existence of the gas pipe was the strongest proof. The brothers chatted for a while before putting the leftover pan-fried fish into the vegetable stew. While it was cooking, they used the steam to soften the rye bread. After smearing some butter on the bread, Klein and Banson had a simple meal. However, they were still rather satisfied. After all, the milky fragrance and sweetness left a lingering aftertaste. After Benson left, Klein took 3 solely notes and some copper pennies and headed for the lettuce and meat market. He spent 6 pence to buy a pound of beef and 7 pence to buy a large tussock fish with tender meat. In addition, he bought potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and other ingredients, as well as rosemary, basil, cumin, oil, and other items. During this process, he could still sense that someone was spying on him and watching him, but there was no physical contact. After spending some time at Slyn Bakery, Klein returned home and began using heavy objects, such as stacked books, to train his arm strength. He originally wanted to do military boxing to strengthen his body, but he had even forgotten the moves of the radio calisthenics. Furthermore, this was something he had only come into contact with during military training, so he had no choice but to make it as simple as possible. Klein didn't let himself train too hard because that would only make him tired and increase the danger. He stopped at the right time and flipped through the original Klein's teaching materials and notes, hoping to go through the relevant knowledge of the fourth epoch. In the evening, Benson and Melissa sat in front of the study table, looking at the food that had been placed on the table. They behaved like children in the upper grades of elementary school. All sorts of fragrances composed a rich prelude to the food. It was the alluring aroma of the boiled beef, the obvious and lasting stimulation of the mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of the pea soup, the subtle and balanced balance of the stewed rhubarb, and the sweet and creamy encirclement of the rye bread. Banson swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned to look at Klein, who was placing a crispy yellow fish on his plate. He felt the fragrance of the fried fish enter his throat through his nose, into his esophagus, and into his stomach. Rumble. His stomach made a clear sound. Klein rolled up the cuffs of his shirt, carried the fried fish plate, and placed it in the center of the tidied desk. Then, he turned around and took out 2 large glasses of ginger beer from the cupboard. He placed them in the corresponding positions for Banson and himself. He smiled at Melissa and took out a lemon pudding as though he was performing a magic trick. "We have beer, and you have this." "Thank you," Melissa said weakly as she took the lemon pudding. Seeing this, Banson raised his glass and smiled. "Come, let's celebrate Klein finding a good job." Klein raised his glass and clinked it with Banson's, then Melissa's lemon pudding. "Praise the lady." Rumble. He tilted his head back and took a sip. The spicy taste burned through his esophagus, bringing with it a wonderful aftertaste. Ginger beer's full name was ginger beer, but in fact, it did not contain any alcohol. The spiciness of ginger and the sourness of lemon were blended to create a beer-like taste. It was a beverage that even women and children could accept, but Melissa did not like the taste. "Praise the lady." Banson followed suit and took a sip. Melissa took a small bite of the lemon pudding and chewed it repeatedly, unwilling to swallow it. "Try it." Klein put down his glass, picked up his fork and spoon, and pointed at the table full of food. Among them, he had the least confidence in the pea soup. After all, he would never eat such a strange thing on earth. He could only recreate it based on the original Klein's memory fragments. As the elder brother, Banson did not stand on ceremony. He scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes and stuffed it into his mouth. The mashed potatoes were stewed to the limit, and the taste was mixed with the faint taste of lard and just the right amount of salt. It made his saliva secrete crazily, and his appetite increased. "Not wrong, not bad." Banson praised vaguely. "It's much more delicious than the one I had at the company last time. Back then, there was butter. This can be considered my specialty." Klein accepted the compliment calmly. "It's all thanks to the guidance of the Welch family chef." Melissa looked at the beef soup. The green basil leaves, green lettuce heads, and white radish pieces were immersed in the colorless soup, hiding the stewed beef. The color was fresh, and the fragrance was alluring. She forked a piece of beef and put it in her mouth to chew. She felt the chewiness in the soft beef. The salt, the sweetness of the radish, and the spiciness of the basil combined to stimulate the taste of the beef. She seemed to be praising something, but she could not stop her mouth. Klein tasted it and felt that it was delicious, but not without regret. It was still not his best cooking. After all, he did not have some seasonings and could only use other substitutes. It was inevitable that it would be strange. Of course, even at his best, the food he cooked was just passable. Suddenly, he felt sorry for Banson and Melissa, who had never seen the world. After swallowing the beef in his mouth, Klein picked up a piece of fried tussock fish sprinkled with cumin and rosemary. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was brown and delicious, and the salty aroma and oil taste intertwined. Nodding slightly, Klein tried a piece of stewed rhubarb, and felt that it was okay. It could relieve the greasy taste of meat. Finally, he gathered his courage and scooped a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour. Klein could not help but frown. But when he saw Banson and Melissa's satisfied looks after tasting it, he began to doubt his taste buds. He could not help but gulp down a mouthful of ginger beer to wash his tongue. This meal made the three siblings' stomachs bloated, and they were unable to get up from their chairs for a long time. "Let us praise the goddess again." Banson raised the remaining ginger beer and said in satisfaction. "Praise the goddess." Klein drank the last bit of beer in one gulp. "Praise the goddess." Melissa put the last bit of lemon pudding into her mouth and savored it. When Klein saw this, he used his tipsy state to laugh. "Melissa, that's not good. The best and most delicious food should be eaten right from the start. That way, you can see the most delicious side of it. When you're full and your appetite drops, the taste will be discounted." "No, it's still as delicious," Melissa replied firmly and stubbornly. The three siblings chatted and digested the food for a while. Then, they cleaned up the plates, forks, and spoons together and poured the oil from the fried fish back. After they were done, one of them revised for the course, one studied accounting knowledge, and the other continued flipping through the textbooks and notes. It was a fulfilling and satisfying life. At 11 o'clock, Klein and his sister extinguished the gas lamp, washed up, and went to bed. It was dark in front of him, and he felt groggy. Suddenly, Klein saw Dunn Smith in a black knee-length trench coat and half-top hat. "Captain." Klein woke up instantly and knew that he was in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes did not waver. He said as if it was a trivial matter, "Someone snuck into your room." "Someone has snuck into your room. Grab your revolver and force him into the hallway. Leave the rest to us." "Someone snuck into my room? The watcher finally made a move?" Klein was shocked. He did not dare to ask further and only nodded. "All right." The scene in front of him changed immediately. Colors appeared chaotically and burst like bubbles. Ba-dump. 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 Klein's heart suddenly began to beat violently. It contracted into a ball before suddenly expanding, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a moment, he nearly forgot what he wanted to do or what he should do until the infiltrator's figure suddenly paused. He turned his ears slightly as though he had heard some changes. As the blood in his brain receded, Klein regained his basic ability to think. He reached under his pillow and grabbed the wooden handle of the revolver. When he felt the hard and smooth sensation, his emotions quickly stabilized. He slowly and silently pulled out the revolver and aimed it at the infiltrator's head. To be honest, he wasn't confident that he could hit his target. Although he had been able to hit the target, a moving person and a fixed target were two completely different concepts. He wasn't arrogant enough to confuse the two. However, he vaguely remembered a saying from his previous life. It roughly meant that the greatest might of a nuclear bomb only existed before it was fired. In this situation, the logic was the same. The best deterrence was before the bullet was fired. If he didn't pull the trigger and blindly fire, the other party wouldn't be certain that he was a rookie. There was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to hit him. He would be worried, fearful, and consider many things, so much so that he would place restraints on himself. In that instant, thoughts surfaced in his mind one after another, making Klein immediately make a decision. He wasn't the kind of person who became calmer the more critical the situation was. Instead, he had long imagined the scene of him encountering a watcher. He had predicted that he would mainly use intimidation instead of attack. There was a saying in the foodie kingdom, "Better safe than sorry." When Klein aimed his gun at the infiltrator, The thin man suddenly froze as though he had sensed something. Right on the heels of that, he heard a chuckle. "Good evening, sir." The thin man's hands clenched as his body tensed up. Klein sat on the lower bunk of the bunk bed and aimed the gun at his head. He tried his best to speak in a relaxed and natural manner. "Please raise your hands and turn around. Try to be as slow as possible. Frankly speaking, I'm a timid person who gets nervous easily. If you move too fast, I'll be scared. I can't guarantee that I won't fire by mistake." "Yes, that's it." The slim man raised his hands to the side of his head and turned his body bit by bit. The first thing that caught Klein's eyes was the neatly buttoned black tights, followed by two thick and sharp brownish-yellow eyebrows. Klein couldn't see any fear in his blue eyes. Instead, he felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, the other party would pounce on him and tear him to pieces. He tightened his grip on the gun and tried his best to keep his expression calm and indifferent. When the thin man was completely facing him, he raised his chin, pointed at the door, and said gently, "Don't worry. Sir, let's go out and talk. Don't disturb other people's sweet dreams. Slow down and light your steps. This is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The thin man's cold eyes turned and swept a glance at Klein. Still raising his hands, he walked towards the door step by step. Under the revolver's aim, he twisted the handle and slowly opened the door. Just as the door was half open, he suddenly squatted down and rolled forward. The door seemed to be pulled by a gust of wind as it closed with a bang. Banson, who was on the upper bunk, was startled by the huge movement. He was about to wake up in a daze. At this moment, a melodious and tranquil melody came from outside. A deep and soothing voice sang, "Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope, at least one thing is true, this life flies by. One thing is true, the rest is a lie. After the flower blooms once, it will leave the world forever." Note 1, the poem seemed to have the power to relax and calm people. Banson, who was on the upper bunk, and Melissa and the others in the inner room fell asleep again in a daze. Klein's body and mind were at peace, and he almost yawned. The thin man had escaped so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Looking at the closed door, he smiled and muttered to himself, "That's right. You might not believe it, but my bullet was actually a blank." Beware of mistakenly fired blanks. Following that, Klein listened to the poem at midnight and waited patiently for the battle outside to end. In less than a minute, the melody that was as tranquil as the moonlight on the surface of the lake stopped, and the night returned to its deepest silence. Klein silently slid the revolver and moved the empty spot away, waiting for the results to appear. He waited for 10 minutes. Just as he was feeling uneasy and hesitating about whether he should go out to investigate, Dunsmith's calm and gentle voice finally came from the door. "It's done." "Phew." Klein exhaled. He picked up his revolver and the key. Barefooted, he carefully approached the door and silently opened it. He saw Dunsmith standing opposite him in a black trench coat that reached to his knees and a half-top hat. His gray eyes were deep and unfathomable. Closing the door behind him, he followed Dunn to the end of the corridor and stood under the faint crimson moonlight. "I wasted some time entering his dream," Dunn said calmly as he looked at the crimson moon outside the window. "You know where he came from?" Klein relaxed. Dunn nodded slightly and said, "An ancient organization called the Secret Order. They were established in the 4th epoch and are related to the Solomon Empire and some of the fallen nobles of that time." The Antigonus family's notebook came from them. Due to a member's negligence, it entered the antique market and was obtained by Welch. They had no choice but to send people to search for it. Without waiting for Klein to ask, he paused and said, "We will capture some of their members based on the clues." The outcome might not be good. These fellows are like rats in the sewers, adept at hiding. But at least they will understand that the Antigonus family's notebook might have already been obtained by us, or rather, we have grasped the key clues. In that case, as long as it's not an extremely important item, they will completely give up on this operation. That's their philosophy of survival. What if the notebook is very, very important? Klein asked worriedly. Dunn smiled and didn't answer him. Instead, he said, "We know very little about the Secret Order. It's all thanks to your cleverness that we were able to succeed this time. It's all thanks to you. In consideration of the possible and hidden dangers, as well as the increased spiritual perception, it will help in finding the notebook. You will have a chance to choose. A chance to choose? Klein vaguely guessed something as his breathing subconsciously turned heavy. Dunn wiped away his smile and said with a solemn and serious expression, "Do you wish to become a Beyonder? You can only choose a Beyonder from an incomplete sequence. Of course, you can also give up on this opportunity and choose to accumulate credits. When it's enough for you to become a sleepless, which is also the beginning of the Evernight Guard that the goddess personally bestowed upon you, the beginning of the complete sequence that the church holds." As expected. Klein was delighted. He didn't show any hesitation as he took the initiative to ask, "Then, which sequence 9s can I choose from?" He needed detailed information before he could decide whether to give up or accept it, as well as which one to choose. Dunn turned around and looked Klein in the crimson veil that scattered down. He looked into Klein's eyes and slowly said, "Apart from Sleepless, the church has 3 sequence 9 potion formulas. One of them is called Mystery Prior, which is the power that old Neil possesses." Roshan should have mentioned it to you before. She can never control her mouth. Klein smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to answer. Thankfully, Dunn didn't mind as he continued, "Apart from Sleepless, the church has 3 sequence 9 potion formulas. Our Mystery Prior potion formula and the non-connected parts were obtained from the Moses ascetic order. At that time, it was said that they had not fallen yet. They still adhered to morals and precepts, persisted in the pursuit of knowledge, and strictly guarded their secrets. All those who joined the order had to be muted for 5 years after they became Mystery Priors. They had to learn silence so that they could train and improve their focus. The maxim of Mystery Priors, 'Do as you please, but do no harm,' originated from them. Mystery Priors have a comprehensive understanding and grasp of magic, witchcraft, astrology, and other mystical knowledge. They know quite a bit of ritualistic magic, but it's very easy for them to sense certain existences hidden behind things. They have to be careful and be filled with reverence towards Beyonder powers. We lack most of this sequence, so it's scattered and can't form a chain. For example, it's sequence 8. Of course, perhaps the Holy Cathedral has it. This matches almost all my requirements." Klein nodded slightly, having the urge to choose. Thankfully, he still remembered something else. "What about the other 2? "The second type is called Corpse Collector. Many cultists in the southern continent who worship death choose it. After consuming this potion, unintelligent undead will mistake them for one of their kind, preventing them from being attacked. It can withstand the cold, rot, and the corrosion of the aura of death. It can also directly see some evil spirits and understand the characteristics and weaknesses of many undead creatures. It can also improve one's physique. We have its sequence 8 and sequence 7. You should be able to guess its sequence 7. Spirit Medium. This was Daly's choice. Back then, Dunn described in detail. Spirit Medium does look mysterious and cool, but what I want the most is to grasp the knowledge of mysticism. Klein didn't interrupt as he listened quietly. Dunn Smith turned his head to look at Crimson Moonlight. We only have sequence 9 for the third type. I'm not sure if the Holy Cathedral has hidden anything else. It's called Seer. Seer? Klein's pupils constricted as he recalled the regrets Roselle the Great had left in his diary. He regretted not choosing Apprentice, Marauder, and Seer back then. Klein tried his best not to show any abnormalities as he asked out of genuine curiosity, "What's the matter?" With genuine curiosity, he asked, "What powers does a seer have?" Your question isn't accurate enough. You should be asking what powers one will obtain after consuming the seer potion. Dunn Smith shook his head and smiled. His gray eyes and face were facing away from the crimson moon, hidden in the shadows. Astrology, card divination, spirit pendulums, spirit vision, and many other similar things. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will immediately understand and master them after consuming the potion. The potion only gives you the qualifications and abilities to learn them. Due to the lack of direct means to deal with the enemy, you should be able to imagine that ritualistic magic requires too much preparation. It's not suitable for encounters, so correspondingly, in terms of mysticism, a seer will be more knowledgeable and professional than a mystery prior. Sounds like it fits my requirements. It's just that the lack of direct means to deal with the enemy makes me hesitant. Besides, there's a high chance that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't have any subsequent sequences. Holy Cathedral should refer to the Church's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity. A low-sequence direct means of dealing with the enemy might not be comparable to firearms. Klein fell silent. The scales in his mind swayed between mystery prior and seer. As for corpse collector, he no longer considered it. Upon seeing this, Dunsmith smiled and said, "Don't be in a rush to choose. Tell me your answer on Monday morning. No matter which one you choose, or if you plan to give up, we Nighthawks won't have any other opinions. Calm down and ask your soul." With that, he took off his hat, bowed slightly, and slowly walked past Klein towards the staircase. Klein didn't say a word, nor did he immediately give an answer. He bowed in silence and watched him silently. Although he had always hoped to become a Beyonder, he was still filled with hesitation when the opportunity came right in front of him. After that, the lack of sequences, the loss of control as a Beyonder, the credibility of Roselle the Great's diary, and the illusory whispers that led people to madness and depravity mixed together to form a swamp that hindered his progress. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's comparable to a student filling in his choice for the college entrance examination. Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. He restrained his divergent thoughts, opened the door quietly, returned home, and lay on his bed. He lay there with his eyes open, quietly looking at the bottom of the top bunk that was stained with a faint crimson. Drunkards staggered past outside, and in the distance a carriage sped along the empty street. These noises did not disturb the peace of the night, but made it more distant and deeper. Klein's emotions settled down. He thought of all the past events on Earth. He thought of his father who liked to exercise and always spoke loudly. He thought of his mother who was chronically ill but liked to do everything for him. He thought of his best friends who grew up with him and evolved from playing football and basketball to playing video games and mahjong. He thought of the failed lover whose face was already blurred. These were like quiet flowing rivers. There were not many ripples or deep sentiments, but they silently drowned the soul. Perhaps one would only know how to cherish something after losing it. When the crimson color faded, the sky was blazing, and the golden color appeared. Klein had already made his choice. He got up and went to the public bathroom to wash his face to refresh himself. Then, he took a solely note and went to Mrs. Wendy's place to buy 8 pounds of rye bread for 9 pence to replenish the staple food he had eaten last night. The price of bread is starting to stabilize. After breakfast, Banson commented as he changed his clothes. It was Sunday, and he and Melissa finally had a chance to rest. Klein, who was already dressed formally, sat on a chair and flipped through the outdated newspapers he had brought back yesterday. He said in surprise, "There's an advertisement for a house for rent here, 3 Wendell Street, Northborough." "Here's an advertisement for a house for rent, 3 Wendell Street, Northborough." A single-family house with a total of 2 floors. There are 6 rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 large balconies upstairs. Downstairs, there's a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 2 guest rooms, and an underground storage room. Outside the house, there's a 2-acre private lawn in front and a small garden at the back. It can be rented for 1, 2, or 3 years. The weekly rent is £1.06 solely. Interested parties, please head to 16 Champagne Street and look for Mr. Gusev. That's our future goal. Banson put on his black half-top hat and said with a smile, "The rent in the newspapers is on the high side. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has cheaper options that aren't much worse than them. Why don't we look for the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class?" Melissa walked out of the cubicle with the worn-out gauze hat in hand. She had changed into a grayish-white dress that had been mended a few times but still looked presentable. She was quiet and reserved, but it was hard to hide her youthful aura. Banson laughed. "Who did you hear about the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class? Jenny? Mrs. Rocher? Or your good friend, Selina?" Melissa looked to the side and replied softly, "Mrs. Rocher. I happened to bump into her when I was washing up last night." "Mrs. Rochelle. I happened to bump into her when I was washing up last night." She asked me about the interview, and I gave her a brief explanation. Then, she suggested that I look for the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association. When Banson saw Klein's puzzled expression, he smiled and shook his head. This is a housing association that targets the poor. To be precise, the lower-class citizens. The houses they build and renovate are basically communal bathrooms. They only provide 3 choices: 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. Do you wish to continue living in such a place? The Tianjin Housing Improvement Company has the same business as them, but it also provides a choice for the middle and lower classes. Frankly speaking, we're slightly better than the middle and lower classes, but we're still worse than the real middle class. It's not a problem of salary, but the lack of time to accumulate. Klein understood. He put away the newspapers, took his top hat, and stood up. Then, let's go. I remember that the Tianjin Housing Improvement Company is on Daffodil Street. Banson said as he opened the door. They are the same as the Tianjin Housing Improvement Association for the working class. They are called the 5% charity. Do you know why? No. Klein raised his cane and walked beside Melissa. The girl with smooth black hair that reached her singlet also nodded. Banson walked out and said, these housing improvement associations and companies were established under Baekeland's influence. These housing improvement associations and companies were established under the influence of Baekeland. They have 3 sources of funds. The first is to raise funds from a charity foundation. The second is to obtain a high-quality loan with an annual interest rate of 4% from the government's Public Affairs Loan Commissioner. The third is to accept commercial investments. By collecting a certain amount of rent, they can give the other party a 5% return every year. That's why it's called 5% charity. Tap, tap, tap. The 3 siblings went down the stairs and slowly walked to Daffodil Street. They planned to find the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, after confirming the house. This was to avoid the situation where they had to move out before they could move in. I heard from Selena that there are housing improvement companies that are purely charitable. Melissa said as though she was in thought. Banson chuckled. Yes, Sir Deweyville donated money to establish the Deweyville Trust Company. He builds apartments targeted at the working class and provides specialized property management. However, he only charges low rent. However, the requirements are very strict. It sounds like you don't like it? Klein asked with a smile. Yes, I respect Sir Deweyville, but I believe he definitely doesn't know what life is like for the poor. No, I have great respect for Sir Deweyville, but I'm sure he doesn't know what life is like for the poor. The requirements for his apartment are like the hopes given by a priest. It's too unrealistic. For example, the main vaccinations must be administered, the bathrooms must be cleaned on a rotating basis, the apartment cannot be sublet or used for commercial purposes, litter is not allowed, and children are not allowed to play in the corridors. Goddess, does he wish to turn everyone into a gentleman and a lady? Benson replied in his usual tone. Klein frowned in puzzlement. It doesn't sound like there's any problem. They are all very good requirements. Yes. Melissa nodded in agreement. Benson turned his head, glanced at them, and chuckled. He chuckled. Perhaps I protected you too well. You have never seen the life of the poor. Do you think they have the money to receive the main vaccines? The queue for free charity medical organizations can last up to 3 months. Do you think their jobs are stable and not temporary? If they can't rent out their apartments and charge a certain fee, they can move out again when they lose their jobs. Besides, many women help people sew clothes and make matchboxes at home to make ends meet. This is considered a commercial use. Do you think they will be chased out? Most of the poor are doing their best to make ends meet. Do you think they have the time to discipline their children and stop them from playing in the corridors? They can probably only be locked in their rooms and sent to places that are willing to accept child labor when they are 7 or 8 years old. Banson didn't use many adjectives to describe it, but it left Klein a little creeped out. This is the life of the poor. Beside him, Melissa also fell into silence. After a long while, she said in an ethereal voice. After moving to Lower Street, Jenny refused to let me go to her house to look for her. Let's hope her father can walk out of the shadow of his injury and find a stable job again. But I've seen too many drunkards numb themselves with alcohol. Benson sneered with a heavy tone. Klein didn't know what to say. Melissa seemed to be in the same state. The siblings walked to Daffodil Street in silence and found the Tingen Housing Improvement Company. The person in charge of receiving them was a middle-aged man with an amiable smile. He wasn't wearing a formal suit or a hat. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. You can call me Scarter. What kind of house do you need? He glanced at Klein's silver-inlaid cane and smiled warmly. Klein looked at the eloquent Benson and gestured for him to answer. Benson said very directly, "That's right. A terraced house." Scarter flipped through the documents and files in his hands and curled his lips. Currently, there are 5 that haven't been rented out. To be honest, most of them are for people with housing difficulties. 6, 8, or even 10 to 12 laborers and their children squeezed into a room. There aren't many terraced houses. One is at 2 Daffodil Street, one is in the North District, and one is in the East District. The weekly rent ranges from 12 to 16 solely. You can take a look at the introduction. He pushed the documents in his hands to Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After skimming through it, the siblings looked at each other and pointed to a certain spot on the paper. Let's take a look at 2 Daffodil Street first, Benson said. Klein and Melissa nodded. Daffodil Street number 2, number 4, and number 6 were terraced buildings with polygonal roofs. The overall appearance was grayish-blue, with 3 striking chimneys. Of course, there were no lawns, gardens, or porches. The entrance faced the street. Tingen Housing Improvement Company Scarter held a bunch of copper keys and opened the door as he introduced, "Our terraced houses don't have a lobby. Once you enter, you'll be in the living room. There's an oriel window that faces Daffodil Street, and the lighting is pretty good." Reflected in Klein, Benson, and Melissa's eyes was a sofa bathed in golden sunlight and a spacious space comparable to their previous 2-bedroom apartment. This living room can also be used as a living room. To its right is the dining room, and on the left is a large fireplace for you to keep warm in the winter, Scarter pointed out with great familiarity. Klein scanned the place and confirmed that it was a crude, open-style layout. There were no partitions between the dining room and the living room, but it was far from the oriel window, making it look rather dim. There was a small, red, rectangular wooden table with 6 upholstered hardwood chairs surrounding it. The fireplace on the left wall was the same as the ones Klein had seen in foreign movies and television series. Behind the dining room is the kitchen, but we don't provide any utensils. Opposite the living room is a small guest room and bathroom. Scarter took a step forward and explained the layout of the first floor in detail. The bathroom was divided into an inner and outer room. The outer room was for washing, while the inner room was the toilet, separated by a folding door. The guest room was said to be small, but it was as big as the cubicle Melissa was currently staying in. She was a little stunned. After looking around the first floor, Scarter led the siblings to the staircase beside the bathroom. Down there is an underground storage room. The air inside is very stuffy. Remember to ventilate it before you enter. Benson nodded without batting an eyelid and followed Scarter up the stairs to the second floor. On my left is a bathroom, and there are 2 bedrooms on the same side. It's the same layout on my right, but the bathroom is near the small balcony. As he spoke, Scarter opened the bathroom door and turned his body so that Klein, Benson, and Melissa could look at him without any obstruction. This bathroom had one more bathtub than the one on the first floor, and there was also a folding door next to the toilet. Although there was some dust, there was no other dirty place, and it was not smelly or crowded. Melissa stared at him blankly until Scarter walked to the bedroom next door. Then she withdrew her gaze and slowly followed him. After a few steps, she looked back again. Klein, who had seen the world, was also quite happy and looking forward to it. Even though Mr. Landlord often supervised everyone's cleaning, the public bathroom was still not clean enough. People often had the urge to vomit, not to mention that they would easily encounter a queue when they were in a hurry. The other bathroom was the same as this one. Out of the 4 bedrooms, only one was slightly bigger and had a bookshelf. The rest were about the same size, with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. The balcony is very small, and we can't dry too many clothes at a time. Scarter stood at the end of the corridor and pointed to the area separated by a door and lock. There's a complete sewer, gas pipe, and meter here. It's very suitable for gentlemen and ladies like you. It only costs 13 soldi a week for rent and 5 pence for the use of the furniture. In addition, there's a 2-week deposit. Without waiting for Banson to speak, Klein looked around curiously. If I want to buy this house, how many pounds would it cost? As a transmigrator from a foodie country, the desire to buy a house had always existed in his heart. Upon hearing this question, Benson and Melissa jumped in fright. They looked at Klein as though they were looking at a monster, but Scarter answered firmly, I'm not sure. Scarter replied firmly, buy? No, we won't sell the property. We only provide a lease. I just want to understand, understand? Understand, Klein explained awkwardly. Scarter hesitated for a few seconds. Last month, the owner of number 11 Daffodil Street sold a house similar to this one. It was sold for £300 for 15 years, which is much cheaper than renting it directly, but not everyone can afford such a large sum of money at once. If you want to buy it completely, the owner's price is £850. £850? Klein quickly began to do the math in his mind. My weekly salary is £3, and Banson's is £1 and 10 soldi. The rent is 13 soldi, and if I eat well every day, I'll need about £2 a week. There's also the cost of clothes, transportation, social expenses, and so on. I can only save about 10 soldi a week. A year is about £35 a year, so £850 will take about 20 years. Even if it's just the £300 with the lease, it'll take at least 8 or 9 years. This doesn't take into account future marriage, separation, children, travel, and so on. In this world, where there's no housing loan, most people can only choose to rent. Having come to a realization, he took a step back and glanced at his brother, Banson, gesturing for him to negotiate the rent. As for Melissa's wishes, it was obvious from her sparkling eyes. At that moment, Klein had the illusion of closing the door and letting Banson go. Banson pointed with his cane that wasn't inlaid with silver, looked around, and said, we should look at other houses. The lighting in the dining room is too bad, and the balcony is too small. Look, only that bedroom has a fireplace, and the furniture is too old. We'll have to replace more than half of it if we move in. He spoke unhurriedly and picked out a bunch of faults. In 10 minutes, he successfully convinced Scarter to reduce the price to 12 soldi for rent and 3 pence for the use of the furniture. The deposit was also rounded up to £2. Without wasting any more time, the siblings followed Scarter back to the Tingen Housing Improvement Company. They signed 2 copies of the contract and went to the Tingen notary office to have it notarized. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Banson had a total of £9, 2 soldi, and 8 pence. Standing at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, they each held a string of copper keys. They couldn't move their eyes away as all sorts of emotion surged through them. After a while, Melissa raised her head and looked at the Moretti house behind her. Her voice was soft and airy as she said, it feels like a dream. Banson exhaled and smiled. Then don't wake up. Klein wasn't as emotional as them. He nodded and said, that's right. He nodded and said, we have to change the locks on the main door and balcony door as soon as possible. There's no need to rush. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has a good reputation. The rest is for your formal wear. But before that, we have to go to Mr. Frankie's place. Banson pointed in the direction of the apartment. After returning home and making do with some rye bread, the siblings headed for the townhouse on Iron Cross Street and knocked on the landlord's door. You should know my principles. You are not allowed to default on your rent, the short Mr. Frankie announced as he sat on the sofa. Banson leaned forward and smiled. Mr. Frankie, we are here to cancel our rent. So direct? Is it really appropriate to negotiate like this? Klein was surprised when he heard that. On the way here, Banson had mentioned that his bottom line was 12 soldi. Cancel your rent? No. We have a contract. There's still half a year left. Frankie glared at Banson and waved his arms. Banson looked at him seriously and waited for him to calm down before saying in a deep voice. After he calmed down, he said, Mr. Frankie, you should know very well that you should earn more. Earn more? Frankie touched his thin face and asked with great interest. Benson sat up straight and explained with a smile. Renting a 2-bedroom apartment to the three of us costs 5 soldi and 6 pence. But if you rent it to a family with 5 or 6 people, with 2 or even 3 of them working and getting paid, I believe they would be willing to pay more than that to a place with poor security like Lower Street. 5 soldi and 10 pence, or 6 soldi, I think is a reasonable price. Seeing Frankie's eyes light up and his throat move, he continued. Besides, you must know that the rent has been rising in recent years. The longer we stay, the more you will lose. But I need time to find a new tenant. Mr. Frankie, who had inherited the apartment, was clearly tempted. I believe that you will be able to find it very soon. You have the ability and resources. Maybe in 2 days, maybe in 3 days. We will compensate you for your losses during this period of time. Just use the deposit we paid, 3 soldi. That's very fair. Benson immediately made the decision. Frankie nodded in satisfaction. Benson, you really are a conscientious and honest young man. All right, let's sign the termination contract. Klein watched from the side in a daze. He completely understood how easily Mr. Frankie could be persuaded. That's way too easy to convince. After resolving the issue of the contract, the 3 siblings first helped Klein buy a suit before they busied themselves with moving. They didn't have any heavy or bulky items as they belonged to the landlord. Therefore, Benson and Melissa jointly rejected Klein's idea of hiring a carriage. They did it themselves and went back and forth between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street. Outside the window, the scorching sun was setting in the west. The golden sun with the smell of fire shone through the oriel window and onto the surface of the desk. Klein looked at the books and notes that were neatly arranged on the shelf and gently placed the ink and fountain pen on the desk that had been wiped clean. I'm finally done. He exhaled and felt his stomach growl. He rolled down his sleeves and walked to the door. He had a bed that belonged only to him. The bedsheets and quilt were white, old but clean. Klein turned the doorknob and walked out of the bedroom. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the 2 doors opposite him open, revealing Benson and Melissa. Looking at the dust and dirt on each other's faces, Klein and Benson suddenly laughed in an unusually carefree manner. Melissa bit her lips lightly, and was gradually infected by them, as she giggled softly. The next morning, Klein stood in front of the full-length mirror that had no cracks. He carefully adjusted the collar and cuffs of his shirt. The set of white shirt, black tuxedo, half-top hat, black vest and pants, leather boots, and bow tie cost him a total of 8 pounds. It made his heart ache. However, the effect was good. Klein felt that his scholarly aura in the mirror was stronger and he seemed to be a little more handsome. Click, he closed his pocket watch and placed it in his inner pocket. Then, he took his cane, hid his revolver, and took the public carriage to Zutland Street. Just as he was about to enter the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized that he had gotten used to his previous lifestyle. He hadn't given Melissa any extra money this morning and allowed her to continue walking to school. Shaking his head and making a mental note of it, Klein stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company. He saw the brown-haired girl, Roshan, brewing coffee. The aroma of the coffee wafted through the air. Good morning, Klein. Nice weather today. Roshan greeted him with a smile. To be honest, I've always been curious. Don't you men feel hot in formal wear in such weather? I know that Tingin's summer can't be compared to the south. It's not hot enough, but it's still summer. That's the price of poise, Klein replied humorously. Good morning, Miss Roshan. Where's Mr. Captain? Same old place. Roshan pointed inside. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He passed through the partition and knocked on Dunsmith's office door. Come in. Dunn's voice and tone were as gentle as ever. Seeing that Klein had indeed changed into a decent formal suit, he nodded slightly and said with a smile in his gray eyes, Have you made up your mind? Klein took a deep breath and answered solemnly, Yes. I've made my choice. Dunn slowly sat up straight, his expression quickly turning solemn. His gray eyes remained deep and unchanging. His gray eyes remained deep and said, Tell me your answer. Klein answered without hesitation. Dunsmith's gray eyes stared straight into Klein's eyes for a full minute without saying a word. Under such silence and the pressure of the gaze, Klein didn't shrink back. He didn't move his eyes away as he stared back firmly. You should understand that once you consume the potion, there's no chance for regret. Finally, Dunn spoke again. His voice was deep and emotionless. Klein smiled. I know, but I respect the voice in my heart. First of all, Sleepless didn't meet his requirements. The spectator in the tarot gathering was the same based on the description. He didn't know when he would be able to make contact with the other Beyonder pathways, so there was no need to wait. By the same logic, Corpse Collector was eliminated, leaving only Mystery Prior and Seer. Under the premise that sequence potions were equally dangerous, and in the situation where he couldn't obtain any more information, with the fact that Mystery Prior and Seer both fit the requirements, it didn't matter if Emperor Roselle had casually written it down, or if he really regretted not choosing Apprentice, Marauder, or Seer. It was enough to tip the scales in his heart. Furthermore, from his notes, as long as he could understand the true meaning of digestion and acting, he could avoid the negative effects of the potion to the greatest extent. As for the whispers and illusory temptations that caused people to fall into madness, even if he didn't become a Beyonder, he would still be able to come into contact with them. All right. Dunn Smith stood up and picked up his black half-top hat. As he wore it, he said, "Follow me underground." Klein nodded and gave a gentleman's bow in gratitude. Tap. 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 The two of them went down, their footsteps echoing in the quiet and empty staircase and aisle. Klein suddenly felt a little nervous as he tried to strike up a conversation. Captain, you said that after consuming the potion, one doesn't directly obtain the corresponding mysticism knowledge, but only the qualifications to learn and grasp them. Then, where did the mysticism knowledge come from in the first place? Did the sages risk their lives to figure it out bit by bit, or did it come from something else? Every time he came underground, he could feel that the air here was quite fresh. Obviously, the ventilation here was very good. However, in this kind of environment, the occasional gust of wind that blew was really frightening. Dunn tilted his head and glanced at him. His gray eyes were unusually deep in the darkness. He calmly replied, "Firstly, the exploration, summarization, and improvement that you mentioned. Secondly, the blessing of the gods. Thirdly, those dangerous whispers that others could not hear were not always crazy and meaningless. Sometimes, they would still talk about mysterious things. But as far as I know, those who really listened to these whispers for a long period of time all went mad or degenerated into monsters. Of course, we have to thank them. The notes they left behind are valuable treasures in the field of mysticism." A lab rat in human form. The underground was cold, and Klein suddenly shuddered. That luck enhancement ritual of mine that turned into friendship magic, will it always be accompanied by those crazy and terrifying whispers? Will it bring about the same effects? At the crossroads, Dunn did not proceed to Cheney's gate, nor did he turn towards the weapons, materials, and documentation vault. Instead, he brought Klein and chose to approach St. Selena Cathedral on the left. Midway, he stopped. It was unknown what he had triggered, but it opened a secret door. "This is the alchemy lab of our Nighthawks team. I will get old Neil to retrieve the Seer potion formula and the corresponding ingredients from Cheney's gate." You're in luck. The goddess is watching over you. There should still be 2 portions of the Seer ingredients left. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a long time. Dunn pointed at the room behind the door and said, "Wait here and watch the entire process of old Neil concocting the potion. This is the most basic thing in mysticism. Yes, don't touch the items inside. They are either very dangerous, very expensive, or both." Having said that, Dunn added, "By the way, I forgot something again. You became a Beyonder because of the need to deal with danger and search for the notebook. The credit is only a portion of it, so you can't become an official member of the team for now. You'll still be a clerk, and you'll still receive the corresponding salary. You'll still do what I arranged for you, but you'll have to learn a lot of mysticism knowledge from old Neil. Make your own arrangements." "All right." Apart from being a little resentful about not getting a raise, Klein agreed wholeheartedly. According to Dunn, after consuming the potion and going through the process of learning and mastering it, he would become an official member and participate in missions related to supernatural events. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Dunn turned around and took 2 steps towards the crossroads before he suddenly turned back. Suddenly, he turned back and said, "There's one more thing." "I knew it." Klein was already used to Captain's style. "We've gained something from the Secret Order's previous operations," Dunn said with his usual expression. "For the time being, they probably won't dare to provoke us again, but don't be careless. For the time being, we can't confirm the importance of the Antigonus family's notebook to them. From what we discovered, they do retain some ancient customs. We can confirm that it has something to do with the Solomon Empire and the fallen nobles of that time." "Got it. Thank you, Captain." Klein exhaled. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't want to wait and couldn't wait to seize the opportunity to become a Beyonder. After watching Dunn leave and confirming that he wouldn't turn back to add anything else, Klein slowly walked into the alchemy room. There were long tables with test tubes, pipettes, scales, and beakers. It looked like the chemistry laboratory he had seen in his previous life, except that it was simpler and older. Apart from that, there were also large cauldrons, black wooden spoons, transparent crystal balls, and strange symbols like the dark sacred emblem that could be seen everywhere. They gave off a mysterious vibe. Klein looked around with interest, but he didn't touch anything. After a while, he heard footsteps. Old Neil walked in with a small silver chest with complicated patterns. He was still wearing a classic black robe that didn't match the style of the times, and he wore a round-brimmed felt hat of the same color. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to choose Seer." As Old Neil put down the silver chest, he glanced at Klein with his slightly turbid, dark red eyes. "You have the same character as I did back then. Not bad. Light up these few gas lamps and close the secret door." "All right." Klein held back his trembling and lit up the gas lamps in the alchemy room, allowing the dim light to rule over the place once again. After the secret door was closed, he turned around and came to the side of the white-haired Old Neil, who had deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth. He saw Old Neil using a few strange tree branches to brush the black cauldron. The concoction of sequence potions is very simple, at least for those below sequence 7. There's no need for special flames, additional rituals, or even incantations. There's no need for the spirituality of the body to participate. All you need to do is to accurately add the ingredients according to the order on the formula and stir it. Old Neil's wrinkles seemed to bloom as he smiled. "Really?" Klein asked in surprise. "This sounds as simple as my luck enhancement ritual. Man, it's a little scary just thinking about it. Perhaps this is a gift from God. Praise the lady." Old Neil drew a circle on his chest in an extremely irregular manner. Following that, he opened the silver chest and took out an ancient scroll of goatskin. The yellowish-brown goatskin unfolded inch by inch, revealing the words written on it. Klein looked into the distance and realized that it was Hermes, which he was familiar with. They were written in blood-like ink and seemed to retain the feeling of flowing, but other than that, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Seer, 100 milliliters of pure water plus 13 drops of night vanilla juice plus 7 golden mint leaves. Klein silently recited the contents of the formula, but the subsequent parts happened to be blocked by Old Neil's elbow, preventing him from seeing them. Pure water is water that has been repeatedly distilled. It just so happens that I've made it before, so there's no need to waste time. As Old Neil introduced it, he familiarly picked up a large sealed glass bottle from the long table. He opened the lid and casually poured about 100 milliliters of pure water into the cauldron. Klein didn't dare to ask, afraid that he would affect the concoction process. After all, he had to drink the potion he concocted. 13 drops of night vanilla juice. This can be extracted and turned into essential oil for preservation. Old Neil took out a small brown bottle from the silver chest, and with the aid of a pipette, he easily dripped 13 drops into the cauldron. A faint but calming fragrance emanated, and Klein's mood unknowingly became calm. 7 golden mint leaves. Old Neil picked up the silver-patterned tin can, opened the lid, and pinched out a few pieces with his bare hands. He sprinkled them into the cauldron, and a fresh and stimulating smell was faintly discernible. 4, 5, 6, 7. Just right. Old Neil chuckled and looked at the potion formula on the goatskin, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. You can't drink this carelessly. It will numb your entire body and you will die in a stiff state. In ancient times, it was the best choice for suicide. I'm not stupid. Klein silently lampooned. Old Neil switched to a pipette and dripped the poison hemlock juice into the cauldron. It was mixed with a strange smell that made one's mind clear. 9 grams of Dracaena powder. Old Neil calmly reached into the silver chest and picked up a transparent test tube. The powder inside was as black as iron. He used a beaker, a balance, and other items to weigh the 9 grams of powder. He casually poured it into the cauldron and stirred it with a black wooden spoon. Klein's liver trembled as he watched. He felt that it wasn't very reliable. Actually, these ingredients are all supplementary. Adding more or less won't affect the final effect. Should I add more? Old Neil joked. The remaining 2 are the key. The amount can be slightly less, but it can't deviate too much. Otherwise, your advancement will fail. Yes, the amount can't be too much, even if it's just a little bit. Otherwise, you'll have to treat your mental problems after taking it. It's not impossible for you to die directly. Klein immediately tensed up and watched as old Neil took out a black glass bottle from the silver chest. 10 milliliters of Lavos octopus's blood. This octopus is an extraordinary species with obvious mutations. Its body is covered with mysterious symbols. Its blood will quickly decompose under the sun and lose its uniqueness. It has to be stored in an opaque material. Old Neil's tone was no longer relaxed. He quickly and carefully extracted 10 milliliters of blood with a test tube. The blood was as blue as the sky. From time to time, it would gurgle with illusory bubbles, as if it was connected to the spiritual world. Pour the blood in the test tube into the cauldron. Don't care about the remaining bit on the wall. This is to prevent overuse, Old Neil said in a low voice. As soon as the blue blood entered the cauldron and came into contact with the previous liquid, there was a splashing sound. The surrounding light was dyed blue, giving Klein a strange feeling of distance and familiarity. It seemed to be the experience of being in a mother's womb. It made one's soul feel elevated. The last item, 50 grams of star crystal. Old Neil's voice rang in Klein's ears. He snapped out of his daze and looked at the long table again. In the old man's hand was an extremely pure crystal. Furthermore, the crystal was gelatinous, like jelly on earth. It lacked sufficient hardness. Under the illumination of the blue light, it reflected specks of light. It was as if there was a resplendent starry sky hidden within it. This is an excellent material for making divination crystals. Just a little less to consider the margin of error. Old Neil waited as he used a patterned silver knife to cut it. Pure water plus night vanilla plus golden peppermint leaf plus poison hemlock juice plus dragon's blood plus Lavos octopus blood plus star crystal equals seer. At that moment, Klein couldn't help but recall the formula. After the preparations were done, Old Neil threw a few small pieces of star crystal into the cauldron. Sizzle, an illusory fog instantly appeared, turning the alchemy room into a blur. In the fog, Klein seemed to see the starry sky. He also felt like he was being watched by an invisible existence. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated. Old Neil used a black wooden ladle to scoop out the viscous, dark blue liquid from the cauldron. It had a strange characteristic. It was connected to each other without separating. As a result, there was nothing left in the black cauldron. The dark blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup. Old Neil pointed at it. Klein looked at the dark blue, viscous liquid, which was hard to tell if it was a cup or a cube, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. I'm going to drink it just like that? Don't you need any other preparations? Like a ritual, incantation, or prayer? Old Neil tersely said, Preparations? Yes. First, have a cup of warm or red wine for Intis, then smoke a desi cigar. Then, hum a melodious melody and dance a brisk palace dance. If you like tap dancing, that's fine too. Finally, have a round of Gwent. Seeing Klein's expression turn more and more dazed, Old Neil smiled and summarized his previous description. If you're feeling nervous, you're quite humorous. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he resisted the urge to pull out his gun. He put down his cane, reached out his right hand, and picked up the opaque cup as though he was holding something heavy. The smell of the potion was faint and illusory. Young man, don't hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more nervous and afraid you will be. It will affect your absorption later, old Neil said in a seemingly casual manner with his back facing Klein. At some point in time, he had walked to the sink beside him, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. Klein nodded silently and took a deep breath. Just like how he pinched his nose to take medicine when he was a child, he brought the opaque cup to his mouth, tipped his head, and gulped it down. A cool and slippery feeling quickly filled his mouth before sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach. The viscous and dark blue liquid seemed to grow thin and long tentacles as the coldness and stimulation instantly drilled into every cell in Klein. He couldn't help but convulse as his vision quickly turned blurry. Everything's colors intensified. The red became redder, the blue became bluer, and the black became blacker. The colors were rich and randomly pieced together, like an oil painting by an impressionist master. Klein had experienced such a scene before. It was the scene of spirit medium Daly's inquiry. At that moment, his vision was blurry, and his thoughts were fleeting but clear, like a victim floating in the sea. Gradually, he saw his surroundings clearly. All the colors clearly overlapped each other as a gray and illusory fog emanated faintly. Around him were indescribable bodies. Some of them were so transparent that they didn't seem to exist. Deep in their depths, there were bright lusters of different colors. These lusters seemed to be alive or contained infinite knowledge. This is similar to what I saw in the luck enhancement ritual. Klein instinctively looked down and realized that himself was still standing in his original spot, his body was convulsing. Suddenly, he came to a realization as his consciousness sank, becoming one with his body. Boom, the fog quickly dispersed, and the color returned to normal at the same time. The clear brilliance and the non-existent object disappeared in an instant. The scene in the alchemy lab returned to normal, but Klein felt his head swell up as though it was about to explode. Everything he saw had countless double images, and he heard an ethereal whisper from an unknown object. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his forehead as his heart was quickly filled with the urge to vent and destroy. He frowned and shook his head. Is there something wrong with your vision? Are you hearing sounds that you couldn't hear previously? Old Neil asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Neil. What should I do? Klein held back his intense mania and asked. Old Neil chuckled. This is because the potion's powers are overflowing, and you lack the means to control it. All right, do as I say. Imagine an item in your mind. Something common, simple, and easy. Klein focused his attention and outlined his half-tall black silk top hat in his mind. He thought about the feeling of rubbing it and its exact shape. Place all your attention on it. Keep repeating it and outlining it. Do you feel better? Old Neil's voice penetrated his mind like a song of reassurance. Klein slowly shifted his attention to the silk top hat he imagined. He felt the whispers in his ears gradually soften until they disappeared. The double images in his eyes also slowly overlapped and were no longer blurry. Much better. Klein calmed the chaotic emotions in his heart and exhaled. He looked down at his body and didn't discover anything abnormal. After moving his hands and feet again, Klein asked in anticipation and doubt, I've succeeded? I'm considered a seer now? Old Neil took out a mercury-plated mirror and moved it in front of him. Look at your eyes. Klein focused his gaze and saw himself wearing a black top hat in the mirror. His facial features were ordinary, and apart from the sweat covering his face, he didn't seem any different from before. He followed Old Neil's instructions and looked at his eyes seriously. Only then did he realize that his brown eyes had deepened significantly. They were so dark that they seemed like a dark night without any light. They were so dark that they seemed to be able to absorb the souls of others. Normally, dark brown pupils were easily mistaken for black. Without careful observation, even Klein wouldn't be able to notice it. This is the manifestation of the potion's powers. When you learn cogitation and know how to restrain it, your eyes will return to normal. Old Neil smiled and extended his right hand. Congratulations, new Beyonder, our seer. Thank you. Klein shook his hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn cogitation? You can do it now. The initial stages of cogitation are rather simple, especially for beyonders. Old Neil said with a smile. Just now, you outlined an item in your mind to divert your attention and restrain the overflowing power. That was actually the first step of cogitation. Do it again. Klein closed his eyes and once again pictured the half-tall black silk top hat in his mind. It was easier for him to focus his attention than before. Soon, some distracting thoughts surfaced before they faded away, leaving only the outline of the top hat. Let your mind go slightly blank. Then, replace the item you outlined with something that doesn't exist in this world, something you imagined out of thin air. You have to abide by this rule. Only then can you enter cogitation. Only then will you be able to transcend the me, the limitless me, and the me of the universe. You will obtain insights and revelations towards the truth. You will obtain knowledge that only you can comprehend. In the field of mysticism, this is known as the secret contract experience. Old Neil said in a soothing tone. You only need to listen to the rest of the description for now. The most important thing now is to enter cogitation. Something that doesn't exist in this world, something you imagined out of thin air. Does what's on Earth count? Klein attempted to replace the black top hat with the earth and green, long, and thick intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he outlined or imagined it, all he did was focus his attention. Looks like it won't work. Klein had no choice but to use his imagination to outline a ball of light. Then, he outlined a lot of similar items and placed them together. The balls of light overlapped and were filled with the feeling of fantasy. Klein's thoughts gradually went blank, as though they were drifting. His body and mind calmed down. The illusory gray fog that was filled with non-existent objects and pure light appeared once again. It floated silently in the sky, within reach. His spirituality extended bit by bit and unfolded inch by inch. Klein quietly looked down at it, feeling it, and restraining it. Very good. As expected of a seer. You entered cogitation very smoothly. You're only a little worse than me back then. Just a little. Old Neil chuckled. In that case, I'll begin teaching you the most commonly used, easiest to master, and most promising ability in mysticism, spirit vision. He switched off the gas lamps one by one, but he opened the secret door to the alchemy room. It made the place where Klein was abnormally dark, but not to the point where he couldn't see the outlines of objects. All right, continue in this state. Raise your hands and place them in front of your eyes. Your index fingers are facing each other, but don't touch. Open your eyes until they're used to the darkness. Following Old Neil's description, Klein completed it step by step. He saw his fingers facing each other and the outlines of the objects around him. You should lie down and let your body completely relax, but since the effects of your cogitation are pretty good, let's continue. Old Neil laughed. Focus your vision on the back of your hand. It has to be the back. Then, slowly move your fingers, maintaining a state of facing each other without touching each other. Don't let them leave your line of sight. Klein listened calmly and cast his gaze to the empty space behind his palm. He slowly moved his two index fingers that were facing each other without touching each other within his line of sight. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, Klein saw a fiery red color appear between his fingers. Eh. He made a sound. You see the color? That's right. This is the initial stage of spirit vision. The color you see is your own aura. Old Neil chuckled. Don't be anxious. Do it a few more times and stabilize it. Then, look at other places. I'll also take this opportunity to explain to you the meaning of different colors. All right. Klein moved his fingers back and forth as he focused on examining the fiery red dot. Old Neil pondered for a moment. To put it simply, the mainstream field of mysticism divides a person's non-physical body into 4 layers. The core is called the spiritual body, which is also the most fundamental spirituality of every person. The animist faction believes that all living things have spirituality and a spiritual body. I don't know about other things, but for mystery priors, the purpose of meditation and the way to increase their strength all point to the spirit body. It's the way the former communicates with the spirit world and the cosmos. It's an external manifestation of the former, and it's directly related to your will and current emotions. The scene you see after consuming the potion is the scene the astral projection sees when wandering the spirit world. It doesn't abide by the rules of the material world. It involves the transcendental me, the infinite me, the me of the universe. The past, present, and future can all overlap. This is the root of divination. In the spiritual realm, what you see is only an image, a symbol. You have to decipher it to figure out its specific meaning. Divination and many other spells are cast through the astral projection. You must not be mistaken about the relationship and difference between it and the spiritual body. One is the body, and the other is the use. Klein continued looking at the aura on his fingertips and made a concise summary. Further out is the body of heart and mind. From here, it fuses with the physical body. It involves the mind, and it's a comprehensive representation of your reasoning, thinking, insight, and ability to recognize things. Some potions mainly improve this, and many spells target it. Old Neil explained in detail. The outermost layer is the ether body. It's a manifestation of your vital energy and physical state. The color of the aura you see is the external representation of the ether body. In other words, you can use spirit vision to directly see some spirit bodies, ghosts, and wraiths. Perhaps even some existences that shouldn't be seen. You can also see the ether body, or aura, of others. From there, you can determine the health and emotional state of the other party through its thickness, brightness, and color. When your spirit vision improves and you grasp more knowledge of mysticism, you can discover even more detailed things, allowing you to determine the length of the other party's lifespan. Yes, I just mentioned the emotional state because the astral projection will also appear externally. When your sequence becomes higher and your spirit vision reaches a relatively powerful stage, you will even be able to see the other party's astral projection. Then, you will know more things. This is a level that only beyonders like seers and mystery priors can achieve. Some people even claim that the strongest state of spirit vision allows them to see anything in any place, including the past and future. However, I don't really believe it. It sounds impressive. Klein was almost yearning for it. Old Neil coughed and continued, let's return to the color of the ether body or aura. Let's go back to the color of the ether body or aura. Your limbs and other parts that are involved in movement will appear red, the head and the surface of the brain will appear purple, the excretion and detoxification will appear orange, the digestive system will appear yellow, the heart and the regulatory system will appear green, the throat and parts of the nervous system will appear blue, and the overall balance will cause the body to be covered in white. These are the symbols of health. Once they turn dim, thin, or change in color, it means that there's something wrong with the corresponding areas. They're in a state of exhaustion or illness. In addition, the corresponding colors of the inner astral projection represent your current emotions. Red is passionate and excited, orange is warm and satisfied, yellow is happy and extroverted, green is calm and peaceful, blue is calm and contemplative, white is bright and positive, dark is melancholic, sad, and silent, purple means that spirituality is dominant, cold and distant. Klein silently memorized it and stabilized his spirit vision. Alright, you can look at other things. Old Neil didn't speak further as he said with a nod. Klein slowly turned his head and looked at Old Neil. Indeed, he discovered that his body had different colors and auras of varying thickness. The purple on his head was the brightest, while the red on his hands and feet were relatively dim. The overall white was also a little shallow. Is he really getting on in years? Klein silently muttered to himself. Only now, seeing all of this, did he truly feel like he had become a beyonder. I'm a beyonder now. He moved his gaze and carefully sized up Old Neil, but suddenly, he saw a pair of eyelashless, cold, and almost transparent eyes in the void behind him. This pair of nearly illusory eyes were silently watching Old Neil, watching him. This. Klein shuddered, opened his mouth, and blurted out, "That's right." He blurted out, "There's a pair of eyes behind you." Old Neil was taken aback for a moment before he forced a smile. Ignore it. P.S. It's almost Monday again. I'll continue updating at midnight tonight. Just as Old Neil finished his sentence, the pair of illusory eyes in the darkness behind him quickly disappeared. Even with his spirit vision, Klein couldn't find any traces of its existence. This is a symbol of ritualistic magic, Old Neil explained with a chuckle. That's a little magical. Spirit vision is an enhanced version of the Yin Eye. Klein was like a child who had received a new toy. He looked away with great interest and sized up every corner of the room. He wanted to see the difference between the current alchemy room and the previous one. The darkness outlined the objects. The long table, test tubes, scales, cups, cabinets, and other items were no different from before Klein activated his spirit vision. They didn't emit any light. Lifeless objects don't have spirituality? Klein mumbled to himself as he swept his gaze across the silver chest on the table. Suddenly, he saw light appear inside. It was as blue as the sky, as resplendent as the stars, and as red as fire. Materials that originate from beyonder species still have some sort of life. Activity? Even if the original owner is dead? Klein deliberated over his words as he asked Old Neil curiously. The accurate description is that their spirituality will remain. This is one of the keys to the successful concoction of a potion. It's also one of the reasons why beyonders lose control. Dunn should have told you, Old Neil explained frankly. He seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly laughed. I remember that the corpse collector formula has a dried adult black-spotted frog. It takes a lot of courage to consume this potion. Klein imagined it and felt a little disgusted. He didn't echo Old Neil's words and turned his gaze to the darkness around him. However, there weren't any spirits or ghosts that he was looking forward to. Isn't it said that the world of spirits is everywhere? He asked in puzzlement. Old Neil chuckled. Little guy, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Nighthawks. This is the underground of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There are many beyonders here. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to roam around here? Moreover, the world of spirit and spirit are two different concepts. Klein felt a little awkward for a moment. He turned his head and pretended to look at the faint light from the gas lamp at the entrance of the secret door. I understand. As he spoke, the space between his brows suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, as if it was spasming. What was going on? Klein was about to turn around and ask when he suddenly saw an almost transparent figure standing quietly at the edge of the bright yellow light. It was in the shape of a human, and the color of its aura blended perfectly with the dim environment, making it difficult to distinguish. Hiss, Klein's eyebrows throbbed violently, and his vision became chaotic. He focused his attention again, but there was no invisible figure. Strange. He turned around and said, Mr. Neil, the space between my eyebrows is twitching. It hurts a little. Haha, that's very normal. You are a newly advanced beyonder. Spirit vision will place a huge burden on your soul body, and it will constantly drain you. Externally, it will appear as a twitching between your eyebrows, a stabbing pain in your head, hypersensitivity, and some hallucinations. Furthermore, in the spirit vision state, you will easily feel uncomfortable in unfamiliar environments, and you will be easily affected by the emotions of others. These are all things that you need to pay attention to. You have to adapt and eliminate them through repeated practice. In addition, control your usage and end it in time, Old Neil replied with a smile. Why does it feel like you're enjoying it? Klein hurriedly asked for guidance. Then how do I exit the spirit vision state? He had wanted to mention the invisible figure he had just seen, but when he heard that the symptoms included some hallucinations, he dismissed the idea. Combined with the twitching and stabbing pain in the space between his eyebrows, Old Neil's answer could be completely guessed. Then, switch to cogitation, close your eyes, control your spirituality, and repeatedly tell it to stop. When you open your eyes again, you will realize that the spirit vision has ended. Old Neil leisurely described, and towards the end, he added, of course, this is the most cumbersome and clumsy method. We can, through practice, repeatedly hint to ourselves in cogitation to repeatedly influence our spirituality, leaving behind a simple switch action. For example, if I tap my glabella twice, I can easily activate spirit vision, and another 2 taps can easily end it. As for how to set it up, it will depend on your habits and hobbies. Got it. Klein thought for a moment and decided to imitate Old Neil by tapping his glabella twice as a switch for spirit vision. Once was easily confused with an instinctive tap on the head, and thrice in a dangerous situation could waste precious time. As for snapping his fingers, it was too individualistic and would attract attention. He focused his attention, visualized the gathered spheres of light, and entered cogitation again. Under Old Neil's guidance, he finally set up the switch action after repeated hints and practice. Clenching his fist lightly, he tapped his glabella twice with the knuckle of his index finger. Suddenly, different thicknesses and colors of aura light appeared in front of Klein's eyes. After another 2 taps, everything returned to normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. "I've finally mastered it," he exclaimed in joy. Only then did he realize that he was so tired that he could fall asleep at any moment. His head was empty and aching, as though he had pulled 3 all-nighters. Old Neil smiled and said, "We aren't sleepless. Every time we practice excessively or use spirit vision excessively, we need a period of sleep to recover. You can go home now and have a good rest. In the afternoon, go to Welch's place and take a stroll along the road to Iron Cross Street. Try to find clues to the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. Tomorrow, we will continue teaching you about mysticism. Of course, don't forget to read those historical documents." "All right." Klein agreed wholeheartedly with Old Neil's arrangements. He took his cane and left the alchemy lab. Watching the secret door close, Old Neil returned to the armory. Klein rubbed his glabella and sun acupoint. He pressed on the handrail and walked up the stairs. At this moment, Dunsmith came from behind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were deep. "I heard from Old Neil that you adapt very well, be it cogitation or spirit vision." "Perhaps it's just something special about being a seer," Klein replied humbly. He guessed that Dunn had been guarding the armory for Old Neil. Dunn slowed down his pace, only slightly ahead of Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he said without turning around, "You have to remember that curiosity kills the cat. It also kills the beyonder. Don't try to investigate the whispers you shouldn't hear or the existences you shouldn't see." "All right." Klein knew that this was another reminder about losing control as a beyonder. After entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Roshan, who clearly didn't know that he had become a beyonder. He slowly walked out of the door and onto the streets. He took a trackless carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly falling asleep on the way. It was still morning, and the temperature was only 26 degrees Celsius. Klein took the copper key from his belt and opened the door to his house. There were many items in the house that hadn't been added. The living room and dining room were empty. Banson and Melissa, one working and the other studying, had long left the house. Klein couldn't be bothered with anything else. He closed the door behind him and quickly went upstairs to his bedroom with bookshelves. After taking off his tuxedo and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly fell into bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Klein was woken up by the bright sunlight. He turned his head and slowly opened his eyes. He realized that the sun was just right outside. "What time is it? I didn't miss the tarot gathering in the afternoon, did I?" He struggled to get out of bed and walked to the coat rack because his pocket watch was still in the inner pocket of his tuxedo. Not only had he forgotten about it, but he had also forgotten to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains of the oriel window. Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it. He immediately felt relieved. It was only a little past 12, and there was still some time before the agreed time of 3 in the afternoon. Today was Monday, the day he, the hanged man, and Justice would be having a gathering. Klein pretended to think and tapped his glabella twice. The scene before his eyes changed once again, and he saw his aura regain its bright luster. After tapping twice more and dismissing his spirit vision, he easily walked to the first floor. He boiled a pot of water and put in some inferior tea leaves. With it and a little cream, he finished a loaf of rye bread. After that, Klein flipped through the history textbooks and the original Klein's notes and leisurely revised and consolidated his knowledge. At 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed the book, capped the fountain pen, and drew the curtains. Following that, he locked the bedroom door from the inside, making the room abnormally dark. He tapped his glabella twice again, activated his spirit vision, and surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no invisible spirits in the room, Klein ended his spirit vision, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. When it was 1 minute to 3, he took 4 steps counterclockwise like before, forming a square. With each step, he recited the corresponding incantation in Mandarin. However, he didn't prepare any staple food this time. Klein closed his eyes and felt the back of his hand itch. It was as if the 4 black dots that formed the small square were protruding and appearing. Crazy shouts and seductive murmurs began to echo, but Klein realized that his headache wasn't as bad as the last time. It wasn't that he wasn't affected, but that he could control himself from actively listening. Having become a beyonder, he had a little more self-control in such an environment. Soon, his body became light and floated upwards. He saw the pervasive, grayish-white, boundless, and hazy fog, as well as the crimson stars. 2 of them seemed to have a subtle connection with him, giving him an abnormally familiar feeling. Klein looked at his blurry body and muttered in puzzlement. The astral projection that old Neil mentioned? He calmed down for a few seconds, and once again, the magnificent temple appeared above the gray fog. The long bronze table that was directly under the wide dome, as well as the 22 high-backed chairs that had different constellations symbolizing them. Klein quietly walked to the seat of honor and sat down. He covered his body and face in an even thicker gray fog. Then, he reached out his right hand and tapped the 2 familiar crimson stars from afar, forming a magical connection. P.S. Seeking recommendation tickets for Monday PS2, the mysticism knowledge involved in this book has been magically altered. Do not imitate it. In the windowless basement, the rough-looking Alger Wilson sat beside a long table with various utensils and sheepskin scrolls. In front of him, there was a half-burned candle. The dim yellow flame illuminated the objects and the surface of the long table, making them look like shadows. Alger's hair was as messy as seaweed. It was dark blue and almost black. He wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. His hands were clasped together with his thumbs facing each other. He leaned forward and stared at a bottle of black liquid to the left of the candle. Whoosh! 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 From time to time, the sound of howling wind could be heard from the sealed bottle, and from time to time, the sound of the surging sea could be heard. In the areas that the black liquid hadn't drowned, a faint mist wriggled, as though it had grown eyes and mouths. Alger turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. He saw that the hour hand was pointing at 3 o'clock. He pinched his sun acupoint, and his eyes suddenly turned dark. The various utensils on the table also had a subtle luster. At this moment, he realized that a dark red light surged out of nowhere like a tide and drowned him, Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. After sending the dance teacher away, Audrey locked the door and sat upright in front of the dressing table. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and the flowers were blooming brightly. On the table was a blank notebook bound in light brown parchment. On the right side of the notebook was a pen with a golden tip and a ruby embedded in its body. Audrey tried to make sure that she could pick up the pen as soon as she left the gathering and record the formula. I'm really looking forward to it. She took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. She pursed her lips and looked at the mirror. However, she couldn't see herself reflected in the mirror. Only a dark red and illusory light erupted from her surroundings and her body at the same time, above the gray fog, in the magnificent temple that looked like the residence of a giant king. Crimson blossomed on both sides of the long bronze table, rising and falling like a fountain, sculpting 2 blurry figures. Their positions were exactly the same as last time. The tall, blonde Audrey instinctively looked towards the seat of honor, only to see the figure shrouded in thick gray fog leaning back. One of his hands was flat, touching the edge of the table, and the other was lightly stroking his chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey shouted in a brisk tone. Then, she turned her head, looked at the opposite side, and said in the same tone, "Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. This girl is really heartless. She's so sure that I'm a good person that she's not afraid at all? A well-protected noble girl?" Klein smiled and maintained his unfathomable image. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, raised his left hand, and tapped his glabella twice. What he saw instantly changed. He saw the aura radiating from Justice and the Hanging Man. As for the surrounding gray fog and crimson stars, there were no changes. There was nothing that didn't seem to exist, nor was there any bright brilliance that seemed to have a certain level of life. Shifting his gaze, Klein saw that Justice's aura was completely in line with old Neil's description. It was red, purple, blue, and white when it should be red. Furthermore, it was lustrous and of appropriate thickness. It was obvious that she was a lively young lady. Her emotions are red and yellow, happy, passionate, excited. Klein made a judgment and cast his attention on the hanging man. Similar to Justice, the hanging man's aura wasn't anything special. It was just that his emotions were blue, mixed with a few hints of orange. Calm, thoughtful, cautious, and a little satisfied? This was his first attempt, so Klein didn't have much confidence in his conclusion. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly discovered something strange. In the innermost layer of the hanging man's aura, the colors and feelings seemed to be completely unified. Klein focused his mind and took a closer look. He could vaguely see that deep within the hanging man's ether body was a deep blue that resembled the color of the sea. It gave off the feeling of strong winds and waves. His astral projection? Or should I say the surface layer of the astral projection? From the looks of it, he really is a beyonder. Furthermore, he seems to be stronger than old Neil. Klein's thoughts ran wild as his heart was filled with questions. Not necessarily. Perhaps it's because of this special environment. It's only because this is my home turf that I can see all of this. It's not that old Neil doesn't have similar performances. He turned to look at Justice again and confirmed that it was a special trait that only beyonders possessed. At this moment, Alger had also completed his greeting. Audrey took a light breath and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Mr. the Hanging Man, did you receive the box of ghost shark blood?" Alger glanced at Klein and saw him tapping his glabella, as though he was thinking about something else. "Thank you very much. It perfectly met all my expectations. I really didn't expect you to send it over so quickly." "The blood of a ghost shark isn't an ordinary beyonder item," Alger answered frankly. Audrey smiled modestly. "I'm very happy to see this outcome." As she had enjoyed matters related to the mysterious since she was young, she had made friends in the aristocratic circles who shared the same interests. They would exchange information, books, and rare items with each other. But before this, no one had obtained any supernatural powers or become a true beyonder. Instead, a few princes had hinted that if she were willing to become a consort, she would receive the gifts she wanted. However, this time, she had directly obtained the ghost shark blood from her family's treasury. In any case, the list only stated that it was a large bottle. It didn't record the number of milliliters, nor did it state whether it was full or not. She believed that no one would notice if she poured half of it away. Even if an accident happened and the matter was exposed, her parents probably wouldn't pursue the matter. Alger took another deep look at the fool who was shrouded in grey fog. He turned his head and smiled. "According to the agreement, I'll tell you the potion formula for the spectator. I'll make some preparations." "All right, let's begin." Audrey took a deep breath and focused all her attention. The concoction of a low-sequence potion is very simple. Just place it in according to the order given. But remember, it's better to have fewer ingredients than more. That will cause a huge problem. You should have heard of beyonders losing control. I don't need to repeat myself, right? Alger first mentioned the things to take note of. Audrey nodded gently. "I understand completely." As she spoke, she turned her head to glance at Mr. Fool. She wanted to know if the mysterious expert had anything to add. Unfortunately, the fool sat there quietly like a statue. Alger thought for a moment. "A little less doesn't mean it's too far off. If you don't have a helper, I suggest you spend some time familiarizing yourself with the chemistry experiments." "I have a tutor in this area," Audrey answered without any burden. Alger then mentioned the maximum deviation and other matters before smoothly reciting it. "That's right, it's not a problem. Spectator, sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn narcissus essence, 13 grams of cow's teeth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a pair of adult Manhattan fish eyes, 35 milliliters of goat-horned blackfish blood." The last two are the main ingredients. They come from marine beyonder species. You have to be careful. "Okay." Audrey recalled as she repeated, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn narcissus essence, 13 grams of cow's teeth, peony powder, Alger reminded. With the other party's help, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order. However, she was still not at ease. She muttered softly and repeated it over and over again. Do you know cogitation? Seeing Justice nod, Alger continued, I don't know what you know about cogitation, so I'll describe it first. After consuming the potion, quickly begin cogitation to control your spirituality and strength. You have to practice every day to truly grasp the potion's power and dig out its symbolic meaning and more mysteries. Only by doing so can you avoid the danger of losing control to the greatest extent. And the symbolic meaning of the potion lies in its name, such as spectator. Klein listened to their conversation silently. He originally didn't plan on interrupting and only wanted to secretly memorize and learn, but when he heard this, his heart suddenly stirred as he had an idea. Audrey listened attentively to the hanging man's explanation. Just as she was about to ask a few questions about the details, she suddenly heard a tap on the table. She and Alger turned their heads at the same time and looked at the fool Klein, who was sitting at the seat of honor. They saw the mysterious powerhouse tap his fingers and say in a deep voice, It's not grasping, it's digesting. It's not digging, it's acting. It's not digging, it's acting. The name of the potion isn't just symbolic, it's also an image. It's also the key to digestion. Audrey was stunned and confused when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what Mr. Fool was trying to say. She subconsciously looked at the hanging man's reaction from the corner of her eye, but she was surprised to see his body tremble and stiffen, like an ordinary person hearing a loud and sudden thunder. Digest, acting. Digest, acting. Digest, acting, key. Alger muttered again and again, as if he had grasped something crucial or was under a strange spell. After a while, he raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as precious as my life. It has allowed me to understand many things. Of course, I believe that I haven't fully understood everything. Klein maintained his mysterious and unfathomable image and said with a smile, This is the payment in advance. In fact, he didn't quite understand the exact meaning of those words. He was only certain that Roselle the Great was stronger than the average Beyonder, stronger than the hanging man advance payment. When Audrey saw the hanged man's reaction, she knew how precious the hint was. As she ruminated over it, she asked, Mr. Fool, what do you want us to do? Alger nodded in agreement. What can I do for you? Klein leaned back slightly and glanced at both sides. He said in a low and soothing voice, That's right. Help me collect Roselle Gustav's secret diary, even if it's just one page. Roselle Gustav's secret diary, Roselle the Great, indeed, only such a matter is worthy of the attention of a powerhouse at Mr. Fool's level. Audrey was first taken aback before she realized that she wasn't surprised at all. It was said that Roselle the Great had once seen the blasphemy slate, and it was said that the secret card he created contained 22 pathways of the divine. This was something that every high-sequence Beyonder would definitely pay attention to. Diary? That's a diary? Alger frowned slightly as he keenly noticed a detail. Mr. Fool had used an affirmative tone to say that Roselle Gustav left behind was a diary. How did he know? How did he confirm it? Could it be that he has grasped the method to decipher Roselle's secret text? Faced with the hanging man's question, Klein, who had achieved the desired effect, leaned back in his chair and clasped his hands together. He replied in a relaxed tone, Let's temporarily treat it as a diary. He didn't deny it, nor did he affirm it. It said that Roselle the Great's diary is written in secret text or symbols that he invented himself. Audrey had heard other aristocratic children mention this matter, but she had never seen it for herself. She was momentarily curious and asked. Yes. Alger answered simply, Some people believe that it's a unique set of mysticism symbols, while others believe that it's a form of hieroglyphic text. But to this day, no one has found the correct way to decipher it, at least as far as I know. At the end of his sentence, he turned his head to look at Klein, as if seeking confirmation, but also as if he was doubting something. It's a text that has evolved over several generations, and it no longer has its original hieroglyphic form. According to your train of thought, how is it possible to decipher it? Klein remained calm as he secretly scoffed. As for treating it as a mysticism symbol, it instantly made him think of a ridiculous and hilarious scene. An evil wizard in a black hooded robe rolled up his sleeves, revealing a symbol on his arm that was said to have been left behind by Emperor Roselle. It was a symbol of mysterious power. It was two large, cyan, simplified Chinese characters. Joker. The corners of Klein's mouth slowly curled up. He was in a good mood. After listening to the hanging man's description, Audrey said awkwardly, "We don't understand symbols or words." "Then how are we to convey them to you here, Mr. Fool? Or should I say, to a certain place? That's an important question. I don't have a secret channel to receive things yet." Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He crossed his hands and touched them with his thumbs. Soon, he found an idea. "Since I can create a shrine, tables, and chairs here according to my own thoughts, can I let others directly copy the contents that appear in their minds? Give it a try." At this moment, Audrey and Alger saw Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, slowly sit up. "Miss Justice, let's give it a try. Imagine a paragraph of text and give it the emotion you want to write." "Yes, pick up the fountain pen beside you and write on the paper." Before Klein could finish his sentence, Audrey saw a yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen appear in front of her. She picked up the fountain pen in puzzlement and curiosity and followed the instructions. In her mind, she imagined a poem that Roselle the Great had once written: "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" Note 1. After examining the text, she picked up the fountain pen and gave it the thought of presenting all of them. Klein sensed this emotion, so he used the fountain pen as a medium to guide it. Just as Audrey put down the fountain pen, she saw an additional line of words on the goatskin: "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" "Goddess, this is amazing!" Audrey exclaimed in surprise, filled with emotion. Then, she looked at Klein with some fear. "Mr. Fool, you can read my thoughts?" "No, I'm just a guide. I've simplified the process of you writing the words and turned it into a rubbing method. If you don't want to express yourself, there won't be any traces of it appearing." Klein used a deep voice to comfort her. "Is that so? Then, as long as we remember the symbols or the arcane text, we can directly present them according to our wishes?" Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and asked in enlightenment. "Yes," Klein answered briefly. "That's a pretty good method, Miss Justice. Don't doubt your memory. After becoming a spectator, you will receive a great improvement in this aspect." Alger had watched the attempt from the side and felt that the fool was more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He believed that with his subsequent advancement, he would be able to obtain sufficient growth in his memory. With regards to this, Audrey nodded in delight. "What a delightful hint. Mr. the Hanging Man, what else do you have to teach me about a spectator?" Having said that, she turned to look at the seat of honor. "Mr. Fool, I will work hard to complete your mission and try my best to gather as many of Roselle the Great's secret diaries as possible. I've said it before, I'm a person who likes an equivalent exchange. The advance payment just now is only equivalent to 2 diary pages per person. If there are any extras, I'll give you additional," Klein said calmly in a tone that didn't take advantage of a child. As for where the additional payment would come from, it would naturally be from new Roselle the Great's secret diaries. This would form a good cycle. "You are truly a generous gentleman." Alger was silent for a few seconds before he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. After bowing, he turned to Justice and said, "I'll emphasize it again. A spectator will always be a spectator. I know that many spectators like to imagine themselves as the main character or some other character. As such, they will invest a lot of their emotions into it, to the point that they will cry, laugh, be angry, or be sad along with the drama. However, this isn't something a spectator like you should do. When facing the various dramas in secular society, when facing the characters who are consciously or unconsciously playing a certain role, you have to maintain an attitude of absolute spectator. Only by doing so can you calmly and objectively observe them, discover their habitual actions, detect their habit of lying, smell their nervousness, and grasp their true thoughts from the various minute clues. Believe me, due to the different emotions everyone has, they will naturally secrete different things, which will emit different scents. However, only a true spectator can smell it. Once you invest your emotions, your observation will be affected. Your perception of the emotions of others will deviate." Audrey listened carefully as her eyes lit up. That sounds very, very, very interesting. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. The requirement of the spectator potion could be summarized as being an absolutely neutral spectator. This is equivalent to acting to a certain extent. Acting, could this be what Roselle the Great meant by acting? Then, do I need to act as a seer and digest the potion bit by bit? Just as Klein was deep in thought, Alger finished explaining what he knew about the requirements of a spectator and pondered for a moment. Everything seems to be fine now? Maybe we can have a casual chat and talk about what's happening around us. A piece of information that might seem normal to you might be a very important clue to someone else. Sure. Klein returned to his senses and nodded slightly. He had already planned on acting as a seer since it didn't seem like there would be any negative effects. Shall we start with you, Mr. the Hanging Man? Audrey agreed with great interest. Alger thought for a moment. The pirate who calls himself Admiral Ludwell has begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea. Oh, the owner of the Black Tulip? Audrey asked after some deliberation. Yes. Alger nodded in reply. I don't even know who it is. Klein listened in silence as he considered what information he should say, one that wouldn't expose himself while still allowing him to obtain intelligence feedback. Soon, he made a decision. He maintained his profound image as the fool and stroked the edge of the long bronze table. According to what I know, the Secret Order has lost a notebook of the Antigonus family. This information wasn't only known by the Tinjan Nighthawks. The Secret Order and the Beyonders who had close ties with them also knew of it. The Antigonus family's notebook? Alger repeated and shook his head with a chuckle. I'm really curious about the reaction of the Church of the Evernight Goddess when they learn of this news. Why is it only the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Klein acutely sensed the problem, but he didn't say anything. That would destroy the fool's mysterious and profound image. At this moment, Audrey asked in puzzlement. Why are you curious about this? Will the Church of the Goddess have any special reaction? Alger smiled. The Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. As for whether it's the end of the fourth epoch or the beginning of the current epoch, I'm not too sure. This? Klein's pupils constricted as he felt a chill in his body. From the looks of it, the importance the Nighthawks place on the Antigonus family's notebook far exceeds my imagination. The reason why they suggested for me to become a Beyonder is probably because of a certain degree of contribution and preventing danger. They wish for me to increase my spiritual perception, which would help me find the notebook. Captain didn't hide this point. He did mention it, but I didn't pay much attention to it back then. After hearing the hanging man's explanation, Audrey said with great interest, I never expected such a thing to happen. I never expected such a thing to happen. All right, it's my turn. Let me think of what to say. She tilted her head slightly, held her forehead with her hand, and chuckled. Yesterday, my etiquette teacher was teaching me how to faint. How to faint gracefully and politely. This is a practical technique to avoid awkward situations and despicable people in social situations. Haha, I was just organizing my words. What I really want to say is that ever since we lost the war on the east coast of Balam, the king, prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure. They have an urgent desire for change. As Audrey recalled her father and brother's discussion of the situation, she said, they believe that the current government structure is too chaotic. They believe that the current structure of the government is too chaotic. After every election, as long as there is a change of party, a group of people will be replaced from top to bottom, making things a mess and extremely inefficient. Not only has this led to the loss of the war, but it has also brought great inconvenience to the people. Klein knew very well that because there was no reference, the Ruan Kingdom had yet to evolve a civil service examination system. The governing system was still in its infancy. Therefore, after the election, many so-called administrative positions would be awarded to members and supporters. Roselle the Great actually didn't invent such a system during Intis. It doesn't match his character at all. Could it be that he shifted his focus to something else in the later stages? When the hanging man Alger heard this, he interrupted with a chuckle. They think? Their senses are really slow. Perhaps after being bitten by black mosquitoes, they will only feel itchy after a year. Black mosquitoes were a type of creature in the southern part of the Ruan Kingdom. They were known for their potent venom that made people want to scratch their skin. Audrey extended her palm and covered her mouth. Ignoring the hanging man's mockery, she threw out the core of the news. Unfortunately, they haven't found a good way to replace this system for the time being. Klein listened quietly and felt that the topic had entered a domain he was good at. He smiled and said, "That's right." He smiled and said, "This is a simple problem. The foodie empire and the corrupt countries that learned from the foodie empire had very successful and advanced experiences." Simple? Audrey asked in surprise. Although her tutoring didn't include politics, she often listened to her father and brother's discussions. She still had a sufficient understanding of such matters. Klein seemed to have returned to the forums of the past as he smiled calmly. The examination is just like the university entrance exam. An examination for the public will be held. It can be divided into 2 or 3 rounds, using the most objective method to select the elites. But Audrey vaguely knew what kind of opposition this would bring. Without giving her a chance to organize her thoughts, Klein continued. After that, use these elites to fill the administrative positions in the cabinet, county government, municipal government, and various towns. In other words, the positions that work directly, such as senior cabinet secretaries. Based on the different requirements of different positions, we can conduct separate and differentiated examinations in the 2nd or 3rd round. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. The positions of ministers, sheriffs, and mayors are reserved for the party that wins the election. This is their rightful share of the cake. Alger, who did not have enough interest in this question, subconsciously turned his head and listened carefully. Audrey, on the other hand, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Don't be in a hurry to replace everyone at once. The cabinet and the governments at all levels will be paralyzed. You can hold an examination every year or every 3 years to gradually replace them. After that, depending on the situation of the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies caused by the resignation or old age of the government employees, the quota will be determined in a planned manner. Klein fully displayed his characteristics as a keyboard politician. In the end, he spread his hands and said, "This design can bring the knowledgeable elites of the kingdom into the government to the greatest extent. And no matter which party comes to power, no matter who the minister is, the administrative officers can maintain the basic and relatively effective operations of the kingdom." Of course, the side effect was the birth of the undying demon of bureaucracy. Audrey asked doubtfully as she pondered. In other words, even if those ministers become curly-haired baboons, it won't have much of an impact? No. Alger took the initiative to interrupt. I think the curly-haired baboon is a better choice than the current minister. He paused for a moment before adding, after all, curly-haired baboons only need to eat, sleep, and mate. They won't come up with stupid ideas or insist on brainless plans. Mr. the Hanging Man, it sounds like you have a bad boss. Klein sat at the seat of honor and shook his head with a smile. Audrey ruminated over Mr. Fool's description for a while before saying in surprise, "That's right. This sounds like it can really work. It's a very simple but effective method." She looked at Klein and praised sincerely, "That's right. Mr. Fool, you must be an elder with rich life experience and outstanding wisdom." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He looked at the Hanging Man and Justice and fell silent for a few seconds. Let's end today's gathering here. If Miss Justice can influence her family and push for this matter to happen, I'll guide Banson ahead of time and give him a chance to become a civil servant. Come to think of it, Banson is indeed quite suitable for this line of work. However, Justice probably won't take the initiative to do it, because if she does, I'll just have to ask the Hanging Man which noble made the suggestion and we'll be able to guess her true identity. Of course, she can circle around and use a more covert method. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. Klein leaned back slightly and severed the connection. He saw Justice and the Hanging Man's illusory and blurry figures quickly shatter and dissipate. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent hall that looked like a deity's residence, he was the only one left sitting quietly at the long bronze table. Klein didn't fall into the gray fog and leave like the last time. This was because he was already a beyonder, so he still had enough energy. The reason why he ended the meeting with Taro ahead of time was because he knew the Nighthawk's true attitude towards the Antigonus family's notebook. He decided to look like he was seriously searching for it instead of just lying down and sleeping. That would make Dunsmith and the others suspect that he had done something at home. Furthermore, he had gained quite a lot today. Klein sat on the high-backed chair at the long bronze table. He rested his arms on the armrests and crossed his fingers. He sized up the endless gray fog with a heavy gaze. He found it empty and silent, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. When he established the connection and summoned justice and the hanging man's projection, he acutely noticed something. That was, as a beyonder, he had the remaining strength to touch another crimson star. In other words, I can summon another one? Klein recalled the feeling and muttered to himself with certainty. However, he didn't rashly attempt it before, because he didn't know the identity of the newcomer he pulled in and what their attitude would be. After all, not everyone could be like Justice and the Hanging Man because of their unique personalities and quickly blend in. They each took what they needed and seemed willing to hide it. If he pulled in someone like Dunsmith, then his newly established mysterious organization would immediately be exposed to the church's attention. As the big boss of an evil organization, his future would be bleak. Klein knew that the gray fog was very special, and he knew that it wasn't something a beyonder like Dunsmith could crack. But the problem was that since he had beyonder powers, he had to consider the existence of deities. At present, Klein cautiously believed that the 7 orthodox deities truly existed. Of course, he was more inclined to believe that these deities were only slightly stronger than high-sequence beyonders, and that they were under certain strict restrictions. At least since the 5th epoch, other than a few oracles, their deeds hadn't appeared. Forcefully pulling people in isn't a good thing either. No one wants to be involved in mysterious matters for no reason. I'll wait and see. Klein sighed and stood up. He released his spirituality and sensed the existence of his body. Then, he began to imitate the heavy feeling of falling rapidly. The scene in front of him immediately changed. The gray fog and crimson instantly went far away. Klein seemed to have penetrated an endless membrane of water and finally saw the real world. He saw the room filled with darkness. This time, he was completely awake as he seriously experienced the process. Strange. The gray fog is still a little different from the spirit world. Klein moved his hands and feet, feeling the reality of his flesh and blood. He seriously experienced it for a while, shook his head, walked to the desk, and pulled the curtains. Whoosh, the curtains retracted, and sunlight shone in, illuminating the room. Looking at the streets and the pedestrians coming and going outside the oriel window, Klein took a deep breath and silently said to himself, "It's time to go out and work. How should I act as a seer? This can't be rushed. I can only use spirit vision for now." Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall looked at herself in the mirror. She saw her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes so bright that no one dared to look her in the eye. She couldn't be bothered to examine this as she quickly recalled the past. Then, she picked up the gem-embedded fountain pen and began writing the potion formula for the spectator potion on the exquisite goatskin parchment. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn lilies essence, 13 grams of cow-tooth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a pair of adult Manhattan fish eyes, 35 milliliters of goat-horned black fish blood. Phew. Audrey exhaled. She read it a few times and finally confirmed that there was no mistake. She had the urge to dance again, but she told herself to be reserved. After some thought, she began to write the names of various chemicals around the potion formula, disguising the page as complicated and messy scientific knowledge. Yes, as long as one doesn't read it carefully, anyone who flips through it won't be able to discover the details I've hidden. Awesome. Audrey praised herself and turned her thoughts to obtaining the ingredients. I'll look in the family's treasure vaults first. I'll see if I can exchange for the parts one don't have from others. If I still can't gather them, I'll have to ask the Fool and Mr. the Hanging Man for help at the next gathering. What should I use as payment? After some consideration, Audrey closed the notebook and placed it on a small bookshelf in her bedroom. Then, she walked briskly to the door and opened it. A large golden retriever was sitting obediently outside. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up, revealing a smile as bright as the sun. "Susie, you've completed your mission well." In the serialized stories in the newspaper, the detective always has a capable assistant. I believe that a real spectator also needs a large dog following behind him. In the basement with only a flickering candle, Alger Wilson raised his palm and looked at it carefully. After a long while, he sighed. It's still so magical. I can't grasp the details at all. Even though he had made ample preparations, he still couldn't understand how the fool completed the summoning. He looked down at the goatskin scroll on the long table. At the top of the yellowish-brown scroll, a line of Hermes was written in dark blue ink. Under the blazing afternoon sun, Klein walked out of his house. As he had to walk all the way from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he had changed out of his formal suit, top hat, and leather boots into a linen shirt, an old brown coat, a round-brimmed felt hat of the same color, and old leather shoes. This way, he didn't have to worry about the smell of sweat contaminating his expensive outfit. Following Daffodil Street, he slowly walked towards Iron Cross Street. When he turned a corner, he subconsciously looked over. The tents had already disappeared. The circus from before had long finished its performance and left. Klein had originally imagined that the beast tamer who had helped her with the divination was actually a hidden powerhouse. As he had discovered her uniqueness, he had specially come to guide her. There would definitely be subsequent encounters and hints. However, none of that happened. She followed the circus and began the next part of her journey. How can there be so many tricks? Klein laughed and shook his head as he turned towards Iron Cross Street. There wasn't only one Iron Cross Street. Just like its name, it was formed by two intersecting streets. With the intersection as the core, it was divided into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street. The apartment that Klein, Banson, and Melissa had previously lived in was located on Lower Street. However, the people who lived in the apartment and the surrounding residents didn't think that the neighborhood was Lower Street. Instead, they coined the term Middle Street to differentiate it from the slums 200 meters away. There, a bedroom could be packed with 5, 6, or even 10 people. As Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts wandered. He thought of the Antigonus family's notebook and its unknown whereabouts. He thought of the importance the Nighthawks placed on it, and he thought of the murder that resulted from it. His heart slowly turned heavy as his expression turned gloomy. At that moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. Little Klein. Klein turned his head in puzzlement and realized that he had walked to the entrance of Slyn Bakery. The gray-haired Mrs. Wendy was waving her hand at him with a gentle smile. You don't look too happy? Wendy said warmly. Klein rubbed his face. A little. No matter how many troubles there are, tomorrow will eventually come. Mrs. Wendy smiled and said, Come, help me try my new sweet iced tea. I don't know if it suits the local taste. A local? Could it be that you're not, Mrs. Slyn? Klein shook his head in amusement. Giving it a try should mean that it was free, right? The corners of Wendy Slyn's mouth lifted. You guessed it right. I'm actually from the South. I came to Tianjin with my husband more than 40 years ago. Heh, Banson wasn't even born then. Your father and mother didn't even know each other yet. I've always been a little unused to the northern food style. I always miss the food from my hometown. I miss pork sausages, potato bread, pancakes, fried vegetables, and roasted meat with special sauces. Yeah, I miss sweet iced tea too. Klein smiled when he heard that. Mrs. Slyn, this is really a hungry topic. However, I feel much better, thank you. Delicacies can always cure sadness. Wendy handed Klein a cup of brownish-red liquid. I concocted this sweet iced tea based on my memories. Try it and see if it tastes good. After thanking her, Klein took a sip. He felt that the drink tasted like the iced black tea on earth, but it wasn't as stimulating. The tea flavor was stronger and more refreshing, instantly dispersing the heat brought about by the scorching sun. Excellent, he exclaimed. Then I'm relieved. Wendy smiled. Until her eyes narrowed. She kindly watched as Klein finished the cup of sweet iced tea. After chatting with Mrs. Slyn about moving to a new home, Klein returned to the street he was most familiar with. In the afternoon, there were much fewer street vendors. They would only gather again after 5:30. The remaining ones looked listless. Just as he turned into the area, Klein suddenly felt inexplicably gloomy. He felt an indescribable sense of depression, gloom. What's going on? He acutely sensed that something was amiss with him. He immediately stopped and looked around, but he didn't see anything strange. After some thought, Klein raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice, as though he was in thought. Everything in his line of sight immediately changed, and the auras of the street vendors and pedestrians appeared in front of him. Before Klein could examine their healthy colors, he was attracted by the rich gloom that symbolized their emotions. He couldn't determine the exact thoughts of the person he was observing, but the impression of pessimism, numbness, and gloom was deeply engraved in his mind. Looking around, he realized that the surroundings were filled with this gloomy hue. Even sunlight couldn't disperse it. This was a depression that had accumulated over countless days, months, and years. Upon seeing this, Klein instantly understood the reason. Just as old Neil had said, it was easy for him to feel uncomfortable when he entered an unfamiliar environment with his spirit vision activated. It was also easy for him to be infected by the emotions of others. A similar principle could be applied to the ability of spiritual perception. This was an ability that could be obtained without any additional learning after becoming a seer. It was a passive and irresistible sensing ability that allowed one to directly sense the existence of abnormal situations. And there was definitely a certain degree of interaction between senses. Therefore, in the eyes of beyonders like spirit mediums, the strength of each person's spiritual perception was obvious, like a torch in the dark night. Therefore, people with high spiritual perception would naturally and easily be affected by abnormal and intense environments. They could only grasp, control, and adapt through repeated practice. Such a repressive hue probably takes a long time to form, right? Klein sighed and shook his head. He was touched. He tapped his glabella twice again and tried his best to restrain his spirituality. Tap. 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 Klein walked towards the apartment step by step. He sensed the other possible abnormalities and subtle connections so as to search for the Antigonus family's notebook that he had hidden. The streets were the same as usual. There was dirty water and trash. It was only clean when he reached the apartment's entrance. Klein pushed open the half-closed door and circled the first floor in the darkness where sunlight couldn't reach. He took one step at a time, causing the wooden stairs to creak. The second floor lacked light as usual. Klein indulged his spiritual perception and stared straight into the darkness. However, not only did he not find any clues to the notebook, he didn't even see a single invisible spirit body. If it were that easy to encounter them, most ordinary people wouldn't be unable to detect the existence of beyonders. Klein sighed to himself. He already understood that most spirits didn't exist in the form of spirit bodies, but spirituality. Only a spirit medium could effectively communicate with them. After circling the third floor, Klein left the apartment and walked to Welch's residence, following the path in his memory. He walked for a full hour, but he still didn't find anything along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein looked at the house through the tightly locked iron door and mumbled to himself, "That's right, it's not that simple." He mumbled to himself, "There's probably no need to search Welch's house, right? Captain and Ma M. Daly must have done a carpet search. Besides, I don't have the key to this place. It's not like I can climb over the wall. Let's try another route tomorrow. I've walked so much today, but there's no leaderboard for the number of steps I've taken." As he lamented, Klein turned around and headed to a nearby street. He planned on taking a public carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company to collect his 30 rounds of ammunition for the day and make the best use of his time to practice. A seer lacked fast and effective means of attack, so he could only rely on his revolver and cane to make up for it. The area around Welch's residence was rather clean. There were many clean shops on both sides of the street. After turning the corner, Klein was looking for a public carriage when his gaze suddenly swept across the signboard on the second floor. Harold's Department Store. Military Veterans Club. Divination Club. Divination Club. Klein silently recited the name and suddenly thought of how he had to act as a seer. Yes, I'll go take a look. Search for new ideas. As his thoughts ran wild, Klein crossed the street and came to the opposite side. He went up to the second floor and entered the hall. He stood in front of the beautiful lady who was in charge of reception. The lady had brownish-yellow hair. She sized up Klein and smiled. Sir, would you like to have your fortune told or join our club? What are the conditions? Klein asked casually. The lady with blonde hair tied up in a high bun introduced with great familiarity. Fill in the detailed information and pay the annual membership fee. The first time is £5, and after that, £1 per year. Don't worry, we're not like those political or business clubs that require the recommendation of official members to join. Members can use the club's conference room, various divination rooms, and divination tools for free. They can also enjoy the coffee and tea we provide for free. They can also read the newspapers and magazines we subscribe to for free. They can also purchase lunch, dinner, alcohol, and some divination teaching materials at cost. Furthermore, we will invite at least one famous fortune teller to give a lecture every month to answer any questions. Most importantly, you'll be able to find a group of friends who share the same interests, and you'll be able to exchange experiences with each other. Sounds good, but I don't have money. Klein laughed at himself and asked. Upon hearing Klein's question, the beautiful lady with long brown hair elegantly coiled up did not look impatient at all. She maintained a polite smile and said, "Our members are free to perform divination for others in the club and set their own prices. We only take a very small percentage of the fee. If you want to perform divination, you can take a look at this brochure. There are introductions and prices for members who are willing to perform divination for others. However, today is Monday afternoon. Most of our members are at work and busy. Only less than 5 of them came." As she spoke, she invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa near the window in the reception hall. Then, she flipped open the album opposite him and pointed out the current members of the club. Hannes Vincent, a famous fortune teller in Tianjin. He's a mentor who's permanently stationed at the club. He's good at all kinds of divination. Each session costs 4 soli. It's so expensive. It's enough for me, Banson, and Melissa to have 2 sumptuous dinners. Klein was speechless and did not reply. Seeing this, the brown-haired lady continued to flip to the next page and introduced them one by one. The last one, Glassy. He just joined the club this year and has mastered tarot divination. Each session costs 2 pence. Sir, who do you want to choose? Klein didn't stand on ceremony at all. Mr. Glassy. The beautiful lady in charge of reception was silent for 2 seconds. Sir, I have to remind you beforehand that Mr. Glassy is only a beginner. Understood, I will be responsible for my decision. Klein smiled and nodded. Then please follow me. The beautiful lady stood up and led Klein to the door beside the reception hall. There was a corridor that wasn't too long, and at the end of it was an open conference room. The room was full of sunlight, and there were tables and chairs. There were newspapers, magazines, cards, and other things on them. The faint aroma of coffee wafted from the room. When they were 2 rooms away from the conference room, the beautiful lady in charge of reception signaled for Klein to stop. She quickened her pace and walked to the end of the corridor. Mr. Glassy, someone is looking for you for divination. Me? A voice full of surprise and doubt immediately sounded, accompanied by the movement of the chair. Yes, which divination room would you like to use? The beautiful lady replied emotionlessly. Topaz room. I like Topaz. Glassy appeared at the door of the meeting room and looked curiously at Klein, who was waiting nearby. He was a man in his 30s. His skin was darker, and his pupils were dark green. His hair was light yellow and soft. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a monocle hung on his chest. He had a good temperament. The beautiful lady in charge of reception did not say much. She opened the Topaz room next to the conference room. Inside, the curtains were tightly shut and the light was dim. It was as if this was the only way to receive the revelation of God and Spirit and obtain accurate divination results. Hello, I'm Glassy. I didn't expect you to choose me to do your divination. Glassy bowed in a gentlemanly manner and quickly entered the room. He sat behind the long table. Frankly speaking, I'm only trying to divine for others. I don't have much experience. At the moment, I'm not a good fortune teller. You still have a chance to back out. After returning the greeting, Klein entered the room and closed the door behind him. He looked at the light that penetrated the curtains and said with a smile, "You are truly an honest gentleman." You're an honest man, but I'm a man who's very firm in his choices. Please have a seat. Glassy pointed at the seat opposite him and thought for a few seconds. Divination is only my hobby. Heh, a person will often receive guidance from the gods in their lives, but ordinary people are unable to accurately interpret the Lord's intentions. This is the meaning of divination, and also the reason why I joined this club. In this aspect, I don't have enough confidence in myself. Let's treat the divination from now on as an exchange, a free exchange. How about that? The club's fee will be borne by me. It's only a quarter penny. Klein didn't say yes, nor did he shake his head. Instead, he smiled and said, I can tell that you have a good and decent job. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, clenched his right fist, and tapped his forehead twice. But that doesn't increase the accuracy of my divination, Glassy replied humorously. He pondered for a moment before asking, do you have a headache? You wish to divine something related to your health? Just a little. I wish to divine the whereabouts of an item. Klein had long thought of an excuse as he slowly leaned back. In his eyes, Glassy's aura appeared clearly. The orange-red color of his lungs was dim and thin, and it affected the other brightness. This isn't a sign of fatigue. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Find a lost item? Glassy thought for a few seconds. Then, let's do a simple judgment. He pushed the neatly stacked tarot cards on the black table towards Klein. Calm down and recall the item in your mind. Silently ask the question, can you still find it? At the same time, shuffle and cut the cards. All right. In fact, Klein didn't remember what the ancient notebook looked like. All he could do was expand the question that needed to be silently asked, can you still find the Antigonus family's notebook? As he repeated the process, he skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Glassy picked up a card from the top and pushed it horizontally in front of Klein. Turn it clockwise to vertical, then flip it over. If it's in the reverse position, which means that the picture on the card is facing you, it means that the item can't be found. If it's in the forward position, then we can continue the divination to find its exact whereabouts. Klein followed the instructions and turned the cards that were placed horizontally into a vertical position. He held the edge of the tarot card and flipped it over. It was a card with an inverted picture. What a pity. Glassy sighed. Klein didn't respond because his attention was focused on the tarot card in front of him. The picture on the reversed card was of the Fool, who was wearing gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. It's the Fool again? It can't be that coincidental, right? According to the Hanging Man and Old Neil, divination is the result of spirituality and the spirit world communicating with a higher level me. Tarot cards are just tools to facilitate the interpretation of a symbolic revelation. In theory, it doesn't matter what divination item is used. It doesn't affect the outcome. Klein frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Can I divine if the item has already been obtained by someone else? Absolutely. Let's do it again using the same method. Glassy nodded enthusiastically. Klein shuffled and cut the cards again as he pondered over the question. He drew a card, placed it horizontally, turned it clockwise to vertical, and completed his preparations with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Klein reached out and flipped the tarot card. Please don't let it be the Fool again. While praying, he suddenly relaxed because the card appeared to be a star. Inverted. From the looks of it, that item hasn't been picked up by anyone else, Glassy explained with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, and tapped his glabella twice in thought. Then, he took out 2 dark brass pennies from his pocket and pushed them to Glassy. Didn't I say it's free? Glassy said with a frown. Klein smiled and stood up. This is a sign of respect for divination. All right, thank you for your generosity. Glassy stood up and extended his hand. After shaking hands, Klein took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked to the door before turning the doorknob. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and tersely acknowledged. Mr. Glassy, I suggest you see a doctor as soon as possible. It's mainly a lung problem. Why? Glassy asked in surprise. Is he cursing me because he's dissatisfied with the divination's results? Klein thought and said, it's a symptom that can be seen from your complexion. This is a symptom that can be seen from your complexion. Your eyebrows are dark. black between the glabella. This was the first time Glassy was hearing such a description. Klein didn't explain further as he walked out of the room with a smile, closing the wooden door behind him. Is he an unlicensed doctor or a rural apothecary? Glassy shook his head in amusement as he picked up the silver mirror used for divination. He took a careful look and realized that his glabella was indeed black. However, this was a problem with the environment. Under the dim light that penetrated the curtains, not only was his glabella black, but his entire face was black. A less than flattering joke, Glassy muttered. He divined his health worriedly and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. When he left the divination club, Klein had an additional plan for the future. It was to save money as soon as possible, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club. From there, he could begin acting as a so-called seer. Why didn't he do it himself? It was because he had no resources or channels for the time being. He couldn't possibly stand on the streets as a street vendor. After all, he was a respectable person with a reputation. A few minutes later, he waited for a public carriage. He spent 2 pence and arrived at Zutland Street, which wasn't too far away. When he pushed open the door to the Blackthorn Security Company, he didn't see the familiar brown-haired girl. All he saw was the poet, the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell sitting behind the reception desk. Good afternoon. Where's Roshan? Klein asked after taking off his hat and bowing. Leonard smiled as he pointed at the partition door. She's on duty at the armory tonight. Without waiting for Klein to ask further, Leonard said as though he was pondering something, Klein, there's something I've always been puzzled about. What is it? Klein wore a blank look. Leonard stood up and smiled with a soothing tone. Why did Welch and Xianxia commit suicide on the spot, while you returned home? It's likely that unknown existence wanted me to take the Antigonus family's notebook away and hide it, Klein said, making a widely accepted guess. Leonard paced a few steps before he suddenly turned and looked straight into Klein's eyes. In fact, I don't know if the notebook was destroyed or hidden. But I can deduce that if it wanted to be destroyed, it could have done so on the spot. There was no need for me to take it away. Hearing Leonard's question, Klein instantly activated his keyboard detective mode. He pondered and said, perhaps the unknown existence that Welch, Xianxia, and I came into contact with enjoyed the sacrifice of life, and wished for something similar to happen. Therefore, knowing that the suicide incident would definitely be discovered, it asked me to take the notebook away and hide it in preparation for a second enjoyment. But I don't know what went wrong in the process, but I didn't succeed in the end. This was a reasonable guess that Klein had based on the information, novels, movies, and television dramas he had read in his previous life that involved evil sacrifices. As for what went wrong in the process, he knew very well that it had to do with him, a transmigrator, as a variable. Not a bad explanation, but I think there might be another possibility. Welch's and Xianxia's suicide sacrifice made it possible for the unknown existence to descend. That notebook carried or nurtured evil. It asked you to take it away and hide it because it was afraid that we would discover it and destroy it before it was born. Leonard Mitchell elaborated on another possibility. Having said that, he stared into Klein's eyes and smiled. Of course, the notebook might have been destroyed in order to cover up its contents, to hide the true object that carried or nurtured evil. That way, your suicide attempt would have a sufficient explanation. What do you mean? Is he suspecting me? Suspecting that the original Klein's body carried or nurtured evil? No, he carried or nurtured a transmigrator. Nurture is a good word. Klein was taken aback as he lampooned inwardly. He deliberated and said, I won't defend myself. After all, I've really forgotten that part of my memory. But both Captain and Madame Daly have confirmed that I'm fine. Your joke isn't funny. I'm just investigating a possibility. I can't rule out the possibility that the unknown existence suffered a blow when it descended, causing you to fail to commit suicide. We have to believe that the goddess will always protect us. Leonard smiled and changed the topic. What did you discover this afternoon? After the conversation just now and what happened before, Klein was very wary of Leonard, but he replied without batting an eyelid, Leonard, I'm not afraid. No, I have to change my route tomorrow afternoon. He pointed at the partition. I have to go to the armory to get bullets. The shooting club would be open until 9 o'clock at night. After all, many of its members would only be free after work. May the goddess bless you. Leonard smiled and drew a circle in front of his chest that symbolized the crimson moon. Watching Klein pass through the partition and listening to his footsteps as he walked down the stairs, the smile on Leonard's face gradually disappeared. His green eyes were filled with doubt. He muttered something in a disgruntled tone. After going down the stairs, Klein walked along the corridor that was quietly illuminated by the gas lamp and turned towards the weapons, materials, and documents warehouse. The iron door here was wide open, and the brown-haired girl, Roshan, was standing in front of a long table, talking to a middle-aged man with a thick black beard and a half-top hat. Good afternoon, no, good evening. It's always like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you've become a Beyonder. What's his name, Seer? Roseanne turned her head and asked quickly. She did not hide her curiosity and concern. Klein nodded with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Roshan. Although it's always dark here, it feels peaceful. Your description wasn't accurate enough. It should be said that the name of the sequence potion I consumed was Seer. You still chose to become a Beyonder. Roshan sighed and fell silent. Klein looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked politely, This is? Another member of the Nighthawks, or one of the two clerks I've never seen before. Roshan pursed her lips and said, Bright, our colleague. Brett, our colleague. He wants to switch shifts with me so that the night after tomorrow will be free. He and his wife are going to the North District Grand Theatre to watch The Proud One to celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary. What a romantic gentleman. Bright smiled and stretched out his hand. With Miss Roshan around, there's no need to repeat anything. Hello, Klein. I didn't expect you to become a Beyonder so quickly. As for me, I might never have the courage to do so. It's probably because the ignorant are fearless. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark and shook her hand. That's not a bad thing. Bright shook his head and smiled. A Beyonder once told me before he died that I should never probe into strange and dangerous matters. The less I know, the longer I live. At this moment, Roshan interrupted. Klein, don't mind it too much. I heard from old Neil that your seer is considered a support. It's relatively safer as long as you don't attempt to communicate with unknown existences. Why are you wearing such clothes? You're not a gentleman at all. What are you doing here? To collect today's 30 bullets. Klein didn't answer Roshan's previous question. He believed that the lady would soon forget about it. All right. Roshan pointed at the table and said, Bright, I'll leave it to you. You should know where the keys and bullets are. Sigh, old Neil sure is stingy. He didn't even leave the hand-ground coffee behind. He promised to let me drink to my heart's content today. As she nagged, Klein collected the bullets. The two left the underground together and parted ways on Zutland Street. One took a public carriage home, while the other walked into the shooting club. Bang! Bang! Bang, holding the gun, raising his arm, shooting, throwing out the cylinder, ejecting the cartridge, and inserting the bullet. Klein repeated this process over and over again, familiarizing himself with the feeling of shooting. Of course, he had a few breaks in between to summarize and revise. After finishing his practice, Klein used the venue to do various exercises like push-ups. He worked hard to train his body and improve his physique. When everything was over, he took the trackless carriage home. Only then did he realize that it was almost 7 in the evening. The sky had already turned dark. Just as Klein planned on heading to the market or the streets to buy ingredients for dinner, he realized that the door had opened. Melissa had returned with a bag of stationery and books. In addition, she was carrying quite a number of dishes. I thought that you and Banson would be coming back rather late today. I took one solely from where you hid the money when I left in the morning, Melissa explained seriously out of habit when she saw her brother's puzzled gaze. You already took the money. Why didn't you take the public carriage to school? The reminder reminded Klein of what had happened in the morning. Melissa frowned slightly. Why should I take the public carriage? It costs 4 pence to go to school, which means 8 pence for a round trip. Including you and Banson, we will have to spend 24 pence a day on the public carriage. That's a total of 2 solely a week. Excluding Sundays, that's 12 solely. It's almost equivalent to our rent. Stop, stop, stop. Don't show off your math skills. Klein pressed his hand down in amusement. Melissa paused before adding, it's pretty good for me to walk to school. It's pretty good for me to walk to school. The teacher said that everyone should exercise regularly. Besides, I can pick up some broken parts on the way. Klein chuckled and said, then let's do the math again. The public carriage costs 12 solely, and the rent is 12 solely and 3 pence. That's a total of £1 for solely and 3 pence. We can use Banson's salary to pay for it, so there's still quite a bit left. He received last week's salary. As for me, I can still receive £1, 10 solely every week. Even if we eat meat every day, even if we include the cost of gas, coal, wood, condiments, and so on, if we eat frugally for lunch, there'll still be leftovers. We can even subscribe to the morning paper for 1 penny a day. 2 months later, after I've made up for my advance salary, I can save money to buy new clothes for Banson and you. But, we have to consider the unexpected. Melissa insisted on her unchanging point of view. Klein looked at her with a smile and said, then we can eat less meat. Don't you think it's a waste of time to spend 100 minutes on the road every day? We can use it to read more books, consider more problems, and improve our grades. This way, Melissa, you can graduate with excellent grades and find a job with a good salary. When that happens, what's there to worry about? He used his past experience in debating with people on the forum and finally convinced Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. Phew, I've finally hoodwinked her. No, how can it be called hoodwinking? This is called convincing through reasoning. Klein lampooned inwardly. He took the groceries that Melissa bought and sighed. Remember to buy beef, lamb, or chicken tomorrow. Eat your fill and eat well. Only then will you have a healthy body and a smart brain to deal with difficult studies. Just saying it makes me want to salivate. Melissa pursed her lips and was silent for a few seconds. All right. The next morning, Klein and Banson parted ways at the street corner after supervising Melissa to board the public carriage and arrived at their respective companies. Just as Klein stepped through the door, he saw old Neil and Roshan chatting at the reception desk. The former was still dressed in a classic black robe, seemingly unbothered by the gazes of others. The latter had changed into a light yellow dress. Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan. Klein took off his hat and bowed. Old Neil gave him a mischievous look. Good morning. You didn't hear anything you shouldn't have last night, right? No, I slept very well. Klein was also rather puzzled by this. He could only attribute it to his lack of spiritual perception. Haha, don't mind it. It's actually not that easy to hear. Old Neil pointed at the partition. Let's go to the armory. We'll continue our mysticism class this morning. Klein nodded and followed Old Neil down the stairs and underground to the armory. He replaced Bright, who was on duty last night. What do we need to learn today? Klein asked curiously. Old Neil gave a long grunt and said, complex, basic knowledge. Complex, basic knowledge. But before that, let me teach you an interesting technique. An interesting trick? Klein asked out of curiosity. Old Neil chuckled. I'll patrol the weapons, materials, and documents warehouse. Use the 2 cups on the table to brew 2 cups of coffee. Put something bad in one of the cups. As for what it is, you can decide for yourself. Use your imagination. The only requirement is that you don't waste too much coffee powder. I ground it myself using coffee beans from the highlands. All right. Although Klein didn't quite understand what old Neil was up to, he still happily agreed. As he watched Klein take out a copper key and open the armory's metal door, he heard the drawn-out footsteps echoing inside. He slowly set up the cups and confirmed that there was hot water in the kettle. Removing the lid of the silver-inlaid tin can, Klein used a small spoon that suffused a metallic luster to scoop a spoonful of fragrant coffee powder into the 2 cups. Then, he poured in hot water and stirred it. As a transmigrator who had come from an era with abundant resources, he wasn't a stranger to coffee. After doing all of this, Klein thought for a moment before sitting down. He crossed his right leg and used his hand to scoop up some of the dirt on his leather boot before placing it into the cup on his left. Then, he carefully stirred it again until the 2 cups of coffee were almost identical in terms of color and fragrance. A few minutes later, old Neil walked out of the armory with his key string in hand and closed the metal door with a clang. It's done. His slightly turbid dark red eyes turned as he looked at Klein across the table. It's done. Klein nodded in reply. Old Neil chuckled as he undid the silver chain around his wrist and sat down. His expression quickly turned calm as he extended the chain in his left hand, letting it hang vertically over the coffee cup on his right. The pure white crystal was just short of being stained by the liquid. Amidst the relaxing tranquility, the white crystal inexplicably began to sway slightly as the silver chain began to spin counterclockwise. This cup is for letting off bad things, old Neil said with certainty. Without waiting for Klein's confirmation, he put away the silver chain and took a sip of the coffee beside him. Do you like bitter coffee? I have a spoonful of sugar and a spoonful of milk. Klein didn't answer. He asked with great interest, your divination results are very accurate. Did you rely on that white crystal? Is it a white crystal? This is the pendulum in divination, also known as spirit pendulum. It relies on one's astral projection's connection with the spirit world and the cosmos. It uses natural materials to communicate with spirituality, such as crystals, gems, and special metals to divine the good or bad of an object. Let's go back to the 2 cups of coffee. Shaking it counterclockwise is bad, and shaking it clockwise is good. Not shaking it means it's neither good nor bad. You can also write the incident on a piece of paper. Take note, it's an incident, not a question. Old Neil put down the coffee cup in his hand and explained in detail. As if in thought, Klein said, yes. In other words, don't use questioning sentences? Yes, you can't use who is willing to be my fiancé. You have to use who is willing to be my fiancé. Write it on a piece of paper and place it flat on the table. Then, use your non-dominant hand to hold the pendulum chain. Take note, use your dominant hand. Old Neil chuckled. At this moment, straighten your arm and adjust the length of the pendulum chain. Let the crystal hang right above the piece of paper, almost touching the incident we wrote. Then, close your eyes and recite the sentence 7 times in your heart. After you finish, open your eyes and see if the spirit pendulum is spinning. If not, close your eyes again and repeat the previous process until there is a pendulum. Klein nodded slightly. Counterclockwise no and clockwise yes? It can also be interpreted as not going well and going well. Old Neil corrected him and taught Klein the other uses and details of spirit pendulum divination. Klein thought about it a few times and realized that it was a very practical divination technique. For example, in an unfamiliar environment, he could use it to quickly determine if food was poisonous. He didn't need to learn skills like field biology. Of course, this form of divination was too simple, and there were only 2 or 3 answers. There was no way to conduct in-depth research and interpretation. For example, although some things were harmful to the body, they could become extremely beneficial after certain treatment. For example, some ingredients were indeed harmful to the human body, but it wasn't serious. When one was about to starve to death, it wasn't too much of a problem to eat. These were things that couldn't be determined with spirit pendulums. I have to quickly save up money to buy crystal or pure silver to create a spirit pendulum. Klein sighed. Old Neil looked at him in surprise. You can directly apply for it. It's a standard equipment for beyonders, especially support-type beyonders like us. There's also a topaz and a pure silver spirit pendulum in the armory. But I'm not considered an official member of the team. Klein's heart palpitated as he hesitated. Old Neil chuckled. For beyonders, regardless of whether they are official members or not, since they aren't getting a raise, they definitely have to be given some convenience in other aspects. It might be more appropriate to use benefits. I'll apply to Captain later. Klein secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind. Without giving it a try, how would he know if Captain would agree? All right. Old Neil smiled and said, let's begin the official mysticism course. One of its basics is symbolism. Do you know what symbolism is? Klein recalled the bits and pieces he had heard before, as well as what he had seen and heard in the spirit world and above the gray fog. He deliberated and said, be it the spirit world, the illusory cosmos, or the unknown realms, they are all beyond the world of our senses. It's not something that can be accurately described by our ears, nose, or eyes. What we get are indescribable, intuitive revelations and experiences. They also appear as abstract symbols and graphic symbols. These symbols represent different things and different meanings. It's very accurate. As expected of a seer. Old Neil nodded solemnly. Only by grasping the ability to interpret symbolism can one be considered to have truly entered the door of mysticism. Yes, the patterns on the tarot cards and every element on the pattern are a symbol, a man-made symbol that helps us understand and interpret the primordial revelation. He took out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen beside him, and drew a short arc. Following that, he added a few vertical lines below the arc and looked up at Klein. Do you know what this symbol represents? Klein looked at it again, and after a while, he hesitantly said, eyelashes? Old Neil exhaled and said, this is the symbol of the harvest constellation. This is the symbol of the thunder constellation, and this is the symbol of the hoarfrost constellation. He casually drew a few more symbols. As Klein memorized them, he couldn't help but say, the names of these constellations are really, really simple. Yes, simple. How rustic and primitive, Old Neil revealed a smile. Back then, Roselle the Great thought so too. He always wanted to change the constellations' names to something like Virgo, Cancer, or Scorpio. Unfortunately, he was unable to resist the power of tradition. At least the ancient names of these constellations and the dates they represent can guide farming and harvest. I have to say, Roselle the Great is a person with ideas. Klein didn't know how to lampoon. Yes, Roselle the Great was probably a decent person when he was alive. Old Neil couldn't understand Klein's humor. He continued explaining the various basic symbols, such as the various constellations, such as the sun, the crimson moon, the brown star, the scarlet star, and the blue star. As he spoke, he also taught Klein how to draw a divination astrolabe and things to take note of. He also taught him the production and materials of the crystal ball, and the choice of incantations. It was a feast for Klein's eyes. If he hadn't discovered that the seer potion could slightly improve his memory, he would have gotten Old Neil to stop long ago to make it easier for him to digest what he had learned. That's all for today's mysticism lesson. Think about it yourself. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Old Neil took out a golden pocket watch and snapped it open. Don't forget to read the historical information I prepared for you. Frankly speaking, I feel fear when I see it. All right. Klein took the draft that Old Neil had written with symbols and quickly went through the mysticism knowledge he had learned today to prevent himself from forgetting it. Old Neil took another sip of the coffee he had brewed and said, just memorizing it won't do. Memory alone won't do. You have to use it often. Only then can you turn the knowledge into your instinct. Also, meditation has to be done every day. Only by practicing and using it often can you truly grasp the power of the potion, dig out its hidden mysteries, and eliminate the negative effects. At the mention of this, Klein thought of acting and the divination club. He probed, my potion's powers are related to divination. It's impossible to practice it alone. I have to interact with a large number of people and divine for them separately to quickly grasp it. I plan on joining the divination club on House Street in Northborough when I have extra money. I want to become a true seer. This matter would definitely not be hidden from the Nighthawks in the future. It was better to lay the groundwork ahead of time. Your thoughts are very similar to Daly's. She keeps saying that she wants to become a true spirit medium. Old Neil shook his head and laughed. But why wait until I have extra money? You can write an application to Dunn and get him to approve the fees. Organizations like the Divination Club might have cultists and members of evil organizations mixed in. As a civilian member of the Nighthawks, you are a standard beyonder. Joining them will make it easier for you to monitor them. It's a job requirement. We used to patrol these places regularly, but due to a lack of manpower, it was difficult for us to follow them for long periods of time. Now, I'll leave it to you. Was there such a thing? Looking at Old Neil's serious expression, Klein was stunned. This was an open and above-board excuse to claim expenses for his personal affairs. I don't know anything about such things. I'm just a keyboard warrior after all. You want to use your own money to do this? Old Neil saw this and added with a smile. Klein immediately shook his head and replied in a firm tone, I'll report it to the captain later. Old Neil nodded in satisfaction and looked at the cup of coffee that had yet to be poured out. What exactly did you put in there? Klein smiled. In embarrassment. It's just a little bit of mud on the soles of my boots. It's almost the same color as your coffee powder. Old Neil was startled. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and growled in a low voice. After pouring himself a cup of coffee, he returned to the armory and took the thick stack of historical documents and the explanatory drafts that Old Neil had organized. Klein followed the gas lamps on the wall and turned towards the staircase that led to the Blackthorn Security Company. Tap. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed in the sealed and empty underground. Klein walked down the spiral staircase, pushed open the door, and went straight for the second office on the opposite side. After 2 days of familiarizing himself with the place, he had a general understanding of the layout of the Blackthorn Security Company. The first thing he saw was a spacious reception hall with a set of sofas, tables, and chairs. After passing through a partition, he reached the inner area. The 3 rooms on the left of the corridor, from near to far, were Mrs. Oriana's accounting office, a lounge with a few sofa-like beds, and the staircase that led underground. The 3 rooms on the right, from near to far, were Captain Dunsmith's office, the civilian staff office with typewriters, and the recreation room for the official members of the Nighthawks. Klein had previously seen Leonard Mitchell playing cards with 2 other team members in the recreation room. He guessed that it was Fight the Landlord. Of course, Roselle the Great had already renamed it Fight the Evil, but the gameplay was no different from what Klein knew. Bright would have a day of sleep after his night shift. Roshan stayed at the reception desk. Cesar Francis, who was in charge of purchasing and applying for supplies as well as part-time carriage driver, was out as usual. When Klein pushed open the door to the civilian staff office, he saw that the 3 tables inside were empty. A typewriter was placed there silently. Ackerson Company's Model 1346 typewriter. Klein, who had seen similar items in his tutor's office and Welch's house, muttered. He felt that the vaguely visible complex control system was filled with a mechanical beauty. He walked to the desk with the typewriter and sat down. After some thought, he attempted to type in virtual mode. In the beginning, he instinctively converted it to pinyin. Only when he was familiar with it did he digest the corresponding memory fragments of the original Klein and stop making mistakes. Tap, 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 the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard was like a hard music from metal and industry. Accompanied by this melody, Klein quickly completed the application documents. But he wasn't in a hurry to find Dunsmith. Instead, he calmed himself down and carefully read the historical materials provided by Old Neil. It was both revision and learning. When it was close to noon, he stretched his neck and put away the materials. Based on the draft of the Mysticism Studies course, he reflected on and consolidated the content he learned in the morning. It was not until then that he took the application, went to the office next door, and knocked on the door slowly. Dunn was waiting for lunch to be delivered. When he saw the documents handed over by Klein, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Old Neil taught you that? N. Klein betrayed Old Neil without hesitation. Dunn picked up the dark red fountain pen and signed. I was just about to apply for funding for July, August, and September from the church and the county police department. I'll include yours in the list. Once it's approved, I'll get Mrs. Oriana to withdraw it. The spirit pendulum can be collected in the afternoon. All right, Klein answered simply and forcefully. His tone and gaze were tainted with obvious joy. Before he left, he asked casually, "What's the matter? How can there be a need to apply for July's funding in July?" Dunn was silent for a few seconds. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. There were 3 cases in a row in June. I was so busy that I forgot some things. As expected of Captain with a bad memory. Klein knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. He laughed dryly and hurried out. As expected of Captain with a bad memory. Klein knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. He laughed dryly and hurried out the door. Just like that, he began a simple and regular life. Half an hour of cogitation in the morning, 2 hours of mysticism lessons in the morning, and 1.5 hours of historical information. After lunch, he would take a nap in the lounge to recover his energy. Following that, he would get some bullets and head to the shooting club to practice. After practice, he would stroll to Welch's residence, which wasn't too far away. He would change his route and walk back to Iron Cross Street. This way, he could save on the public carriage fare. If he had free time, he would practice his spirit vision, spirit pendulum, and other skills. He would also do some grocery shopping. In a private chemistry laboratory with complete equipment and items. Audrey, who was tall and had soft blonde hair, stared at the cup in her hand. Countless bubbles emerged, causing the atmosphere to become quiet. Finally, the liquid in the cup settled into a sticky silvery white. Haha, I really do have talent in mysticism. I succeeded on my first try. I was worried about failure and prepared 2 sets of ingredients. The girl muttered to herself in delight. She put away the leftover ingredients she had taken from her family's treasury and exchanged with others. She took a deep breath and prepared to close her eyes and drink the spectator potion. Just then, a woof 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 came from outside the laboratory. Audrey frowned. She placed the cup with the silvery white liquid gently rippling in a dark corner, turned around, and walked to the door. Susie, who's here? Audrey twisted the doorknob and asked the golden retriever sitting by the door. Susie wagged her tail with a fawning look. Her personal maidservant, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Audrey walked out of the laboratory, closed the door, and looked at Annie. She looked at Annie and said, "Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me when I'm doing chemistry experiments." Annie answered in distress, "But there's an invitation from the Duchess." "There is an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Della." "The wife of the Duke of Negan?" Audrey took a few steps forward and approached Annie. "Yes, she invited the royal baker, Madame Weaver. She invited Madame and you to have afternoon tea." Annie explained the contents of the invitation. Audrey indiscernibly puffed up her cheeks and said, "Tell my mother that I'm dizzy. Perhaps it's because the sun is too strong and I'm a little dehydrated. Get her to apologize to Lady Della on my behalf." As she spoke, she pretended to be weak. "Miss, this isn't just afternoon tea, it's also a literary salon," Annie added. "But this won't cure my dizziness." "I need rest," Audrey firmly rejected. At the same time, she silently muttered inwardly, "If you insist, I'll faint for all of you to see." The etiquette teacher said that I did it perfectly. I think I heard something? All right. Annie exhaled. "Do you need me to help you back to your room?" "There's no need. I'll clean up the laboratory first." Audrey wished she could immediately return and consume the potion. However, she held back her urge and watched Annie leave before returning to the laboratory's entrance. Suddenly, she realized that Susie, who was supposed to be outside, was gone. The laboratory's door was ajar. "I forgot that Susie knows how to open doors with handles." What's that sound? Not good. When Audrey heard the crisp sound from inside, she suddenly thought of something and rushed into the laboratory. All she could see was the shattered cup on the ground, and the golden retriever, Susie, had licked off the last drop of silvery white liquid. Audrey stood dumbfounded at the door like a statue. The golden retriever, Susie, immediately sat up straight and looked at her owner innocently, wagging her tail. In the outer seas of Pritz Harbor, on an island that was always shrouded in storms, an ancient sailboat was docked at the harbor. A man with soft blonde hair and a lightning-patterned robe looked at Alger Wilson opposite him and said in puzzlement, "Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of the mandated Punishers or a respectable bishop. Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of a mandated Punisher team or a respectable bishop. Why did you choose to go out to sea and become the captain of the Blue Avenger?" Alger's rough and deep face didn't have any additional expression as he solemnly replied, "The sea belongs to the storm. This is the Lord's kingdom. I am willing to follow the Lord's will and patrol this kingdom for him." "All right." The yellow-haired man clenched his fist and punched his chest. "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." Alger returned the standard etiquette. He stood on the deck with only a few crew members and watched as his companion left the ghost ship and walked further and further away. Signs, you don't understand because you don't know enough. Alger muttered silently. At the same time, Audrey completed the second concoction in fear. Looking at the silvery white potion that didn't look any different from before, she was so touched that she nearly cried. Phew. She drank the spectator potion in small but quick sips. On Friday, a storm hit Tianjin, and the rain beat on all the windows. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Roshan, and Bright sat on the sofa in the reception hall, enjoying lunch on the table. As there was only a stove to boil water, there was no way to heat up leftovers. Klein couldn't possibly eat black bread every day or take the public carriage back. He would have to consider taking a bus back after walking from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence in the afternoon. It was a huge waste of money. Therefore, he could only follow Roshan and his colleagues to eat the so-called office food. The nearby Old Wool restaurant would send a waiter over at 10:30 every day to ask how many people wanted lunch. After confirming the number of servings, they would send it over at 12:30 in a container similar to a lunchbox. At 3 in the afternoon, they would ask if they wanted to order dinner and take back the cutlery. Such meals included meat, vegetables, and bread. Although the portions weren't large, it was enough to fill a person's stomach. A meal ranged from 7 to 10 pence, with different grades. Klein shamelessly chose the meal that cost 7 pence every time. Usually, there was half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of meat cooked in different ways, a spoonful of vegetable soup, and a little cream or butter. There's actually only one Nighthawk here today. Roshan scooped the soup into her mouth. I heard that there's a case in Golden Industry. There's a cult involved, so the police department invited 2 Nighthawks over. Bright said as he put down his bag. Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last bit of meat juice and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. Inside his left sleeve, there was a faint silver chain with a topaz hanging on it. At that moment, there was a knocking sound coming from the half-closed door. Please come in, Roshan was taken aback. She put down her spoon, quickly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and stood up. The door was pushed open, and a man wearing a half-top hat walked in. His black suit was drenched on his left shoulder. His sideburns were white, and he held an umbrella in his hand. He looked at Klein and company. This is the former mercenary squad? You can say that, Roshan answered familiarly. The lanky man coughed and said, That's right. I have a mission to entrust. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. This security company's brand is really just a brand. Upon hearing the visitor's words, Klein immediately cursed. He hated the fact that there weren't any forums or bullet screen comments for him to communicate with. However, he quickly recalled that he had once asked a similar question. The captain's answer was that if he was free, why not take on the job? The money earned could be used for the team's coffers and the welfare of the participants. Roshan's eyes darted around as she thought for a moment. Our security personnel are out on a mission. They will take at least an hour to return. If your matter isn't urgent, we can consider it. Among the 6 official Nighthawks, Captain Dunn Smith had been invited to the cathedral by the bishop. It was unknown what they were discussing. Leonard Mitchell was guarding Cheney's gate on his behalf. Corpse collector Fry and Sleepless Royale Radine had already headed to Golden Indus Borough to cooperate with the police in investigating a theft that was related to a sect. Another Sleepless, Kenley White, was on a break. Another midnight poet, Sika Tron, had gone to Raphael Cemetery in the outskirts of the North Borough for her daily patrol. As for the remaining 2 Beyonders, Old Neil was old and weak. He hadn't been on a mission in a long time, while Klein was still considered a beginner. He was truly a dabbler in every aspect. None of them are here. The tall, thin man with white sideburns and an umbrella had a gloomy expression. He took off his hat and bowed. Sorry for disturbing you. Farewell. He turned around and walked out the door. Amidst the pitter-pattering rain and howling wind, he left 36, Zutland Street along the stairs. What a coincidence. Roshan watched the gentleman leave and sighed regretfully. Although she wouldn't receive a share of the commission, she would definitely be able to share in a sumptuous meal. There's no other way. Cheney's gate needs to be guarded at all times. Klein put down his knife, fork, and spoon in satisfaction. Even though he didn't like the turnip and vegetable soup, he finished it all. Don't tell me you want Bright to go on a mission? Or yourself? Roseanne's eyes darted around as she giggled. Bright can't, but you can. Our Mr. Seer. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly shut her mouth. This was because the door had yet to close. If anyone passing by or visiting heard about Beyonders, it would be considered a leak. Fortunately, Captain isn't here. Roshan looked at the door and secretly stuck out her tongue. Otherwise, I would have to go and repent again. Bright and Klein laughed at the same time. They looked at each other and began to clean up the tableware. After settling everything, Klein, who didn't bring an umbrella, chose to stay at Blackthorn Security Company when he saw that the storm hadn't stopped. He took a newspaper, sat on the soft and bouncy sofa, and took a leisurely lunch break. The airship route from Bakelin to Desi Bay is open. The Great Detective Munson has been compiled into a book and will be published soon. An advertisement for the Leogla's arms shop? A standard revolver with 6 bullets costs £3 and 10 soldi. A double-barreled shotgun costs £2. As Klein flipped through the Tianjin City Honest paper, he suddenly discovered a piece of news. The criminals who murdered Mr. Welch and Ma'am Naya have all been arrested. It is believed that the panic that has spread through North Borough, Golden Indus Borough, and East Borough will be greatly alleviated. Welch's father, the banker Mr. McGovern, has escorted his youngest son's corpse back to Constant City for a grand funeral. After reading it a few times, Klein suddenly sighed. From the looks of it, Welch's father has already believed the police and didn't hire another private investigator to investigate. His feelings for losing his youngest son are definitely not as bad as my parents losing their only son. With his mood sinking, Klein sat there for a long time without moving. As for the fact that he wasn't invited to Welch's and Naya's funerals, he didn't find it strange, nor did he feel depressed. When everything calms down, I'll find an opportunity to offer a bouquet of flowers to their graves. Just as Klein was about to take a nap in the lounge, there was a sudden knock on the reception hall's door. Please come in. Roshan's head nodded, and she immediately sobered up. The half-closed door was pushed open, and the tall, skinny man with white sideburns and dressed in formal attire from before walked in again. Can I wait here for a while? You're mercenaries. No, security personnel should be back soon, right? He tried to hide his anxious expression and asked sincerely. Sure, you can sit there for a while. Roshan pointed to the sofa next to her. Klein, on the other hand, asked out of curiosity, where did you hear about our security company? Who referred you here? So much so that he had to make 2 trips in the afternoon in the heavy rain and was willing to wait. Yes, it must be because the members of the Nighthawks easily completed missions that others thought were difficult and accumulated enough reputation in this line of work. The tall and thin man leaned his umbrella against the door, walked to the sofa, and answered with a bitter smile, I've visited all the mercenaries, security companies, and private detectives in the nearby streets. Only you have any hope. They don't have the manpower to take on other missions. To be honest, if I hadn't met a waiter who delivered food, I really wouldn't have thought that there would be a security company here. It's completely different from what I imagined. Klein was stunned. Roshan interrupted and asked, They're very busy, so many missions? The tall and thin man with white sideburns sat down and sighed. You're a mercenary team, no, a security company. You should have heard of the burglary and murder case on House Street, right? House Street. Burglary and murder case. Alright, unfortunately, I'm one of the people involved. Klein nodded with a heavy heart. You're a mercenary team, no, a security company. You should have heard of the burglary and murder case on House Street, right? Yes. Due to the viciousness and cruelty of the criminals, all the tycoons in the nearby streets, and even all of Tianjin City, are afraid. Other than increasing their own guards, they also hired a lot of additional security personnel and private detectives. This has created an obvious lack of manpower in this line of work, the tall and thin man answered clearly. A standard chain reaction. Klein and Roshan looked at each other and saw the self-deprecating look on each other's faces. The security industry had entered its golden age, but the Blackthorn didn't feel anything at all. It was obvious how much of a failure this company was. Of course, in a certain sense, it also proved that the Nighthawk's concealment was successful. After waiting for another 20 minutes, seeing that the storm was about to stop, Klein prepared to pack up and leave for the shooting club to practice his revolver. At that moment, the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell came out from the partition and looked at the sofa in confusion. "Who is this?" "The client, Captain is back?" Roshan asked happily. "Back?" The tall and thin man was stunned. "I've been sitting here, staring at the door. Why didn't I notice anyone coming back?" Roshan's expression froze as she chuckled. "As a security company, we don't just have the front door." "Got it." The tall and thin man nodded in enlightenment. As for being addressed as captain, he didn't find it strange at all. A security company used to be a small mercenary team or a small mercenary guild. It was rather normal for a captain to appear. Leonard's white shirt wasn't tied up, and his black vest was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked at the tall and thin man and suddenly snapped his fingers. "I'm a security member of the Blackthorn. How should I address you? What's the matter you wish to entrust me with?" Perhaps having heard of the unrestrained nature of mercenaries, the tall and thin man wasn't angered by the insult. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He watched as Leonard sat down and organized his words. "My name is Klee. I'm the butler of the tobacco merchant, Mr. Viceroy. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already reported it to the police and received sufficient attention. However, Mr. Viceroy is still worried. He wishes to use your mercenary, security channels, as well as your understanding of Tingen to investigate from another direction to ensure that little Elliot is rescued safely. If you can find the kidnapper's hideout, Mr. Viceroy is willing to pay £100. If you have a way to successfully rescue young Master Elliot, he is willing to double the payment to a lump sum of £200. Leonard Mitchell smiled leisurely. "Mr. Viceroy seems to only wish for us to find the kidnapper's hideout? Otherwise, he wouldn't think that his only son is only worth £100. A tobacco merchant with close ties to the southern plantations wouldn't only be able to fork out £200. No, Mr. Viceroy is only an ordinary businessman. He isn't a tycoon. Besides, he believes that the police are more professional when it comes to rescuing people," Klee answered frankly. "All right, no problem." Leonard snapped his fingers again. He looked at Roseanne with his dark green eyes. "Beautiful lady, I'll have to trouble you to draft up a contract. Don't always think of yourself as a poet. In fact, you only know how to recite the works of others." Roshan was used to exchanging mockery with Leonard, so she forgot that there were guests present. Of course, the Blackthorn Security Company didn't care who the client was. It was fine if they had it, but it didn't matter if they didn't. Roshan left the reception desk and entered the clerk's office. Tapping sounds could be heard immediately. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He felt that they were too unprofessional. They didn't even have a standard, ready-made contract. This is really a sad thing, and what's even sadder is that I'm actually in such an unprofessional company. Amidst his thoughts, Rona drafted up a contract that only had a few clauses. She got Klee and Leonard to sign it. After Klee stamped it, she took the contract and entered the accounting office. She got Mrs. Oriana to get the Blackthorn Security Company stamp. The stamp was practically useless. Dunn usually handed it to Oriana for safekeeping. On Sundays, he would give it to Roshan and the rest. "I'll be waiting for your good news." After receiving one of the contracts, Klee stood up, took off his hat, and bowed. Leonard didn't respond. He remained silent for more than 10 seconds, as though he was thinking about something. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein, revealing a smile. He revealed a smile and said, "I need your help." "Ah?" Klein was taken aback. "What I mean is that you and I will complete this mission together." Leonard's lips curled up as he explained, "I'm good at fighting, shooting, climbing, sensing, and reciting, as well as some support, but that doesn't include finding people. You wouldn't want old Neil to go out in such weather, right?" When he said sensing, his voice was muffled, making it impossible for anyone to hear him clearly. "All right." Klein had the urge to try out a new skill, but he was also a little wary of Leonard Mitchell. Looking at Klein, Leonard nodded with a smile in his green eyes. "What do you need from them?" He had worked with old Neil and the others many times, so he naturally knew that divination needed a medium, especially when the protagonist wasn't around. Klein thought for a moment before looking at butler Klee. I need clothes that Elliot has worn recently that haven't been washed. It would be even better if there are accessories that he used to wear. He tried to choose the normal medium, and not the kind of thing that would arouse the imagination of ordinary people. But even so, Klee still had a puzzled expression on his face. Why? After asking, he added, I have young Master Elliot's photo with me. Why? Because we need to find his whereabouts through divination. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. If he told them the truth, ignoring the fact that it might violate the confidentiality clause, Kelly would most likely turn around and leave. He would tear up the contract and curse inwardly, these cheats. If this works, I might as well find the most famous shaman in Owa County. Beside him, Leonard Mitchell chuckled and said, Mr. Klee, my companion, colleague, has a strange pet. Its sense of smell is even more sensitive than a hunting dog's, so we need the clothes that little Elliot has worn and the items that he once carried with him to help us find him. As you know, clues usually only lead to a general area. As for that photo, we also need it. He and I need to know what Elliot looks like. Klee accepted the explanation and nodded slowly. Are you going to wait here, or are you coming with me to Mr. Vickroy's residence in the city? Let's go together to save time, Klein answered concisely. He wanted to test his beyonder abilities, but he also had the simple desire to save others. All right, the carriage is downstairs, the old butler, Klee, said as he took out a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. This was a solo photo of Elliot Vickroy. He was about 10 years old, and his hair was slightly long, almost covering his eyes. There were obvious freckles on his face, and he didn't look too special. Leonard glanced at it and passed it to Klein. Klein took a closer look and pocketed the photo. He picked up his cane, put on his hat, and followed the two people in front of him out of the Blackthorn Security Company. They entered the carriage parked downstairs. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, with thick carpets and small tables for placing items. Due to the old butler Klee's presence, Klein and Leonard did not say anything. They quietly sensed the carriage moving forward steadily on the puddled road amidst the gradually lightening raindrops. Not a bad coachman. After an unknown period of time, Leonard broke the silence and praised with a smile. N. Klein replied perfunctorily. The old butler, Klee, squeezed out a smile. Your praise is his honor. We're almost there. Fearing that the kidnappers would notice them, the carriage did not approach Vickroy's residence. Instead, it stopped at a nearby street. The old butler, Klee, returned alone with an umbrella. While waiting, Leonard said to Klein, I didn't have any ulterior motives when I speculated the reason. I didn't have any ulterior motives when I speculated the reason last time. I just wanted to tell you that the notebook will definitely appear again, perhaps very soon. That's really not a pleasant deduction. Klein used his chin to point at the coachman outside, indicating that they should not discuss sensitive topics with others around. Leonard whistled and turned to look out the window. He saw droplets of rain sliding down the glass, leaving behind blurry marks. It made the world outside a complete blur. After a while, Klee returned with a bag of items. As he had left in a hurry, his pants were covered in mud. There were many wet marks on the front of his body. These are the clothes young Master Elliot wore yesterday. This is the storm amulet he wore previously. Klein received it and took a look. He realized that it was a miniature gentleman's suit. There was a shirt, a vest, a bow tie, and so on. As for the storm amulet, it had a bronze base and was engraved with symbols that symbolized strong winds and waves. However, it did not trigger Klein's inspiration. I'll now tell you the details of young Master Elliot's kidnapping so that you can lock on to your target. The old butler, Klee, sat down and repeated the nightmare he had experienced in the morning. He hoped that the helper he had gone to great lengths to find would be of some use. Klein and Leonard were not interested in the details. They were only concerned about the number of kidnappers, whether there was anything unusual about them, and whether they were armed. 3. Normal, armed. After obtaining the information they wanted, they bade farewell to Klee and hired a two-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public horse carriages, these kinds of carriages had 4 wheels and 2 wheels. They could be charged based on the distance traveled or the time traveled. The former was 4 pence for 1 kilometer in the city and 8 pence for 1 kilometer in the suburbs. The latter was 2 soldi per hour. If it was less than an hour, it would be charged as 1 hour. If it was more than an hour, it would be charged as 6 pence for every 15 minutes. If it was less than 15 minutes, it would be charged as 15 minutes. If there was bad weather or an emergency that needed to be sped up, the price would increase. Klein had heard from instructor Aztec that in the capital, Bakeland, the carriage drivers were famous for asking for ridiculous prices. To him, this was a rather extravagant luxury. However, he did not need to worry about this at the moment because Leonard had thrown 2 1 soldi notes to the carriage driver. Charge according to the time, Leonard instructed before closing the carriage door. "Where are you going?" the carriage driver asked, feeling both delighted and at a loss as he held the 2 notes. "Wait a moment." Leonard cast his gaze at Klein. Klein nodded slightly. He took out Elliot's clothes and spread them on the carriage's floor. Then, he wrapped the storm amulet around the tip of his cane. He held the silver inlaid black cane and propped it straight on Elliot's clothes. A ball of light condensed in his mind as Klein's mood quickly calmed down. The brown color of his eyes darkened as he entered a half-cogitation state. He felt that the spirit in his body was showing signs of becoming light and floating. He could vaguely see the omnipresent world of spirits as he silently chanted Elliot's location. After repeating it 7 times, his hand left the black cane. Surprisingly, the cane did not fall to the ground. It remained standing straight, even though the carriage was shaking slightly. Subtle but invisible movements came from all directions. Klein felt as though he could sense pairs of indifferent eyes staring at him. During this period of time, he would occasionally experience similar feelings in his spirit vision state during cogitation. With this slightly creepy feeling, he stared at the cane with his dark eyes and chanted again in his heart. Elliot's location. Just as he finished chanting, the silver inlaid, wooden, and black cane fell to the ground in front of him. "Go straight," Klein said in a deep voice as he held the cane. His voice sounded ethereal, as though it could penetrate the unknown world of spirits. This was one of the divination powers he possessed. It was called dowsing rod seeking. The item had to be made of wood, metal, or a mixture of both. Typically, this required 2 real dowsing rods. The shape was similar to an unbent iron wire bent at a right angle. One could then hold the shorter end of the rod and rotate it to determine the direction. However, as a seer, Klein realized that he could directly use this method to find people through practice. He could also use a cane in place of a dowsing rod. The direction in which it fell was the direction of the item he was looking for. As for the Antigonus family's notebook, Klein had no impression of it since he couldn't remember what it looked like. "Go straight," Leonard instructed the carriage driver loudly. "I'll tell you when it's time to turn." The carriage driver didn't understand why he was doing this, but the cash in his pocket and the fact that Klein didn't hesitate to hand over the money made him choose to accept it without saying a word. The carriage slowly moved forward, passing through one street after another. Along the way, Klein used dowsing rod seeking several times to correct his direction. After the carriage circled a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was inside. It had only been 30 minutes since he bade farewell to Klee. After dismissing the carriage driver, Klein didn't use Elliot's clothes. Instead, he struck the cane that had a storm amulet swirling around it into the ground. His eyes darkened once again as the few raindrops around him suddenly swirled in place. The cane fell diagonally in front of him as Klein pointed at a staircase. "There. Sometimes, I'm envious of old Neil. Similarly, I'm envious of you now." Leonard sighed with a smile when he saw this scene. Klein glanced at him and replied calmly, "This isn't considered difficult. As long as you are willing, you will definitely be able to learn it. Your spiritual perception should be very high, right?" Leonard nodded and chuckled. "That's not a good thing." He hastened his footsteps and walked into the staircase amidst the lingering rain. Afraid that he would ruin his suit, Klein nearly jogged to keep up. The building only had 3 floors, similar to an apartment building on Earth. There were only 2 rooms at each entrance. Klein used dowsing rod seeking on the first and second floors, but the cane remained stationary as it pointed upwards. The duo lightened their footsteps and arrived at the 3rd floor. Klein placed the silver inlaid black cane on the ground again. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew past the staircase as his eyes changed color. They were so dark that they seemed to suck at one's soul. Woo woo woo, there seemed to be invisible sobbing sounds around him. Klein released his palm as the cane that had a storm amulet swirling around it magically stood upright. Silently reciting Elliot's location, he watched as his black cane fell to the ground and silently pointed at the room on the right. It should be inside. As Klein picked up the cane, he tapped his glabella twice. As the various colors deepened, he looked at the door on the right and saw the various auras inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 kidnappers and a hostage. The numbers match. One of them has a short aura, so it should be Elliot. Mr. Klee mentioned that they have 2 hunting rifles and a revolver. Klein whispered. Leonard chuckled. Let me recite a poem for them. Why do you want to be a kidnapper? Can't you be a civilized person? He put down the bag containing Elliot's clothes and took 2 steps forward. His expression instantly turned serene and sorrowful. His magnetic and deep voice slowly spread out. Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope, at least one thing is true, this life flees. One thing is true, and the rest are lies. Leonard's recitation was like a lullaby. It gently reverberated between the left and right doors, and it echoed in the winding wooden staircase. Klein's mind immediately went into a trance, as though he could see the tranquil moonlight and the tranquil surface of a lake. His eyelids rapidly turned heavy, as though he could fall asleep standing up. In this blurry state, he felt an invisible, strange, and indifferent gaze from behind. It was as though he was roaming the spirit world. A baffling sense of déjà vu suffused him as Klein suddenly regained his train of thought. With his powerful spiritual perception and extremely familiar cogitation, he barely escaped the influence of the midnight poem. However, he remained calm, unable to produce any other emotions. Soon, Leonard stopped reciting and turned his head with a smile. I'm considering applying for a Phaenopotter lute. How can I recite without any accompaniment? Heh, I'm just joking. I heard them falling asleep. The black-haired, green-eyed nighthawk with the bearing of a poet strode forward and walked to the door where the kidnappers and hostages were. He suddenly swung his shoulders and punched the door lock. Ka-cha, the wooden boards around the door lock shattered, and the sound was extremely weak. This requires precise control, Leonard joked as he turned his head back. He reached his hand into the hole and opened the door. Klein, who had regained consciousness, wasn't as confident as he was. He reached under his armpit and pulled out his pistol. He adjusted the cylinder to ensure that he could fire immediately. As the door retreated, he saw a man sleeping on the table with his pistol by his feet. He also saw a man rubbing his eyes in a daze as he tried to stand up. Thud, Leonard slid forward and knocked out the hijacker who was about to wake up. Klein was about to follow in when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and faced the stairs. Tap. 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 The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. A man in a brown coat without a hat was carrying a paper bag of bread. He circled the corner of the stairs and headed for the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he stopped and saw the metallic muzzle of the gun looking down at him. His pupils reflected a young man in a half-top hat, a black suit, and a bow tie of the same color, his cane leaning against the railing, his dangerous revolver. Stop all your movements and raise your hands. 3, 2. Klein's tone was low and soothing. He held the revolver with both hands and tried to use the man as a practice target. In the tense atmosphere, the man in the brown coat threw away the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. Sir, have you misunderstood something? He stared at Klein's finger on the trigger and squeezed out a smile. For the time being, Klein couldn't determine whether he was a companion of the kidnappers or a neighbor, but he didn't show any abnormality on his face and said in a deep voice, "Don't try to struggle. Someone will come to check if it's a misunderstanding." At this moment, Leonard, who had dealt with the kidnappers in the house, walked out. He glanced at the man at the corner of the stairs and said leisurely, "So the kidnappers have a companion who's responsible for receiving and buying food?" Upon hearing this, the pupils of the man in the brown coat constricted. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the bag of bread in front of him in an attempt to block Klein's line of sight. Klein didn't seem to be affected as he calmly pulled the trigger as though he was practicing. Bang, blood spurted out from the man's left shoulder. He rolled and was about to escape to the second floor, but Leonard had already reached out to hold the railing and jumped down. With a muffled thud, Leonard fell from the sky and landed on the man's body. The man fainted. Leonard patted away the bloodstains on his clothes and looked up at Klein with a chuckle. He chuckled and said, "Your marksmanship isn't bad." "I was thinking of hitting his leg." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly as he caught a whiff of the faint scent of blood. He realized that although his vision, hearing, and touch hadn't been enhanced after consuming the seer potion, he could still see things that were blocked and hear weak footsteps, allowing him to make judgments in advance. Does this fall under the category of inspiration? Klein nodded in thought as he watched Leonard find a sharp dagger from the kidnapper's companion and drag him into the room. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, Klein walked into the room where the kidnappers were. He saw Elliot Vickroy wake up from the gunshot. His body went from curled up to straight before he slowly sat up. The original 3 kidnappers had been tied up tightly by Leonard with the rope they had used to deal with Elliot. They were strung together and thrown into a corner. As there wasn't enough rope, their clothes were torn to make up for it. The one who had been shot in the shoulder was being bandaged in an unconscious state, but Leonard didn't remove the bullet because he found it dirty. Who are you?" Elliot stuttered with a hint of pleasant surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. "Yes, you guessed right." "Very accurate," the half-squatting Leonard replied casually. "I didn't expect this fellow to have some sense of humor." Klein lowered his revolver and looked at Elliot. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You can also call us security personnel." "Phew, really? Have I been saved?" Elliot asked with joy, but he didn't dare to make any sudden movements. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in the short few hours since he was kidnapped. He didn't have the impulsiveness that a person his age should have. Leonard stood up and said to Klein, "Go downstairs and find the patrolling police. Go downstairs and find the patrolling police. Tell them to inform the tobacco merchant. I don't want to be like a kidnapper with a child and these 4 guys." Klein, who was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, nodded, put away his revolver, and walked down the stairs with his cane in hand. As he walked down the stairs, he had a vague feeling that he had forgotten something. He then heard Leonard say to Elliot, "Don't be nervous. You will soon be able to meet your father, mother, and old butler, Clee. Why don't we play Gwent?" Klein held back his laughter as he walked into the streets outside. Following the directions of a passerby, he found 2 patrolling police officers. He did not use the badge and ID of the Special Operations Department. Instead, he told the whole story in the name of a professional security guard. As for the problem of him being armed, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he had just received the all-category weapon use permit the day before yesterday. He could apply for it through internal channels, and it would be approved very quickly. The 2 policemen exchanged looks, and one of them went to inform the helpers and the Vickroy family. The remaining one followed Klein back to the room where the kidnappers were. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, while the police weren't paying attention, Leonard signaled to Klein to sneak out of the room with him. "Trust me, going to the police station is a waste of time. Let's leave first," the Nighthawk with the bearing of a poet explained in a relaxed manner. Klein didn't retort and followed behind with the mentality that even if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone taller to hold it up. After nearly 5 minutes, a few carriages rushed to the building where the kidnappers were. The old butler, Clee, accompanied his fat master, Vickroy, down. Up to this point in time, he was still in a daze. He couldn't believe that the good news would come so quickly. It was as fast as a dream. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. A 2-wheeled carriage drove past with the windows open. The black-haired, green-eyed Leonard snapped his fingers again. After passing the Vickroy family's carriage, Leonard closed the windows, turned around, and looked at Klein. He smiled and raised his right hand. "It was a pleasure working with you. We don't seem to know each other well." Klein politely high-fived him. He never expected the kidnapping case to be resolved so quickly. All he could do was sigh that Beyonders were indeed Beyonders. Even a half-baked Sequence 9 like him was capable of doing many unbelievable things. "This is a gesture nobles use to express their celebration after fencing," Leonard explained with a smile. I know. Klein had quite a number of noble classmates. He looked out the window and frowned. Are we going to confirm it with Mr. Klee? If he believes that the police rescued Elliot, our payment will be halved. A full £100. As for the matter of providing the kidnapper's location, there was no doubt about it due to the meeting. Don't worry about it. Money isn't that important in our lives, Leonard said with a smile as he shrugged. To me, it's very important. Klein forced a polite smile. Many poets die young because of poverty. Leonard chuckled. I believe that Elliot wouldn't lie about this matter. I can tell that he still has some innocence left in him. However, even if you receive £200, you won't get much of it. How much can I get? Klein immediately asked. According to the unspoken rules, half of the payment has to be given to Mrs. Oriana as an additional expense for the team. The rest is split equally among the participating members. Unfortunately, you aren't an official member, so you can only get 10%, £10? That's not bad. Klein pretended not to feel the pinch as he asked, aren't you worried that the kidnappers will realize that they have been affected by beyond their powers after they wake up? They won't suspect anything. They will only believe that the weather is too good and suitable for sleeping, which is why they couldn't help but collapse. They might even believe that the chanting only exists in dreams. This is something we have verified. Leonard answered confidently. Instead, it's that demon-hunting bullet of yours that makes people find it odd. Of course, a strange person who likes mysticism is a very reasonable explanation. Yes. Klein let go of his worries. He felt that he had forgotten, or rather, neglected something. After returning to Zutland Street, Klein didn't wait for Klee. He strolled to Welch's residence and took a different route home. He also bought beef, cabbage, and other ingredients for dinner. As usual, it was a pleasant dinner, and as usual, the siblings chatted leisurely while they studied. However, there was an additional visitor who knocked on the door. He was a staff member who had come to take away all the pennies in the gas meter. As the night deepened, the siblings bade each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. Klein was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the rustling outside. He opened the door in puzzlement and came to the unoccupied bedroom. Pushing open the mottled door, Klein saw a gray table. On the table was a notebook. Its cover was made of hard paper and was completely dyed black. A baffling sense of déjà vu surfaced in his mind as Klein walked over and opened the notebook. The opened page had a picture. It was of the fool wearing gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. Beneath the fool was a line written in Hermes, "Everyone will die, including me." Klein was alarmed as he suddenly realized that the fool's lips had curled up. Phew, he suddenly sat up and saw the crimson moonlight peeking through the curtains. He saw the bookshelf and desk, and the outline of his bedroom. He realized that he had had a nightmare. As a seer, he knew that dreams often revealed something. Hence, he seriously recalled it. As he recalled, Klein froze. This was because he knew what he had overlooked today. While immersed in Leonard's chanting, he had felt an invisible, indifferent gaze from behind him. This sort of gaze was different from normal cogitation or spirit vision. It gave him a sense of déjà vu, and according to Captain Dunn, once he had such a feeling, it usually meant. Klein suddenly sat up straight and confirmed his feelings. The Antigonus family's notebook was in the room opposite the kidnappers. Although it was a coincidence, Klein believed that his intuition wasn't wrong. He immediately got out of bed and took off the old clothes he wore to sleep. He took the white shirt beside him and put it on. He quickly buttoned it from top to bottom. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. He suddenly realized that he was missing a button, and the left and right sides didn't seem to be symmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein realized that he had buttoned the wrong buttons from the beginning, causing the shirt to become distorted. He shook his head helplessly, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He used some cogitation techniques to restore a certain level of calmness. After putting on the white shirt and black trousers, he reluctantly put on the armpit strap. He took out the revolver hidden under the soft pillow and placed it inside. Without bothering to put on a bow tie, he put on his formal suit and walked to the door with a hat in one hand and a cane in the other. After putting on his half-top hat, Klein gently twisted the doorknob, opened the door, and entered the corridor. He carefully closed the wooden bedroom door and went down the stairs silently like a thief. He used a pen and a piece of paper in the living room to leave 2 lines of words, indicating that he had forgotten to mention that he had matters to attend to at the company last night and needed to arrive early today. When he walked out the door, Klein immediately felt a cool breeze, calming him down. The street in front of him was dark and silent. There were no pedestrians, and only the light from the gas lamps shone quietly. Klein took out his pocket watch from his inner pocket and snapped it open. He discovered that it was only 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had yet to completely fade, but there was already a hint of light in the sky. He was about to look for an expensive rental carriage to hire when he suddenly saw a trackless public carriage with 2 horses and 4 wheels driving over. "There's a public carriage so early in the morning?" Klein was slightly surprised. He went forward and waved for the carriage to stop. "Good morning, sir." The carriage driver skillfully stopped the horse. The staff beside him, who was in charge of collecting fees, covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. "To Zutland Street," Klein said as he took out 2 pennies and 4 halfpence from his trouser pocket. 4 pence, the staff in charge of collecting the fees answered without hesitation. After handing over the fare, Klein boarded the carriage. He saw that the carriage was empty. There were no other guests. In the darkness, there was an obvious sense of desolation. "You are the first," the coachman said with a smile. The 2 brown horses began to move forward at a relatively brisk pace. "Frankly, I didn't expect to see a coach so early." Klein sat near the driver and answered casually to distract himself and ease the tension in his heart. The coachman laughed at himself. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, but my weekly salary is only £1. Is there no time to rest? Klein asked in surprise. "Take a day off every week." The coachman's tone became heavy. The toll collector beside him added, "We are in charge from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. After that, we go for lunch and a lunch break. After dinner, which is 6 p.m., we take over our colleagues. Even if we don't need to rest, the 2 horses do." It wasn't like this in the past. Ever since some coachmen were too tired and made mistakes that they shouldn't have, causing the horses to lose control and the carriage to overturn, there was such a rotation. How could those vampires suddenly become kind? The coachman sneered. Under the light of dawn, the public carriage headed for Zutland Street. Along the way, there were only 7 or 8 passengers. After Klein eased his tension, he didn't speak anymore. He closed his eyes and replayed yesterday's experience frame by frame to see if he had missed anything. When the sun completely rose and the sky was truly bright, the public carriage arrived at Zutland Street. Klein pressed his left hand on his hat and jumped off the carriage. He quickly entered 36, Zutland Street and arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company via the stairs. At that moment, the door was closed and hadn't opened. Klein removed the key ring from his waist and found the corresponding brass key. He stuffed it into the keyhole and twisted it. He pushed it forward and slowly opened the door. He saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell sniffing the recently trendy cigarettes. "In fact, I prefer cigars." "You seem to be in a rush," the poet-like Nighthawk asked in a relaxed manner. "Where's Captain?" Klein didn't answer and asked instead. Leonard pointed at the partition. "In his office." As a beyonder who advanced from a sleepless, he only needs to rest for 2 hours in the day. "I believe those factory owners and bankers will definitely like this potion the most." Klein nodded and quickly passed through the partition. He saw that Dunn Smith had already opened the office door and was standing at the entrance. "What's the matter?" He was wearing a black trench coat and holding a golden-laid cane. His expression was calm and solemn. "I have the feeling that I've seen it somewhere before. It should be that notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein tried his best to control himself and make his answer sound logical. "Where?" Dunn Smith's expression didn't change significantly. However, Klein's spiritual perception told him that there seemed to be an obvious, invisible fluctuation in the other party. It might be the glow of a spirit, or it might be a change in his emotions. "It's at the place Leonard and I rescued the hostages yesterday. It's opposite the kidnapper's room. I didn't notice it back then until I had a dream and received a revelation." Klein didn't hide anything. "It looks like I missed out on a huge credit yesterday." Leonard, who had walked to the partition, chuckled. Dunn nodded slightly and instructed solemnly, "Get Kenley to replace old Neil in guarding the armory. Get Kenley to replace old Neil in guarding the armory. Get old Neil and Fry to go with us." Leonard didn't act frivolously anymore. He immediately informed Kenley and Fry, who were in the Nighthawk's recreation room. One of them was a sleepless, and the other was a corpse collector. 5 minutes later, the two-wheeled carriage belonging to the Nighthawk sped up in the early morning, when there weren't many pedestrians. Leonard wore a felt hat, a shirt, and a vest. He was temporarily acting as the carriage driver, cracking his whip from time to time. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on the same side. Opposite them were Dunn, Smith and Fry. This corpse collector's skin was so white that it looked like he hadn't been out in the sun for a long time, or he was suffering from a severe lack of blood. He was about 30 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a cold and gloomy aura, as though he had the faint smell of touching corpses all year round. "Tell me in detail again." Dunn adjusted the collar of his black trench coat. Klein rubbed the topaz pendant that was hidden by his sleeve. He recounted everything from accepting the mission to the dream. Beside him, old Neil chuckled. "You and the Antigonus family's notebook seem to have some sort of predestined connection. To think that you would encounter it. That's right, this is too much of a coincidence." If not for the fact that Leonard mentioned that the preliminary investigation of Elliot's kidnapping showed that there wasn't any secret faction or mysterious power behind it, and that it was just a case of taking risks for money, I would have suspected that it was deliberately arranged by someone. Klein found this rather strange as well. "It's too much of a coincidence." Dunn didn't say anything, as though he was deep in thought. Corpse collector Fry, who was also wearing a black trench coat, remained silent. Only when the carriage stopped and the building that Klein mentioned appeared outside the window did the silence break. "Let's go up. Klein, you and old Neil walk at the back. Be careful, you have to be careful." Dunn alighted from the carriage, took out a strange revolver with a long and thick barrel, and stuffed it into the pocket of his right hand. "All right." Klein didn't dare to be rash and take the lead. After Leonard found someone to watch the carriage, the 5 Beyonders entered the staircase in an orderly manner and arrived at the 3rd floor with light footsteps. "Is this the place?" Leonard pointed at the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein tapped his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. In this state, his spiritual perception was enhanced again. He felt that the door was familiar, as though he had entered it before. "Yes." He nodded affirmatively. Old Neil also activated his spirit vision and observed carefully. "There's no one inside, nor are there any signs of magic." Corpse collector Fry added in a hoarse voice. "There are no evil spirits." He didn't need to activate his spirit vision to see many spirits, including evil spirits and wraiths. Leonard took a step forward, and just like yesterday, he punched the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden boards shatter, even the door lock flew off and fell to the ground with a clang. Klein felt an invisible seal disappear in an instant. Following that, he caught a whiff of a strong stench. "Corpses, rotting corpses," corpse collector Fry stated coldly. He didn't show any signs of nausea. Dunn stretched out his right hand, which was wearing a black glove, and slowly pushed open the door. The first thing that everyone saw was a fireplace. In the early July weather, it was abnormally hot inside. In front of the fireplace, there was a rocking chair. An old woman in a black and white dress was sitting on it with her head lowered. Her entire body had abnormally enlarged. Her skin was blackish-green and swollen to the point of glowing. It was as though a simple poke would cause her to explode, spewing out a putrid stench. Maggots or parasites crawled in and out of her flesh and rotting liquid, her clothes, and her folds. In his spirit vision, they were like points of light, clustered around an extinguished darkness. "Pa! Pa!" 2 of the old woman's eyeballs fell to the ground and rolled a few times, leaving a few yellowish-brown marks. "Ugh! Ugh!" Klein squatted there and couldn't stop himself from vomiting. As he hadn't eaten breakfast, he quickly vomited out all his food. At this moment, a pewter-colored square flask that resembled a cigarette box appeared in front of him. The opening of the flask emitted a mixed smell that resembled tobacco, disinfectant, and peppermint leaves. It made Klein's nose choke as he felt energized. The strong stench still lingered around him, but Klein no longer felt nauseous. His vomiting quickly stopped. He traced the pewter-colored flask upwards and saw a pale hand that didn't seem alive. He saw the sleeve of a black trench coat and the cold and gloomy corpse collector Fry. "Thank you." Klein had completely recovered. He propped his hands on his knees and stood up again. Fry nodded without any expression. "It'll be fine once you get used to it." He plugged the flask and placed it in his pocket. He turned around and walked to the heavily decomposed corpse of the old woman. Without wearing gloves, he began his inspection. As for Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell, they were strolling around the room, occasionally touching the table and newspapers. Old Neil pinched his nose and stood outside the door, grumbling in a low, muffled voice. He grumbled in a low, muffled voice, "It's disgusting. I'm applying for a subsidy this month." Dunn turned his head and used his black-gloved right hand to touch the dust on the wall beside the fireplace. He looked at Klein. "Is this place familiar?" Klein held his breath as he outlined the appearance of his silver pocket watch in his mind, calming his body and mind. Already in his spirit vision state, he immediately had a different feeling. A scene that came from the deepest recesses of his memories flashed before his eyes. Fireplace, rocking chair, table, newspapers, rusty nails on the door, tin cans inlaid with silver. The scene was dark and hazy, just like a documentary on Earth, but even more blurry and illusory. It quickly overlapped with everything that Klein saw. The sense of déjà vu appeared clearly. An illusory and fleeting shout once again penetrated an invisible barrier. "Hornacis! Phlegria! Hornacis! Phlegria! Hornacis! Phlegria, it's a little familiar," Klein answered honestly. His head was hurting, so he quickly tapped his forehead twice. "Hornacis." The Hornacis mountain range that appeared in the original Linley's diary, that was the content he had deciphered from the Antigonus family's notebook. The whisper just now was very similar to a previous one. It involved the word Hornacis. Is this a seduction? Klein was shocked. He didn't dare to think too deeply, fearing that he would lose control. Dunn nodded slightly and walked to the cabinet. He suddenly reached out and pulled open the wooden door. The bread inside was covered in mold, and there were 7 or 8 gray, stiff, furry mice lying dead next to it. "Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling police to figure out the situation here," Dunn ordered his team members. "All right." Leonard turned around and left the house. Dunn then opened the doors of the 2 bedrooms and searched them carefully. After he confirmed that he didn't find any clues or the Antigonus family's notebook, corpse collector Fry straightened his back and wiped his hands with a white handkerchief he carried with him. "It has been more than 5 days since the death. There are no external injuries, nor are there any obvious effects from beyond her powers. The exact reason will require further investigation." "Did you discover anything?" Dunn turned to look at old Neil and Klein. The duo, who had long left their spirit vision state, shook their heads. "Apart from the dead person, everything here is normal. No, there was an invisible force that sealed the room in the beginning. As you know, we often have similar operations when we use ritualistic magic," old Neil added after thinking for a few seconds. Just as Dunn was about to speak, he suddenly looked outside the door. A few seconds later, Klein and old Neil sensed something as they turned to look at the corner of the staircase. A few seconds later, the soft footsteps grew louder as Leonard and a police officer walked up. The police officer's expression changed slightly when he caught a whiff of the stench. He immediately cooperated with his colleague from the Special Operations Department to knock on the second floor's door and roughly asked about the situation on the 3rd floor. Moments later, he, who was wearing a 2V silver epaulette, looked at the corpse on the rocking chair. Katie Stephanie Bieber, between 55 and 60 years old. Widow. Lived here with her son, Ray Bieber, for more than 10 years. Her husband was a jeweler when he was alive. Her son is about 30 years old and doesn't have a wife. He inherited his father's business and earns about £1.15 solely a week. According to their neighbors, they haven't been seen in more than a week. At this point, Klein already knew what the main point was. Missing, or to be more precise, Ray Bieber was nowhere to be found. That ancient notebook might very well be on him. Do you have a photo of Ray Bieber? Dunn looked at the police officer. He was acting as a high-ranking inspector. However, this couldn't be considered acting, because on the police department's files, he was indeed a high-ranking inspector. His salary and allowance were based on this. Of course, it didn't include the church's portion. The police officer shook his head nervously. I don't know. We have to return to the station to search. Normally speaking, we can't leave a photo of every guy. I understand. Continue asking the residents on the first floor and ask them in detail, Dunn ordered. Looking at the police officer, he closed the door and turned to old Neil. I'll leave the rest to you. Otherwise, we'll have to let the residents sleep in peace and search for Ray Bieber's appearance in their dreams. Yes, I don't really trust drawings that are based on oral accounts. Old Neil nodded and took out a few thumb-sized bottles from a hidden pocket at the waist of his black classic robe. He sprinkled the liquid inside in a certain order. Right on the heels of that, he took out a handful of powder and sprinkled it around himself. A strange, pungent smell emanated. It wasn't affected by the stench in the room, but Klein suddenly felt an invisible force around old Neil. It was a force that separated him from the environment and everyone else, just like how the house was previously. Old Neil half closed his eyes as his mouth quivered, chanting a deep and indistinct incantation. Klein wasn't prepared for it and only vaguely heard I pray for the power of the goddess and I look forward to the blessings of the night, whoosh. A sudden gust of wind entered through the window and blew the powder away. Klein's heart suddenly palpitated as goosebumps protruded all over his skin. He felt an indescribable and extremely terrifying smell that he didn't dare to look at directly emanate. His mind was in a mess, but he was tense and unable to relax. It was as though he had just finished a set of difficult math problems. Suddenly, old Neil opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black. He took out a fountain pen from his pocket and scribbled on the waste paper on the table. His movements were so fast that his entire body was trembling. Klein focused his gaze and saw a face with deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge quickly appear. After the naturally curly short hair was completed, old Neil wrote a line of words below the portrait: black hair, dark blue eyes, full porcelain dentures on the left side of the mouth. Clatter! The fountain pen in old Neil's hand fell onto the paper as his body convulsed a few times. This is the remnant of Ray Bieber's appearance in the room, old Neil, whose eyes quickly returned to normal, muttered. Then, he returned to his previous spot and slowly circled it. The invisible force that separated them instantly dissipated and turned into a gentle breeze. Praise the lady. Old Neil tapped his chest 4 times, forming the shape of the crimson moon. Klein relaxed and observed even more carefully. He realized that Ray Bieber's facial features were nothing special, and he had a rather calm demeanor. However, the wrinkles on both sides of his nose were clearly drooping. Let me see if I can use dowsing rod searching. He picked up the portrait and rummaged through the male clothes in the bedroom before spreading them on the floor. Dunn, Leonard, and old Neil didn't stop him. They watched as he placed the silver-inlaid black cane on the clothes and the portrait. Corpse collector Fry was as silent as ever. The brown color turned black. Klein's gaze was deep as he completed the silent incantation and released his palm. The black cane stood there silently, as though it had been inserted into the floor. Ray Bieber's location, Klein repeated inwardly. Amidst the howling wind, the cane fell down. However, as it fell, it kept changing directions until it finally spun slightly around a pivot point. Without the help of any external force, the silver-studded black cane was able to stand firm again. Klein tried a few times, but the outcome was the same. All he could do was shake his head at Dunn and old Neil. A strange force is interfering with my divination. Dunn took off his black gloves and said to Leonard and Klein, take Ray Bieber's portrait and ask the residents here. Take Ray Bieber's portrait and ask the residents here for a final confirmation. Then, put him on the wanted list for murdering his mother. All right. Klein held the cane and bent down to pick up the portrait. After the neighbors confirmed that the person in the portrait was indeed Ray Bieber, Dunn got Leonard and the police officers to go to the police station to complete the paperwork. He and Fry headed to a few bars in Tianjin City to look for him through underground channels. Klein and old Neil took a public carriage back to the Blackthorn Security Company. It wasn't even 8 yet, and Roshan hadn't arrived yet. After closing the door, Klein turned his head to look at old Neil. He asked, half puzzled and half seeking guidance. Why would I send the Antigonus family's notebook to Ray Bieber's house? This was a completely different direction from Iron Cross Street from where Welch lived. Old Neil walked to the sofa and chuckled. Isn't it obvious? You didn't know if you triggered the power within the notebook, or if you did a certain ritual out of curiosity, but you provoked a strange existence that you shouldn't have provoked. And this power, this existence's goal was to send the notebook to Ray Bieber and cut off all clues so that no one could discover it. Therefore, other than you, who was chosen, Welch and Xianxia committed suicide on the spot. As for you, frankly speaking, I still don't understand how you survived. I don't know either. Klein sat down and deliberately answered with a bitter smile. I've thought of your guesses about what happened, but I don't understand why the notebook was given to Ray Bieber. Old Neil spread his hands. Perhaps his birth spirit number meets the requirements, or perhaps he's the only remaining descendant of the Antigonus family. In short, there are too many possibilities. There should be a similar reason why the notebook was sold to Artingen City. I believe it's because he's a descendant. Klein came to a realization and sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't notice immediately that Ray Bieber and the notebook were gone. Old Neil smiled. That's a problem for Dunn to worry about. It's a good thing for you. Old Neil massaged Son's acupoint. The reason why you committed suicide is mostly clear. The notebook is also in Ray Bieber's hands, and the matter has been exposed. Regardless of whether you are alive or dead, it will not affect the subsequent developments. I think, the strange existence or mysterious power that caused all of this will no longer pay special attention to you, just like how you don't care about ants on the ground. As long as you don't attempt to make him think of you. And the matter of us issuing a warrant for Ray Bieber will soon reach the secret order. They should be able to guess that this is related to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. Believe me, this secret organization that has existed for more than 1,000 years definitely has all sorts of information channels. Therefore, their focus will turn to Ray Bieber's whereabouts in an attempt to find the notebook before we do. They won't, and can't, harass you, follow you, or deal with you. Young man, congratulations. You have escaped the shadows of the past and are about to welcome a new journey filled with sunshine. Klein nodded repeatedly as he listened. He was both delighted and relaxed. He said in delight and relief, I hope so. The haze that had shrouded him ever since he transmigrated seems to be dissipating. However, to be frank, Klein was still a little uneasy. This was because he seemed to have a certain level of connection with the notebook. It was to the extent that he would coincidentally discover traces of it during normal hostage rescue missions. He was really afraid that one day, the postman would suddenly deliver a package, and when he opened it, he would realize that it was the Antigonus family's notebook. I hope everything will develop as old Neil described. He prayed silently. When old Neil heard his answer, he immediately scoffed. You don't seem to be a devout believer of the goddess. Shouldn't you be drawing the crimson moon in front of your chest and saying, May the goddess bless us? Mr. Neil, you don't seem to be one either. A true believer wouldn't say, welcome a new journey filled with sunshine. After this period of mysticism lessons, Klein and old Neil had established a good friendship. Therefore, he didn't stand on ceremony with his sarcasm. The two looked at each other and laughed in unison. They tapped their chests 4 times at the same time. Praise the goddess! At this moment, the sound of a plectrum and marbles turning could be heard. The door of the Blackthorn Security Company was opened. The dainty Lady Oriana, with her hair stylishly coiled up, and her pale green skirt swayed lightly into the hall. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Good morning, Klein. She held a calf leather handbag in her hand and greeted him with a smile. Today is another sunny day. It's a good day. Good morning, Oriana. You're still as beautiful as you were 10 years ago, old Neil replied with a chuckle. Oriana narrowed her eyes and said with a straight face, Mr. Neil, your compliments are still as infuriating as they have been for the past decade. She stressed the words, more than 10 years. Is that so? Old Neil looked at Klein in puzzlement, his face filled with doubt. Never mention anything that can make a lady remember her age. As a keyboard warrior who knew a little about everything, Klein instantly understood what Mrs. Oriana was getting at. He chuckled. Good morning, Mrs. Oriana, you are as beautiful as ever. Thank you, our outstanding graduate from Koei University. Oriana smiled faintly and nodded. She then said, the old butler has already paid the commission for the mission. According to the captain's rules, half of it is extra funds, and the other half is for you and Leonard. Since you're not an official member, you can only get 10% of the other half. You can come and sign for it later. How much did he pay? Klein asked, feeling both happy and distressed. £200. That's what he said at the time. Oh Lord Tempest, I really can't imagine, I can't believe, this matter is resolved just like that. This is no more difficult than having a dream. Why isn't your security company famous? It's a disgrace to the whole profession, said Mrs. Oriana, imitating the old steward's slightly southern accent. Klein thought about it seriously for a few seconds and said humorously, this isn't fair to the kidnappers. The two beyonders quickly resolved the problem in what could be described as a relaxed and comfortable manner. It was like a fully armed adult bullying a few children, they're too unlucky. They must have lost the blessings of the gods. Oriana chuckled. I told the old butler that we were lucky enough to get the job this time. An informant happened to see the kidnappers entering the hiding place with the child. So, don't expect too much from us. We are really just a very ordinary security company. Oriana chuckled softly. Generally speaking, the more ordinary something is, the more extraordinary it is. Klein lampooned with a smile as he watched Mrs. Oriana pass through the partition and enter the accountant's office. Old Neil smacked his lips and said with a hint of envy, you're really a lucky lad. You've only joined us for a short period of time, and you've already encountered a commission worth £200. Is that rare? Klein asked in puzzlement. Previously, he was either studying history or mysticism, or he was wandering around outside, using his spiritual perception to search for clues. According to Oriana's statistics, we might not even encounter a commission a week, and most of the commissions are worth less than £20. Old Neil rubbed the white crystal pendant on his wrist and replied with a sigh. Following that, he looked at Klein with a hint of anticipation. If you encounter a similar commission in the future, please remember to inform me. Upon hearing Old Neil's words, Klein suddenly had a strange feeling. Hence, he asked directly, what's wrong with you? Hence, he directly asked, Mr. Neil, you seem to be in need of money? How much do you earn every week? If it's not convenient for you to tell me, please ignore my question. Old Neil leaned back into the sofa and chuckled. This isn't something that needs to be hidden. I've been here for many years. Currently, I receive a weekly salary from the church and the police department. The total value is £12. £12 a week? Klein blurted out in surprise. With a weekly salary of £12 and a 52 weeks a year, that would be more than £600 a year. Previously, when he read the Tianjin Morning Post and the Honest paper, they had introduced that high-ranking lawyers only earned £800 to £1,000 a year. This was a high-ranking lawyer. As for the manager of Banson's Import and Export Company, his weekly salary was only £6. He was considered a rather respectable person. Yes, such a salary is actually quite generous. Furthermore, we don't have to pay income tax, Old Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard from his brother, Banson, that if a weekly salary was more than £1, they would have to pay Type E tax, which was the income tax for government and company employees. It was 3% for £1 to £2, 5% for £2 to £5, 10% for £5 to £10, 15% for £10 to £20, and 20% for more than £20. Apart from that, he had read in the newspapers that there were 4 other types of income tax. Type A was a tax on land, housing, and other physical appreciation, which included land rent and rent. Type B was a tax on agricultural income. Type C was a tax on bonds, funds, and stocks. Type D was a tax on commercial, financial, and professional income. It's admirable, Klein echoed Old Neil's words. However, Old Neil shook his head. For beyonders like us who need to constantly explore the mysteries, practice, and attempt rituals, the salary is never enough. Aren't all the materials obtained through application? Klein asked in surprise. Old Neil scoffed. there's a limit. Sometimes, there's a need for a sufficient reason. If you want to practice and experiment in the mystical domain, you can only use your own money to buy the materials. You can buy them internally, or you can go to some underground markets. Klein perked up and immediately asked, "What's the matter?" He immediately asked, "Underground markets with beyonder materials?" I thought the church definitely wouldn't allow them to exist. He lacked the means to obtain the materials. With a secret organization in embryonic form behind him, he couldn't possibly settle everything within the Nighthawks, right? There's no way to control such matters. Yes, from the point of view of mysticism, all things have spirituality and come from the same source. The ingredients we use are not only from beyonder species, but also from normal animals, plants, and minerals. For example, the poison hemlock, golden mint, and night vanilla in your seer potion can often be encountered in daily life. They might not have any beyonder qualities, but they have their own characteristics. By mixing and fusing them, they can achieve a certain effect. Therefore, this isn't a transaction that the church can ban just because they want to, explained Old Neil in detail. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he continued, besides, beyonder species don't only have their cores. Take the Lavos octopus for example. Other than its blood, its eyeballs, skin, and tentacles are all good materials. Unless the church uses its own people to capture all of them, it will be a huge financial burden to hoard and control the flow of them. The lower the grade of the beyonder material, the more so. We can only try our best to prevent the more special ones from circulating. Old Neil suddenly laughed. Another important reason is that the underground markets we know are better than the ones we don't know. Under the premise that the secret organization hasn't been completely destroyed, this is a good strategy. Furthermore, it can help us obtain the materials we lack. Of course, with such a market, there will definitely be prohibited items appearing. As long as it's not too exaggerated or dangerous, we can pretend not to see it. At most, we can use it to enrich our treasure vault. It's also because the churches are restraining each other, preventing us from using too drastic methods, right? Klein guessed. Old Neil tersely acknowledged, but he did not elaborate on the specifics. I'm a seer, so I'll definitely need repeated practice in the future. I'll need more materials. Mr. Neil, can you take me to the underground markets to take a look? Klein requested with a legitimate reason. Old Neil revealed a troubled expression. Actually, most of the people who are active in those places aren't beyonders. Some are nobles who like to be mysterious, while others are rich people who yearn for such things. Alright, I have a 30-pound bill that's about to be due. It's not convenient for me to go for the time being. Alright. Klein didn't expect it to be because he owed money. After a while, he deliberated and said, Mr. Neil, do you need to borrow money? I have a 10-pound reward. Haha, there's no need. I have a way to resolve it. Haha, there's no need. I have a way to resolve it. Old Neil patted the sofa and slowly stood up. Sigh, aging is really the worst enemy a living being can't deal with. Last night's night watch made me very tired. Well, you can revise the lessons from before this morning and read more literature. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the basics of ritualistic magic. Alright. Klein stood up and took off his hat to bid farewell. In the afternoon, seeing that Captain Dunn hadn't returned yet, Klein pretended to be searching for the notebook and wandered the streets once again. With 10 pounds as a reward, he didn't need to wait for the funds to be allocated. He could head straight to the divination club. The whispers and illusions that occasionally appeared in his cogitation and spirit vision made him eager to begin acting. North Borough of Tingen City, 13, House Street, in the divination club on the 2nd floor. Klein once again saw the beautiful lady in charge of reception. She still had her brownish-yellow hair coiled up, making her look mature and elegant. It was difficult to determine her exact age from her appearance. Hello, Mr. Glassy isn't around today. Would you like to change your fortune teller? The beautiful lady said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Klein, who had just taken off his silk top hat, was surprised. You still remember me? That was 5 days ago. The brown-haired lady pursed her lips and smiled. You are the first customer to seek Mr. Glassy's divination. You are also the only one to this day. It's hard for me not to have a deep impression of you. The impression of you being greedy for a small advantage and suffering a huge loss, right? Klein lampooned himself and pondered for a moment before asking, when was the last time Mr. Glassy came to the club? The brown-haired lady glanced at him and replied as though she was thinking, to be honest, we are unable to grasp the pattern of members coming here. They have their own free will and all sorts of things to do. Well, I remember that after that day, Mr. Glassy didn't come to the club again after I performed a divination for you. I wish him good luck. May the goddess bless him. Klein prayed and didn't ask any further. He smiled. He smiled and said, I'm not here for a divination. I want to join the club. Really? It's our honor. The brown-haired lady revealed a look of pleasant surprise. As a first-time member, please pay an annual fee of £5. Thereafter, it will be £1 per year. I don't need to explain the details again, right? Klein took out a new £5 note from his inner pocket and watched as Henry Augustus I's portrait moved away from him. After carefully checking the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the brown-haired lady solemnly put away the note, took out a form, and handed it to Klein. Please fill in the details, and I'll issue you a receipt. Is there an invoice? I'm looking at the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein was amused by his own thoughts. He picked up a fountain pen on the table and filled in his name, age, street, and company name with blue-black ink. However, he had deliberately left out his date of birth. To a seer, this was a spirit number that was related to one's mysteries. After issuing the receipt and registering the membership information, the brown-haired lady stretched out her right hand. Welcome to Tingen City's Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearheart, your hard-working server. This is your member cufflink. It has our unique inscription on it to prove your membership. Nice to meet you, Lady Angelica. Klein shook her hand and took the dark gold cufflink. He discovered that the unique inscription on it used the root of a word in Hermes, which was fortune teller. Angelica retracted her left hand and thought for a few seconds. I wonder what kind of divination art you're good at, or what kind of divination method you'd like to learn in the club. We will consider inviting a famous fortune teller to teach us. We will also introduce you to other members with similar expertise so that you can have a pleasant exchange. I know a little of every kind of divination art. There's no need to give me special consideration, Klein replied with a slight embellishment. He then asked, can I do divination for others now? I'm not a rookie who has just begun learning. He was here to act as a seer, and not to learn divination methods that ordinary people could come into contact with. Angelica maintained her polite smile and said, you are free to do divination for others in the club at any time. You are free to perform divination for others at any time in the club. However, before we confirm your level, we will not help you put in a good word for you when customers ask. How much do you want to charge for your divination? Let's do it at 2 pence. Klein planned on winning with a price when he wasn't famous. We will charge 1/4 penny based on the standard of 1/8 of the total price. Angelica first explained the various rules before writing Klein's information into the fortune teller booklet that customers could choose from. After doing all of this, she smiled and pointed to the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Mr. Hannes Vincent is currently explaining astrolabe divination. You can find a quiet spot to listen, or you can raise your hand to ask questions. All right. Klein walked to the meeting room with interest. He wanted to hear the difference between Hannes Vincent and old Neil. At that moment, Angelica caught up to him and suppressed her voice. Mr. Moretti, would you like coffee or tea? We will provide side black tea, Southville coffee, and Desi coffee for free. Having been reading the newspapers recently, Klein knew that the coffee and tea were of lower than average quality. However, he also knew that they were definitely better than the inferior ones at home. Hence, he thought and said, a cup of Southville coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, no milk. The Southville County of Rouen was most famous for its beer and red wine. Many important figures liked them, but coffee was relatively unknown. All right, I'll send it to you later. Angelica pointed to the meeting room. Klein slowly walked to the half-closed door and heard the explanation with a thick Galwa County accent. Astrolabe divination is considered one of the more complicated types of divination. This is only relative to ordinary people. Klein silently added. He saw 5 to 6 long tables in the meeting room forming a semicircle around a middle-aged man dressed in a classic black robe, Hannes Vincent. This man had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and his brown hair was thick and bristly. Each strand stood up stubbornly, as though he was playing the role of a hedgehog. Apart from that, he didn't have any obvious traits when explaining astrolabe divination. Upon seeing Klein enter, Hannes Vincent nodded slightly. He didn't interrupt the lesson, but he spoke at a slower pace. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding his cane, Klein found a seat by the side and leaned back comfortably. He surveyed the area under the bright afternoon sun and saw 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. Some of them were focused on taking notes, some were discussing something softly, and some were smiling wryly at Klein. After putting down his cane, he pressed down on his half-top hat and tapped his glabella twice with his finger. He looked at Hannes and saw his aura. He saw the different colors, brightness, and thickness. Dark red, a little anxious emotionally. Everything else is healthy except for a problem there. I wonder what it is. Klein listened to the lecture leisurely as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist and covered his mouth to prevent his laughter from leaking out. He suddenly felt like an unlicensed doctor. He was now rather satisfied with his spirit vision ability. Although he could only use it to determine the general situation and not the specific details, it was enough to obtain a lot of useful information. After surveying the area again, he tapped his glabella twice again, as though he was thinking about what Hannes had just said. Astrolabe divination was a type of astrology, but ordinary people could also attempt to interpret it. For example, the most basic birth astrolabe was based on the positions of the sun, moon, blue star, and scarlet star at the time of the inquirer's birth. Their symbols would be marked in the correct spots on the astrolabe, along with the corresponding conditions of the various constellations. Finally, one could use this to interpret the person's fate. This required the seer to know how to calculate the conditions of the planets and constellations. It was rather complicated. Of course, there were also people who published reference books for people to consult. There were also people who simplified it and only used the constellations for the vaguest interpretation. Klein listened silently without interrupting or asking any questions. From time to time, he would rub the topaz pendant in his sleeve and take a sip of the Southville coffee Angelica brought in. After a long while, Hannes rubbed his glabella and said, "Perhaps you need to attempt drawing your own astrolabe. You might need to try drawing your own astrolabe. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I'm in the white crystal room." Watching him leave, a young man in a white shirt and black vest stood up with a smile and walked to Klein's side. "Hello, I'm Edward Steve." "Hello, Klein Moretti." Klein stood up and returned the greeting. "Astrolabes are just too complicated. Every time I hear about it, I can't help but have a dream," Edward Steve said in a self-deprecating manner. Klein smiled. "That's because Mr. Vincent can't help but teach us all the knowledge he has. It's like he's giving us an intus feast. It's not good for digestion. If it were me, I would be able to finish a table full of intus. They always use huge plates to hold a little bit of food." Edward chuckled and sat down. He asked curiously, "Are you a new member? I haven't seen you in the past 2 years." "I just joined the club today," Klein answered frankly. "What are you good at?" "I'm best at tarot and poker divination," Edward asked casually. "I know a little of them, but only a little." Klein used the description he had given himself in the past. He wasn't being humble, but there was indeed too much mysterious knowledge in the field of divination that he had yet to grasp. Just as the other members were about to discuss astrolabe divination, Angelica walked into the meeting room. "Mr. Steve, someone is looking for you for divination." "All right." Edward Steve smiled and stood up. "It looks like you're an excellent fortune teller," Klein said as he looked at him. "No, it's because my price is the most suitable," Edward said with a chuckle. When an ordinary person comes for divination, they definitely won't choose the most expensive ones. And unless they've been kicked in the head by a donkey, they definitely won't be at ease with the cheapest ones. The ones in the middle are the easiest to get. I'm the one who's been kicked in the head by a donkey. As he watched him leave, Klein suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. "There seems to be a problem with my pricing." He stood up, picked up his cane, and walked out of the meeting room to find Angelica again. "I wish to change the divination price." 8 pence. Angelica gave him a deep look. "We will satisfy your request, but we will also tell our customers that you've just joined our club." "No problem." Klein didn't mind and nodded. At times, mystery was also an important element for a seer to attract customers. After changing the information, Klein turned and walked back to the meeting room. At that moment, he saw Hannes Vincent walk out of the white crystal room with a silver-plated mirror in his hand. This famous fortune-teller said to the 5 members in the meeting room, 3 men and 2 women. "I've recently grasped a new divination spell, magic mirror divination. Do you wish to learn it?" Magic mirror divination? That's not a safe divination method. Dressed in a black suit, Klein stopped outside the meeting room and frowned. As a seer who had just entered the door of mysticism, Klein didn't dare say that he knew a lot, but he definitely knew a lot more than the average person. He knew that the various types of divination could be divided into 3 main categories according to a certain standard. And this standard was the source of revelations. The first type of divination included tarot, poker, spirit pendulums, dowsing rods, and dreams. They used the revelations obtained from the interrogator's spirituality to communicate with the spirit world to interpret the results of the divination. However, spirit pendulums and dowsing rods had high requirements for spirituality, soul bodies, and astral projection. Only beyonders would be able to obtain accurate and obvious revelations. As for card divination, it provided fixed symbolic elements in advance, allowing ordinary people to obtain the revelations that they didn't understand. Dreams were somewhere in between them. The second type of divination included spirit number, astrology, and all their derivatives. The fortune teller used objective information provided by the interrogator or natural changes to calculate, speculate, and interpret the corresponding results. The initiative was not with the interrogator, but with the fortune teller. The third type of divination relied on the power of a third party other than the fortune teller and the interrogator. The disc spirit and pen spirit that Klein knew from his previous life belonged to this category. Through certain rituals, they could request an answer from an unknown or mysterious existence. Although ordinary people probably wouldn't succeed, if there was a chance that they could communicate with an existence filled with malice or that could cause a person to break down just by touching it, it would often lead to a tragedy. The magic mirror divination that Hannes Vincent had just mentioned belonged to this type of method. In mysticism, a mirror was a gateway to the unknown, the bizarre, and the spiritual world. Therefore, Klein stopped outside the meeting room, planning to listen to the famous fortune-teller's explanation. He wanted to decide if he should inform the captain and copy the other party's gas meter in the middle of the night. Of course, there was a safe way to use magic mirror divination, which was to pray to the 7 orthodox deities for an answer. Even if it was difficult for ordinary people to obtain a true revelation, at least there wouldn't be any danger or repercussions. As for the magic mirror divination that was strictly controlled by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, it was to seek help from the evil gods or mysterious existences that certain organizations believed in. In addition, it wasn't possible to randomly fabricate something. It was possible that a particular word or trait would attract unknown attention. In this world filled with beyonder powers, such divination would always lead to the worst outcome. Klein even suspected that the original Klein, Welch, and Naya had done a similar dark divination based on the Antigonus family's notebook. At that moment, Hannes explained the principles behind magic mirror divination to the 5 members. He began describing the process. First, choose a suitable date and time according to the deity you believe in. This can be decided by the astrology handbook. For example, we all know that Sunday is the symbol of the evernight goddess. It's a sign of rest. And from 2 to 3 in the morning, 9 to 10 in the morning, 4 to 5 in the afternoon, and 11 to midnight at night are the moons. They are ruled by the evernight goddess. Therefore, fortune tellers who believe in the evernight goddess can perform magic mirror divination on Sundays. That's a solid foundation. Klein nodded slightly with the help of the half-closed door of the meeting room. It had to be said that with the 7 major churches keeping each other in check, some mystical knowledge had indeed been leaked. For example, the astrology handbook provided many symbolic meanings. However, without potions and beyonder powers, ordinary people were unable to obtain the desired effects. Secondly, we need to carefully clean the mirror. It has to be a silver-plated mirror. Place it at the position that symbolizes the moon. Hannes demonstrated with the prop in his hand. No, what we need now is spirit dowsing. First, choose a position and recite "This is suitable for magic mirror divination" 7 times in your heart. Then, look at the direction in which the pendant rotates. Clockwise is correct, and counterclockwise is wrong. Of course, if you are praying to an evil, unknown, or mysterious existence, the position is not the key. What's important is whether he is interested. Klein silently corrected himself. At that moment, he felt like he was a teacher listening to a class. Hannes Vincent couldn't hear what Klein was thinking. He explained the preparations in detail in a normal tone. After the members finished writing their notes, he continued to explain. After bathing, make sure that all the curtains are drawn and the door is locked from the inside. Then, light a candle and place it in front of the mirror. Sincerely pray to the God you believe in. The question should be as simple as possible. Don't use complicated embellishments. After praying 7 times, pick up your mirror and gently throw it on the ground. It must be very light. Remember how it looks when it breaks. This is a revelation from the God. I will explain the main symbols in detail. Phew, this is orthodox magic mirror divination. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked into the conference room. He sat in his previous seat and finished the rest of the Southville coffee in one gulp. The so-called orthodox meant that one could indeed receive revelations, but there was basically no way to truly interpret them. And during this step, if a beyonder received a response, they could directly see a certain scene from the mirror and obtain clearer information. As there were many symbols formed after it broke, Hannes spoke for a long time. Even when Edward Steve finished his divination and returned to the conference room, he still hadn't finished. Klein didn't ask what Edward had divined or what method he had used. This was an unwritten rule among fortune-tellers. As a seer, he naturally had to strictly abide by it unless the other party mentioned it. I realize that most of the time our interpretations are too vague. It seems to cater to different needs, allowing different people to find descriptions of themselves from the interpretations. Edward drank a mouthful of side black tea and sighed softly. For example, there are many twists and turns and too many calamities, but one will finally see the light of dawn. Heh, no one knows when the light of dawn will come. For example, your journey won't be too smooth, but you will definitely arrive alive. The dead won't refute me. As he hadn't listened from the beginning, he ignored Hannes's magic mirror divination lesson. Survivor bias, Klein added with a smile. The general meaning of survivor bias was that many statistics often came from the living and survivors, ignoring the dead. There would be obvious deviations in the results. Yes, Roselle the Great is really a philosopher, Edward praised. Klein picked up the empty coffee cup and pretended to take a sip. The members spent the entire afternoon immersed themselves in the astrolabe and magic mirror divination. Occasionally, they would come over to discuss with Klein and Edward. And at such times, Klein would do his duty as an unofficial member of the Nighthawks. He tried his best to guide them away from thoughts that might involve beyonders and might involve danger. However, he didn't succeed in what he wanted to do the most. A few inquirers came and went, but none of them chose him for divination. Perhaps I should take the initiative to entertain them next time. I should say things like "You're plagued by bad luck, you'll have misfortune in the near future, and nothing you do will go smoothly." No, that doesn't sound like a seer. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but shake his head in a self-deprecating manner. He took his stick, rose, and took his leave. At 5:30, Edward Steve put on his coat and was about to walk out of the divination club when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Good afternoon, Glassy. Long time no see." He greeted him with a smile. His friend, who shared the same hobby, was wearing his usual formal suit with a black bow tie and a monocle hanging from his breast pocket. Then, he noticed that the other party's complexion was rather bad. Even her soft, light yellow hair was showing signs of drying. "Good afternoon, Edward, cough cough." Glassy, who was holding his hat, suddenly covered his mouth with his fist and coughed a few times. Edward said worriedly, "You seem to be sick?" "A very serious illness. It even turned into pneumonia." If my wife hadn't met a powerful apothecary who gave me some miraculous medicine, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me until you reached the cemetery. Glassy's tone was filled with lingering fear and relief. Lord, I can't believe that you were so healthy before. Look, you are so weak now. I remember doing a divination for you last week. There weren't any signs that you would contract a serious illness. Edward moved his cane and sighed in surprise. My own divination results are the same as yours. Perhaps we aren't qualified fortune tellers. Besides. Glassy suddenly recalled Monday's matter as his expression turned abnormally heavy. At that moment, the beautiful lady, Angelica, came over and bowed with a gentle smile. After exchanging greetings, she first paid attention to Glassy's health and provided some advice. Then she casually mentioned, Mr. Glassy, the Mr. Moretti who got you to do a divination previously has also joined the club. The one who got me to do a divination previously? Glassy's eyes lit up. Lord, where is he? He has already left. Angelica and Edward couldn't understand Glassy's abnormal reaction. Glassy took 2 steps forward in agitation. If I'm not at the club the next time he comes, please make sure to ask when he will be coming again. Glassy, what's going on? Did that Mr. Klein Moretti do something to you? Edward asked, puzzled. Glassy raised his arm and looked straight into Edward's and Angelica's probing gazes. He replied with an impassioned tone, he is a very, very, very magical. With a wave of his arm, Glassy, who had used the word very 3 times, said loudly, Doctor. At 7:30 in the evening, at the Moretti family's dining table. Klein, why do you need to arrive early as a consultant? Isn't the emergency of the security company more dangerous? Banson forked a piece of potato from the stewed beef with potatoes and mentioned the morning's matter with hidden concern. Klein carefully spat out the bones of the pan-fried fish and replied in a prepared manner, there's a batch of historical documents that need to be transported to Bakeland immediately. I need to be there to count them and ensure that I didn't miss anything. As you know, those fellows who only know how to wave their fists don't even know ancient Fasak. Upon hearing his answer, Banson, who had finished chewing the food in his mouth, couldn't help but sigh. Knowledge is really important. Taking this opportunity, Klein took out the remaining £5 note and handed it to Banson. This is the additional payment I received today. You also need a set of decent clothes. £5? Banson and Melissa spoke at the same time. He picked up the banknote and looked at it over and over again. Half surprised and half puzzled, he said, this security company sure is generous. His weekly salary was £1.10 solely, which was exactly £6 for 4 weeks. It was just £1 more than the additional payment, and with that salary, he was able to support his younger siblings, give them a decent place to live, and allow them to eat meat 2 or 3 times a week. They also received a few new clothes every year. You don't doubt what I said? Klein deliberately asked in return. Banson chuckled and said, I don't think you have the ability or the guts to rob a bank. You're not a liar, Melissa put down her knife and fork and answered seriously. I am now a liar. Klein immediately felt a little ashamed. Although he was forced by reality, his sister's trust still made him feel melancholy. Today's matter was more urgent and important. I played a key role in it. That's why it's worth £5, Klein explained briefly. In a sense, what he said was the truth. As for the £5 he was about to receive, the sum he had planned on using to join the divination club, he planned on keeping it a secret. Firstly, bringing home another £5 would really scare his siblings, making them suspect that he was doing something illegal. Secondly, he had to save up money to purchase additional ingredients for his studies as a seer and his grasp of mysticism knowledge. Benson took a bite of the oatmeal bread in satisfaction and thought for more than 10 seconds. My current job doesn't require clothes that are too presentable. Well, to be precise, clothes that are too good. These at home are enough. Without waiting for Klein to persuade him, he took the initiative to say, with this additional income, we'll really have savings. I plan on buying a few accounting books to further my studies. Klein, Melissa, I don't wish for my weekly salary to be below £2 in another 5 years. Heh, as you know, my boss and my manager have their brains filled with sh*t. Every time they open their mouths, there's a stench. That's a great idea. Klein agreed and took the opportunity to lead. Why don't you take a look at the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable person, it's a crucial factor to obtain a sufficiently generous reward. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before the civil service exam would be held in Rouen. Making preparations in advance would give you an advantage. Banson's eyes lit up when he heard that. I've indeed forgotten about that. Come, let's toast to a beautiful future. He didn't drink the rye beer. Instead, he poured the oyster soup into 3 cups and clinked it with his siblings. After drinking the soup, Klein looked at his sister, who was battling the pan-fried fish. He chuckled and said, apart from Banson's books, I think Melissa needs a new dress. Melissa looked up and shook her head. No, I think it's best, save it, Klein finished for her. Okay. Melissa nodded heavily. Actually, if we don't pursue the latest designs and fabrics, it won't be too expensive. We can save the rest of the money, Klein said in a manner that left no room for refusal. Benson echoed, that's right. Melissa, do you want to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday banquet? Selena Wood was Melissa's classmate and good friend. She came from a rather good family. Her brother was a solicitor, and her father was a senior employee at the Tingen branch of Bakel & Bank. However, their so-called banquet was just a dinner party with friends, a chat, and a game of cards. All right, Melissa lowered her head and mumbled. Then, she picked up a piece of stewed beef. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly raised her head. She looked up and said, Mrs. Shout from next door got a maid to send a name card over. She wishes to pay us a semi-formal visit on Sunday afternoon, which is 4 in the afternoon tomorrow, to get to know our new neighbors. Mrs. Shout? Klein stared blankly at his brother and sister. Banson tapped the edge of the dining table with his finger and said, as though he was thinking, Mrs. Shout of 4, Daffodil Street? I've met her husband. He's a senior solicitor. A senior solicitor. Maybe he knows Selena's brother, Melissa said with a hint of joy. We are too, Daffodil Street. Klein nodded slightly. It's necessary to get to know the neighbors, but as you know, I still have to go to the security company on Sunday, and I can only rest on Monday. Please apologize to Mrs. Shout for me. Speaking of this, he thought of his neighbors from his previous life when he was young. He thought of the neighbors who lived in the apartment on Iron Cross Street. He sighed in amusement and said, a semi-formal visit. Shouldn't neighbors naturally get to know each other and interact naturally? Haha, Klein, you don't understand. You've been reading quite a lot of newspapers recently, but you haven't come into contact with the magazines that are provided to families and women. They call families with an annual income of £100 to £1,000 middle class. They promote this as the backbone of the entire kingdom, and they praise the middle class for not having the arrogance of the nobles and tycoons, nor are they as crude as the lower income classes. Banson explained in a relaxed and cheerful manner. These magazines simplify many of the rituals between the nobles, using it as a symbol of the middle class. This is where the difference between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits originates from. As he spoke, he shook his head and laughed. Typically, the gentlemen, madams, and ladies who view themselves as this class will pay special attention to such details. Their visits to their neighbors and friends are from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. It's called a morning visit. Morning visit? Klein and Melissa asked in surprise. How can a visit from 2 to 6 in the afternoon be considered a morning visit? Banson put down his cutlery and shrugged with a smile. I don't know why either. I only read a few magazines brought by my female colleagues. Perhaps it's because I have to wear a morning gown to visit. Originally, morning gowns were worn during mass and gatherings. Later, it was referred to formal wear during the day, which was different from evening gowns. Alright, remember to buy some good coffee and tea tomorrow morning. Also, buy some muffins and lemon cake from Mrs. Smiron. Don't be rude in front of your neighbors. Klein laughed as he dipped the remaining bread into the gravy, picked up the potatoes, and put them in his mouth. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Klein finished the last mouthful of inferior tea, put down the newspapers, put on his half-top hat, picked up his silver-inlaid black cane, and slowly walked out of the door. He took a public carriage to Zutland Street. He greeted Roshan, who had just ended her night shift and was planning to sleep in the break room. He then went all the way down to the basement. Around the corner, he met a Nighthawk team member, Sleepless Royale Radine. She was a cold-looking lady with slender eyebrows and large eyes. Her hair was black and smooth like silk. "Good morning, Ma. I'm Radine," Klein said with a smile as he bowed. Royale glanced at him with her dark blue eyes and nodded indiscernibly. Just as the two of them were about to brush past each other, Royale suddenly stopped and looked ahead. "Ritualistic magic is a very dangerous thing." "Ah." Klein was taken aback. When he turned around again, all he saw was her departing back. "Thank you." He frowned and called out softly to Royale Ryden's back. Turning left, he quickly saw old Neil in the armory's duty room, as well as Bright, who wasn't supposed to be there. "Let's go to my place. I've already received the corresponding materials. Bright has also agreed to help me watch the place," old Neil said with a chuckle. Klein was immediately surprised. "Not here?" Old Neil clicked his tongue as he carried the silver suitcase. "There's no space to practice ritualistic magic here." Klein didn't ask further and followed old Neil back to the surface. Following that, the two of them took a public carriage and went all the way to the outskirts of Northborough. Old Neil's house was a single-family house. The garden in front of it was planted with roses, gold mint, and other materials. The moment they entered, there was a carpeted porch. There were 2 high-backed chairs and an umbrella stand. Through the porch was a spacious living room. The walls were covered with light-colored wallpaper, and the floor was painted dark brown. In the middle was a small carpet with a floral design, and there was a heavy round table. The round table was surrounded by comfortable benches, chairs, and a piano. "My deceased wife was very fond of music." Old Neil pointed at the piano and casually said, "The sofa and coffee table are in the activity room. Let's do our ritualistic magic in the living room." "All right," Klein replied cautiously. Old Neil put down the silver chest and smiled. "I'll demonstrate a ritualistic magic to you first. Observe and memorize it." As he spoke, he took out a piece of fake goatskin from the silver chest. He used black ink that was specially concocted and had a tranquil fragrance to draw a strange pattern on it. Klein looked again and realized that old Neil seemed to be drawing a bill. After old Neil filled in the number 30 and the corresponding pound symbol, Klein couldn't control himself any longer. He asked in puzzlement and confusion, "What's wrong with old Neil?" He asked in confusion and confusion, "Mr. Neil, what ritualistic magic are you going to perform?" Old Neil coughed twice and answered very seriously. "I'm going to use magic to settle the debt of 30 pounds today." "That works?" Klein's eyes widened as his mouth gaped. "Using magic to settle bills, should he curse the creditor to death, or forge banknotes? I can't solve the problem, but I can solve you." All sorts of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and the way he looked at old Neil became a little strange. He seriously considered the possibility of calling the police, informing the Nighthawks. Old Neil glanced at him and said in annoyance, "From your eyes, I see ignorance, stupidity, and weak and shameful trust. Didn't Dunn tell you the maxim of the mystery priors? Do as you please, but do not harm them." Although this maxim was first spread from a secret and evil organization, the Moses Ascetic Order, Beyonders who choose the path of mystery prior have used their own experiences to prove that it's correct. As long as they strictly abide by it and are filled with reverence, the risk of losing control will be minimized. The opposite conclusion is also true. Your suspicion is an insult to me, to the mystery priors. I'm sorry, Klein apologized without hesitation. He had indeed forgotten the maxim Dunn Smith had once mentioned. Old Neil wasn't really angry. Instead, he chuckled. Unfortunately, there are too few Beyonders who choose seer. There's no corresponding maxim to help you. But I have Roselle the Great's diary. Strictly adhering to the maxim has a hint of acting in itself. Klein suddenly thought of something and nodded as if he was thinking. Old Neil didn't say anything else. He took the vase and other things off the heavy round table and put them in a corner. Immediately after that, he took out a scarlet candle and a dark black candle from a small silver box. If ordinary people want to attempt ritualistic magic, they have to choose a suitable date or time according to the results of astrology or by flipping through the corresponding manuals. For example, Sunday, which symbolizes the goddess, or the time of the moon that she rules. But for us beyonders, especially those who are good at it, there's no need for that. Our flourishing spirituality and our powerful astral projection are the key factors. Of course, if you are not confident in the ritualistic magic you want to try, then choose a suitable date and time to increase your success rate. Ah yes, there's a premise that you have to remember and strictly abide by. Old Neil put down the 2 candles and turned his body to the side. He looked at Klein and said very seriously, low-sequence beyonders aren't strong enough. Almost all ritualistic magic they can do is to seek external help and power. Therefore, you can only consider the goddess, the Lord of Storms, and other orthodox deities. Never, ever attempt to communicate with unknown and unpredictable existences, even if there are people who believe in them, even if the recorded promises are filled with temptation. Me. Don't hold the thought of getting lucky. Just try it once, and you will inevitably fall into the abyss. Every effort and every attempt will be. You will, you, and all. You will. I'll keep that in mind. Klein replied in a low voice, but he felt a little guilty. His luck enhancement ritual seemed to be praying to an unknown and unpredictable existence for strength. Furthermore, he had really obtained a power that even a veteran beyonder like the Hanged Man found unbelievable. He had the power to pull them above the gray fog. Yes, he should be a veteran beyonder, of. But I don't. Thankfully. I worrying about this matter, he took the initiative to change the topic. So, it's best for Nighthawks to seek help from the goddess? If you wish to pray to the Lord of Storms, no one will stop you. It's just that she might not respond, or it might be filled with malice. That will distort the results of our ritualistic magic in an unpredictable direction. Old Neil used a joke to successfully dispel Klein's hopes of getting lucky. There's no such thing as best, only must. After exhorting him, Old Neil picked up the scarlet candle and said, a candle made from moonflowers and crimson sandalwood. In ritualistic magic, it symbolizes the goddess's identity as the Lady of Crimson. He pointed at the dark black candle and said, a candle made from night vanilla and slumber flowers. Candles made from night vanilla and slumber flower symbolize the dark night. As he spoke, he placed the black candle on the upper left of the round table, and the red candle on the upper right. Why are there only 2 candles that symbolize the goddess? She is also the mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror, and the mistress of repose and silence. Old Neil laughed. That's right. That's the question I wanted you to ask. Before the fall, the Moses ascetic order and the church had a good relationship. Some of their ideas and results in ritualistic magic deeply influenced us. They believe that all things are numbers, and every number has spirituality. In ritualistic magic, 0 represents the unknown, chaos, and the state before the birth of the world. 1 represents the beginning, representing the original creator. 2 represents the world and the gods that were born from his body. 3 represents the contact between the gods and the matter, and all things are formed. Here, we will use 2 candles to symbolize the goddess, and leave the third for ourselves. As for which 2 candles to use and which 2 symbols to symbolize, it depends on the effect that ritualistic magic wants to achieve. 3 begets all things? All things are 3? Klein couldn't help but think of some things he had come into contact with in his previous life. Seeing that he was listening attentively, Old Neil picked up the 3rd candle and said, this is a candle that symbolizes me. It's a very ordinary candle with some mint added. Remember, roses, lemons, mint, moonflowers, night vanilla, and slumber flowers are all loved and favored by the goddess. The 3 candles also symbolize everyone's body, spirituality, and divinity. After the description, Old Neil placed the 3rd candle in the middle of the round table. He then took out the concocted full moon essence oil, as well as a cauldron with the dark sacred emblem engraved on it, a silver knife with gorgeous patterns, a cup of water, and a plate of coarse salt. For beyonders who aren't good at ritualistic magic, they would still need the assistance of bells, crystal balls, silver cups, incense, and other items. However, mystery priors and seers don't need them. These items are sufficient. Old Neil placed the fake goatskin parchment with the bills on it beside the cauldron, and he used a special quill to press down on a corner. He turned to the side and said to Klein, "Ritualistic magic requires a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment. Ritualistic magic requires a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment, and we have to create it ourselves. The method is to first enter cogitation, accumulate spirit, and then use auxiliary items to guide our power out and build it around us. For example, the Holy Night powder I used at Ray Bieber's house, or the ritual silver dagger I'm about to use. During the entire process, we need to determine the symbols and corresponding incantations according to the desired outcome. The incantations are best in Hermes, because ancient Hermes comes from nature. It's similar to ancient Draconic and ancient Elvish. The effects are very direct, but it lacks the necessary concealment and protection, easily putting the user in danger. This is also the reason why it was improved. However, it is indeed more effective. Alright, I'm going to focus on the ritualistic magic. I won't explain it to you anymore. Pay attention and listen, and remember the questions. Ask me when everything is over. Alright. Klein took 2 steps back and focused on Old Neil. Old Neil's eyes quickly darkened as an invisible wind began to swirl around him. After a moment of silence, he used his psyche and matter to rub together in a sequence from left to right, from top to bottom, and lit 3 candles. Following that, he picked up the silver knife and stabbed it into the coarse salt. He then recited the incantation written in Hermes, "I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you so that you can serve me in the ritual. In the name of the Evernight Goddess, Lady of Crimson, you have been sanctified." After a series of short and powerful ancient words, Old Neil took out the silver knife and stabbed it into the cup of water. Then, he lifted it up and pointed it at the space outside the round table. He aimed the tip of the knife at the outer ring before taking a step forward and circling the round table. With every step he took, Klein could sense invisible forces spewing out from the silver knife. They were filled with spirituality as they connected with the air, forming a sealed wall. After circling around, the altar was isolated from the surroundings. Old Neil stood in front of the round table and put down the silver knife. He picked up the bottle of full moon essential oil and dripped 3 drops onto the black, crimson, and ordinary candles. Sizzle, a thin fog emanated, making everything seem mysterious. Old Neil put down the glass bottle and looked at the fake goatskin parchment. After 2 minutes of silence, he picked up a quill and drew the symbol of control on the bill, a square that framed all the contents, indicating that he had controlled the debt. Following that, he drew a cross to indicate elimination. Here, he held the fake goatskin parchment in one hand and tapped his glabella with the other, activating his spirit vision. Another invisible and vigorous force radiated as Old Neil chanted softly, "I pray for the power of the Evernight, I pray for the power of Crimson, I pray for the goddess's blessings, I pray to bring me the money to pay this bill. Night Vanilla, a herb belonging to the Crimson Moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Moonflower, a herb belonging to the Crimson Moon, please transmit your power to my incantation." By the side, Klein was dumbfounded as he listened. All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. Such an incantation works too, even though it's written and chanted in Hermes. Isn't this a little too direct, simple, and down to earth? Will the goddess be enraged and double the bill? At that moment, the candles suddenly lit up. After Old Neil finished chanting, he closed his eyes for 2 minutes. He picked up the full moon essential oil and dripped a drop onto each of the 3 candles. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed the fake goatskin parchment and brought it close to the candle that symbolized me. Once it was lit, he immediately threw it into the cauldron. Old Neil closed his eyes once again, as though he was feeling the burning of the bill. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the cauldron with the black sacred emblem. He saw that the fake goatskin parchment had been completely burned, leaving only ashes. Praise the goddess! Old Neil tapped his chest 4 times, forming the Crimson Moon. Then, he extinguished the candles in the reverse order he had done it in the beginning. After doing all of this, he picked up a silver knife and pierced through the invisible walls around him. After a sudden gust of wind, Old Neil clearly heaved a sigh of relief. "It's done." "That's it?" Klein asked in surprise. "The bill has been resolved?" How was it resolved? I don't know either. In short, it will be resolved in a reasonable manner. Old Neil spread his hands and smiled. This? Klein didn't know what expression or words to use in response. Isn't this a little unreliable? Don't think about that darn bill. Let's discuss ritualistic magic. Old Neil put away the candles, cauldron, and silver knife with a relaxed expression. Klein really wanted to shrug his shoulders like the Americans in his previous life, but he ultimately didn't do such an ungentlemanly action. He turned his attention back to the ritualistic magic itself and threw out the detailed questions that he had previously been puzzled about, and he received sufficient answers. For example, the incantation had a certain format. As long as it was satisfied and the key meaning was clearly expressed in Hermes, the other parts could be used freely. Of course, blasphemous and insufficiently reverent descriptions were absolutely forbidden. This mysticism lesson lasted until noon. Old Neil coughed lightly. We have to return to Zutland Street. Having said that, he grumbled vaguely. I missed a lovely breakfast to collect those darn ingredients. Klein looked around in amusement and puzzlement. Mr. Neil, don't you have a chef at home? Or a maid in charge of cooking? A weekly salary of £12 was enough to take care of a few servants. According to the newspapers, if accommodation and food were provided, hiring an ordinary chef would only require a weekly salary of 12 to 15 soldi, not even £1. The maidservants who did chores were even cheaper, with a weekly salary of 3 soldi, 6 pence, to 6 soldi. Of course, one could not rely on their culinary skills. That's not right. With Mr. Neil still owing £30, it's normal for him not to hire a chef or servant. I seem to have asked a question I shouldn't have asked again. While Klein was regretting, Old Neil didn't mind at all. He shook his head and said, I often try ritualistic magic at home and study beyonder items and corresponding documents. I often try ritualistic magic at home and study beyonder items and the corresponding literature. I won't and can't hire ordinary people as chefs, servants, and maids. I only get people to clean up regularly. And if they aren't ordinary people, do you think they'll be willing to do such work? I seem to have asked a stupid question. Perhaps it's because I don't do anything that involves mysticism at home, Klein explained in a self-deprecating manner. Old Neil had long stood up. He wore his round-brimmed felt hat and mumbled as he walked out the door. I seem to smell the aroma of pan-fried goose liver. When the bill is completely settled, I must have a good portion. I can definitely eat a whole piece of roast pork with applesauce for lunch. No, that's not enough. I need a sausage with mashed potatoes. You're making me hungry. Klein swallowed his saliva and quickly followed Old Neil to the nearby public carriage stop. When they returned to Zutland Street, Old Neil had just gotten off the carriage when he suddenly hummed an acknowledgement. What did I see? Goddess, what did I just see? He suddenly became as agile as a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He quickly came to the roadside and picked up an item. Puzzled, Klein approached it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was an exquisitely crafted wallet. With his eyesight and knowledge, it was difficult for him to tell whether the dark brown purse was made of cowhide or sheepskin. He only noticed that there was a small light blue coat of arms embroidered on it, and on the coat of arms was a white dove spreading its wings. That was the first impression that Klein had, but from the second glance, his eyes were glued to the bulging wallet's banknotes. They were gold pounds with a grey background and black patterns. There were at least 20 of them facing up. Old Neil opened the wallet and took out the banknotes. After looking at them carefully, he immediately chuckled. 10-pound notes. The respected founder and protector, William I. Oh, goddess. A total of 30 of them. There are also a few £5, £1, and 5 soldi notes. More than £300? That's a huge sum in the truest sense of the word. I might not even be able to save that much money in 10 years. Klein's breathing involuntarily turned heavy. As the value of gold pounds was very high, picking up such a wallet was equivalent to picking up a suitcase of banknotes in his previous life. I wonder which gentleman dropped it. It's definitely not an ordinary person, Klein calmly analyzed. Such a wallet clearly didn't belong to a lady. Don't worry about who he is. Old Neil chuckled. It's not like we will try to take possession of money that doesn't belong to us. Let's wait here. I believe that gentleman will soon return to search for it. To anyone, this isn't something that can be easily given up. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he gained a brand new understanding of old Neil's moral character. He was previously worried that the man would use the excuse of being bestowed by the goddess to use the money to repay the bill. He was thinking hard about how to stop him and persuade him. Is this what it means to do as you please, but do no harm? Klein suddenly came to a realization. The duo waited by the street for less than a minute before they saw a luxurious four-wheeled carriage quickly drive over. The light blue coat of arms on the side was a white dove with its wings spread open. The carriage stopped, and a middle-aged man in a black suit and a bow tie of the same color left the carriage. He looked at the wallet, took off his hat, and bowed. Sirs, this should be my master's wallet. Your coat of arms proves everything, but I need to verify it again. This is my responsibility to everyone. May I know how much money is in the wallet? Old Neil politely replied. The middle-aged man was taken aback before he gave a self-deprecating laugh. As a butler, I shouldn't know how much money is left in my master's wallet. Sorry, please allow me to ask. That's your freedom. Old Neil made an inviting gesture. The middle-aged man returned to the carriage's side and exchanged a few words with the person inside through the window. He approached Klein and old Neil again and said with a smile, more than £300, less than £350. More than £300, less than £350. My master doesn't remember the exact amount. Doesn't remember. What a rich man. If I had that much money, I would definitely have counted it over and over again. Klein was filled with envy. Old Neil nodded and handed the wallet back. The goddess proves that this belongs to you. The middle-aged man took the wallet and did a rough count. Then, he pulled out 3 10-pound notes. My master is Sir Deweyville. He said that he admires your qualities. This is the reward that honest people should receive. Please do not reject it. Sir Deweyville? The Sir Deweyville who established the Deweyville Trust Company to provide cheap rental housing for low-level laborers? Klein immediately recalled the name. He was a knight that his brother, Banson, respected, but also felt that he wasn't realistic enough. Thank you, sir. He is a kind and generous gentleman. Old Neil didn't stand on ceremony as he took the 3 notes. After watching Sir Deweyville's carriage depart, he saw that there was no one around and turned to look at Klein. He flicked the notes and laughed. £30. The bill is settled. I said that it would be settled in a reasonable manner. This is the power of magic. What the F*** king power of magic? That works too. Klein was dumbfounded once again. After resting for a few minutes, he entered the staircase and climbed up to the security company. He asked in puzzlement, Mr. Neil, why didn't you ask for a bigger sum? Don't be greedy, especially when performing ritualistic magic. Temperance is a key factor for every mystery prior to live long enough, old Neil explained in a relaxed and cheerful manner. In the huge banquet hall, several chandeliers were lit with candles. They emitted a soothing aroma, and the amount of light they accumulated was not inferior to that of the gas lamps. On the long tables were pan-fried foie gras, roasted steak, roasted chicken, fried mackerel, desi oysters, lamb stew, cream soup, and other delicacies. In addition, there were bottles of misty champagne, Ormer wine, and Southville red wine. They emitted an alluring luster under the illumination of the lights. Servants in red vests carried trays with crystal cups and shuttled back and forth between the gentlemen and ladies who were either elegantly or gorgeously dressed. Audrey Hall wore a long white dress with a standing collar, a high waist, and goat-leg sleeves. Her upper body was tightly bound, and her waist was extremely thin. The multi-layered cupcake cut was perfectly supported by a whalebone hoop. Her long blonde hair was tied up elegantly, and her earrings, necklace, and rings shone brightly. On her feet was a pair of white dancing shoes inlaid with roses and diamonds. Are there 4, 5, or 6 petticoats? Audrey touched the petticoat with her right hand, which was wearing a white gauze glove. Her left hand was holding a sparkling glass of champagne. Audrey was not at the center of the banquet like she usually was, becoming the center of attention. Instead, she avoided the bustle and stood quietly in the shadows of the floor-to-ceiling windows. She took a sip of champagne and looked at the people in front of her in a manner that made it seem as if she did not belong there. Earl Wolf's youngest son was chatting with Viscount Conrad's daughter. He liked to wave his forearms to strengthen his tone. Well, the more he waved his arms, the more untrustworthy the content of his words. This was a proven conclusion. He could not help but elevate himself and belittle others, but he could not control his guilt. This would be expressed through the way he spoke and his body language. Madame Della has used her left hand to cover her laughter again and again today. Yes, I know. She's showing off the pure aquamarine on her left hand. Her husband, Duke of Negan, is discussing the situation with a few conservative nobles not far away. Since the beginning of the banquet, he has only actively looked for his Madame Della once. They barely make eye contact. Maybe, well, they're not as loving as they appear. Madame Parnas has been made to laugh by Baron Larry 7 times. This is normal and not surprising, but why does she look at her husband with a guilty look? Well, they're separated. No, they're going somewhere that leads to the garden. In this extravagant banquet, Audrey saw many details that she would not have noticed in the past. For a moment, she almost believed that she was watching a play. Everyone is a good actor. She sighed silently, her eyes cold. At this moment, she suddenly felt something. She turned her head abruptly and looked at the spacious balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. She looked at the dark corner of the spacious balcony. In the shadow, a large golden retriever sat quietly, looking inside at Audrey with tranquil eyes. Half of its body was hidden in the darkness. Above the stormy sea, an ancient three-masted sailboat was bobbing up and down with the waves. It wasn't fast, nor was it large enough. In this disaster scene where the sky and sea were one, it was like a withered leaf that had left a tree. However, no matter how ferocious the hurricane was or how terrifying the waves were, it sailed safely without any signs of tilting. Alger Wilson stood on the empty deck and looked at the mountainous waves around him. It was unknown what he was thinking. It's going to be Monday again. He muttered silently. That was a day that belonged to Mother Earth, the beginning of a new cycle of prosperity and decline. But to Alger, it had another meaning. It belonged to a mysterious existence that was forever shrouded in grayish-white fog. At least I haven't become a lunatic. He retracted his gaze and gave a self-deprecating laugh. At this moment, one of his few crew members came over and asked respectfully, "Your Grace, what's our objective for this voyage?" Alger surveyed the area and replied in a monotonous tone, "To pursue a listener from the Aurora Order." The storm dissipated, and the fog filled the air. There were cannons in place, but they still didn't conform to the trend of the times. A boy of 8 or 9 years old, with soft yellow hair, trembled with fear as he watched the undisciplined pirates around him. He watched as they enjoyed barrels of beer, swung around with the help of ropes, taunted each other, and even punched each other. He turned to look at the black-robed man standing in the shadows. He lowered his voice and asked, "Father, where are we going?" 5 days ago, he met his father for the first time in his memory. The father who claimed to be an adventurer. If it wasn't for the oil painting his mother left behind that proved his identity, and if it wasn't for the orphanage opening its doors for him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to leave his hometown and follow this relative who was almost a stranger. The man standing in the shadows lowered his head and looked at his son. With a kind expression, he replied, "Yes." With a kind expression, he replied, "Jack, I'll bring you to a sacred place, the sanctuary where the Creator once lived." Is that the kingdom of God? We mortals can only enter if we receive blessings. Little Jack had been taught well by his mother and had sufficient common sense. At that moment, he was both surprised and terrified. The man standing in the shadows had an unforgettable face. It was like a stone sculpture created by the most outstanding master. He put his hand to his ear and listened attentively. He answered in a voice that sounded like he was talking in his sleep. "Jack, mortals are a wrong concept. The Creator created this world. He is everywhere and exists in every living being. Therefore, everything has divinity. When divinity reaches a certain level, one can become an angel. The 7 false gods are just more powerful angels. Look, I can hear the teachings of the Creator right now. Ah, what an extraordinary revelation that is. Life is just a journey of the spirit. When the spirit is strong enough and tenacious enough, we can find our own divinity and merge with more divinity. Lil Jack could not understand this complicated description. He shook his head and asked another question that he had not had the chance to ask before. Father, I heard from Mother that after the Creator created this world, he split into all things and did not actually exist. Then why is there still his holy place? As a child of 7 or 8 years old, his logic was clear enough. The man with the chiseled face was taken aback. He tilted his head a little more, as if he had heard more whispers. Suddenly, he fell to his knees on the deck. His skin that was exposed protruded with bluish-black objects. He held his head with both hands, his face contorted abnormally as he shouted in extreme pain. They're lying. After lunch, with old Neil promising to bring him along the next time he went to the underground market, Klein slowly returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He was considering whether he should read some documents in the office and practice his abilities, or continue wandering around the divination club before Captain Dunn forbade him to act as a seer. However, before he could make a decision, he saw Dunn Smith walk in from outside. He was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. "Captain, how's the situation?" Klein asked with concern as he thought about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn's gray eyes didn't show any signs of fatigue. Many sources have confirmed that the Antigonus family's notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands. However, he has completely disappeared. I've already informed the various Nighthawks teams of this matter via telegram. I've asked them to pay close attention to the various ports and steam locomotive stations. The first batch of printed portraits was mailed out yesterday afternoon. It will be published in the various newspapers. If only there were telephones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. Unfortunately, I only know how to use them. I don't even understand the principles behind them. Klein silently exhaled. However, no matter what, we have found the notebook's whereabouts, and it's all thanks to you. Of course, that still requires further confirmation. I've already sent a telegram to the Bacolin Diocese, requesting them to send someone to escort sealed artifact 2-049 over. It's a dangerous item that once belonged to the Antigonus family. It can help us know if Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. Grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. Use it with caution and moderation. Klein originally wanted to ask what the sealed artifact was out of curiosity, what special powers it had, and what dangers it posed. However, he instantly remembered that he didn't have the confidentiality clearance, so he had no choice but to give up. May the goddess bless us. Klein tapped his chest 4 times and drew a full moon. As Dunn opened the door to his office, he nodded slightly and said, "The goddess has always been watching over us." Klein, if you hadn't chosen Seer previously, you would have been able to become an official member and choose Sleepless after this matter was confirmed. Unfortunately. To be honest, I've never understood why you chose Seer. Although Corpse Collector is quite repulsive, you should know how powerful a spirit medium is after meeting daily. As for Mystery Prior, it's also a good choice. At the very least, with old Neil as a role model, the risk of losing control is very low. Klein had already prepared an answer to this question, but Dunn had never asked about it. It was only now that he casually mentioned it. He organized his words. What I'm considering is that Seers and Mystery Priors are support-type Beyonders, so they don't always have to face enemies. That would be too dangerous. And you and old Neil also said that in the domain of mystery and Beyonders, curiosity and exploration often bring about terrifying consequences. The description of a Mystery Prior's mystery prying worries me, so. As you know, I was just an ordinary university student not long ago. Being timid is the only reason why I made this choice. I have to say, this is an unexpected but reasonable answer. Dunn rubbed his temples and chuckled. He turned his body halfway and sized up Klein with his gray eyes. During this period of time, continue going out. Don't limit yourself to the route from Welch's house to Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you can sense that notebook and help us determine Ray Bieber's whereabouts. Okay. Klein realized that he didn't have to worry about it anymore. He bade farewell and turned around, silently counting in his heart. 3, 2, wait, Dunn shouted. Klein turned around and smiled. Captain, is there anything else? Dunn coughed. Yes, there will be times when support-type Beyonders have to face enemies. Although Seer sounds like it can avoid such things, we can't neglect it. You have to maintain your firearms practice and have a plan to increase your strength. That's what I'm trying to do. Klein pointed outside. I'm going out. Okay, wait a minute. Dunn called out to him again. While thinking, he said, maybe I should consider hiring a combat instructor for you. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that you become an official member. Klein tersely acknowledged and cautiously asked, yes. Captain, is there anything else? No more. Seeing Klein's look of disbelief, Dunn shook his head with a faint smile and emphasized, there's really nothing else. Only then did Klein walk out of the partition and bid farewell to Roshan, Mrs. Oriana, and company. He first went to the shooting club to practice before strolling around for a full hour, seriously completing the mission given to him by the captain. After doing all of this, he came to the divination club and saw the beautiful Madame Angelica reading a magazine leisurely. Family. Klein silently recited the name, walked over with his cane, and greeted her with a smile. Good afternoon, Madame Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Angelica put down the magazine unhurriedly, stood up, and said, Mr. Glassy came not long after you left yesterday. He had just recovered from a serious illness. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. That's really something to be happy about. Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been secretly observing him, couldn't help but suppress her voice. She asked curiously, Mr. Glassy said that you are a very, very, very miraculous doctor, right? What? Klein looked at the lady in front of him in shock, suspecting that he was hallucinating. How can you tell that I'm a doctor? Seeing Klein's surprised expression, Angelica immediately wavered. Isn't that so? Mr. Glassy said that you were able to tell that there was a hidden illness in his lungs just from observation. Her voice became softer as she spoke before she finally shut her mouth. Observation? A black mark on the glabella? Klein was enlightened as he shook his head and laughed. I believe Mr. Glassy has misunderstood. He had planned on giving a perfunctory reply, but he suddenly recalled that no one had sought him for divination yesterday afternoon. It had caused his acting as a seer to be very unsmooth. Hence, he quickly explained, this is actually a form of divination. Divination? But Mr. Glassy only mentioned that you observed his face. Is that considered divination? Angelica asked in surprise and puzzlement. Klein smiled calmly. As a member of the divination club, you should know about palmistry, right? Palmistry wasn't exclusive to the Fudi Empire. Even on Earth, India and Old Europe had developed their own theories, much less the world with Beyonder powers. I know, but it seems like you didn't read his palmistry? Did you secretly observe him? Angelica asked out of curiosity. I read his physiognomy. Klein fabricated a story. Its principles are essentially the same as palmistry. Really? Angelica's eyes were filled with disbelief. For the development of his career as a seer, Klein chuckled and pretended to be in deep thought. He raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice. Focusing his gaze, Angelica's aura appeared in his eyes. Her head was purple, her limbs were red, and her throat was blue. There was nothing wrong with her health. It was just that the colors were slightly dull, but this was a normal sign of fatigue. Klein looked at her emotions again and saw that there were some red and blue mixed in the orange. It was warmth with a hint of excitement and contemplation. Thankfully. After discovering that there were no abnormalities, Klein planned on deactivating his spirit vision. At that moment, he suddenly saw that deep within the color of Angelica's emotions, there was a thick darkness. Besides, she lacks the positivity of white. Klein nodded in thought. Mr. Moretti, are you reading my fortune-telling? Angelica sensed something when she saw the young gentleman in black formal attire suddenly turn silent and seriously size her up. She asked with a mixture of curiosity and worry. Klein didn't reply immediately. Instead, he tapped the space between his eyebrows, as if he was scrutinizing him attentively. Just as Angelica was feeling uneasy, he spoke gently. Lady Angelica, there is sorrow and... Pain. Do not seal it in your heart. Angelica's eyes widened and her mouth widened, but she couldn't say a word. She looked at Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat and had a scholarly demeanor. She heard him say in a deep, soothing, and warm voice, "I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. You need to climb a mountain, play a tennis match, or watch a sad play. Let your body be exhausted from the exercise, let your tears flow without any concealment, and then cry, scream, and let all your emotions completely explode. It's also good for your health." As the words entered her ears, Angelica seemed to have turned into a statue, standing there motionless. She blinked her eyes hard, lowered her head in a panic, and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you for your suggestion. There seems to be quite a number of members today?" Klein didn't speak further. As though he hadn't done any divination, he turned to look at the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Sunday afternoon. At least 50 members. Angelica's voice was still a little hoarse, and she only said a few key words. She paused, and her speech gradually returned to normal. "Would you like black tea or coffee?" "Side black tea." Klein nodded slightly and took off his hat politely before slowly walking towards the meeting room. It was only when he disappeared from the door that Angelica slowly exhaled. The Divination Club's meeting room was huge, almost twice the size of Klein's high school classroom. In the past, there would only be 5 or 6 members here, making it very empty. But now, there were dozens of fortune tellers sitting in groups of 2 or 3, filling up most of the space. Sunlight shone in through a few oriel windows. The members were either discussing softly, surrounding Hannes Vincent to ask for advice, immersing themselves in drills, attempting divination, or drinking coffee and reading newspapers. Such a scene made Klein feel as though he had returned to his student days on Earth. However, back then, it was much more lively and noisy. It didn't have this tranquility. He surveyed the area and didn't see any familiar faces like Glassy or Edward Steve. Hence, he randomly picked up a divination textbook and found a corner to leisurely read it. After a while, Angelica came in with a cup of black tea and placed it on the table in front of Klein. Just as she was about to leave quietly, she saw Mr. Moretti remove a unique silver chain from his left sleeve. There was a pure topaz hanging from it. What is he doing? Angelica slowed down her footsteps unknowingly as she stared at Klein. Klein held the silver chain in his left hand and dropped the topaz straight onto the cup of side black tea, allowing it to make contact with the surface of the liquid. He had a serene expression as he half closed his eyes. The surrounding atmosphere immediately turned quiet. The pure topaz moved slightly as it rotated clockwise along with the unique silver chain. Upon seeing this scene, Angelica found Mr. Moretti to be extremely mysterious. "Your black tea isn't bad," Klein opened his eyes and muttered with a smile. He had done that on purpose for Angelica to see. If he wanted people to seek him for divination soon, Angelica, who was in charge of reception and recommendation, was a crucial factor. Since he was going to act as a seer, Klein no longer had any reservations. He truly immersed himself in this identity. "Yes, Mr. Vincent is very picky about the quality of black tea," Angelica said in a daze. At that moment, Klein retracted his spirit pendulum and wrapped it around him again. Then, he raised the white patterned porcelain cup and gave it a toast with a smile. Angelica returned to the reception hall. She was no longer in the mood to read the magazine. She sat there in a daze, her thoughts unknown. Only when there was a knock on the door did she jolt awake. She hurriedly looked towards the entrance and saw a lady dressed in a light blue dress. The lady took off her veil hat with a powdery blue ribbon. Her expression was calm and melancholic. "Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Do you wish to join the club or are you looking for someone to do a divination?" Angelica went over in a familiar manner. "I wish to do a divination." The lady with beautiful eyes that hid her melancholy bit her lower lip. Angelica invited her to sit on the sofa before explaining the details of divination for members in detail. She took out a booklet and handed it over. "You can choose anyone." The lady, who was in low spirits, flipped through the booklet seriously. As there were too many members in the club today, there were too many choices for her to choose from. It left her feeling vexed. "Can you recommend someone? These are the ones in these pages." She pointed to the middle of the booklet and omitted the fortune tellers whose prices were above 2 soldi and below 4 pence. Angelica took back the booklet and looked at it for a few minutes. She deliberated and said, "I recommend this gentleman." The uneasy lady focused her gaze and realized that it was a fortune teller named Klein Moretti. "Mr. Moretti just joined the club. Is his standard trustworthy?" she asked worriedly. Angelica nodded affirmatively. "A member, and I can confirm that Mr. Moretti is an excellent fortune teller. If he hadn't just joined the club, he wouldn't have charged such a low fee." "I understand." The depressed lady nodded. "Then, I'll get Mr. Moretti to do a divination." "All right, please wait a moment." Angelica took the booklet and walked to the meeting room. She came to Klein's side and said with a suppressed voice, "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to do a divination. Which divination room would you like to use?" "Not bad. My first business has come knocking on my door." Klein put down his cup of black tea and nodded calmly. "The Topaz room." "All right." Angelica slowly led the way and opened the wooden door to the Topaz room. Klein sat behind a table filled with divination equipment. After waiting for nearly a minute, he saw a woman in a light blue dress walk in. She looked depressed. Taking advantage of the moment she closed the door, he tapped his glabella twice. "The yellow color of the stomach is a little dim. The dark color of the emotions is very heavy. It's mainly worry and uneasiness." Klein looked carefully, leaned back, and deactivated his spirit vision. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." The woman in the light blue dress sat down. "Good afternoon. How may I address you?" Klein asked politely, not expecting to receive an answer. As a keyboard warrior, he knew that many people were unwilling to use their real names during divination. "You can call me Anna." The woman in the light blue dress placed her veil to the side and looked at Klein with anticipation and suspicion. "I wish to divine my fiancé's situation. He went to the southern continent in March for a business deal. On the 3rd of last month, he sent a telegram to me and his family, saying that he was about to set sail and return. However, 20 days have passed, and he still hasn't returned. I originally thought that it was because of the Berserk Sea's weather, but today, more than a month has passed. The alfalfa he was on still hasn't arrived at Enmat Harbor." The sea that separated the northern and southern continent was called the Berserk Sea. It was famous for its many natural disasters and dangerous currents. If not for Roselle the Great sending people to explore a few relatively safe sea routes, the various countries of the northern continent might not have been able to begin their colonial era, much less lay down a submarine cable or complete a wired telegraph system. Klein looked at the first client of his seer career and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" End of chapter 54. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.